How exactly do you choose a first programming language to learn? Why PHP and not Ruby or JavaScript or Python? I mean, how can you be expected to make such a large decision without having the expertise to differentiate between all of the available choices? It's a good question. Now, we could look at usage stats or developer happiness reviews, but the truth is, it largely depends on your environment. There's no one correct answer, just as there's no correct spoken language to learn. It just depends. Now, if you're hoping to intern at a WordPress or a Laravel shop, then you're surely going to want PHP. On the other hand, you might have a friend who works at Shopify who is offered to show you the ropes. In that case, you'll likely be working with Ruby, and that's cool too. The point is, it doesn't really matter. Right now, you're interested in the fundamentals of programming. And whether you choose PHP or Ruby or something else, doesn't really matter. You'll be happy to hear that these concepts cross over. And once you've learned one language, the next one is significantly easier to pick up. So with that in mind, let's learn some PHP. Oh, hi there. I didn't see you walk in. Nice to meet you. My name's Jeffrey, and yeah, it looks like I will be your teacher for this semester's PHP for Beginners class. And I hope you're excited because I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You have a long road ahead. There's a lot to learn. Not what you want to hear at the very beginning, but it's true. Maybe at some point you saw a listing that says, become a programmer with this 2-week boot camp, but I don't know what they're smoking. It doesn't work that way. It's a long trek. But trust me, if this is the job and if this is the career for you, I think you're going to enjoy every step of the process. Okay, so let's talk about this course I've made for you. It has been meticulously designed specifically for where you are in your journey right now. And sometimes at the beginning, you are overwhelmed with options. They'll say, hey, install a code editor. And then you check and there's 12 different choices. Well, which one do I pick? Maybe you want to learn a language. Well, which one? There's 10 different ones to pick, you know? So you are constantly inundated with choices that you are not yet qualified to make. And that's where I step in. For each step of this process, I will show you choices and then I will recommend one or two. Maybe this editor, maybe install PHP in that way. When you're working with the language itself, maybe take this approach instead of that approach. And I think it'll really help you. And trust me, I only wish someone had been available 15 years ago or so when I was first learning. It would have been a massive help to me. And you get this all for free. You don't have to pay a penny for it. So I hope you're excited. I'm done talking. Let's get to work. Okay, so before we can dig in and have some fun, of course, the first step is to create the world, so to speak. And that means installing all of the tooling necessary to start building PHP applications. So let's go. The first prerequisite is a good code editor. And maybe you already have this step complete. I'm assuming you might have a little HTML and CSS experience, but maybe that's about it. But nonetheless, I would recommend using PHP Storm, which is what I will use in this series, or Visual Studio Code, or Sublime Text. All three are fantastic choices. Or again, if you really like what you're currently using, then stick with it. No problem there at all. Next up, you'll need access to a suitable terminal. And luckily, Mac and Windows ship with these out of the box. So for example, I'm on a Mac. If I were to search for terminal, and this is how mine looks. And yeah, we're not going to spend too much time in the terminal, but if you can change directories, if you can list files, if you can run a couple commands, you'll be in good shape. I'll show you one right now. If I want to change directories, I can use CD, and on my Mac, I'm going to go to my desktop. So I can do this right here, and there we go. If I want to list the files, I can use LS, and in this case, I don't have any files on my desktop. And later, you'll learn how to run commands like PHP and MySQL. Okay, but otherwise, you can also install dedicated tools that some people prefer. For example, I use one called Warp, and here's what that looks like. A little bit cleaner. But still effectively the same thing. It just has a few bells and whistles. You might also consider a tool like iTerm, or again on Windows, Windows Terminal should do the trick for you. Okay, so on that note, the next step is to, of course, install PHP and MySQL. And I'll warn you, this can be a little frustrating because there's so many different ways you could do it. Developers have all sorts of opinions about what that correct way is. So what I'm going to do is show you a handful of those options, and then I will recommend one or two. All right? So let's start with the Mac. On the Mac, I'm a big fan of a tool called Homebrew. Here's instructions for how to install it, and then once it's available, you can install PHP by saying brew install PHP. Let me show you real quick. I'm going to copy this right here, or click on the clipboard. Switch to the terminal that you picked in the last window. Again, I'm using one called Warp, and I will Command V and run that command. And yeah, that's now doing its thing, so let's give it just a minute. Okay, and that's complete. And then finally, notice we need to run these two commands. So I will copy them and paste it in. So why don't we test it out by running the command brew. And there we go. Let's now search for PHP. Brew search PHP. And here's everything that pops up. And yeah, notice how we can install the latest version of PHP, like I've already done. But if for some reason you also need an older version, that's an option as well. So in your case, you would say brew install PHP. And notice at the time of this recording, we're grabbing 8.1.4. All right, that took a few minutes, but it looks like it's done. And let's try it out. PHP-V for version, and sure enough, I get 8.1.4. Okay, let's try it again, but this time for MySQL, which will be our database. And I'll talk to you more about that in future episodes. Brew install MySQL. Okay, and that's finally done as well. Let's test it out. There we go. So yeah, if you're on a Mac, or even Linux actually, Homebrew is a nice and easy way to get these things installed on your machine. But what about Windows? Well, for Windows, a very popular tool these days is called Laragon. Just visit laragon.org, visit the download page, and you will want this version right here. And that'll get you up and running. It's a full UI, it's the full thing, it's the full deal. Otherwise, if you're familiar with WSL and WSL2, you might consider that. Maybe the entry point is a bit higher depending upon where you are in your learning. I would base your usage of this on if you know what it is. If you identify with this and you think, oh, that's exactly what I need, then that's the way to go. Otherwise, if this looks like gibberish, maybe skip over it. Of course, there's dedicated tooling like Docker, and there's wrappers around Docker. Again, it's a little advanced for where we currently are. You might consider a long-standing tool called XAMPP, and there's also one called MAMP. MAMP works for Windows and Mac. These are traditional local environment ecosystems, so to speak, and they include everything you need to get up and running. So yeah, whether you install it manually with Homebrew, whether you pull in Laragon or XAMPP or MAMP, it doesn't exactly matter. So your job right now is to pick one of these. Again, I would recommend Homebrew and Laragon if you're on Windows. Pick one of these, run through the entire installation process, and see if you can get it to work. Okay, and then the final piece of the puzzle for now is to choose some kind of UI for interacting with your MySQL database. Now, of course, you could do it directly from the terminal, and some people do. But you know what? I think you'll be a little more comfortable if you choose one of these dedicated apps. The one I like and what we will be using in this series is called Table Plus, and there is a download for Mac and Windows. And it looks like Linux is an option as well. Otherwise, if you want something web-based and much more traditional, PHPMyAdmin is actually what I originally got set up with maybe 15 years ago or so. You can try out the demo if you want. It's an option. If you need it, it's entirely free, but you know what? I would recommend just stick with Table Plus and you'll feel right at home. Okay, so think about it. At this point, you should have something like PHP Storm or Visual Studio Code or Sublime Text installed on your machine, a code editor. You should have PHP and MySQL installed. You should have a database GUI like Table Plus installed. You should have chosen a terminal, whether it's the one that your OS provides, or iTerm, or Warp. It doesn't really matter. Just pick one. So now, all of the tooling is available. We don't quite know what to do with that tooling, but it's now on our machine. So that's the topic of the next lesson. Let's put it all together and figure out what comes out on the other side. I'll see you then. Okay, so our tools are now in place, which means the next baby step is a little one. Let's just see if we can get something in the browser. All right, let's get going. All right, so I hope you're working along. If so, open up the terminal that you set up in the last episode, and I'd like to create a directory for our first website. But real quick, and this will apply across the board for this series, the way you go about creating a new site will slightly depend upon how you installed your environment, how you installed PHP in your server. So for example, if you went with Homebrew, like I demonstrated in the last video, you can store your website directories anywhere you want. On the other hand, if you went with something like MAMP, have a look at the documentation. I think they will give you a specific directory where you should create your new website folders. So again, just look at the documentation for whatever installation path you chose, and then follow that. In my case, I used Homebrew, so I can put my websites anywhere I want. In that case, I will go to my home directory, and on the Mac, I can cd to that home directory by using ~/. For Windows, I believe it'll be something like cd to c:, and then maybe users, your name, and desktop. I think that's right. Okay, let's make a directory for all of our websites. I can use this command mkdir, make directory, and we'll call it websites, whatever you want. Some people call it code. It doesn't matter. Okay, now I can cd to that directory, change directory to websites. Okay, so now, yeah, we can name this first project anything we want. I will just call it demo. So once again, make directory called demo, and we'll cd into that new folder. Okay, I think we're ready to get started. Open up the editor that you chose in the last episode. And then in my case, I can choose open here, but for you, it might be file and open directory, something like that. Okay, and if I open my home directory, sure enough, I can see that websites folder at the top, and demo is the one I want to open. Okay, I'm excited. So let me click up here on the top left, and I only want to see my project files, and we're all set. So let's right-click and choose New File. And to begin, I'm going to call it index.html. Not PHP, this is a simple static HTML file. Now, most editors will include any number of snippets for common tasks. In my case, I want some basic boilerplate for an HTML file, and this is what it gives me. But let's keep it super simple. I'm going to get rid of these two meta tags and keep it like this. All right. Now, actually, a quick note. If what I've just done here, this HTML, looks foreign to you, you may not be ready for this particular series. I would hit the pause button and research something like HTML for Dummies. Go through that, get a little comfortable, learn a bit of CSS, and then you're ready for this course. Okay, so yeah, let's just say H1, heading 1, and we'll say hello world. Every series has to begin with a simple hello world. Okay, so now I want to view it in the browser. So it may turn out that your editor has some kind of functionality for viewing the results in line, like you see here. But why don't we just load it directly in a browser so that we're all on the same page? So to do that, I will return to the terminal, and let's run php-h. This brings up the help for PHP. And have a look right here. -s runs with a built-in web server. It sounds like this is what we want. But real quick, once again, a discrepancy. If you went with something like MAMP, they will include a server for you. You probably have Apache or Nginx, and they will have instructions for how to preview your website in the browser. Otherwise, you'll need to boot one up yourself, and that's what I need to do here. So I can say php-s, and let's go with localhost and a port. How about 8888? All right, we have a development server running. And in fact, I should be able to command click on this URL to access it. Otherwise, just copy it and paste it into a browser. All right, congratulations. You've now booted up a server and we're displaying a static piece of HTML. Great. But I want you to notice that it automatically worked. And part of that is because I named the file index. So for example, if I were to rename this file, and on PHP Storm, I can go to refactor, rename, or there's always a shortcut. And yeah, if I changed it to anything else, well, keep in mind, as soon as I return to the browser and refresh, it won't be able to find that. So yeah, you'll often find that index is an important file name. Okay, but now I want this to be dynamic. I'm assuming you already have a little experience building a static website, at least the basics. To instead make it dynamic, I'm going to switch to PHP. So once again, I will rename this file to index.php. Now again, notice if I don't change anything at all, because I'm running PHP's built-in web server, it'll still work just like the previous example. But now we have the full power of PHP at our fingertips. So let's have a look here. Let's clear out this h1 tag, and let's open up our first PHP block. We do that by typing $! PHP, and then a space, and then another question mark, and a greater than sign. And I'll warn you, it's really confusing the first time you do it, maybe the first 10 times you do it. You'll have to look at the keyboard to make sure you're hitting the right keys. But I promise after a while, you won't even think about it. Okay, so now we're basically designating that whatever occurs between or inside this PHP block should be treated as not HTML, but PHP. So for example, if we just did something like this, and I once again wrote hello world, this is not going to work. And in fact, if you have a good editor, it'll let you know, there's something going on here. Switch back to the browser, reload it, and we get a parse error. So notice we're trying to interpret this PHP, but it has no clue what this is because it's not HTML. We have to write using the PHP language. So I'll show you the easiest way to simply print a string. We can do that by saying echo, and then within quotes, your string, hello world, and then at the very end, add a semicolon. And in fact, I just used the word string, which can be a little confusing at first. Whenever you hear that word, all I mean is basic text, a string of characters that mean exactly what you read here. They are not special symbols or identifiers that the language will understand. It's literally text. Okay. All right, so think about what's going on here. When the page loads, we display a heading level 1 tag. And as its text content, we open up a PHP block and we echo out the string hello world. And yeah, I know echo can be a little confusing. Think of it just like print this text onto the page. And in fact, print is something that we could use here, and it's mostly the same as echo. There's some slight differences, but still, stick with echo. Most people do. All right, so if we switch back, give it a refresh, we get the exact same thing as our static version. But again, I hope you're excited. By definition, we are now building our first dynamic website that uses PHP, and we'll keep taking this further and further. So to finish up today's learning, I want you to play around with echoing different strings. Hello universe, hello town, whatever you want. Practice inserting that text in other areas of the document. Maybe add a paragraph tag where you echo out some gibberish string. The entire point is to become comfortable with writing this awkward sequence of characters. You'll get it. All right, at this point, you've learned how to successfully echo out a hello world string. But yeah, what we've done here, well, right now, you'd be forgiven for thinking, but why? What's better about this versus what we had at the beginning, where we simply wrote hello world as the content of the h1 tag? And of course, you're right. At the moment, we're just getting used to PHP. We're shaking hands. And if you think about it, we've already learned a handful of important things. First, we can open a PHP tag like this, and then we close it at the bottom. Anything between that opening and closing tag will be interpreted as not HTML, but PHP. So we've also learned that when we work with PHP, we can mix it within any HTML document, and that's somewhat unique to PHP. Next, we've learned that if we want to prepare a string and display it on the page, we can use echo, and then we place the string within quotes. Now, those quotes could be double quotes, or they could be single quotes. We can talk about the differences later. But then lastly, we've learned that we end a command with a semicolon. Think of this almost like a period for writing English. When you finish your thought, or when you finish the sentence, you conclude it with probably a period or something like that, some kind of punctuation. Well, within PHP, we complete a sentence, so to speak, with a semicolon. All right? But now, in this episode, let's talk about how we can combine things, or concatenate would be the proper term. For example, what if instead of world, we wanted it to be somewhat dynamic? Maybe it could be universe, maybe it could be town, maybe it could be folks, whatever you want. So let's remove that. And yeah, in many languages, we use the plus symbol. We would do things like this, hello plus world. But yeah, you'll notice in PHP, it doesn't like that. Wrong string concatenation operator. In PHP, we use the period. So yeah, this is the term we use, concatenation. We are going to concatenate hello with world. Okay, let's leave it like that and see what we get in the browser. So I'll switch to the terminal. If your server isn't still running, let's boot it up, like we did in the last episode, and then view it in the browser. And yeah, we get the exact same thing, but now we have a new piece of syntax that we can work with, the concatenation operator. So now we can swap this out on the fly, universe, and we get hello universe. Maybe hello everybody, switch back, and that works as well. Okay, cool. Next, let's make the greeting itself dynamic. Maybe instead of hello, it's hi, or what's up, or anything else you can think of. All right, let's do it a little bit differently though. This time, we're going to create our first variable. We create a variable by using the $sign and then any number of characters. So if I really wanted to, what we have here could be a variable name. It's not a very good one, but it would work. But in our case, I did say the word greeting, right? So I think that's a good name for the variable. $sign greeting equals what? Well, in our case, why don't we make it equal to hello? So I will say hello. Okay, and I think I'm done, but what do I put at the end again? What is the punctuation for a piece of logic? Once again, it's a semicolon. And again, in your head, just think of it sort of like a period. I am finished with this piece of logic, so I conclude it with a semicolon. Okay, so now I have a variable called greeting that is equal to the string hello. But if I switch back to the browser, there's no difference here because I haven't used that variable anywhere. Okay, let's swap it out. So now let's select everything here, and I will replace it with our variable name. And let's see what we get there. It'll be close, but not quite. Yeah, notice I get hello everybody as one long string or as one long word. And that would make sense if you think about it. Right now I say echo out greeting, and then no space, and then everybody immediately after it. So we could do this in a couple ways. Of course, I could just do a space right here. And yeah, that would work. But maybe everybody will be dynamic as well, or that will become a variable. So another option would be to concatenate a space and then concatenate the rest of the string. So now I'm echoing out whatever greeting happens to be, and then a space, and then everybody. Switch back, give it a refresh, and yeah, we get the exact same thing. So now you've learned about variables. But you know what? When I originally learned this, I think my first thought was, once again, but why? Why create the variable? Why is that better than echoing out the hello string like we had in the last video? And the answer is, sometimes the variable will point to things that you don't have control over. It might refer to something the user types in. It might refer to something that comes from the database. It might refer to something that you're going to manipulate in some way. Maybe the user provides a string of characters and then you change the capitalization, or you tweak them, or you do something that you couldn't do manually or statically. That is the reason for a variable. And trust me, if that's confusing, it won't be confusing in a week or so. All right, so now to finish up, as it turns out, there's actually a couple different ways we could write this. And I think you'll find this is true for programming in general. Often for any given task, there's a handful of ways you could approach it. And often each of those ways will generate the exact same thing in the browser. So there's no difference for the end user. But for you, the programmer, you could write it in a number of ways. For example, instead of using concatenation like we've done here, another option is to store the whole thing within double quotes, like this. Greeting, space, everybody. Okay, now if I come back and refresh, yeah, once again to the end user, there's no difference. But for you, the programmer, you've changed the code slightly. And this is referred to as refactoring. That is when we tweak the code without actually changing the end result for the user. We've tweaked it to be more accommodating to what you consider to be clean or attractive or appropriate or efficient or fill in the blank. All right? So now we've learned something new here. We've learned that even if we have a string, we could store and evaluate a variable within it. But now here's the catch. If we instead use single quotes, did you notice how my syntax highlighting changed? That was a little hint. Now, we don't get what greeting evaluates to, we get the text itself. Okay, so now we can see there is a difference between using single quotes versus double quotes. And that difference is, if you want to nest and evaluate a variable within a string, you have to use double quotes. Switch back, refresh, and now it works. All right, good job. Onward to the next lesson. Okay, welcome back. So now that you're a bit more comfortable with variables, I think the next topic we should tackle is conditionals. Let's get going, and I have an example for you. And what I'd like to do here is dynamically render a message that indicates whether or not you've read a particular book. So let me grab one real quick. All right, here's the closest one. What do we have here? We have Dark Matter, really good book. I highly recommend it. Okay, so when we're done, if you've read the book, it should say something like, you have read Dark Matter. Okay, so let's boot up our server. But this time, rather than manually writing it out, most terminals allow you to press up to cycle through your previous commands. And I'll do that this time. All right, then I can command click on the URL. All right, and sure enough, as you'd expect, we get our static message. But now, real quick, let's write a little CSS. So I will right click, choose inspect, and I'm going to select the body tag here. And even if you're not comfortable with CSS, just come along for the ride. I'm going to set a display of grid on the body. And then I'm going to use this place items property to put everything in the center. But right now, the body is only as tall as its content, which isn't very tall at all. So let's set the height of the body to 100% of the viewport's height. And what this will do is perfectly center it on the page. All right, so I'll bring that back, or I can press Shift-Command-C. And then one last thing, let's set the margins to 0. Okay, and then actually one more. Font family, let's set it to sans serif. All right, that's all the CSS we're going to write here. So I will select that, switch back to PHP Storm, and then in my head tag, I'll do it inline here, and we'll say on the body tag, apply these styles. And now if we switch back and give it a refresh, yeah, it just looks a little cleaner to my eyes. Okay, so now we want to make this dynamic. So how would we do that? Well, let's begin by opening PHP Tags. So, I think the first thing we should do is turn the name of the book into a variable. So let's do that now. We'll call it name equals a string, and then again, we conclude it with a semicolon. Now, let's reference that variable. Clear this out, open PHP, echo the name, and then close PHP. Okay, come back, give it a refresh, and yeah, we get the exact same thing. Very cool. Okay, so now the next thing we need to do is indicate in some way whether or not the user has read Dark Matter. So again, in many cases, this will come from a database. You'll have a database of the user and the books they've read. Have they read it? Have they not? Or sometimes you'll make an API call. Think of that as sort of like an external service that has all of this data. But yeah, right now in our learning, why don't we just hard code this? So has Dark Matter been read? I'll call it read. And what would I say here? Yes or no? Well, we could do something like this, but generally we use what's known as a Boolean. Think of a Boolean as simply true or false. Has it been read? True or false? In our case, why don't we say true? Okay, so now think about it. We should check whether the book has been read, and if so, we write, you have read the book. And if it has not been read, maybe we write, you have not read Dark Matter, okay? So let's see how we might do that. And if you want, pause the video and see if you can figure that out on your own. All right, great job if you figure that out, but if not, no worries. I wouldn't blame you because we haven't yet reviewed what's known as a conditional. So think of a conditional as a way to create a branch in your logic. Or put more simply, think of it as a way to ask a question. And usually it starts with the keyword if. If such and such turns out to be the case, then I want to do this. But if it's not the case, then I want to do something else. So maybe you're going to lunch. Maybe you're going to Subway. If Subway is open, then let's go in and eat. But if Subway is not open, let's go somewhere else, right? It's a simple question. And we can write that with PHP by saying if, and then open parentheses. And yeah, real quick, notice how when I did that, my editor automatically added a closing parentheses. Most editors will do that these days. All right, next, ask your question here, and then open a curly brace. And once again, my editor adds the closing curly brace. So think of everything that occurs between these curly braces as the logic for what should happen if this question returns true, if this question has a positive response. But in our case, yeah, we can't use basic English here. We have to speak in terms of the language. So in our case, I really just want to say, well, if the book has been read, then prepare a message. So let's clear this out. And I'm just going to say if read, or in other words, if the value for this variable is true, then create a message. And maybe this message will say, well, exactly what we have here. You have read name, just like that. Okay, so now if I come down here, I'm going to replace all of this with an opening PHP tag that echoes the message itself. Okay, but now before we review this in the browser, it's going to work. So spoiler alert, it works. But yeah, did you notice how there's a little squiggly underneath message? Variable message is probably undefined. So again, when you use a good code editor, it's almost like a robotic assistant that will give you little pieces of advice. For example, what if red was set to false? Well, think about it. What do you think would happen? And if you're working along, pause the video and ask yourself that. What would happen here? All right, let's come back, give it a refresh. Aha, we get a warning, undefined variable message. But now you might be thinking, wait a minute, wait. We created our message variable right here. So why on earth is it saying undefined when I have proof that we defined it right here? Okay, and this is what being a programmer is. You need to go through it line by line to make sure you understand what's happening. So let's do it together. We start by creating a name that evaluates to dark matter, fine. Then we have another variable called red that is set to false. And then we say, well, if red is true or positive, then, keyword there, then create a message variable. Okay, so let's say that again. If red is true, only on that condition do we create a variable called message. But now, red is set to false, which means this condition, this question, fails. If read, no, it hasn't been read, so don't do anything here. That's what's happening. At no point in this logic do we create the message variable, which is why PHP is squawking at you. Okay, so why don't we do this instead? I'm going to say else, and then once again, between these braces is the logic that should happen if the book has not been read. And in that case, why don't we duplicate this message variable and say you have not read the name of the book. Okay, so now the message that we display to the user is dynamic. So if I come back and give it a refresh, you have not read dark matter. But if we toggle this to true, come back, refresh, you have read dark matter. Pretty cool. All right, so let's finish up by making just a couple small tweaks or a couple small refactors. First up, right down here where we echo out the message. No problem whatsoever. But as you can imagine, in PHP, echoing the value of a variable is really, really common. So with that in mind, there is a shorthand version, and it looks like this. Okay, so let's talk about it. Actually, real quick, let me prove it to you. Refresh, and now we have you have read dark matter 2 times. So notice less than question equals. That is identical to opening PHP and calling echo. It's the exact same thing. So if it feels weird to you and you don't want to use it, all right, fine, no problem. But I will tell you, most people will reach for this. And then also notice how I was able to omit the semicolon. And that's because immediately after we echo the variable, we instantly close PHP. So in those situations, the semicolon is optional. Keep it if you want, and it might be a good idea right now just to get you in the habit of always concluding a statement, so to speak, with a semicolon. But do know if you ever see it being omitted, that's why. Okay, so from now on, whenever I need to echo out a variable, I will almost always reach for this particular syntax. And in fact, I'll remove the semicolon. All right, last little thing before I let you go. Notice we have one more squiggly line here. Condition is always true because red is evaluated at this point. All right, so think about what's happening here. It's helping you out. It's saying, hey, you're asking this question if the user has read the book. But because you set this variable to true, that means 100% of the time, the answer to that question is going to be yes or true. Or in other words, if the answer is always yes, then this logic here, where we proceed if the answer is not yes, will never fire. It's superfluous. Why does it exist? Delete it. And then once again, if the answer is always yes, then why are you asking the question? You could remove that as well. And in our little example here, this is a little more appropriate. But yeah, remember, in real life, the answer to that question will be dynamic. Maybe you've read the book, but John hasn't read the book. Maybe you didn't read it last week, but this week you did. In those cases, you won't know the answer to that question, and that is why the conditional here would be appropriate. Okay, just some things to think about. All right, you're making really good progress. I know we're starting to creep into slightly more complex logic, so keep playing around with this, and when you're ready, move on to the next episode. All right, so check this out. At this point, you should be pretty comfortable with creating variables for primitive strings and numbers, right? Name equals John Doe, age equals 25. But now, what about when the variable should contain, so to speak, a collection of things, like a list of your favorite books? How exactly would we do that? I'll show you how. All right, so let's say you want a section of your website for recommended books. So maybe you'd have an unordered list. And just for fun, I've chosen 3 different books from 3 different decades that I would actually recommend. And I'll show you these. So we have from Philip Dick, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? This is what spawned Blade Runner. It's very interesting, makes you think. Next, this was, Stephen King, The Langoliers. This was originally a short story in one of his compilation books. I don't remember which one it was, but then they extracted it into its own release. Super, super good. Imagine waking up in a plane and 90% of the people on the plane have disappeared, but the plane didn't land. They try to figure out what happened there. And then finally, of course, from this decade is Hail Mary, which is one of the best books I've read in many, many years. Okay, so let's say we have those 3 books. Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? Next up, we have The Langoliers. And then finally, Hail Mary. Okay, so now our job is to make this dynamic. Remember, in real life, things like this will often be stored within a database. Here's John's recommendations, or here's Sarah's recommendations. All of those are stored in a database. So yeah, how would we do this? Well, once again, we could open up PHP directly within our body tag. And yeah, what would be a good variable name for our list of books? Well, I said books, right? So why don't we call it books? But yeah, at this point, we've learned that we can do things like this, but I instead want it to represent many book names. So what do we reach for in that case? And the answer is an array. So think of an array as the programming equivalent of a folder. It's a way to take a group of things or a list of things and put them together in a folder. And then if you want to move all of those things from one place to another place, you just pick up the folder and you carry it, right? The same basic principle is true for arrays. I create an array using this notation. Open bracket, closed bracket. Now I can store each of these titles as strings. There's one. Next, The Langoliers. And then finally, Hail Mary. All right, cool. So now I have a single variable that represents a list of recommended books. The next step is to loop over that list, and for each item, display a list item that includes the name of the book. So here's how we do that in PHP. Let's do this. Open up PHP, and I will say for each books as, And now when I'm looping over this array, how do I want to represent or refer to each item within that array? Well, how about name or book? Anything you want. Singular is fine. And then just like with conditionals in the last episode, we open up braces. Okay, and I'll close PHP at the bottom. So now the way this works is, for however many items we have in this array, I will trigger all of the logic that is contained between these braces. So if you want to pause and think to yourself, well, how many times will I, let's do this, echo a list item that says hello. Okay, so if I were to run this in the browser, pause for a second and think, how many hellos will I see? Okay, well, as you can imagine, we will see 3 hellos. Let's come back, give it a refresh, and sure enough, I get 3 because there's 3 items here. If I were to add another one here, then of course we would loop over it 4 times and we'll have 4 hellos. All right, so let's bring this back. And now let's replace the text here with the name of the book. So I'll show you a couple ways to do this. We could once again use concatenation. So in this case, I'm saying, okay, I want to render a list item and then the name of the book and then a closing list item. And that should in fact do the trick. Pretty cool. But of course, as we learned an episode or 2 ago, we could also just inline all of this. I could say echo, open a list item, then do the name of the book, and then close it all in one go. Come back, refresh, and very good. But now a quick little note. I don't know if we covered this, but imagine for whatever reason, you need to add that little trademark symbol at the end of the book name, something like that. But notice how my editor immediately starts complaining at me. And that's because now it's trying to find a variable called booktm, and of course that doesn't exist. So yeah, of course the issue is I want that tm to occur immediately after the name of the book. So I could add a space here, but in this situation, I don't want that. I don't want a space between it. So what do we do in situations like this? Well, of course, you could reach for concatenation, or you'll often see this in the wild. You can wrap the name of the variable within braces, and that sort of silos the variable. Nope, this is the thing that I want you to render, and then everything after it will not be included as part of that variable name. So this would be a way that we could solve it. All right, just a little aside, but something you should be aware of. For now, I'll bring it back to book. Looks good. Okay, so for little examples like this, what we've come up with is perfectly fine. But yeah, as you can imagine, in some situations, your list item will contain its own set of HTML. Maybe it houses a div with headings and a sublist and anchor tags and things like that. And I think what you'll find is when you start trying to render all of that as part of an echo string, as you can imagine here, very quickly it starts to get super messy. So for this reason, there is a shorthand for loops, and I'll show you how it looks. Let's start from scratch. Open up PHP, and yeah, for each books as book, but this time, instead of opening up a curly brace, we're going to use an alternative syntax, sort of a shorthand that you will mostly see when working with views or HTML, as you see here. And that shorthand or alternative syntax is a colon. Okay, so let's close PHP so that I can return to HTML. Hello there. And then we need some way to delineate where the end of the for each should occur. So at the very bottom, I will open up PHP again and write end for each. All right, so if we switch back, we should once again get 3 hello there's, and we do. Okay, so I think you'll find whenever you need to build up complex HTML fragments, this alternative syntax for each is 100% the way to go. And yeah, it's not limited to for each. You can also use it for conditionals. It's the exact same syntax. Okay, so now let's just update this by opening PHP, echoing out the book name, and if I switch back and refresh, we're good to go here. But also don't forget, you learned about short echo tags, right? So you could instead just say equal book and then close it out, and that would work as well. And once again, this is the approach that I would usually take. So give it a refresh and we still get the same thing. All right, so you're making pretty good progress now. You've now learned that a variable can house, so to speak, a collection of things. And that's specifically what an array is for. It's for containing a collection of things. Maybe that collection could be names, a collection of names. It could be a collection of numbers. It could be a collection or list, if you prefer, a list of usernames, a list of book names, a list of popular tweets. Anything like that could go in a primitive array. And then you use the for each syntax to loop over each item within that array and proceed however you need to. All right, welcome back. Let's keep focusing on arrays. So you now know how to define an array, which is good, and you can loop over them. But yeah, what about situations where you need to interact with individual items within that array? For example, if I want to grab this value here from the books array, how do I do that? What is the appropriate syntax? And actually, it's not too hard. Within a paragraph tag, I want to echo out this item here. So I know I'm working with the books array, and if I count 1, 2, yeah, it's almost like I want to do something like this. Go into the books array and give me the second item. And actually, that's not too far off. We can use brackets here like this. But it's not going to give you the result you might expect. Let's have a look. Refresh, and yeah, I get Project Hail Mary instead of 1, 2, the Langoliers. So I asked for the Langoliers, but you gave me the third item instead, which is really confusing until you realize that for most programming languages, if you're working with a list, it will be zero-based, which effectively means the very first item will have an index of 0, and then you count up from there. So in this case, it would be 0, 1, 2. So now we can see when I said books 2, think of that as give me the second index effectively from the books array. All right, 0, 1, 2, Project Hail Mary, and sure enough, that's what we get. So in our case, if we actually want the Langoliers, well, 0, 1. So I would update this like so, and that works. And of course, if I want the very first item, again, that would be an index of 0, and that's how I would grab it. All right, very cool, but now let's take it even further. Most of the time, you will require more data than simply the title of the book, right? For example, who is the author of the book? Is there a description of the book? What about the category? Is it horror or sci-fi? You know, things like that. But how do I represent that data, that associated data, when all I have here is a string? You know? Well, think about it like this. First item of any array. In this case, I have a string. But it doesn't have to be a string. If I wanted it to, it could be, it could be an integer, it could be a number, it could be a Boolean, or it could even be another array. And what's cool about this is now I have a sort of container or a folder for information specifically about a single book. For example, the name of the book, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? The author of the book is Philip K. Dick. And then a URL to where we can purchase the book. And yeah, this is definitely an improvement. So now if you add more books, just add more arrays. And we'll do one more. Project Hail Mary is written by Andy Weir. And then once again, some kind of URL to buy the book. But there is one issue here. If I come back to this code 6 months from now, I may not remember what that URL is for. Is it a URL to purchase the book? Is it a URL to download the PDF after you purchased it? Is it a URL to the author's website? You know, you just don't know. And it would be nice if there was a way to associate a key with each value here. And in PHP, we can do that. It's called an associative array. Kind of a fancy term, but it just literally means associating a key with a value, like a key-value pair. So let's do this one. What would be a good key for this? Well, it's the name of the book, right? So let's call it name. And I create the association by making an arrow. So I have a fancy font that makes this arrow look pretty. Yours may not do that, but it doesn't matter. All I'm typing here is the equal sign and then a greater than sign. So let's do another one. Well, author, right? So author, arrow, and then this could be purchase URL. Yeah, and the way I think of it is this key points to that value. This key points to that value, and this key points to that value. And one last little thing here. Notice how I made that U capital? And this is a basic convention for many languages. If you have more than one word, make the first letter of the new word capital. Okay? So again, you might see some people do this. That's fine as well. Conventions can be followed or ignored. It's up to you. And we'll talk about that more in the future. Okay, so now let's do this one too. Here's the name, here's the author, and here is the purchase URL. Okay, I'm liking this. So now, check this out. If I want to loop over it like we did in the last episode, well, once again, PHP for each books as book, and I'm going to use the alternative syntax, and for each. Now, in the last episode, we echoed out the book itself, right? But that's not going to work. And already you can see my editor is kicking up a fuss, and we'll see that in the browser too. Yeah, so what's happening here is when we loop over the books array, each item now within that loop is not a string. It's an array itself. So we're basically saying, print the array to the screen. And PHP is going, I don't know what you want me to do here. So it sounds like we actually want to print the name within that array. Okay. So you'll remember at the beginning of the video, we learned that we could access items within an array by using numbers. But when you're working with an associative array, you can instead use the key itself, sort of like an identifier. So in this case, let's replace it with name, and now we will get exactly what we had before. All right? Very cool. So let's think about it. Let's extend it now. Maybe I don't just want the name of the book, I also want a link to where you can purchase the book. So let's add an anchor tag. And yeah, we kind of want something like this. All right, come back, give it a refresh. And ideally, each of those books will link to a unique URL to where you can buy the book. And we already have the purchase URL, so let's reference that. Book, purchase URL. Okay, and if I come back, give it a refresh, yeah, look in the bottom left portion of the screen, and it is working. Okay, so you're making really good progress, and you're starting to learn how you can construct slightly more complex data sets. And trust me, you can take this even further once you learn a bit more. Okay, but I think we're going to call it a day here. A quick note before I let you go. If you're watching this at Laracasts.com, if you look below the description of every video, there will be a short 5 to 10 minutes max homework that I would encourage you to work through just to make sure that what you watched here is being committed to memory. And if you're instead watching at something like YouTube, go to phpforbeginners.com, find the episode number, and then you also can work through the homework. Okay, so onward to the next video. I hope you're excited. I'll see you later. Okay, welcome back, and congratulations for making it this far. Trust me, I know it's not easy, especially the first time around. Okay, so now in this video, this should be fun. I get to introduce you to functions, which you can sort of think of as verbs of the programming world. Functions are responsible for doing things. Let me give you a couple examples. So have a look at our books array once again, and you'll see that I've added just a couple of things. First up, the homework from the last episode requested that you add a release year to each book, and then we display it right down here within our loop. So I've done that. Next up, I've added a third book here called The Martian that is also by Andy Weir. And yeah, the reason why I'm doubling up on authors here is because we're not just going to discuss functions in this video, but you will also learn about filtering. So yeah, imagine this will ultimately be some kind of book repository that you maintain. And in real life, there are hundreds or thousands of books that you want to present to the user. In this case, I'm hard coding it, so we'll keep it very simple. But yeah, one of the things a user will instantly need to do is filter the books according to maybe the release year or the author. So it would be nice if I could say, well, just give me only the books that were written by Andy Weir, because that's all I'm interested in right now. Okay, so how exactly would we do it? All right, I'll give you a couple ideas. Let's scroll down here. Here's our loop. And yeah, notice we're saying, all right, for each book says book, and then display a list item. But maybe we could also say, well, if the book was written by Andy Weir, only on that condition should I render a list item. Otherwise, skip it. Okay, here's what we could do. Open up PHP, and we could say, if the book's author, and I'm going to add a little typo here, but just come along for the ride. If it equals Andy Weir, and let's use the alternative syntax, only on that condition should we render a list item. And then I will close this out at the bottom, just like that. So yeah, you might think this would work, but if we have a look in the browser and we give it a refresh, we still get all of the items, which is weird because we know that Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep was not written by Andy Weir. So what exactly is going on here? And the issue is this equal sign. All right, so here's the deal. When we use a single equal sign, like I've done here, we are literally assigning a value. So this effectively says, all right, for this book's author key, make it equal to or assign it to Andy Weir. So for example, let me show you something. If we also included the author at the very end, so we'll say, echo out the book's author, like this. And if I switch back and refresh, notice that now every book is written by Andy Weir, which of course we know is incorrect. And the reason is because we are assigning a value rather than checking for equality. Think of it like this. Loop over all of the books, and for each one, set the book's author equal to Andy Weir, and then render the list item. That's what's happening here. But in our heads, we thought we were checking for equality. We thought we were saying, well, if the book's author is Andy Weir, only on that condition do we proceed. Okay, so how do we check for equality? We use, and it's a little weird, but we use 3 equal signs. And once again, my font will make it look a little fancier. Just make sure you type that equal sign 3 times and you're good to go. So now watch what happens. If I come back and give it a refresh, we only show and render the books that were written by Andy Weir. And in this case, we ignored Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep because it wasn't written by Andy. So yeah, a single equal sign when you want to assign a value. Triple equal when you want to check equality. Okay, so I'm feeling a little better. This does work. But yeah, we are hard coding the author's name, which isn't overly practical, but yeah, it works. Instead, though, it would be nice if I could create a function that filtered the books automatically. And yeah, don't forget, functions are like the verbs of the programming world. Their job is to be called, they then do something, and then often they return a result. Okay, here's how we define a function, and I'll do it right down here. We start with the keyword function, and then we give it a name, and just like defining a variable, you can name it anything you want. In our case, I want to filter by the author, so let's be a little on the nose. Filter by author. Then we open and close a parentheses, and then we add our braces. Okay, so we're starting to see a pattern here. Remember how we added braces when defining a conditional, and we learned that if that condition was truthy, if it evaluated to something that is positive, basically, only on that condition would we execute the logic within the braces. And the exact same thing is true for a function. This logic within here will only be executed when I actively call that function. And here's how we call a function. Reference its name, filter by author, and then you can see my editor's helping me here. Open and close parentheses, and then we end our statement. This is my way of saying call the function that is named filter by author. Okay, so let's give this a shot. Let's play around for just a moment, and we'll say maybe right down here, let's open a paragraph tag, and to start, let's echo out whatever is returned from that function call. And yeah, take a moment and ask yourself what you think we're going to see here. Let's have a look in the browser. Give it a refresh, and I don't see anything, but if you think about it, that makes perfect sense. We're calling this function here. The function doesn't do anything at all, and it doesn't return anything at all, so of course we don't echo anything at all. That makes sense. Okay, so now let's have it return something. Gibberish. Return, and notice I use this keyword here, return, and I can return an object, an array, a string, a Boolean, a number, whatever I want. Let's just say gibberish. And if I come back and refresh, aha, it works. All right, so I know I'm literally returning gibberish here, but this is actually pretty cool because now within this function, I can do anything I want. I could have conditionals, I could have loops, I could even interact with services outside of my application. And the coolest part is I get to isolate and abstract all of that often confusing logic behind a simple function with a readable name that describes what all of that code is doing. So that's sort of what we're doing here. We're just taking confusing logic and tucking it behind a function with a nice and readable name that describes what all of that logic is doing. Okay, so now think about it. Filter by author, well, that probably should receive something. It should receive all of the books here, and it should then filter them and return only the books that were written by, in this case, Andy Weir. Okay, we have our work cut out for us. How do we do that? Well, the first thing I said is that the function needs to receive the books. So we can specify that a function requires a certain type of data by declaring it within the parentheses here. In this case, I need some books to filter. Okay, so now if I come back to the browser and I give it a refresh, immediately I get an error. Too few arguments to function filter by author. Okay, so PHP looked at this and it saw, okay, you had this function here and it requires some books to work off of. But then you called the function and you never passed through the books, and that is an error, so we see it in the browser here. Okay, let's pass through the books. Come back and give it a refresh, and now, again, we haven't changed the logic, but we have removed the error. Okay, so now I can work off of books, and that's going to be equivalent to what we see here. So yeah, if we wanted to, we could say, I'm going to show you the long form way, and then I will show you a short form. So let's get rid of this conditional because we will no longer take that approach, and we'll clean this up. For this video, the code we will write will be a little naive, maybe a little unsophisticated. And then in the next video, I will show you a dedicated array filter function that will make the code a lot more terse. But yeah, this is a good first step. So you might think to yourself, all right, I have a list of books, and I want to return a new list of books that were only written by Andy Weir. Okay, so we might say, well, create a new array called filtered books. Then we could say, loop over the books that you gave us. We know how to do that. And then check the author of the book. All right, well, if that book's author is triple equal Andy Weir, in that case, add that book to our new array. We can add or append to an array using this syntax here. So notice the brackets here, append this book as a new item within this array. Okay, but now what if the author of the book is not Andy Weir? Well, in that case, we don't do anything at all. We just continue on to the next item of the loop. So when we're done, if we did this correctly, filtered books should now be an array that contains 2 items. All right, so at the bottom, let's return our new array. And yeah, I'm excited. Let's try this out. So right down here where we loop over all of the books, let's change it. Let's now loop over only the books by Andy. So I could say filter by author. And in this case, PHP Storm auto-completes for me. But yeah, again, notice how we call the function, we send through the data it requires. That triggers this function here, which means the logic between the braces runs. And in this case, it builds up an array and it returns that array. So now we are looping over what was returned from this function call. All right, let's give this a run. Back to Firefox, give it a refresh, and congratulations. It took a little work, but now we are successfully filtering an array according to the author. So now to finish up, last little thing, I don't see any reason to hard code the author's name. Why don't we make that a parameter as well? So now we could say, all right, we're going to filter by author, but which author? Well, you have to give us that information. So we'll do that here. Author is now a variable. It could be Andy Weir, or it could be the author of any book in our database. Okay, so all we have to do is swap out the hard-coded string with our parameter, like this. Okay, so now notice we made a change, and my editor picks up on it. And it says, hey, you forgot to provide the author. Let's do it now. Once again, Andy Weir. And this is a nice little refactor. Hopefully everything still works, and it does. But now notice that I've introduced a little more flexibility. And that's a lot of what programming is, introducing flexibility, where things can adapt to different environments and different situations. So now if I want to filter by Philip K. Dick, let's copy all of that, bring it down. With any luck, we should now have an array with only a single item, and we loop over it. How cool is that? Okay, but like I said, we still have a little more work to do here. And this is a little unsophisticated. I think we can do better. In the next episode, we'll talk about dedicated PHP functions. I'll see you then. Hey there, everybody. Welcome back. And you know what? I hope you're excited because, trigger warning, I'm going to push you just a little beyond your comfort zone in this video. We will talk about Lambda functions and refactoring and why and when you might want to make a function you have a little more generic and a little more flexible. So let's get started and see what we can come up with. So we will once again work with our books list. And yeah, here's that filter by author function that we worked on in the last episode. And yeah, it gets the job done, but it's not the most flexible thing in the world. And here's what I mean. What if you later decide that you also need to filter according to the release year? How exactly do you do it when author is right there in the name? Well, I'll tell you. What a lot of newcomers do is they will reach for duplication. So they add a second function. All right, let's filter by the year, and then they substitute where they need to. So check if the release year is now equal to not author, but the year. And I haven't checked this, but I'm pretty sure that would work. But once again, hopefully you can see this is not very practical. What about in the future when you need to filter according to 10 different parameters? Does that mean you're going to have 10 different filter functions? Of course not. We don't want to do that. So instead, it sounds like we need to make things just a little more generic and flexible. How exactly do we do that? Well, I'll show you how to get there in a few steps. All right, let's get going. First up, notice how we are looping over our books. And originally, you learned that you reference a variable name, like books. But then in the last episode, we swapped that out with this function call. But remember, it's still the same thing. I'm not saying loop over the function. I'm saying loop over whatever is returned from the function, which itself is an array. So it's still the same thing. But yeah, there's nothing keeping you from swapping this out, like this. Maybe this is filtered books, and now I will extract a variable. And yeah, this is actually the jargon that we would generally use, extract variable. And that means exactly what you just saw. We take a bit of logic and we extract it into a variable, and then we substitute the variable wherever that logic used to be, exactly like this. And yeah, this is still going to work exactly the way it did before. Okay, cool. That's step one. Here's step two. Now, what you see here is what's known as a named function. Yeah, a named function is nothing more than a function that has a name. Teacher of the year over here. But yeah, as it turns out, there's nothing that requires that functions be named. So for example, if I were to delete that, well, my editor is squawking here, but not because the syntax is invalid. Let's have a look. Expression is not used anywhere. Yeah, so my editor is saying, okay, you created this function, good deal, but you never used it, so you might want to have a look. Notice it didn't say invalid because it's not invalid. All right, interesting. So now we know we can create named functions or anonymous functions. So your next question is, well, what do you do with an anonymous function? And the answer is, well, you could assign it to a variable, or you could even pass it to other functions. Kind of interesting. Okay, let's review that variable option. Filter by author. All right, very interesting. So now I have a variable that is equal to a function call. And notice because I have an assignment here, an expression, that means I need to conclude it with a semicolon, which is a little bit different. Okay, but now if I scroll down, I'm trying to use that function, but my editor is complaining, undefined. And that makes sense. I don't have a named function anymore. I have a variable name that points to a function. That is not a named function. So let's swap this out with the variable name, like so, and now this should do the trick. So yeah, what we have here is what's known technically, to use jargon, as a Lambda function. But yeah, for now, just think of it as an anonymous function. That would be fine. Come back to Firefox, cross your fingers, refresh the page, and yeah, it still works. Okay, so now I think we have the tools and the knowledge we need to move on to our refactor. All right, so let's bring this back to a named function. I'll undo this a few steps. And yeah, let's think about it. If I want this to be more generic, it sounds like I can't have any reference to the author. because I could be filtering by a category or a release year instead. So why don't we just call it filter? Next, though, maybe I'm filtering books, but maybe I could also be filtering a different array entirely. Why don't we make this more generic and, as a result, more flexible? So I'm going to change this to, how about items? Some people go with data. Some people just write array. It doesn't really matter. I just want a generic term that could represent any collection of items. So I will stick with that. Now I have to update the names. And then next, I can't say filtered books because it may not be books. So let's select that. And actually, real quick, notice how I was able to create multiple cursors here. Almost all editors have support for this at this point. Just Google your editor's name followed by multi-cursor or multiple cursors. Okay, that allows me to quickly update things like this. How about filtered items? Okay, what else needs to be updated? Well, the book name. That will simply be item. And then the last thing we should update is this right here. I can no longer assume that we are filtering by the author, and I can't assume that I have access to an author variable. Okay, so how would we do that? Well, it sounds like when I call the function, I need to give it a key, like author, and then also a value. So this is sort of how I want to use the function. I want to give it my array, I want to give it my key, and then I want to give it the value that the key should match. Okay, let's update our function signature. Key, value. All right, now we can update this. Key, value. And yeah, with any luck, if we update this, I think this should probably still do the trick. Let's give it a test. Come back to Firefox, give it a refresh, and good, I didn't make a mistake. And now the cool thing is, this is quite a bit more flexible. What if I want the author to be Andy Weir? I just update the argument here. Refresh, that works. What if we instead want to filter according to the release year? That would be 2011, I think I have one. Yeah, The Martian. That works as well. What about 1968? Last example, and you get the idea. Okay, cool. This is definitely an improvement, but I think we can still take it a little further. The comparison we have here is one of equality. Give me all of the books that were released in the year 1968. But yeah, once again, it's not the most flexible thing in the world, because what if I instead wanted to say, give me all of the books that were released after the year 2000? Well, with our current implementation, that's impossible. It just won't work. So how can we make this more flexible? Well, when we started refactoring this function, we took some of the specifics and we pulled them out of the function. And instead, we passed them in when we called the function. So would there be a way to effectively say, this right here, this check, I want to be in charge of that check. I will pass it in when I call the function. And if that sounds confusing, just come along for the ride, and I think it'll make sense. Okay, so let's try a refactor. And I'm going to start by writing the code that I wish would work. So we learned about anonymous functions. What if I could just say, well, I'm going to pass an anonymous function, or a lambda, and this function needs to accept the current book. And now, if we scroll up, we just want to reproduce what we have here. Okay, so maybe return, look at the book's release year, and tell me if it equals 1968. All right, and this is actually pretty interesting. So think about it. Now I'm saying, ideally, here's how I want it to work. I'd like to call a function named filter. I want to give it an array, and then I also want to pass a function where I can be in charge of how this comparison is made. And in this case, I'm doing equality. But yeah, like we said earlier, I could just as easily say greater than equal 2000. And now, on the fly, I've changed this comparison. Give me the books where the release year is greater than or equal to 2000. Yeah, so notice what we did there. We took this rigid logic that forced an equality check, and we pulled it out of the function so that we can be in control of it. And that's pretty cool. Okay, but now, of course, it doesn't work, and my editor's complaining nonstop. Now, let's make it work. So we scroll up, and we're going to update our function signature, and that's the term we use. The signature is the parameters of the function. and we'll say, give me some items, and then give me some kind of function that I can call. So yeah, we could write it out. Some people will do things like this, or you will often see FN, which is short for function. And I'm going to stick with this approach because if we do, once we start learning about arrow functions in the future, you'll feel a little more at home. Okay, so let's figure this out. We decided that this check here is now being declared when we invoke the filter function. So let's swap that out with our function call. But now, we said right down here that we need to receive the book, right? So that means when I call the function, I need to pass the book, or in this case, the generic item name. Okay, and I think that looks right. Come back and refresh, and it works. So you know what? I think this is really cool because now we have full control over the comparison. And here's what I mean. If I later decide that, no, I want books that were released before the year 2000, now I have a way to do that really easily. Or I could say, give me the books that were written by this author or some other author. Once again, now I have a place to do that, which is pretty cool. Okay, so now I want to finish up with one final refactor. And I know what you're thinking, this is enough, Jeff, we can be done for the day. But no, one final thing. So what we've done here is great, and you should pat yourself on the back. But as it turns out, PHP provides built-in functions for working with arrays. So if I got rid of this and replaced it with PHP's version, which is called array_filter, well, as it turns out, the signature for that function is very similar to what we have here. And that means if I come back and refresh, I still get the same thing, but now I get to use what PHP provides out of the box, which is really cool. So now let's just finish up by saying, how about books author, once again, is Andy Weir. And that all works like it did before. Pretty cool. Okay, I think it's time to move onward to the next episode. But yeah, once again, if you need to, watch this video twice, ask comments, work through the homework, and then when you feel comfortable, only then can you move on. Bye. All right, so before we move on to the technical check-in in the next episode, let's take 5 minutes or so to talk about code organization and why often you might want to separate your PHP logic from the HTML itself. Let's have a look. So what we have right now is a single HTML file with all of our PHP logic nested inside it, including any data or filtering or functions or loops, as you see here. And yeah, at least to some extent, it's kind of a feature. The ability to combine PHP and HTML within a single file is really powerful. But also, as you might be able to imagine, there's also the potential that this file grows and turns into a monstrosity that's incredibly difficult to reason about. So even at this early stage, it's very important that you're always thinking about readability and code organization. So I'll tell you, what a lot of PHP developers will do is they will separate the logic itself, the PHP code that gathers the data, and they will split that from the HTML that displays the data to the user. So I'll show you what we could do here. What if we took everything here? So I'm going to select all of this PHP here, and I'm going to cut it. And as a first step, just the very first step, why don't we get it out of the body tag? Why don't we put it at the very top of the document, like this? Okay, so yeah, it's a simple and subtle enough change, but notice how now we are being crystal clear that our PHP logic is entirely separate from the core HTML itself. Okay, but what about this? That's PHP. Do we have to figure out where that goes? And the answer is no, we don't have to take it that far. If we look at what this is doing, we are looping over an array and we are building up some HTML. That's exactly what this is for. But notice how it's effectively dumb. Actually, that's the word we often use in the programming community. You will often hear people say that the template or the view, and by the way, for now, just think of it as the HTML, just another word for the HTML. They will often say it should be dumb. And what they mean by that is it probably shouldn't be doing any complex logic. It shouldn't be interacting with external services or the database. maybe ideally. But remember, for any given guideline, you can break it whenever you decide that it's appropriate to break that guideline. But yeah, just as a general rule of thumb, we would like our templates to mostly be kind of dumb. And that is the official jargon we're going to use in this series. Okay, so this looks good. It's a good first step. But as you can imagine, when your application grows, this section at the top of your doc type is also going to grow and grow and grow, and it's going to get a little messy. So the next step would be to split this logic into its own file. So with that in mind, what if we had one file for the PHP logic and then another file for, again, what we might call the view or the template or the HTML portion, what the user sees. All right, let's do this. I'm going to create a brand new file here. And we can name this anything we want, but I do want it to be clear that it is a template that is connected to index. So I might say index.template.php. We might say index.html.php. We might say index.view. I'm going to go with this view term because as you learn more and you start digging into frameworks, you will see that word often. And it's probably a good idea if we understand what it means earlier than later. All right, so I'm going to copy everything and move it over. But now I'm going to get rid of all of this PHP logic at the top. The only thing within this file is our core HTML and then whatever data we need to echo or loop over. Okay, now we can switch back to index.php, and I will do the opposite. I'm going to get rid of all the HTML there and leave only the PHP logic itself. Okay, but next notice, if I scroll to the bottom, my editor is saying, this is redundant. And this is, it's an optional rule, but almost everyone follows it. If you have a file that exclusively contains PHP, you can omit the closing portion of the PHP tag. And then further, I wouldn't indent this. I would do something like this and then add a space at the top. Okay, so now we have two files. One file that declares the data. And again, this would be the file that might interact with your database. This might be the file that calls some kind of API to give me, I don't know, the top 20 books from Amazon. If I know how to make that request, I would do it within this file. Once I have compiled all of that data, I would then load the view that displays that data. Okay, so notice we have a separation there. But now, if I come back to the browser and I reload, of course, I get a blank page. And that's because at the moment, the application doesn't know anything about this view. Just because you create it doesn't mean it's magically referenced anywhere. So let's do this. I'm going to go back to index.php, and I need a way to say, load my view or load the HTML. And we can do that at the bottom by saying either require or include. Let's do require. And I'm going to give it the name of the file, index.view.php. Okay, so think about what happens when we load this file. It creates an array of books, it creates a filtered books variable, and then it requires our view, or the HTML. And yeah, when we say require, just think load. Load the view. Now what's cool is the view will have access to all of the data that was defined in this file, which means even though I didn't create filtered books in this file, it's still going to work, even though you see a squiggly line here. Hold that thought. If I come back to Firefox, yeah, now that is working. So what's going on with the squiggly line here? You're probably only going to see this if you're working along in PHP Storm. And I think it's confusing, and I'm surprised they do this, but PHP Storm will not follow requires and includes when tracking variables or something like that. But we can solve it pretty easily by opening up settings, and I'm sorry, I'll do it manually. Let's go to PHP Storm, Preferences, Editor, Inspections, and these are all the inspections that PHP Storm will do for any language or for any tool. The one we care about is within the PHP section, all the way down to undefined symbols, and then undefined variable, because that was the error that we were seeing. I'm going to turn on this right here, search for variable definitions outside the current file. So let's turn that on as I've done, apply it, and that squiggly line should go away if I return to the view, and it does. Yeah, kind of a weird one, but if you're using Visual Studio Code or Sublime Text, I bet you won't see that at all. Either way though, it's still going to work. There's no problem there at all. Cool. All right, so think about what we accomplished in this episode. And by the way, this is like bedrock stuff. It's incredibly important what we're covering in this video. We've learned that it's key to separate your PHP logic from the layer that renders it for the user. And that second layer could be called the HTML. You could call it the view. You could call it the template. They're often used interchangeably. I typically use the word view, which is why we named the file index.view.php. And now notice how much easier it is to reason about. If I need to adjust the PHP logic, I go into index.php and I make my change. If I instead need to tweak the presentation, for example, I don't want to use an unordered list, I want to switch over to divs or a definition list or something. Well, I know that I will make that change within the view layer. And this also is much easier to reason about. It has access to some data, and it's, again, effectively dumb. It loops over it, and it renders it for the user. Pretty cool. All right, so in section 2, we're going to crank it up a notch. I will add some new concepts. We will introduce the database. We'll figure out how routing works. It should be lots of fun. But first, before we get there, let's do a quick technical check-in. Just think of it like a chapter review to make sure that everything I covered was actually committed to memory. And then take the quiz, and once you ace that quiz, only then can you move on to section 2. Okay, so let's do our review. And first up, if I want to define a variable, I always begin with a $sign. So let's create a variable for a business name. Done. Notice the name is a string, so we surround it in quotes, and then we conclude the statement with a semicolon. Let's make another variable for the cost of Laracasts, which is $15 a month. Now, as you can imagine, sometimes we need to gather and group all of these attributes. So in those situations, we can switch over to an array. Business equals an array. The name of the business is Laracasts, and the cost of the business, once again, is $15. Now I can access each of those values by doing this, business bracket the name of the key. Next, let's move on to conditionals. Maybe if the monthly cost is too high, we don't want to proceed. We could say if business cost is greater than, how about $99? In that case, yeah, let's leave the store. Echo, not interested. Easy. All right, let's do another one. What about the categories that are offered as part of the business? For Laracasts, that would be things like testing, PHP training, JavaScript training, etc. Next, we want to loop over them. All right, that's easy too. Let's use for each. For each business categories as category, then once again, render it however you need to. In this case, we'll do an echo. Echo the category to the page. But yeah, in real life, you might want to render it as part of a list item, or at the very least, add a break. Finally, we reviewed functions. Maybe we need to offer users a way to sign up for our site. Well, in those cases, very likely we'd have a function called register. Maybe that function accepts a user. And now, yeah, you can proceed however is appropriate. So I'll tell you, in real life, this will consist of things like create the user record in the database, maybe sign them in. And that would involve something called sessions that we haven't yet reviewed. Maybe you want to send them a welcome email. Send a welcome email. Maybe you also need to redirect the user. So they just signed up. Let's send them to their dashboard. So redirect to their new dashboard. You get the idea. And in fact, this is often the sorts of things that you'll be doing in real life. Okay, so that's functions. Finally, we learned about requires and includes and the importance of separating our logic from the template or the view. So in this case, I have a variable called business and a function called register. Let's now require our view, index.view.php, and that required file will have access to both of these. Okay, so let's come back, and yeah, very quickly, let's echo the business's name. And then let's also include a list of categories that the business provides. All right, easy enough. We could say for each business categories, and we'll call it category. And then I will use the short alternative syntax like so. And yeah, then within a list item, we can echo the category itself. Okay, let's have a look in the browser. And yeah, sure enough, we have our business name as well as an unordered list of categories. And yeah, that'll do it for our rapid fire review of everything we covered in this chapter. So now your job before you move on to section 2 is to take the quiz and make sure that all of this junk was actually committed to memory. A quick note, you will find a link to the quiz in the description below the video on the Laracasts website. You do have to be signed in. You don't have to be a subscriber, but it'd be great if you were. But yeah, just as long as you're signed in, even as a guest, you can access the quiz and put your skills to the test. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back, and congratulations, you've now reached section 2 of PHP for Beginners. So yeah, section 1 was all about the initial fundamentals. And granted, I get it, there's plenty of things we haven't yet reviewed, like classes and objects and object-oriented programming. But yeah, at least the initial fundamentals, I hope, should now be part of your skill set. So now section 2 is all about figuring out, at least initially, what it looks like to build a website or an application using PHP and MySQL. So let's get started. Now, to make things a little easier on the eye, and also so that we have something to work with, I think we should start with an existing HTML boilerplate or skeleton. So with that in mind, I'm going to grab a component from tailwindui.com. Whether you're familiar with this or not, you don't need to worry. There's no prerequisite here. All I'm doing is browsing their components to find a pretty stacked HTML skeleton. So notice if you're following along, yeah, I just want something like this, an initial bit of practical HTML that we can experiment with. And you'll see this happens to be one of their free components. So I will click on this here. And now if I switch back to my editor, let's go into my view. And within the body tag, I'm going to paste all of that in, like that. Okay, so now we have some markup to work with. We have a bunch of CSS utility classes here. And again, if you're not familiar with any of this, trust me, don't be afraid. You don't need to worry about it. You're not going to be tested on it. It's just a quick way to have something pretty in the browser. Okay, so now the only remaining step before we check it out in the browser is to follow the instructions here and then import the Tailwind CSS. So notice we need to add these classes to our HTML tag. So I will do that now. Class, and paste that in. And then on the body tag, we need a class of hfull. That stands for height full, or height is 100%. Okay, that's it. And then let's import the CSS. And ironically, we do that via a script tag. cdn.tailwindcss.com. All right, so yeah, let's give it a shot. I come back to Firefox, we give it a refresh, and yeah, you see what I mean? Now we have something pretty attractive to work with. And more importantly, our template has a number of sections, so to speak. So we have a navigation area, we have a header area, we have a main content section. So this will very closely resemble the sorts of websites that you actually build on your own time. Okay, let's get back to work. All right, so let's see. And yeah, again, don't spend too much mental energy trying to figure out what's going on here unless you want to. The important bits are that we have a navigation section, and I will hide that with Command-. We have a header section, which corresponds to what you see here. And then at the very bottom, we have a main content section. So notice we have little notes, replace with your content. All right. Hello, welcome to the home page. Okay, come back to Firefox, give it a refresh. And yeah, this is what you'd expect. Okay, but now I want to, of course, have links. So if we go up to the navigation section, let's see. We have a dashboard, team, projects, calendar, and reports. So if we have a look, of course, that corresponds here. Okay, why don't we change dashboard to home? And that will take us to, well, / the home page. So if I come back and refresh, sure enough, that has been updated. Let's do the same thing for a couple others. So we'll say, how about we have one for home, one for about us, and that will link to, how about /about, and then we'll come back to that in a moment. And then I'll have another one that ideally would link to /contact. All right, let's have a look. Come back to Firefox and give it a refresh, and there we go. Okay, so the next step is let's create an about page. So how do we do that? Well, let's see. We have index.php, and I've removed all the variables from the previous episodes, but in real life, you probably have some data gathering to do. At the moment, it just requires a view. So why don't we do the same thing for about? About.php will load a view called about.view.php. And to do that, at least initially, I'm going to duplicate index.view.php, and we'll call it about.view.php. All right, and yeah, as I'm doing this, hopefully alarm bells are going off in your head. Because think about it, what about when we have 20 different pages? Am I duplicating this massive HTML 20 different times? Well, if I did, I'd end up with a sort of n+1 problem where, let's say you need to change or tweak the navigation bar or import a script. Well, think about it. You'd have to do it for however many pages are in your site, which clearly is not something we want. But yeah, baby steps. So I'm going to go down to the bottom here. Yeah. We'll say now you are on the About page. Okay, so let's have a look here. Okay, so yeah, we're on the home page. Let's try clicking on About, and the address bar updates. But notice it still says welcome to the home page, which is weird. That doesn't seem right. So whenever you're in doubt, of course, just click that refresh button a bunch of times and cross your fingers, but no dice, it doesn't make a difference. Okay, well, if we have a look, it is about.php. So yeah, let's give that a shot. Come back, about.php. Aha, it works. Okay, so now we're starting to learn something about how PHP's built-in server works. And it looks like if we request something that it can't match or identify, it'll defer to the default. And remember, index.php, that file name is always the default. Okay. But yeah, it would be nice if I could just do /about. I don't always want to add the extension here. Well, I'll show you how to get around that, but for now, it's a little bit, just a little bit above our pay grade. But I promise I'll show you how to do that in a handful of episodes. So for now, let's stick with the full file name. So with that in mind, I'm going to go back to index.php. Our view. And here's our navigation bar. And yeah, it sounds like I need to update this to /about.php. And whenever we do create a contact file, that would be contact.php. Okay, and now notice I have to do the exact same thing for the about page. So update that. Yeah, so clearly imagine making a change like this across 20 different views. It would be a nightmare, right? And we can't allow it. So I'm only duplicating myself once before we solve this problem. Okay, so come back to Firefox, give it a refresh. And now if I click on About, it takes me to /about.php, and we do see the corresponding page. If I want to go back, that works as well. So let's finish up by doing one more for contact. So I'll duplicate this again, contact.php. We'll do the same thing for contact.view. We will begrudgingly duplicate that HTML just for a few moments. And then down here at the bottom, where are we? Contact us. And then did I update the view? No, got to do that here. All right, so yeah, let's cross our fingers. Here's the home page, and pay attention to the copy here, the about page, and the contact page. So now we can even update the headers. So let's do this in index.php. And yeah, notice to go through all of this HTML is just a slog. It's a nightmare. I can't even find it. Where's the header? There we go. All right, so this is our home page. I'll do the same thing for about, search for header. All right. Maybe about us, and then to contact us. Okay, give it a refresh, and now it's a little bit more clear. Home, about, contact. But also notice real quick that the little pill background remains on the home section. And that's because those styles have been hard-coded. So yeah, if we were to inspect this, let's have a look. Where's our navigation area? All right, so notice, what are we doing here? So yeah, first up we have ARIA current. That's for accessibility. It's a way to signal to screen readers what the current page is. And notice that the styling is a little bit different. So we have background gray, and then 900 is basically how gray is it? So you'll see, yep, there's a background, but none of these other ones have a background. So yeah, yet again, this would be a situation if you were building a static HTML site where you would just have to deal with all of this crap. You'd have to manually update every file and say, okay, now here, is this the only difference? Yeah, I think so. So now this would be for about. And then this one would be text gray 300, and then hover is gray 700. I think that's right. Come back to about, and now we can see that move around. And in fact, I'm sorry, I spelled gray wrong. There we go. And then we do the same thing for contact. So yeah, kill me. This is just kind of a painful thing to do here. We'll update this. Now move it down to the contact styles, and then update this once again to text. Gray is 300, and then hover. When you hover over it, it becomes a darker gray. That's basically what's happening here. Refresh. Yes, notice Tailwinds gives me a way to quickly style things without updating a dedicated CSS file. So if you're interested, definitely check it out. But if you're not interested, you don't need to worry about any of this stuff. Okay, so home, about, contact. Yeah, it works, but I promise you there's a better way to organize and structure these things. So I will show you that in the next episode. Okay, welcome back. Let's get started cleaning things up. So as you know, when you're building a simple static website, you sort of have no choice but to accept the duplication, right? I mean, maybe there's some kind of fancy JavaScript templating option you could reach for. But yeah, if we're only talking about HTML and CSS, duplication is just part of the deal. But now we're using a dynamic language, which means we don't have to go along with that anymore. We can remove it entirely. And I'll show you how in this episode. But before we get to that, let's first organize our files just a bit. Already it's getting a little confusing. And now imagine that we had 20 or 30 additional files all dumped within the same directory. Yeah, we don't want that. So instead, I'm going to create a new directory, and this will be exclusively for our views. Okay, so now let's grab each of these, and I will command click them and drag them into the views directory. Okay, now, of course, I need to update these files to point to the views directory and then the file. And I will update all of these. One more. And yeah, already that's just a little bit cleaner than what we had before. Okay, so now let's go into our views directory. And yeah, you'll remember in the last episode, we begrudgingly duplicated all of this HTML for every single view. But yeah, clearly we don't want that. We need to fix that. So here's what I'm thinking. Let's add a new directory within the views folder called partials. And yeah, you can think of a partial as a partial piece of HTML. Okay, how can we divide this up? Well, maybe we could start with the navigation area. So notice if I select all of that, yeah, it is a massive piece of HTML. It just keeps going and going. Let's cut that, and I'm going to create a new file in the partials directory called nav.php, and I'll paste that in. All right, and now if we switch back and visit that about page, well, the navigation area is gone. And that would make sense. All we've done so far is created a file, but we haven't yet used it. So I can do that now. And you've already learned about requires and includes. It's the same thing. PHP require partials/nav.php. Okay, cross your fingers, come back and refresh, and it's back. Okay, so now we were able to take all the duplication for the navigation area and extract it, and that's a programming keyword, to extract code into its own file. So now I'm going to do the exact same thing for every file. Select all of it and replace it once again with a require to partials/nav index.php. And I'm going to copy that so that I don't have to write it again. Now to the contact page, and the exact same thing. Select it all and replace it. Cool. So now this should work for every single file. But notice that now, if I need to, for example, add an additional navigation link like this, testing, well, notice I only have to do it in a single place. Whereas in the last episode, I would have had to update the navigation HTML for every single file. Of course, that's the benefit to this approach. Okay, cool. So now, yeah, let's go back. What else can we do here? Well, what about starting at the doc type and grabbing everything leading up to the navigation area? That's sort of like the header or the head section. All right, let's do that. So add a new one, head.php, and I will paste that in. And now I can update this. So at the top, require partials/head, and then we will fix the indentation shortly. Let's also do one for the footer or the foot if you want. Footer.php, paste that in. All right, switch back, and then we can substitute that. Yes, and notice how requires are literally, you can almost think of it as paste. Paste the contents of this file directly here. And that's an easy way to think of it. Okay, so now let's unindent this. And yeah, if we switch back to index.php, everything seems to be working. Great. But now notice for this file, we've removed so much duplication. We can do a little bit more, like for the head section, but already I think this is looking pretty good. Okay, so now I should be able to select all of this and then update our other views. And the only thing I have to tweak is the header. Everything else should be the same. All right, so cross your fingers, refresh, home, about, contact. Yeah, we're 95% of the way there. But notice how the logic for the currently active navigation link is now locked to the About page. So we can fix this pretty easily, but I'm going to punt on it for this episode, just so we don't get off track. Okay, so the only remaining step is, why don't we also extract the banner? Okay, create a new file, banner.php, and I will paste that in. But again, notice now we are extracting a partial that hard codes the current page. So file that one away. Okay, let's come back and replace it with our new partial. And then I'm going to do the exact same thing for the other pages. So that and that. Okay, so yeah, now have a look at how our views look. My About view requires a head, requires a navigation area, requires a banner, and then the main section is always going to be pretty much unique to every page. So I can keep this here. And then we close out our site. And then we do the exact same thing for contact and index. So this is homepage. This would be about. Yeah, all of that duplication has now been destroyed, which is really good. But now we've introduced a new problem. Notice how the text of the banner is hard-coded to About for every single page, and of course we don't want that. Okay, so it sounds like we need to make a portion of a partial dynamic. How exactly do we do that? I'll give you some ideas. Okay, let's close the views directory. And yeah, let's introduce a brand new term. I want you to think of these three files sort of like controllers, and that's an official programming term. So just as view is sort of a adopted term in the community, controller is as well. You can think of a controller as being responsible for accepting an incoming request and providing a response. And when I use that word request, I just mean a visit to the About page. That is a user's request to visit the About page. We then accept that request and we provide a response. And that response consists of what you see within this view. Okay, so I'm introducing concepts that are maybe a little bit above our pay grade, but are going to pay dividends down the line once you are introduced to frameworks where you see these exact same concepts again. Okay? So, and if you want, we could even create a controllers directory, but let's hold off on that just for now. Okay, so why don't we give a name for this page? This is home, or actually, you know what? Let's call it heading. Okay, and then for the contact page, the heading is contact. And then finally, for the About page, the heading is About Us. and maybe for contact, it's contact us. Okay, so now remember that any variable we define in our controller will be accessible within the corresponding view and partials. Okay, let's give it a shot. I will go into banner, and let's change about to heading. All right, so once again, cross those fingers, refresh, home, about, contact. Everything seems to be working, which is great. Okay, so to wrap up, think about everything we did in this episode. We started by creating a dedicated folder for our views directory. Within those views, we extracted a number of partials to remove duplication. Notice when I visit the index page how much easier this is to understand. If I don't need to work with a navigation area, I shouldn't have to consume that massive block of HTML. And on the other hand, if I do need to work with a navigation area, I can go directly to that partial and make my change. So all of this becomes significantly easier to work with. All right, so you're making really good progress. As always, let's move onward to the next episode. All right, welcome back. Let's dive right in. So you'll remember in the last episode, we punted on this section right here. Notice how if I click on the contact page, it still looks like the about page is selected, even though that's not correct. Okay, I'm going to show you how to solve this in a few steps. We can begin by visiting the navigation partial. And yeah, here's our nav links. And specifically, notice these two right here, a dark gray color and white text. And sure enough, we see it right there for the about link. Okay, so now it makes perfect sense. It's always showing up as the about page because we've hard-coded it into the HTML. Okay, so it sounds like we need to instead apply that conditionally. All right, so we need a way to say, well, if the current page is home, then apply these active styles. So I'll show you how to do that. To begin, I'm going to visit, how about index.php? And I want to show you something. First up, within this file, I can echo gibberish. And just to show you, if I switch back and visit the home page, we'll see it at the top. However, if I instead echo something that is not a string, like how about an array, we're going to see a warning. Notice array to string conversion. All right, so when we use echo, PHP is expecting us to provide a string, and that's good to know. But yeah, what about situations where I instead want to dump an array or an object? Well, in those cases, we can use a function called var_dump or variable dump. Okay, if I come back and give it a refresh, there we go. So now I can see this variable is an array that contains one item where that item's value is this gibberish text here. Okay, so now I want to show you something else. PHP also includes, and this is a new term, what's known as a superglobal. So these are variables that are accessible from any script or from any file. You could use it to grab information about a GET request or a POST request. And if you don't know what those are, you will soon. But we can also ask for information about the server. So let's have a look here. And notice I use $_server, and then we dump that. Okay, so that's going to be an array, but it's a little difficult to parse here. So we have a couple options, but what I like to do is to wrap it within HTML pre-tags, and that will preserve the formatting. So check this out. Why don't we echo out an opening pre-tag, and then we dump it, and then we echo a closing pre-tag. All right, so if we switch back and give it a refresh, yeah, notice it's that much easier to take in, which is great. So we dump the contents of this array, and then we see the rest of our view. But also one thing that you often want to do is dump your variable and then kill the execution, or die. And I use that word die because it's actually a programming term. It's the exact term, in fact, that we would use to kill the execution. So notice if I call die here, nothing after that function call will be executed. So if I come back and refresh, we dump our variable, and then there's nothing else at the bottom of the page. And as it turns out, this is something that you're going to do all the time. Basically, every time that you quickly want to inspect a particular variable. So if I want to do this all the time, it's a shame that I would constantly have to echo this opening pre-tag, then dump the variable, then close it, then call die. Well, maybe we should reach for a function. And remember, functions just do things. They are the verbs of the programming world. So why don't we wrap all of this within a function called, how about dd, dump and die? And then I will paste all of that in. But of course, now I don't always want to dump the server superglobal. I want to dump whatever value you pass in. Okay, and then I will replace that here. Okay, so now have a look. If I refresh, we don't see anything because I didn't call this function. But now I will die and dump the contents of this superglobal. Come back, refresh, and now we get exactly what we had before, but that logic is now nicely wrapped within a brand new function. So if I instead want to die and dump whatever this heading variable is, come back, refresh, and it works. Pretty cool. Okay, so let's bring this back and actually inspect our superglobal here. And specifically, I want to point your attention to this key here, request URI. And notice the value is /, which always refers to the home page. So basically everything after the domain name. So I think what we can do is inspect the request URI to figure out what the current page is. Let's give it a shot. Let's echo the server request URI. And yeah, if we come back and refresh at the very top, sure enough, I can now detect what the current page is. If I switch over to about, let's do the same thing here. We'll do it right there. And now we should see /about.php. Okay, interesting. So now let's take it a little further. I'm going to get rid of all of that and switch over to our navigation partial. And yeah, maybe we could conditionally apply this. Open up PHP if, and let's close out PHP. If we look into the server superglobal, and specifically at the request URI, if that equals / or the home page, only on that condition should we echo out the following classes. And what was it? Background of gray 900 and text white. I think that's right. Okay, so we can definitely clean this up a little more, but baby steps. If I come back and give it a refresh, sure enough, I now see the appropriate styles. And if I instead switch to contact, notice we no longer see it on the home page. So it is, in fact, dynamic. Okay, but I think we also need to have an else condition. Yeah, so notice right now, we might be applying a class of text white as well as text gray. So it sounds like we would need to say, well, if it's the current page, then use these classes. Otherwise, else, echo that class. And yeah, I want you to notice this will work, but already it's really, really messy. Okay, so here's what I want to show you. I want to show you a slightly different way that we could format things. And to illustrate this, I will return to index.php, and I'll paste this logic in here and reformat. All right, and this is what we just wrote. So if a condition is truthy, then echo this string, otherwise echo that string. So as it turns out, for situations like this, we could alternatively reach for the ternary operator, which is just a different way that we could structure things. So if I were to rewrite this, it would look like the following. Echo, and then our condition. So I will copy that here. Then a question mark, and that's sort of like asking a question. Is it truthy? If so, I want to echo these classes. And if it's not truthy, I want to echo that. So yeah, this form and this form are effectively and functionally identical. It's just a different way to write the exact same thing. We ask our question. If it's truthy, then do this. If it's not truthy, then do that. Okay, so I show you this because we could rewrite this and save a few keystrokes. Let's return to our navigation area, and I'm going to change this. Let's remove all of this, and we'll say, all right, echo, and then we ask our question, is the request URI / question mark? Is it? Then do these classes. If it's not, then do those classes. And yeah, this should do the exact same thing. Come back and refresh, and notice I still see those active styles. All right, and of course, I don't have to write echo here. I could use the short PHP tags, like so. And even in this case, the semicolon is optional. So that cleans it up just a little bit, but I think we could take it a little further in just a moment. For now, though, let's copy all of this and repeat it. And the only thing I'm going to change is which URI I'm looking for. So for this link, I would want to check, well, are we on the About page? Only on that condition do we apply those styles. And then we'll do the same thing for the Contact page, like so. So if we did everything correctly, cross your fingers, I think this should work. Refresh and keep an eye on that black background. We have Home, About, Contact. Congratulations, it works. But yeah, even with our refactor to the ternary operator, it's a little cumbersome to write. So I wonder if we could make it even cleaner. Let's see. Let's go into index.php and I will add a new function. Maybe this function will tell me if the URL or URI, we'll use URL in this case, if the URL is a particular value. So this will return a Boolean, true or false. And we know how to determine that because it's this right here. So I will copy that, switch back, and paste it in. And then we'll just replace the value with this variable and return the result. Okay, so now we have a useful function that tells me if this URL is the home page or the About page. Let's see if we can use it now. I will go into nav, and let's replace all of this by saying, well, if the URL is the home page, only on that condition do we apply these classes. So yeah, notice it's a very small improvement. You might even call it, I don't know, a micro improvement. But I promise you, so much of your programming career will consist of small little improvements like this, where you take something that's a little cumbersome or a little vague or confusing, and you wrap it up in such a way that it's not confusing. And then you do that over and over, you rinse and repeat, and congratulations, you're a programmer. Okay. So I'm going to use this, and if I come back and refresh, ooh, I don't see anything. But what about on the home page? Refresh, I do, but not on About and not on Contact. And if you think about it, that makes perfect sense. We only defined this function within index.php. Okay, so now we're in this weird boat where I have to copy these functions for each page. And immediately, this feels wrong. So if I do it again, it's going to solve the problem, but yeah, we don't want to do that. I don't want to duplicate functions across every file. So once again, this is an example of extraction. We're going to extract these functions into their own file, just like we extracted these view partials into their own file. So why don't we call it, create a new file, and how about functions.php, and I'll paste it in. Now I can manage and define them in a single location. So that means back to index.php, I can delete those, and the same for Contact, and the same for About. But now, of course, I have to require that functions file. So I will do that at the top, functions.php. And yeah, it's true, I would have to do this for every view, but I'll show you how to get around to that in an episode or two, I promise. And then we'll do it right here as well. And yeah, if we did everything correctly, that problem should now be solved, and it is. Great. Cool. So yeah, now we have dynamic active navigation styling for each page, which is pretty cool. All right, as always, onward to the next episode. Welcome back. Okay, hey, I've been doing some thinking, and you know what? You're ready. It's time to crank it up a notch and figure out how we can build a custom router from scratch. And granted, it's not going to be the most complex or sophisticated router in the world, but you know what? It'll be entirely practical for where you are right now in your learning. And you know what? You may not even know what a router is. And if that's the case, no worries at all. I'm going to explain every step of the process, and watch this maybe 2 times because I really do think you're going to learn a lot in this video. Let's get going. Now, as always, we will tackle this in a series of steps. So up until this point, we had a direct mapping between a file path in the address bar and the corresponding controller. So for example, if I visit contact, well, we have contact.php, and sure enough, we have a corresponding contact.php controller. Okay, but I want to change all of that. Instead, I want a single point of entry where I can then be responsible for mapping whatever is in the URI to the corresponding controller. Okay, so I want to be in charge of that. Okay, so the first step is to create a new directory specifically for our controllers. Like so. And I will grab about, contact, and index.php and drag them into there. Okay, now we'll close that up. We'll have, again, a single point of entry that is responsible for handling the current route. So for example, if I say hello there and switch back, give it a refresh, sure enough, we are loading this page. And even if we have something like this in the address bar, notice that it still defers to that index.php file. Okay. Well, next up, we learned in the last episode how to die and dump the current server superglobal. So let's import functions.php and try that out again. dd server. All right, come back, give it a refresh. And yeah, once again, we have the request URI. So notice if I change this to contact, yep, we have a match there. But we also have to be a little careful. For example, what if there happens to be something in the query string? You've probably seen this before, something like that, where we have a question mark at the end of the path, and then a series of key value pairs. Okay, well now notice request URI is not contact anymore. It is the full path, including the query string. So we need to account for that. Okay, but yeah, we could start by saying, okay, well, the current URI is server request URI. And then we could start in a very basic way. I could say, well, if the URI equals /, then maybe we're on the home page. So we would require controllers / index.php. But now, before we run this in the browser, I do want you to notice something. This file requires functions.php, and then it potentially includes controllers / index, and that file also includes the functions file. And we can't do that. So in fact, if I come back to the browser and we give this a refresh, we get a fatal error. Notice cannot redeclare dd. And again, that's because we required the file 2 times, so we effectively declared that function 2 times. Okay, so now we have the ability to remove this from all of our controllers. And I told you in the last episode we would solve that little issue, and now we have. Great. So if I come back and give it a refresh, everything is working. We've handled the first use case. Okay, let's do another one. How about, well, else, if the URI is /about, then we will require controllers /about.php. Okay, but now real quick, before we run this, you may remember in our navigation bar, we are still linking to those full file names. Let's tweak it now. We no longer do .php in the address bar. So I will delete all of those at once. Okay, so now we can say if you visit /about, then let's load the corresponding controller. Cross your fingers, refresh, the home page works. I click on about. Oh, and we have that same problem. Maybe I didn't, I missed one. There we go, sorry about that. I thought I got that. Anyways, we give it a refresh and now it works. Okay, so you can see how we might begin building the most basic form of a router. And yeah, just to be comprehensive, we'll do the last one. If it happens to be /contact, then I will load the contact controller. Yeah, so clearly what we have here isn't the final product, but we will slowly get there through baby steps. So again, home, about, contact, I think we're in good shape here. But yeah, now what about the query string? Maybe when you visit the contact page, you could include a name or something like that. Well, now at the moment, we don't see anything, and that's something we have to address. What if the user visits a URI that you don't have a corresponding controller for? What do we do in those situations? And we'll solve all of that in this video. But yeah, in this case, what is the problem? Well, URI is no longer /contact. It's this full thing here. And just to make sure we're all on the same page, I'll prove it to you. Come back, give it a refresh, and now this is what URI is equal to. So if we check it, is the URI/contact? Nope. So we do not load or require that controller. Okay, so it's almost like I need to say, no. Let's strip off the query string. We may work with that later, but right now I just want to know what the primary path is. So as it turns out, PHP offers a function called parse URL. You feed it a URI in this case, and it will parse it and separate the path from the query string. So let's use our handy dandy die and dump function. I told you you're going to reach for it all the time. And if I give this a refresh, now notice I have an array with a key called path that is only the path, and that's what we want. And then another key called query that contains the query string. Perfect. This is just what we need. So now I'm going to wrap this whole thing in a call to parse URL. And now I want the value associated with the path key. So we will grab that here. Okay, so once again, let's die and dump that variable, give it a refresh, and there we go. Even if we have something in the query string, we've only matched the portion of the URI that we care about. Great, so let's remove all of this, cross our fingers, give it a refresh, and now it works. Home, about, contact. But we're not done yet. Okay, so what we have here does work, at least right now, but it's kind of sloppy. So I think we need to refactor. And luckily, things like this are really easy to refactor once you know what to look for. So think about it. What we basically have here is a mapping. So if the path is this, then require this. If the path is this, then require that. If the path is this, then require that. So couldn't we represent that as an associative array if we wanted to? Something like this. We could say, well, if it's /, then load controllers /index.php. And then I'll duplicate that. If it's /about, then load about.php. If it's contact, then load contact. So notice I've created a little map here, or even you might even call it a lookup table, a way to associate a given URI with a corresponding controller. So why don't we name that routes, like so. Okay, well now that would allow me to get rid of all of this, and I kind of like how that looks. It makes it that much easier for me to add new routes in the future that I want to respond to and handle. But now, how do we require the correct value? Well, think about it. I have a URI, and why don't I just check if that URI exists as a key within my routes array? So I might say something like this. And here's a new PHP function called array key exists. So notice you give it the key. In this case, it would be the URI. And then you give it the array that you're looking into, in this case, routes. And what array key exists does is, well, exactly what it says. It lets you know if the array has a key of the given name that exists. So if we have a corresponding URI, only on that condition should we require the corresponding controller. Require routes URI. And let's see if it works. Home, about, contact, it all still works. So that was a successful refactor, or at least partially successful. And I say partially because, well, again, what if the user requests a URI that we're not yet responding to? Let's give that a shot. Let's see what happens. Maybe there's a typo or something like this. Well, now we get the white screen of death, and we definitely don't want that. So why is it white? Well, think about it. We grab the current URI, we set up our routes, we check to see if a URI exists in our list of routes. It doesn't. So we never trigger this logic, which means we go on here and we don't do anything. So all we see is a white page. It all makes sense. Yes, but of course we need to handle this use case. And generally we want to provide what's known as a status code. So if you've ever heard of a 404 page, you can think of that as your way of saying, well, that page doesn't exist. And in fact, if you want to learn more about this, just Google HTTP status codes. We'll do it right now. Status codes, and top link is fine. Yeah, so notice we have all of these response codes like 400, 302, 500, 400. You don't have to memorize all of them, by the way. But yeah, they are ways for us to respond to a given request, to provide a little more feedback. So maybe a user requests a page and we want to redirect them somewhere else. Well, there's a way to provide a response code to indicate that. Maybe we want to let them know, something went wrong on our end and we can't show you this page. Well, we might use a 500 status code for that. Another one might be, I don't know what you just requested. This page doesn't exist, in which case we would provide a 404 status code. And as it turns out, that's the one we care about right now. Okay, so in PHP, we can set a status code by using HTTP response code, and I will set it to 404. Then I will say echo, sorry, not found, and then let's die and kill the execution. Okay, so if I come back and refresh, now I at least have a little more feedback for the user. And more importantly, we are responding with the proper status code. If I bring up Chrome Developer Tools, Firefox DevTools, or I can right-click and choose Inspect, I can go to the console and give it a refresh. And notice right here. So the user made a request for this page, and the response from my server is a 404 not found. We don't know what you're looking for, so we don't know what to do here. We're just going to give you some feedback there. Okay, but sorry not found works, but maybe we can integrate it into our application just a little better. So what if instead I require a file, like require views, and how about 404.php? And I will create that now. 404.php. And let's just duplicate some of this. So I will grab my index file and paste it in. And now this will say, sorry, page not found. And then maybe an anchor tag that sends the user back to the home page. Go back home. All right, and then I will style this real quick. Text to Excel, make it bold, and then maybe a little margin top, and then I will style the link like text blue and underline it. Something pretty basic. All right, let's give it a shot. If I come back and refresh, this is an issue. Undefined variable heading. And that's because, we're loading the banner. The banner expects a heading variable to exist, but it doesn't. So of course we get a warning. In this case, though, it's not overly appropriate to include the banner. So why don't I delete it in the case of a 404? Now if I come back and refresh, this is better. So now we have a page for home and about and contact. Or if the user visits some page that we don't know about, we provide the proper feedback. We respond with a 404, sorry, page not found, and we go back home. Okay, pretty cool. Let's keep going. So back to index.php. I think we can refactor this now. What do these three lines represent? They sort of represent us aborting the current request. So what if I create a function right here and I call it abort? I could then take all of this, paste it in like so, and then here I can simply call abort. A nice little refactor, and everything's still going to work, as you see there. Okay, but often you will want to abort but provide a different status code once you learn more about them. Maybe a 400, maybe a 500, maybe a 422. But right now we are hard coding 404. Why don't we allow abort to accept a status code? We'll call it code, and then we will substitute it here. And here what I'll do is, remember, I need to wrap this in double quotes if I want to inline this variable here, like that. Okay, now really I should probably check to see, do we have a corresponding view for the current status code? Like, is there a 422.php file? I'm not doing that here because I'm just assuming I will never call it. But yes, in real life, you would want some safety mechanisms in place for things like that, but we're not going to worry about it. But now, I could pass through 404 and this is all going to work. Cool. But sometimes it's nice to say, the default is 404. And if you want to override it, you can, but the default is 404. So in these situations, I can set the parameter here to have a default by saying code equals 404. So now if I don't pass a code, it will use 404 and this will work. But if I pass something else, like again, 422, then code here is set to 422, and this is going to fail because, again, we don't have a corresponding view. And that's why in real life we would want to handle that use case. But yeah, let's stay on track, and this all works. Pretty cool. Okay, what else can we do? Well, what about this block here? What is this doing? Well, it's routing the current URI to the corresponding controller. So maybe this could be its own function, like function route to controller. And then I could paste all of that in. But notice we have these squigglies because, well, within this scope, we don't have access to the URI and the routes. That's outside of the scope of this function. Okay, why don't we pass it in? Now I can call it route to controller, and we're going to give it the current URI, and we'll give it our array of routes. Okay, next I think the abort function should go at the bottom. So now we're getting into stylistic stuff. How do I want this file to look? All right, let's see. I load it, and then we have parsing of the URI, declaration of routes, a function to handle routing the URI to one of those routes, and then an option to abort with the given status code. So if we come back and refresh, yeah, all of this is working just like it did before. Okay, but now I'm starting to see that this, and this, really all of this is related to routing. And as you can imagine, in a real life project, if you're not careful, everything gets dumped into this index.php file, and you end up with a lot of messy or spaghetti code. So an initial refactor we can do is simply move this to a file called router, and then I can require it. All right, let's do that now. Router.php, and we paste it in. Okay, so now we have a dedicated file that specifically and exclusively handles parsing the current request URI and routing to the corresponding controller. Okay, so now index.php requires some functions for the app. It requires a router, and we're good to go here. So if I come back and refresh, yeah, once again, everything works like it did before, but now I think we're in really good shape. All right, so now that we've managed to build, admittedly, a very basic and primitive router, I think the next order of operations, or the next order of business, is to learn how to interact with a MySQL database. So I'll warn you, there's a lot to cover here, but I hope you're excited. Let's get going. The first thing we should do is create a database. And of course, if you want, you can do it directly from the terminal, like this, MySQL-U for username, ours is root, and we haven't set a password. And sure enough, I'm in. So yes, I could run the command create database, my app, whatever you want to call it, end it with a semicolon, and sure enough, one row affected, which means I have created a new database. But yeah, these days I prefer to use a GUI for things like this. So instead, I will hide the terminal and bring up Table Plus, which we looked at in the first or second episode of this series. All right, so I'm going to right-click and make a new connection. The name can be anything you want. I will call it demo. And yeah, pay attention to the host and port here. We will stick with the defaults, but later we'll need to reference them from our PHP. So just remember a host of localhost and a port of 3306. All right, next, the user was root. We don't have a password because it's local. And that should be it. So let's test it out. And I do get green, so I'm ready to connect. And there we go. All right, so now to select a database, I can press Command K, and we called it My App. Otherwise, if you want to create one from scratch, you can do it here. All right, and we're in. So now what we might want to do is close this out, and I will right-click on Demo and choose Edit. Yeah, and if we want, we can set it to always load the My App database, and I'll save that. Okay, so now when I double-click, I'm directly within that database. All right, let's create our first table, and we will use the very common example of blog posts. Okay, so I just used the word table. At least initially, you can think of it sort of like an Excel spreadsheet. That's a common comparison, or even something like a form. We've all filled out a web form before. So imagine you're using WordPress or something, and you want to create your first blog post. what would some of those form inputs be? Well, you might have something like, what is the title of this post? So I will call the column name title. The data type, you're going to see all sorts of types here. Trust me, you will mostly use 10% of these, but the common ones are things like varchar or varchar. That would be any number of characters up to 255. You could have text, and that would be useful for long form text. You could have timestamps. You could have decimals and floats and integers. Again, there's a lot here. You will mostly use 5 or 6. So in this case, why don't we use varchar 255? Okay, next, is nullable. Can the title be null? Well, ask yourself, would it make sense to have a blog post with no title? Probably not. So let's set it to no. And then do we want there to be a default value? Not really. So that is our first column, but notice how everything has a background of green in Table Plus. That's because it will not persist until you save it. So I will press Command S or Control S. And now I have created a new table that for now only has a title. And then we have our ID, which is the primary key. For now, think of it as a unique auto-incrementing number that represents a specific row within your table. So yeah, what we have right now is the structure of the table, but we don't actually have any data within it, as you see here. Okay, let's do it. I will double click, and notice the ID will auto-increment, and it'll start at 1. So you can see there is a default value there. So that means I only need to worry about title, my first blog post. And again, notice how it's green. It won't persist until I save. So Command S, and notice it sets the ID to 1. If I do another one, let's say my second blog post, and once again, Command S, now the ID is 2. So this auto increments, and it's a unique identifier that points or represents this specific row. All right, so think about everything we covered in this video. We created our first database called My App, and we connected to localhost on port 3306. Try to remember that. And then we defined our first table within it. And right now, that post table just consists of an auto-incrementing ID, the primary key, and then a title. But of course, in real life, you would add things like the body of the post, maybe a status for the post. Are we in draft form? Has it been published? Has it been archived? And then later, you could have relationships to other tables. For example, it might make sense to include the person who created the post, the user who wrote the post. So think about it. If I added a second table called users, I could then draw a line from a record in the users table to a record in the post table. And that would be my way of saying this user created that post. And that user down here created this post. And this is what it means to have a relational database. Okay, so you know what? My original plan for this video was to also write some PHP to connect to the database. But on second thought, that probably needs to be its own lesson. So to wrap up, and this is also your homework, all I want you to do is play around and get comfortable. Maybe add a new column, create a new table, update a record, and you'll be good to go. All right, welcome back. We have a lot to cover in this video, so no intro this time. Let's just dive right in. I will open Table Plus, access our database, and yeah, in the last video, we created this post table. But of course, the end goal is to figure out how to query this table from our PHP. And query is sort of the key word. To do that, we need to write an SQL or SQL query. We'll do our first one together. Select star from posts. And I can run that, or you can see I can press Command Return on the Mac. Okay, and sure enough, here's the results. All of the records from the post table. So let's break this down. Select is a keyword. It's obvious. What do you want? Give me this. But what is star? Well, that means everything. But I could change it. I could say, well, give me only the ID column or the title column. Let's try it out. Select ID from posts. And now you can see I get all of the records from the post table, but only the ID for each one. Or I could say, give me only the title. Or I could use a comma-separated list. Select ID and title from the post table. Or in this case, because that's all I have, It's functionally equivalent to select star. Now I could also add a where clause. Maybe I only want this blog post here. Okay, well, let's use that primary key or the unique identifier. Select star from posts where the ID equals 1. And now I get that single result, or 2. Pretty cool, and more importantly, pretty easy to write, which I like. All right, let's now switch to my editor. Now, of course, later we will organize and refactor our code. But yeah, when you're first learning, it's totally fine to dump and throw everything within index.php. All right, so we need to connect to our MySQL database. And to do that, we're going to use something known as PDO, or PHP Data Objects. I'll warn you, this can be a little confusing. And honestly, in real life for working developers, you don't write this sort of code too much because it's already been done for you when you use libraries and frameworks. But nonetheless, it's important to at least figure out the basics, and then later you can use what's known as libraries or abstractions. Okay, so the first step is to initialize PDO. To do this, we need to create a new instance of the PDO class. Sounds very programmery and very confusing. And even worse, the idea of classes and objects and instances are entirely new to us. We haven't yet reviewed it. So here's what I'll do. I will give you the 60-second rapid-fire version so you understand it, and then I promise later we will cover it in great detail. Okay, so we can define a class like so. And you can almost think of a class as a blueprint for anything. Now, initially, we often say look for the nouns. So the 101, you're 12 years old example, which can be helpful sometimes, is a person. Well, we could have a blueprint of a person, and one person has red hair and is named Bob. Another person may have brown hair and is named Julia, but they're still people, right? And that's the entire point. All people share similar characteristics and behavior. So what? A person has ears, a person has nose and toes and hair, or maybe not hair. People have similar behavior, like we breathe in, we breathe out. I hope we do that. A person can kick a ball, potentially. A person can move their hands. So a class is sort of like the blueprint for what a person is and what a person can do. So let's start nice and easy. A person can have a name. And what I'll do is I will start with this visibility keyword called public. For now, this is a little higher level than where we currently are, so I prefer you ignore it. But if you want to research it, it's just a way to declare visibility of this property to the outside world. But yeah, for now, just come along for the ride, and we'll explain it more in the future. Name, and I never want to do something like this, because then, think about it, I'm now saying the blueprint of a person is that all people have a name of Jeffrey, and of course, that's not true. So I will simply define it like so. What else? A person has an age, and then a person has behavior, like breathe. So I could define a function called breathe, just like you're used to. But notice how for this function, or actually functions within a class, are called methods, which can be a little confusing, but they're still functions. Anyways, notice there's no visibility before function. So do we have to do this? And the answer is, well, yes and no. No, you don't have to do it because technically the default visibility for a method or a function within a class is public. So to some extent, it's redundant. Now, having said that, it's just common practice to declare visibility these days. So even though public is the default, I would recommend just get in the practice of being explicit. And as you'll learn in the future, there are other visibilities like protected and private. But for now, we're just going to make everything open to the outside world. Okay, so let me give this a quick reformat to clean it up. And when we breathe, well, what should we do there? Well, remember, functions are the verbs of the programming world, including methods. So why don't we just say echo, and to start, I will write breathing. All right, so how do we work with this person class? Because remember, I did say it's sort of like a blueprint, right? And just like for a home construction, you'll have blueprints, right? But then you could have any number of homes that you build off of those blueprints. And maybe this one is brown and this one is white, but it's still working off the same blueprint. Well, you could refer to those homes as implementations or instances of the blueprint. And we're going to do the exact same thing here. Person equals a new person, just like that with the new keyword. All right, next let's set the name and age of the person. Person name equals John Doe. And right here, this isn't ideal for a video. This arrow is actually a dash and then a greater than sign. But I'm using a fancy font that turns it into an arrow. But yeah, on your own, you may not see that. Just put them next to each other. Okay, so notice I'm referencing this property, but I don't type it out like a normal variable. Notice that I omitted the $sign. All right, let's do it again. Person age equals, how about 25? Okay, so now let's use our handy dandy DD function to die and dump this person and inspect it. All right, switch back and we'll give this a refresh. And oh, you know what? I'm sorry. Just for a moment, I need to comment out the router. All right, let's do it again. And there we go. So now notice an instance of a class is referred to as an object. And for this object, the name is set to John Doe and the age is 25. If I want to access them, it's very similar to an associative array, but instead of doing this syntax, I once again use the arrow syntax that we learned about. So person, name, and that should give me John Doe. Change it to age, that'll give me 25. And then why don't we call some of the behavior on this class? Breathe. All right, breathe, and call it just like a normal function. Okay, come back, give this a refresh. And now, yeah, I have called that function or called that method. Pretty cool. And even better, within our class, we can interact with these instance properties. So for example, what if I wanted to say John Doe is breathing? I could say echo this, and this is a keyword that refers to the current instance. I think of it as this instance. All right, this name, and then a space, is breathing. Okay, so now because we're calling echo, I don't need DD as well, so I can remove that. And let's give it a shot. Come back, refresh, John Doe is breathing. And yeah, I can create as many instances of this class as I want. One named John, another named Jane, who is 45. But again, they all work off the same blueprint. So yeah, that's your 2-minute Classes 101 introduction. Trust me, we will go into this in quite a bit more detail in the future. Okay, so back to work. All of that to show you that to connect to MySQL, we need to create a new instance of the PDO class. Now you can see this class expects an argument called DSN. DSN stands for Data Source Name. Again, this stuff is very confusing. Think of it as a connection string, a string that declares your connection to the database. So what port, what host, what database name, what character set, things like that. Let's define it now. And I'll warn you, it's a little wonky to define, so we'll do it together. First, what are we connecting to? MySQL. Next, what host are we connecting to? And you'll remember in the last episode, I said to remember this, the host is localhost, and then I can divide these key value pairs with a semicolon. So the port is 3306. And yeah, just in case you forgot how to find that, you can, I think, click right up here. And yeah, host 127.0.0.1 is localhost. And then the port, maybe you have to close this out. Right click and go to edit. Here we go. Port 3306. Here's the username. Here's the database. Okay, cool. So let's go back and now declare our database name. DB name equals my app. And then finally, I'm going to, as a good practice, declare the character set. Char or car set equals, and we basically want UTF-8, but a better version of it. So I will do MB4. Again, this is kind of high-level stuff. It declares how characters are encoded if we're not working with English or something like that. You don't really need to worry about it. Okay, and I will save this as PDO. All right, next, we should probably handle situations where PHP was unable to connect. And to do that, we would use something known as a try-catch statement. But again, it's a new thing that we haven't yet learned. So forgive me, but I'm going to skip it just for now. But we'll cover it later. Anyways, I'm ready to prepare a new query. Prepare. And yeah, you'll remember what was our query up here. Select star, let's do this one. Select star from posts. So I will copy that, switch back, and paste it in. Prepare this new query. So yeah, we are effectively preparing this query to send to MySQL, where it will be executed. So we often call this variable statement. It is a prepared query statement. And then again, I said we send it to MySQL to execute. So I will call a method named execute. And remember, method, function, kind of interchangeable, but the proper term is a function on a class is called a method, but it doesn't really make a difference. Okay, so now the only remaining step is to fetch the results. So I can say post equals statement, and let's use fetch all. I want to fetch all of the results as opposed to a single result or a single record. Okay, so cross your fingers. Let's pass this to DD and see what we come up with. So I give it a run, and actually it fails, so we screwed up. Access denied for user at localhost. Yeah, I forgot to provide the username, and you'll remember that the username is root. So I could do that as part of our DSN, or I could even do it as the second argument, like so. So if I come back and give this a refresh, now it works. Or again, you can do it directly within the DSN, like this, user equals root. And if there's a password, you would provide that as well. Okay, come back, refresh, and now it works. All right, so have a look at what we get in response. I have an array of arrays, where each item is a record that came from MySQL. So notice if we have a look here, the first record has an ID of 1 and a title of my first blog post. Sure enough, an ID of 1 and a title of my first blog post. But notice we have a little bit of duplication here. Notice here's a key of ID and then 0. And then here's a key of title, and then 1. So notice it's kind of giving us both versions, a keyed version and an indexed version. But really, in most cases, you don't want that. So there's a number of ways to do that. But for now, I'm going to declare how I want to fetch the results like this. PDO, fetch, and why don't we say associative array. Give me the results as an associative array rather than indexed. So now notice if I come back and refresh, we will remove that duplication. And this is probably what you want. So now to wrap up, of course, we have way more to do, but to wrap up this video, we can play around by, we'll do it inline here, and we could say echo a list item, and then the title of the post, and then a closing list item. And with any luck, we have the results. Okay, so I know we covered a lot here. There's a lot of confusing stuff, and there's more to come. But it wasn't that many lines of code. We figured out this confusing connection string. We created our first instance of a class. We prepared a new query to send to MySQL. MySQL executed that query, and then we fetched all of the results, and then we looped over them and displayed the results. So yeah, more to do here, but you're making really good progress. Stay tuned. All right, welcome back, everybody. Here's where we left off in the last episode. So we created this awkward-looking connection string, and then we passed it to a new PDO instance. And then we prepared and executed our first query. We fetched all of the results as an associative array, and then we looped over the posts, and for each one, we displayed the title of the post within a list item. And here's what we get. Okay, so to be honest, there is so much we have to cover. We need to talk about prepared statements and SQL injection and different ways that we can configure the DSN. But before we get there, let's just take a few moments and refactor this into something that's a little more friendly to use. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. If I were to, at the top, make a little note about what we're trying to do here, I could do that with 2 forward slashes, and now I can enter any text, and this won't be interpreted as PHP. It's just a comment. Anyways, if I were to write this out, I sort of want to connect to the database and execute a query. Okay, so why don't we convert this to a class? And we already learned a little bit about classes in the last episode, but we'll learn a little more in this video. We learned that we can create a class like so. And I did say connect to the database, and at least initially it's helpful to follow the nouns. So why don't we start with that, class database. All right, next up we have and execute a query. Yeah, in this example, execute and query would both be pretty good method names because they can both be treated as verbs. And remember, we learned that methods are the verbs of the programming world. So in this case, Now, let's just pick one. Do we want to call execute or query? And this is where the design aspect comes into play. If I'm working with a database class and I want to trigger a SQL query, do I want to call execute or do I want to call query? In this case, I think I'll go with query. Public function query. And yeah, remember, whenever we define a function within a class, technically we would call it a method. And don't forget to add the visibility. But yeah, right now we're making everything public because we haven't yet dug into that. All right, so this is looking pretty good to start. The next step is to create a new instance of the database class. So I will begin by creating a variable, db is very common, equals a new instance of the database class. Okay, so now I can call this query method by saying db arrow query. And yeah, you'll know you did it right because if you're using a good IDE, it will give you some IntelliSense. And you can see, yep, you can call this method. Okay, so now how would we go about refactoring all of this into our new database class? And you know what? We're going to do it one refactor at a time. So we will begin by selecting everything, cutting it, and pasting it into our query method. Okay, so now when I call this query method, yeah, it builds up the DSN, it initializes PDO, it prepares a hard-coded query, which doesn't really make sense. What if I want to run a different query? Well, we'll get there. Then we execute it, and then we fetch the results, and we save it to a variable called posts. But yeah, if we wanted, we could return that. And now we should have an array of posts if we did everything correctly. So let's try this out. Posts equals db query. Come back to Firefox, give it a refresh, and yeah, it still works. So it's not very flexible because right now I have a database class with a query method, and all that query method does is it selects everything from the post table, which of course you don't want. So yeah, that would be the next step. Let's make this query dynamic by turning it into a variable. And we can accept that when we call the method. Okay, so now if I scroll down, you'll see squigglies here because we are requiring that you pass us a query. So I will paste that in now. And yeah, notice I've moved it out of the method and made it just a little more flexible. So notice I can tweak this if I need to. For example, select star from posts where ID is greater than 1. And in this case, I think I only have one record. So if I come back, yeah, notice I have complete control. If I had a different table, well, I could say select star from users. Again, I've made it that much more dynamic. But now, if we scroll up, it works, but it's a little unfortunate because as you can imagine, in a real-life application, you could potentially execute hundreds of queries as the user browses around your site. And it's a shame that every time you call this query method, we basically start over from scratch. It doesn't really make sense. Instead, it would be nice if I could build up our PDO instance one time, and then every time we call query, we effectively reuse that same instance. And as it turns out, of course, we can do that. Okay, so where would that code go? And as it turns out, when we initialize a new instance of a class, there's a way to say, okay, right when that instance is created, I want you to do something. And here's how we do that in PHP. We create a function, and it's very awkwardly named. It's __ construct. So when an instance is constructed, that's how I think of it. But yeah, remember 2 underscores and then construct. So yeah, if I wanted to, I could say, hi there, just to prove to you that we are triggering this method automatically. So if I come back to Firefox and give it a refresh, sure enough, that function or that method has been called by PHP automatically. Okay, so it sounds like that's the perfect place to initialize our PDO instance. So I will grab this and move it up here. Okay, but now notice in our query method, we have an issue. We expected to have access to that PDO variable, but it's in a different scope now. We moved it out of this method. Okay, so here's what we can do. Right up in the construct, let's define a instance property. And again, right now we're making everything public, but later I'll teach you when it would make sense to not make things public. All right, and what should we call this? Well, we could do PDO like we have here, but really it's sort of our database connection. That's how I think of it. So why don't we call it connection? Okay, so now I have an instance property on our class called connection. Now I want to write to it. So instead of creating this variable PDO, I will instead say $this for this instance, arrow, connection equals new PDO. And then stylistically, I would probably put a blank line above it. Okay, so now think about it. Whenever I create a new instance of database, well, we automatically call this construct method, as we learned. Within it, we initialize a new PDO instance, and we assign it to this connection instance property. And yeah, by the way, that's generally the term we use, property. Okay, and what's cool about that is anywhere else in this class, I can access that property. So now if I want to use my connection, I can replace this with this connection. And on the connection, we will call prepare. So what we have here should work just fine. Let's give it a shot. Come back to Firefox, give it a refresh, and yeah, I once again get all of the posts that have an ID greater than 1. Let's remove that and try it again. And now we have all of the posts in the database, which is only 2. Cool. Okay, so what we have here actually looks fairly good, but we have one issue. Right here, I don't love this, and here's why. What if I were instead trying to fetch a single post? Well, I might say, select star from posts where the ID equals 1, and I will just die and dump that post. Well, it'll work if I come back and give it a refresh, but notice it's effectively returning a collection, a list. So I have an array of arrays, which means I would have to do something like this. Give me the first item from that array, and that would give me this, and that too is an array. So I would then say, then give me the title. And that works. But notice it's kind of weird. I would expect a single array that has all of the attributes of my post. But because we called fetch all, that's going to return to us a list. So the solution is to not call fetch all, but instead just fetch. Give me one record. Come back and refresh. Yeah, so now notice I have a single level array here, and I can once again do things like post, title, and that'll work. Okay, so once again, we're seeing that whether we call fetch or fetch all or maybe something else, well, that needs to be dynamic. So instead, why don't we just return the statement itself? And yeah, at least for now, I can be in charge down here of whether we call fetch or fetch all. So in this case, I want a single record, so I could call fetch, and then once again, PDO fetch association. And notice this right here is kind of annoying. It would be nice if we didn't have to manually write that every single time we fetch the results. And trust me, you can. We'll do that in the next video. So if I come back and refresh, there we go. And yeah, if we later decide, no, I actually wanted all of the posts, then I could switch over to fetch all. And oh yeah, of course, we have to update this. Now I have all of the posts, which is an array of arrays. And sure enough, that works. All right, and I will wrap up this lesson by creating a new database.php file. And I will grab all of this here and move it. And we'll paste it right here. Okay, cool. So now, if I switch back, we can require database.php. And actually notice that I made that D capital. And that's because whenever you have a PHP file that only contains a class, and you're going to do this all the time in the future, by the way, again, general conventions state that it should be capital. Okay, so granted, we still have so much more work to do, but already things are starting to look, and more importantly, feel pretty good, I think. So yeah, stay tuned for the next episode, and we'll keep chipping away at it. You know, it's funny. A lot of programming consists of taking code you have that already works, but you don't stop there. You keep iterating on that same code over and over until it doesn't just work, but it's also beautiful and flexible to work with. So with that in mind, if we take a look at the database class that we whipped up here, are there ways to make it a little more flexible? And I think the answer is yes. Have a look at this DSN here. Notice that I've hard-coded many of the options here, like the host and the port and the username, and those will almost certainly change depending upon the environment. And what I mean by that is, well, what about when we push this up to production so that the whole world can view the website? Well, at that point, the host is no longer localhost, but I've hard-coded it here. So yeah, you often have situations where you need to use certain configuration for your local environment, but different configuration for your production environment. And these are the sorts of things we need to think about. So let's do this. In most editors, there will be some way to, for example, command click on a class name, and it takes me directly to that file. And here I can see the constructor for that PDO class. And notice, yes, it wants a DSN, but then we can pass separately from the DSN the database username, password, and options. Okay, so I think that's a pretty good first step. All right, so username in this case is root. Next, the password, because this is local, is simply blank, but of course in production you would have a password. And then finally, the options can be an array. Okay, so if I come back to index.php, you'll remember in the last episode where I noted how annoying it is that I have to pass this constant every time I want to fetch the results. Oh, and by the way, forgive me, there's so much to cover, and sometimes I forget things. I didn't outline what those 2 colons on the class means. The technical term is scope resolution operator, but you don't need to know that. My guess is if you could poll 50% of working PHP developers, they would not be able to tell you what the name is, and that's totally fine. You just don't need to know it. More important is knowing what it does. So that gives you access to a static or a constant that was defined on the class. Again, there's so much here. You don't have to learn every piece. You can let it wash over you bit by bit. You can think of a constant as nothing more than an identifier for a particular value. But most importantly, that value, no matter how many instances of the class you have, will never change. And that's why we call it a constant. It's not an instance property, it's a constant. So yeah, notice this example on the PDO class. It looks like we have all of these numbers that represent different data types. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's about it. For developers, though, the numbers don't mean much to us. It's hard to remember what 4 means, right? Or what is the difference between 2 and 4? So instead, the natural thing to do is attach an identifier to each number. So now I can see param int is 1. What is 0? Oh, that's param null. And then when I ever need to access that value, or in this case, the number, well, if I switch back, I can say class name, : and then the name of the constant. And as a general rule and good practice, we make all constants uppercase to make it crystal clear. This is not an instance property. This is a constant. Okay. Anyways, all of that to say, I can now remove this from the fetchAll call, and let's declare it as an option when we instantiate the PDO class. And I can do it just like this. The key will be PDO, and this also is a constant, attribute default fetch mode, and that will point to fetch association. Okay, so now that will apply across all results that we retrieve. All right, so now I can remove the username up here, but that still leaves the host and the port and the database name that needs to be dynamic. So what if we had some kind of configuration array? And for example, I could say the host is localhost, the port should be 3306, and the database name should be my app. Okay, well, if I defined that outside of the DSN, I could then substitute it like this. Config host, and then config port, and then finally config database name. But while we're here, why don't we also do the character set? And I'll paste that in, and then once again, update this as well. All right, so this is getting a little messy, but we can clean it up. And here's what we have, and I'll hide the sidebar. But next, check this out. I'm going to clean it up a little more. I will call a function named HTTP build query that PHP provides. And yeah, as its name suggests, it's actually intended for building up a query string, like this, example.com foo equals bar. This is the query string. So if I used this associative array, it would do something like this by default. Host equals localhost, and port equals 3306, and DB name equals my app, etc. But yeah, in our case, we're going to use it not for a query string, but instead a DSN connection string. But the only problem is it uses the and symbol as the divider. But as it turns out, if I command click through to the function definition, here's the data, here's the prefix that we don't need, but the third argument is the separator that we want to use. So let's give this a shot. If I were to call this function on config, I don't need a prefix, But as the third argument, I want the separator to be not an and symbol, but a semicolon, like that. Well, think about it. That would then generate this. And that's pretty much our DSN, isn't it? So why don't we try this out in the browser? And what I'll do is I'm going to pass this whole function call to our DD function, and we'll have a look in the browser. I give it a refresh, and yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what we want. The only remaining thing is this awkward MySQL : section. But what if we just added that at the beginning? We prepend it, MySQL : and then we concatenate whatever is returned from this function call. So if I come back and give it a refresh, and yeah, that's pretty much our DSN, isn't it? It's exactly it. All right, so that was kind of a fun refactor. We're using this function in a slightly different way than maybe it was intended. So if I now save this as DSN, this and this are functionally equivalent. So now we can choose the simpler option. And if I come back and refresh, everything still works the way it did before, which is pretty cool. Okay, but now, even though I extracted this connection configuration into its own array, we're still sort of in the same boat, aren't we? And here's what I mean. As soon as I push this project up to production, where the environment is different, and for example, the host and the port will be different, well, my application's going to break because I've hard-coded it to local values. Okay, so whenever you have this situation where data should be dynamic dependent upon the environment, the solution is to push those values upward. All right, so let's do that one step at a time. First step, I'm going to take all of this and push it out of the class. So instead of declaring it inline here, I will accept it like so. Config. All right. So now I will go to index.php, paste it in here, and then pass it to our constructor. And yeah, let's just clean that up really quickly. Yeah, notice what I mean. We've pushed it out of the class and upward to the next level where we call or instantiate the class. And yeah, of course, everything's still going to work the way it did before. We haven't changed anything here. All right, so that's better. But now you're probably thinking, well, you didn't hard-code it in database.php, but Jeff, you're still hard-coding it in index.php, so you didn't really solve the problem. And again, you're right. So what's the solution? Push it upward again. What if we extract this into its own file, where we have one version of that file for local development and a different version of that file for production? I think that would solve the problem. So let's give that a shot. Create a new file. And I'm just going to call it config.php, and I'll paste that in. But instead of declaring a variable, I'm going to return. Okay, so come along for the ride for just a minute. Now, back in index.php, I can say config equals require config.php. All right, and let's do a sanity check. Does everything still work? And it does. All right, very cool. And even better, we learned something new, haven't we? We've learned that the return keyword is not exclusive to function calls. It can be used within regular files just like this. And whenever I require this regular file, this is what we return. Okay, so now back in index.php, I'm saying create a variable called config and make it equal to whatever is returned from this required file, which is pretty cool. Okay, so now let's go back to database.php. Are there any remaining values here that should be dynamic dependent upon the environment? And the answer is yes. We are still hard-coding the username and the password. Okay, so we have two ways to solve this. You learned in the last episode, you can declare the username and password as part of your DSN connection string. Another option, though, if you want, is you could pass them in separately. So why don't we accept a username and a password if you want to take this route, and then we substitute them here. Now they're dynamic. And that looks good. And if you want, you can even assign default values. So you might say set the username to root or default of root because it's so common, and the same for a password being an empty string for local development. All right, so back to Firefox, give it a refresh, and it still works. But yeah, I think these have been pretty good and sensible refactors. Notice that now, other than this MySQL part, which I'm just going to assume we're always using MySQL in this series, but other than that, everything can be dynamic. And if I ever need to change this, well, maybe port changes to 3309, database changes to something else, of course, this is going to break when I try it, but it proves that we are now reading from that file. Okay, so now let's bring it back. The final thing, remember this configuration file is not exclusive to your database credentials. You can use it for the entire application. So with that in mind, maybe we should key this, like this. Let's create a key called, how about database? And then I will paste all of that in. And that looks pretty good. And now think about it. In the future, if you ever have specific configuration that is not connected to the database, now you have a place to put it. For example, as you mature, you will often work with external services and APIs. And often those companies will give you tokens or secret keys that you need to reference in your code. So for example, at Laracasts, I use a tool called pre-render. And maybe they give me a token and a secret key that I need to reference. Well, again, this would be a good place to declare it, because remember, those tokens and secrets, again, will often be unique depending upon whether you're in a local setting or a production setting. Okay, and trust me, you'll learn more about this in the future. So now, if I come back to index.php, and now we just need to update this to pass config database. Okay, so sanity check, it still works. I think we're done for this video. But before I let you go, I get it, we covered a lot here, and there were a bunch of new concepts, and sometimes that can be a little overwhelming. So think about it. We talked about taking dynamic data and pushing it upward. You learned about environments, local versus production. You learned how to return and require data from a file. So yeah, a bunch of concepts here. And if you need to, watch it 2 times, and only when you feel comfortable should you move on to the next video. I'll see you then. All right, next up, we should discuss SQL injection, as well as, in general, improper SQL query formatting and the dangers associated with it. Okay, so in the US legal system, we have this ideal that a person is innocent until proven guilty, right? Well, as it turns out, on the web and in the programming world, actually the opposite is true. We should always assume that the user is guilty, not innocent. And I'll show you what I mean. Let's open up Table Plus, and I will visit my SQL tab. And yeah, a quick refresher. Let's grab everything from the post table, or we can grab the post with an ID of 2, where ID equals 2. And as it turns out, we can also use the OR keyword. So maybe I could say, give me the post where the ID equals 1 or 2. And there we go. Or if we want to be a little more verbose, we could say where the ID equals 1 or the ID equals 2. And we'll get the same thing. But what if we instead applied that to a different table? So you can see behind the scenes, I've quickly whipped up a users table where the username is varchar of 100 characters and the admin is a Boolean, or a tiny integer of 2 characters, where 0 is false and 1 is true. Okay, so if we take a look at the data, I have 2 administrators and 1 guest. So if I switch back to my SQL query tab, let's select star from users. All right. Now let's find John, where the ID is 2. Or let's find John and any administrators, like this, where ID equals 2 or admin equals 1. Okay, so now, yes, we have John Doe, but we've also retrieved every administrator from the system. And then finally, if we wanted to, we could delete the entire users table by saying drop table and then the name of the users table. So real quick, before I execute this, let's go here into structure, into info, and here is the query that I can run to regenerate the table. So I will copy that just so I can quickly recreate it. Okay, so I will hit Command Return. And now if I refresh with Command R, sure enough, we've deleted that users table. It's entirely gone. Okay, so I will paste in that create query, and now it's back. All right, cool. So now let's take everything we've learned just now and figure out how it might be used against us. All right, so back to PHP Storm. And at the moment, we're just selecting everything from the post table, and then we dump the results. So back to Firefox, give it a refresh, and sure enough, I get an array of 2 posts. But now let's switch it to the post with the ID of 1. And sure enough, we get a single record. And in this case, of course, if we're only getting 1 record, we can stick with fetch. I don't need a list or a collection. I just need a single result. Okay, but now, as you can imagine in real life, we won't be hard-coding the ID. Instead, for example, the user will click on a post with an ID of 1, or another post with an ID of 2. And maybe we could pass that through using the query string, like this, ID equals 1. Okay, and now, of course, we're not yet doing anything with that parameter, so that's the next step. And as it turns out, we can access that query string by using the $_get superglobal. So why don't we pass that to DD? And real quick, if this is confusing, well, remember in the router episode, we reviewed superglobals right here. So the first one was server to grab information about the request in the server. This time, we're using get to access information about the get request. Okay, so if I come back to Firefox and I give it a refresh, sure enough, I now have an array of all query string parameters. Okay, so now if I want to grab the ID, I can access it like this. Cool. So now you're probably thinking, great, why don't we save this or cache it to a variable, and then we will inline it here. All right, switch back, refresh, and yeah, there's the post with an ID of 1. And here's the post with an ID of 2. So yeah, it works, ... So your instinct might be to pat yourself on the back and say, good job, me. But actually, no, we've introduced a major vulnerability here. All right, so here's the problem. We are taking whatever the user types into that query string for the ID parameter, and we are inlining it as part of the SQL query. So let's do this. Let's take everything here and extract it into a variable called query. And then I will save that like so. That way I can very quickly die and dump the query before we execute it. All right, I think this will help. So if I come back and refresh, this is the query that we will ultimately execute against our database. Okay, no problem. But what if I changed it to, as we reviewed, 1 or 2? And yeah, that's a valid query, isn't it? So think about it. This is a small little tweak that the user made, but it illustrates a gigantic security threat in your application. So let's review another example. What if I said, give me the post with an ID of 1, and then we'll add a semicolon here, and I will say drop table users. All right, we're getting a little sneaky here, aren't we? We are now triggering 2 queries, one to fetch the post with an ID of 1, and then another that we definitely didn't intend to drop the users table entirely. So let's give it a shot. I will remove that DD, and now we will trigger and execute that query. So back to Firefox, give it a refresh, and yes, we have the results. But now, if I come back to Table Plus and I refresh with Command R, pay attention right here, 3, 2, 1, goodbye users table. And now think about it. Without our permission, an annoying, malicious, mean-spirited person was able to delete every single user in our database. And do I have to say it? That's really, really not good. Okay, but luckily, there is a fairly simple solution these days. Okay, so I have a rule for you here that I'd love for you to follow. And in general, you may have noticed this, I'm not the biggest fan of programming rules, as if they are commandments from above that shall not be broken. But in this case, it kind of is a commandment. You need to follow this one. Okay, so when accepting user input through a query string or through a form, never, ever, 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 ever inline it as part of a SQL query. That's what allows for SQL injection, especially if you haven't formatted your query properly, which usually people don't. Okay, so here's the solution. I'm no longer going to inline it directly. Instead, and I'll show you 2 ways to format this, I will replace it with a question mark. Select star from posts where the ID is something that later we will associate or bind to the query. But here's the key thing to understand. The query and the bound parameters almost travel in 2 different boats. Maybe that's a way to think of it. You will send through the query to MySQL, and then in a separate boat, you will send through the parameters. And when you take this approach, you remove any possibility of improper formatting or SQL injection. Okay, so now, how do I bind the parameters? Well, actually, let's do this. I'm going to open up a split, visit our database class that we worked on. And yeah, right here, when we call the execute method, this is where you can bind the parameters, and it will take the form of an array. But in this case, well, I need to pass them through here. So it sounds like this array should be dynamic. Why don't we call it params? And then I will accept it as part of the method signature. And we'll default that to an empty array. Okay, so now when I call the query method as the second parameter, I can bind my ID like this. All right, cross your fingers, switch back, and let's start with the happy path. Give it a run, and yeah, it works. Let's switch to the ID of 2. And that works as well. Now let's try something malicious. So if I switch back, I don't have my users table anymore. Real quick, let's go to the SQL tab. And here's my SQL query to recreate it. All right, run it, give it a refresh, and now it's back. And yeah, let's try to drop that table again. Give me the post where the ID is 2, semicolon, and then drop table users. Okay, so with any luck, if I switch back and refresh, the users table is still intact. And it's intact specifically because we leveraged prepared statements with bound parameters. So just to be crystal clear, if I brought this back to what we had before, well, now we are once again inlining the variable. So we run it, and bada bing, bada boom, your users table is now gone. And this is the whole point of the video. This is the main thing I want you to avoid. Never, ever, ever inline user data into a query string. So I will bring this back. And yeah, this is a significantly safer approach. Okay, so finally, to wrap up, I did note that there were 2 ways to declare this. First, I could use a question mark, which is fine, or I could use a key. We begin it with a colon, and then we give it any name we want. In this case, ID would make sense. Okay, so now the only difference is I pass an associative array, where I reference the key and then the value. And if you want, it can be colon at the beginning or no colon. It's entirely optional, whatever you think reads best. So once again, if I come back and refresh, and as expected, we get the exact same thing. So yeah, whether you reach for a question mark or these, I don't know what the name is, keyed wildcard parameters, something like that, it doesn't really matter. Choose the one that you like best. But the whole point and intention of this video, and I'll drill it into your head one more time, is to never, ever, 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 ever accept user input and inline it as part of a database query. You don't want to do it. All right, welcome back, everybody. But before we get started, elephant in the room. Yes, I'm wearing a hat. Yes, it's a dad hat. No, it wasn't called that when I was a kid. Yes, that means I couldn't shower today. Yes, my hair's too messy for a screencast. And yes, I got a lot going on. So let's get on with the show. So here's what I'm thinking. At this point, you've learned enough of the fundamentals that we can start moving on to some miniature projects. First up, we will build a simple note-taking app. Now, of course, we could approach this in a number of ways, but at this stage of the game in our learning, why don't we begin at the database? I will add a new table. And yeah, if our goal is to track notes, well, note is the noun. So why don't we name the table notes? Okay. A note should have a primary key. And then we should also track the body of the note. So let's set the data type to, how about, let's go with text. It can be any length. And no, it cannot be null. And let's save that with Command S. But finally, it would make sense that a note belongs to a particular user. So with that in mind, why don't we also create a users table? And a user will also have a primary key and then a name. That can be a variable number of characters. It cannot be null. And then why don't we also, for good measure, include an email? And that too will be varchar255, and it cannot be null. Okay, but now here's something interesting to think about. Would it ever make sense in our system to have more than one user with the same email address? And this is important. This is database integrity and consistency. Could we ever have multiple users with the same email address? And I've decided the answer is no, that makes no sense. So the email address always needs to be unique. Okay, so we can do that on the database level by adding a unique index. Let's go down here and we'll add an index. Now we can let the index name be auto-populated, but I do want it to be unique, and the column name is email. All right, let's save that. Okay, so now, and by the way, I get it, this is a new concept, so just come along for the ride. We have introduced a unique index for the email column. And this does a number of things, but right now what we care about most is it enforces that only one user can have a particular email address. So why don't we try it out? Let's close this out, open my table, and we'll do myself, Jeffrey Way, and let's expand these. Okay, we'll set the email to jeffrey@laracast.com and then Command S to commit it. So now notice if I have a different user and we try to use that exact same email address, as soon as I save it, you're going to see an issue. And there we go. We have an error. There's a duplicate entry for this email address. And again, that unique index is what enforced that. All right, so let's undo this by pressing Shift-Command-Delete on the Mac. All right, so now let's move over to the notes table and create a new note. And how about PHP for beginners is the best? And we'll save that. Okay, but now, of course, I'd like to create a reference or a relationship between this particular note and, let's see, this particular user. So how do we do that? Well, I need to update the table to add what's known as a foreign key. Let's do that now. To the notes table, to structure, and let's add a new user ID. And this column will point to the user who created the note. That's the relationship here. The note belongs to a user. And then what should the data type be? Well, it should be the exact same thing as what you did for the primary key. So in this case, an integer. Finally, can it be null? Well, ask yourself, would it ever make sense to have a note that was not created by any specific user? And keep in mind, the answer might depend upon the application. In this case, we're going to say, it wouldn't make sense. Every note belongs to a person. So no, it cannot be null. All right, so let's save it. And if I switch back to my notes table into data, yeah, we can update this user ID to point to a specific user. But actually, real quick, notice that at the moment, user ID was set to 0, and there is no user with an ID of 0. So this is another example of potential pitfalls where your database consistency can fall out of whack, for lack of better words. We want to make sure that everything is consistent. And if we have a note written by a user who doesn't exist, that's a problem. So again, there are constraints that we can put in place to enforce this, and I'll show you how. For now, let's update this user to 1, and then we'll go back to the structure to add our constraint. Okay, so now on the user ID column, check this out. If I scroll for a bit, you'll find a foreign key section. So let's create a foreign key. And yeah, this is not as complicated as it might look. So on the notes table, this user ID column, well, what does that reference? It could be named anything. Does it reference something specifically? And the answer is yes. It actually references the ID column on the users table, right? That's what it points to. It points to a specific column on the users table. So the reference table is users, and the referenced column is ID. And then we have these hooks for what should happen when the referenced record is updated or deleted. So here's an example. Imagine you have a user, John Doe, and John Doe creates a bunch of notes. But then we delete John Doe's account. So now his user record is gone, but we still have all of these notes that were created by John. So we have these orphans now, notes that point to a user who no longer exists. So these hooks allow us to declare what should happen in those situations. So for example, I could say, well, if the user record is deleted, why don't we cascade and delete all of his notes in the process? And as you'll find, maybe that is not correct for your application, but maybe for a different application, it is correct. Another option would be restrict. Don't allow it. Say, nope, you can't delete this user because this user has a bunch of notes and we want to maintain our table consistency. But yeah, in our case, let's just cascade and delete all of his notes in the process, and then I will save it. Okay, so check this out. We have a user, Jeffrey Way. Jeffrey Way has created, let's go to data, exactly one note. Actually, let's do one more. Hi there, blah, blah. And I'll point that to myself as well. Okay, so now because we set up that foreign constraint, watch what happens if I hit delete to delete the user. That will now cascade and delete all of the notes. If I give this a refresh, goodbye, all of the notes in the process. So again, a foreign key and a foreign key constraint allow us to declare and maintain our database consistency. Okay, so you know what? I didn't expect to spend a whole lesson just on databases and tables, but this is really important stuff. So in the next episode, behind the scenes, I'm going to populate this with a bunch of dummy records, and then we will display it on the screen. I'll see you then. All right, welcome back, everybody. Let's jump right in where we left off in the previous episode. Okay, so behind the scenes, I've created 2 users, as well as a handful of notes that belong to those users. So notice this one has a user ID of 1, and that one also has an ID of 1. So those correspond to John. Now, if I write a SQL query for that, I might say select star from notes where the user ID is 1 or John. And sure enough, I will get only his notes. And if I change it to 2, then I will get Kate's notes. Okay, let's try to get this on the screen. So if I open index.php, of course, a number of episodes ago, we required a router, and this router has some example endpoints that we respond to. So let's have a look in the browser. And yeah, this probably looks familiar. So let's do this. I'd like to add a new notes link to the navigation bar. All right, we will go into Views, Partials, Nav, and yeah, if I hide the sidebar, here's our links. So why don't we put it after the About page? That will take us to /notes. We will activate it if the URL contains that. And then, yeah, this is a little messy. And by the way, we could clean this up quite a bit, but I just want to stay on track for now. And I will update this to notes. Okay, so if I switch back and give it a refresh, there we go. We have our notes link. But of course, if I click on it, we get a sorry page not found. We get a 404 because we haven't registered a listener, so to speak, for that URI. So that's the next step. Let's go back to, yeah, here we are. Let's go back to our router, and we'll say, duplicate this, and listen for, that's how I think of it, sort of like a listener. Listen for when the user requests this URI, and when they do, I'd like to load my controllers / notes controller. All right, that's the next step. Right here, why don't we duplicate about? So Command-C, Command-V, and I will call it notes. There we go. Our heading is notes, and this will load a view, notes.view.php. And just like before, I can duplicate this to save ourselves some time, notes.view.php. Okay, so if I come back and refresh it, there we go. So now we have our home page, our about page, and a new notes page. Okay, let's take a quick moment to talk about this. This is a really important cycle that you're going to appreciate down the line when you start learning about frameworks. So keep in mind what we did. I wanted to create a new page for our notes. So I started by registering a route listener or an endpoint, however you want to phrase it. Well, let's listen for this URI. Let's respond to this URI. And when the user visits that page, here's the controller that is responsible for handling that particular request. And then we created that. That controller can now do whatever it needs to. It can gather all of the data that's necessary, and then it passes that data off to a view. The view is then responsible for, at least in our interpretation, the view is responsible for presenting that to the user. And here we go. So we're going to think of it sort of like the HTML layer. I bring this up because some people might squawk at the idea that the view is basically the HTML. It's sort of a new thing, but you know what? It's fine for now. You can dig into that later on your own. Okay, so we have this idea of registering a route listener. We have controllers. We have views. I promise, once you start learning about frameworks in Laravel or Symfony, you're going to feel right at home. I promise. Okay, so let's come back, and this is looking good. Okay, so now the next step is to fetch all of the relevant notes from the database. And yeah, I'm just going to assume that this guy here, the stock model, is our John Doe. So I want to grab all of John's notes. All right, let's go back. And it sounds like we should do that from our controller, because remember, the controller accepts the request, it can delegate, it can prepare, and then it passes that data off to the view. Okay, so first up, we'd like to access our array of notes from the database. But yeah, notice that, well, I want to interact with the database, but if I go back to index.php, we don't create our database instance until after we require the router, and that router loads the controller. So for example, if I were to, within our notes controller, simply die and dump that db variable, we're not going to see anything. Let's go back and give it a refresh. Yeah, and notice we get undefined variable db, which makes sense because, again, we aren't creating that db variable and the database instance until after we require the router, and after that router loads the controller. Okay, so that makes sense. But now it is true, this is something you will run into quite a bit, where you have certain services that need to be accessible from throughout the entire application. And how do you make them available? Well, as it turns out, it's not too difficult, but I think it's a little above where we currently are. So I'd like to stay on track and punt on that just for now, but I do promise we will tackle what's known as service containers in the future. Okay, so why don't we do this? Let's grab all of this, bring it over to our notes controller, and I'm just going to manually load it at the top, manually load it. Okay, but now if I come back, I just need to make sure before I load the router, we already have the database available to us. That way, when we require the router, and the router requires the controller, then we will have a database class that we can instantiate. Okay, so if we come back to Firefox and give it a refresh, there we go, we're up and running. Okay, so let's write our query now. I can say notes equals db query, and yeah, we're just going to write our query that we played around with at the beginning. So John has a ID or a user ID of 1, so let's grab that, switch back, and paste it in. And then let's fetch all of the results, and then once again, let's pass notes to our handy-dandy dd function. Okay, so come back, give it a refresh, and just like that, we have all of John's notes from the database. Perfect. Okay, so now when I load the notes view, all I have to do is loop over these notes. And we already learned about that in section 1 of this series. So let's do it maybe right here. We can say PHP for each notes as notes, and I'm going to use the shorthand version, and for each. Again, this should all be a recap at this point. Why don't we just use a simple list item where we say, give me the note body. Okay, so come back to Firefox, give it a refresh, and there we go. We have all of John's notes. So that means if I were to go back to Table Plus, let's add another one here. How about thoughts on my continued learning of PHP? And again, let's say John's learning PHP, so he has an ID of 1. If I come back to Firefox and give it a refresh, now we see that as well, which is pretty cool. Okay, so now with that in mind, maybe instead of notes, we should change this to my notes. So let's go back to our controller, and yeah, let's update the heading to my notes. There we go. All right, next, maybe it would make sense for this list of notes to contain only an excerpt, but then when you click on it, it takes you to the full note or something like that. Okay, well, let's see. Let's go back into our view, and yeah, maybe this should be a anchor tag that takes us somewhere. We're not sure where yet, like that. And if I come back and refresh, now, whoops, did I screw up? Yes, I did. Anyways, now they are clickable, but you know what? They should be colorful. Why don't we add a class of text blue, and then I will underline it. Or how about when we hover over it, we will underline it, and then I'm sorry, I need to use a shade of blue. There we go. Okay, but now what should happen when the user clicks on one of these notes? Where should we direct them? And yeah, in the future, I'll show you how to do things like this, where you say /notes/ and then a unique slug for the note. And this makes for a nice and readable URI in the address bar. But you know what? Right now, our little makeshift router doesn't allow this, so we're going to keep it simple. Instead, we will send the user to something like /note, and then I will pass through the ID of the note through the query string. That's a nice and easy way to get started. So for example, if I did this, all right, so now come back and you have a look right down here. We're saying load the note page and send through ID equals 1. But notice for every single link, it says ID equals 1. So this is another case where, of course, the ID needs to be dynamic. The ID needs to be, well, the ID of the corresponding note in the database. All right, that's the next step. So back to PHP Storm, and we'll say right here, open up PHP and echo the note's ID. All right, let's see if that works. So once again, have a look here. ID equals 1, and then ID equals 3, and then ID equals 7. I think we're in business. Okay, so let's click it. But yeah, of course, we get a 4 of 4 because, again, I haven't registered an endpoint. So that's our next step. And again, try to get into the process of what this looks like. So we start by going to the router. We register an endpoint, /note. We'll load a controller /note file. That can be copied, so notes to note. All right. And now, how do I grab that ID? Well, again, you already learned about the get superglobal, right? So if I were to say _get and then ID, there we go, 1. So that is the ID of the note that we want to fetch from the database. So let's do this, ID equals get ID. Okay, so now our SQL query for this page will be select star from notes where the ID equals the ID that was passed through the query string. But remember now, I'm not going to inline it like we learned a couple episodes ago. That's a big SQL injection or formatting security threat. Instead, I will use a placeholder or a wildcard like this, ID. And then I can pass through those wildcards as the second argument, like this. Okay, but now notice that, well, we could do this if we want, but I'm creating a variable, and that variable is only referenced in a single place. So as a general guideline, you don't always have to follow this, but as a general guideline, if it's only being used once, just inline it. And again, most editors offer a way to do that automatically, as you see there. Otherwise, just do it yourself. Get ID, and then I can delete this. All right, cross your fingers. We come back to Firefox, we give it a refresh, and yet there we go. We're loading the note with an ID of 1. And just to prove it to you, ideas for next vacation. The note with an ID of 1, ideas for next vacation. Let's do, how about number 7? All right, let's update this, or actually go back to notes. This one has an ID of 7, and there we go. It matches. Very cool. But yeah, at this point, notice I'm still loading the view for all of our notes, which we don't actually want. And another problem is, well, why did that work? Did you think about that? We were loading the view for a different controller, but everything still worked. And that's because, well, we wrote a query to fetch a single note, but we did fetch all, which means give me an array of the results. Even though, because we're grabbing one by its ID, there will only ever be a single result. So we should update this to note, and then change it to not fetch all, but just fetch a single record. Okay, now we can tweak this and then create a new view. So yeah, as a general guideline, for every single URI that you want to respond to, there will probably be a corresponding view for it, if there's something to present to the user. All right, so let's come back here, and we'll say, get rid of all of this. It doesn't need to be within an anchor tag because we're no longer linking anywhere. I can just present it maybe like this. And to keep things a little cleaner, I'll wrap it within a paragraph tag, which probably isn't right because maybe your note could be multiple paragraphs. But yeah, for now and for presentation only, I'll keep it. And there we go. Okay, so let's go back to notes. Let's look at work reminders. And again, in real life, this would probably be a fully fleshed out note about things you need to remember for work. Okay, so now let's just wrap up. I think we're done. But yeah, let's wrap up by quickly adding a button that will link us back to all of the notes. Something like this, /notes, and then we will say, go back. All right, come back. Yeah, but let's style it text blue 500. I should have some general link styling here. Yeah, and then we can push this down just a little bit. Margin bottom of 6. Really quick styling, but yeah, that should be fine. Okay, so there's note with an ID of 1, and then whatever this is, 3, and then 7. And again, these are only the notes that were created by our fancy model here, John Doe. All right, you're doing great work. We'll keep going in the next episode. All right, welcome back, everybody. In this episode, we will discuss, authorization, status codes, and magic numbers. So let's get going. Now, if I switch to Firefox, in the last episode, we added support for displaying all notes that were created by a particular user. So in this case, we have 3, but of course, in the database, it looks like we have 5 notes. And notice that 2 of the notes were created by a different user, and that's why we don't see it here. Okay, so this is fine. Well, at least initially it seems fine. I can click through, it looks good, but actually it's not good. And maybe you picked up on this in the last episode. We have unwittingly introduced a major security concern. Think about it. What's to keep me right up here from passing through the ID of a note that was not created by me? Let's give it a shot. How about this one right here? The note with an ID of 6 was created by somebody else. Okay, let's see what happens if I try to load that note. Aha, it works. So again, this is a really big problem. Granted, in this case, they're dumb notes. It doesn't really matter. But in real life, the notes you create should not be accessible to anyone that has access to a browser, right? Clearly, this is a really big problem. So this is where authorization comes into play. Let's see how. Let's go into note.php. And remember, this is the controller that handles displaying this particular page. And we can see right here, we are grabbing the note that has an ID that matches the one that's currently in the query string, as we see right there. So not a lick of authorization in place. All right, so we have a few ways that we might deal with this. Your first thought might be to simply update your SQL query, like this. Select star from notes where the user ID matches the current user and the ID matches the one that's in the query string. Okay, so now if I were to clean this up real quick, we could pass them through. User is, and I'm going to just hard code it for now, because remember, we haven't yet reviewed authentication, but I promise we'll cover that in this series. At the moment, though, we're just going to assume that the user with an ID of 1 is the currently authenticated user until we learn more. Okay, so let's give this a shot. If we come back and give it a refresh, I think it's going to change. And it does. We get a warning. Trying to access array offset on value of type bool. Okay, so maybe at the beginning of this series, you wouldn't have known what that means, but now you do. What is type bool? A Boolean, true or false. So it looks like we have a value that's a Boolean, could be true, could be false, but we're trying to interact with that value as if it were an array. And why would that be? Well, let's inspect it. We'll come back to PHP Storm, and I will pass note to our DD function, and we'll inspect it. Give it a refresh, and sure enough, it's false. So now that makes perfect sense. We load the view, and we are interacting with false as if it were an array, and that's why we get that error or that warning. Okay, so why is note equal to false? Well, it makes perfect sense. We didn't get anything from the database. Let's try a different record. We'll come back. Here's the ID of 7. And that note was created by the current user, so we return the appropriate record. Okay, so this seems to be working, but how do we deal with situations like this, where false is returned? Well, we could do something like this. We could say, well, if there is not a note, then there was some kind of issue, right? So we can call our abort function and be done. So let's give it a shot. We come back to Firefox, give it a refresh, and it works, so I guess that's good, but it doesn't work in the way I would like. And here's what I mean. If you think about it, there's a couple different reasons why note would evaluate to false. Think about it. One reason would be you're trying to access a note with an ID that doesn't exist. So if I were to switch back, Let's view the note with an ID of 6,000 or whatever that is, 600,000. Well, there is no corresponding record in the database, so we should say, sorry, page not found. But another reason might be due to this little section that we added here. All right, so imagine, yes, a corresponding note exists in the database, but you did not create it. Okay, so that's a very different thing. In the first example, we display a 404 because a note was not found. That makes sense. But in the second example, that's an authorization issue. Yes, the note exists, so it was found, but you are not authorized to view it. All right, so we can see that there's two different reasons why we might want to abort. And when we have these two different reasons, it might be useful to provide a hint or a status code that indicates what the problem is. Okay, so let's do this. Let's get rid of this check here, bring it back to a simple finds note with the corresponding ID. Then we can say, well, if there's not a note, abort. We want to display a 404. But then let's add another one. We might say, well, if the note's user ID does not equal 1, well, then you're trying to access a note that was created by someone else. So we would abort in that case. But again, the 404 status code isn't quite right. Remember, a status code of 404 means page not found. But as we just discussed, in this particular example, that's not appropriate. Instead, I need some way to signal that, well, it was found, but you are not authorized to see it. And as it turns out, that corresponding status code is 403, a 403 forbidden. Okay, so now we've separated the two different reasons why we might not be able to access this particular note. So let's go back to Firefox, give it a refresh, and we get uncaught PDO exception invalid parameter. No, oh yeah, I'm sorry. We removed the user parameter, but I forgot to remove the binding as well. All right, so come back, give it a refresh, and there we go. So notice in this example, we are trying to access some fictional note that does not exist in the database. So we get a 404 page not found. But this time, let's change it back to 2, which is a note that was created by someone else. Okay. And you can see right here, it's trying to load our 403 view. So it seems like everything is working. We just need to create a corresponding view for that particular status code. So I'm going to copy 404. I renamed it to 403, and I'll update the heading to unauthorized. Okay, so come back, give that a refresh, and there we go. And in fact, if you want to be crystal clear here, you could say you are not authorized to view this page, just to make it crystal clear to the user. So switch back to notes. I see my notes. I can view a note, but yeah, if I try to tweak it to a note that I do not have access to, I'm going to see a 403 forbidden. Okay, so let's wrap up by quickly talking about magic numbers. Okay, so on this page alone, I can see 1, 2, what you might call magic numbers. And again, what is a magic number? You can think of it as a number that has significance or special meaning that is not explicitly declared. So yeah, in this case, 1. What does that mean? What is the significance of 1? Well, we know the answer to that question right now. We haven't yet reviewed sessions and authentication, so I'm hard coding that 1 to signify or to represent the current user, right? But yeah, imagine 6 months from now, you might forget what that 1 refers to. And this happens all the time, by the way. You're looking at code and you think, well, what does that mean? What is the meaning of that number? What does it refer to? Why is it important? And yeah, even if its meaning might seem obvious to you at the time, it could be that a year later or multiple years later, if this is a long-running application, it may not be so obvious. So one option would be to extract that to a variable. Let's just assign a name. I could say current user ID equals 1, and now I can substitute it here. Yeah, it's just a small tweak. And actually notice how we're breaking that guideline from an episode or two ago, where we noticed that we only declared a variable once, so we inlined it, right? But there's also situations where even though it's only being declared once, it still serves a purpose. It serves the purpose of identifying what the value is. It provides more clarity as to what the value is. And that's what we're going to do here. All right, next, 403. Yeah, this is another good example. You'll definitely get to a point in your career where You see the number 404 or 403, it's attached or related to a response of some kind, and you instantly know what it is. Oh, 404 not found, or 403 forbidden. It makes perfect sense. But it still doesn't change the fact that, well, it is kind of a magic number. And maybe it would be courteous to other people, maybe those who are not as familiar with status codes. It might just be courteous to let them know what this means, to provide a little extra clarity. And as you'll find with programming, so much of this is figuring out how to provide extra clarity. How can I simplify this? How can I make this more clear? How can I remove the need for a comment? This is what so much of programming is. So how could we do this? Well, I could do the same thing as what we did up here. I could say forbidden equals 403. And yeah, I mean, that would work. But in this particular example, I actually don't like this approach. And the reason is because, well, I might want to abort with a 403 all over the place. So yeah, would I just have to assign it to a variable every single time? I don't like that. Instead, why don't we do this? Remember, when you're building applications, there's nothing preventing you from creating another file. I often find in the early stages, sometimes developers feel like, well, I got to work with what I have available to me. And that's not true. If you want to create another file, you know how you do it? You just create another file and then you keep going. I know it sounds simple, but trust me, that is often a roadblock for newcomers. So in this case, why don't we create a class to represent this response? I'm going to call it response.php. We'll make it a class. And you learned about constants a number of episodes ago. So why don't we create constants for each of the common status codes that we might want to return. So we'll start with the 404. What does that mean? Not found. So we'll call it not found equals 404. Let's do another one for forbidden. Forbidden equals 403. Okay, so now check this out. If I come back into our note, if I want, I can bring this back to what we had before, stick with 403. And in fact, in many cases, you might find you don't have to worry about the magic number because, again, its meaning is so ubiquitous. So I'm showing you lots of ideas and examples for when you might refactor away from magic numbers, but that doesn't mean they're never allowed. If you decide, no, everybody knows what a 403 means, then keep it, right? It's all give and take. You decide what's appropriate and what needs to be clarified a bit more. Okay, but anyways, if we instead require our new little response class, I can now reference it within our note like this. Abort with a response of forbidden. Okay, so notice it's a small little change, but it does improve readability. And all of programming is making small little changes that improves readability and functionality. So think about it. Before, we were saying abort with this magic number 403 that you are supposed to know what it means. But after, we're saying abort with a response of forbidden. We're just tweaking the clarity that much. And I think that's a pretty good refactor. Okay, so a little cleanup like that. And here is our note controller as it currently sits. Still lots of room for improvement, but I think we're making pretty good progress. Okay, so to wrap up, we try to track down the note that has an ID that matches the one in the query string. But if we couldn't find any matching note from the database, of course we abort. 404, page not found. I don't know what you want here. Otherwise, if there is a corresponding note, then we continue on and we do a second check. Well, was this note created by the current user? And if it was not, well, then once again, we should abort with a response of forbidden. Otherwise, if a note exists in the database and it was created by the current user, only at that point do we continue on, where we load the view and we display the details of that corresponding note. All right, let's do our final test in Firefox, and we will be done for the day. So let's review. How about this one here? This note was created by me, so I see it, no problem. Next, though, the note with an ID of 2 was not created by me, so I get an unauthorized. And then finally, if I do some kind of ID that doesn't exist in the database, then I get a 404 not found. Okay, everything seems to be working, and we've solved that pesky authorization issue. I'll see you in the next episode. There's much more to cover. All right, welcome back everybody. Let's jump right in. So I will return to our node controller from the previous episode. And yeah, here's where we left off. So I want to point your attention to all of this junk here. All of this is responsible for fetching a note from the database and authorizing it. So why don't we see if there are small little tweaks and refactors that we might use to clean this up a bit? Because remember, this is what 80% of programming is. You get the first draft on paper, so to speak, and then you go over it again and again and again, making microscopic improvements that really do add up at the end of the day. Okay, so the first thing I see is this: if not note, then abort. Okay, I wonder if there's a way that we could combine these. Like, wouldn't it be cool if there was a way to say fetch or abort, and then it would just do that automatically for me? Think about it. If I had that method, if that method was available to me, I would no longer have to write this. And in fact, across the entire code base, I would no longer have to write logic like this. I would simply use a helper method like that. But the problem is, well, this fetch method, I don't own. That's something that PHP provides internally. I think it's actually a PDO statement class. In fact, let's just play around. Let's die and dump the note to see what we have here. So I'll come back, give it a refresh, click on a note, and yeah, we see we have an instance of a PDO statement class that I don't own. But yeah, it's true though, there will be situations where you wish you did own it so that you could add things, so you could stack things like this. So, is there a way that we can allow for this? And the answer is absolutely. There's a number of options that we might consider. So let's take a look. Right now, we know that this query method is returning that PDO statement object that we reviewed in the browser, okay? But what if it didn't? Let's click through, and yeah, that's where we return the PDO statement. But again, what if it didn't? Well, if it didn't, maybe I could either wrap it inside of another object or simply extend the API of this database class to offer some additional helper methods. All right, come along for the ride and see what you think. If I'm no longer returning the statements, well, I could just return the object itself, the instance. And we can do that by saying return this. Okay, so now when I call query, I'm not returning that PDO statement, I'm returning the same instance of database. So in fact, right now, everything's going to blow up, of course, because now we're trying to call fetch on a database class and it doesn't exist. So yeah, if we come back to Firefox and refresh, of course we get a fatal error, and we'd expect that. There is no fetch method on the database class. Okay, so you know what? Let's do baby steps here. Why don't we start by adding a fetch method? So I will switch back, scroll down, and we'll add it here, fetch. And yeah, this is basically going to do what we had earlier, where we'd have something like statement fetch. But now the problem is this statement object, I don't have access to it. It's outside of the scope of this method. And instead, it's inside of query, right? Here's our statement, and I want to access it from this method, but I can't do that. So it sounds like, there's a couple ways we could do this, but it sounds like, why don't we assign the PDO statement to this object as an instance property, like this. This statement equals connection prepare. And then I can update this like so. And then finally, I will declare it at the top. Now, don't forget, at the moment, we are making all class properties or object properties public because we haven't yet reviewed visibility or types or any of that stuff. But yeah, again, in real life, this would probably be protected or private. But for now, public is fine. Okay, cool. So now that we've effectively assigned the PDO statement to the object, I can grab it from any method that needs to access it, like this. So I'm going to say return this statement fetch. And if we did everything correctly, it all should just work. Come back to Firefox, give it a refresh, and there we go. We're in business. But now the key difference here, and this is an important one, the key difference is that I now own this fetch method, which means if I don't want to call it fetch as an example, I don't have to. And in fact, I think fetch isn't ideal. If I just want to grab a record, if I want to find a record, well, why don't I just use a method like find? Well, now I have that ability because, again, I own this method. Okay, so now if I come back to note, you'll see by making this refactor, or again, we could have wrapped up the PDO statement within our own class and our own object that would have done the same thing. But either way, we have regained control, so to speak. We're not just using somebody else's API. We've wrapped it up in something that we own. So again, this is a little higher level, maybe a little more confusing, but these are really important concepts that you'll reach for throughout your whole career. Okay, so now we've swapped it over to find. Everything still works, and this is looking great. So the next step is to add a method to handle this. And remember at the beginning of the video, I said it might be nice if there was a method called fetch or abort, or find or abort, or find or fail, whatever you want. Again, this is the creative aspect of programming. You get to name it whatever you want. So in our case, why don't we call it find or fail? Okay, and that would ideally, if we do it right, that would allow us to remove all of this here and everything would still work just like it did before. All right, well, let's do it. Back to our database class. We now have a find method, but I will add a second version, find or fail. And this is just going to say, all right, we'll try to find the record. So this is going to call that other method that we just created. But then we're going to do a check here. And we'll say, remember, I can't just say note because it won't always be a note. It could be a user, it could be a post, it could be something different. So we want to keep this fairly generic, like result. Then I could say, all right, well, if there's not a result, and we're just reproducing what we had in that note controller, then abort. But otherwise, if we do have a result, I can return it. And yeah, if we did everything correctly, this should just work. Let's give it a shot. We'll go into this note, and yeah, let's now access a note that doesn't exist, and we get a 4 of 4. It works exactly the way it did before, but now we've wrapped up this incredibly common logic that you can imagine needing to perform throughout your entire code base. So I think that's a pretty cool refactor. Let's come back to our note controller, and now it's a little more simple. All right, next, let's move on to this section here. And again, sometimes it helps to take a step back and just ask yourself, well, what is this code doing? And if I were to explain it to you, I would say, oh, this code authorizes that the current user created the given note. But notice that keyword authorize doesn't exist here, but maybe it should. So in that case, maybe we could add a helper function called authorize. Let's try it out. If we, and this doesn't exist right now, but if we had a function called authorize, what would we do? Well, maybe we could take the condition and pass it through, and that would just do it. You know, again, wouldn't it be cool if that was a thing? And if it's not a thing, make it a thing, like this. We'll go into functions.php. We're going to add a new one here, authorize. This will accept some kind of condition, or really a Boolean. And then I could say, well, if the condition fails, so if not condition or falsy, then we will abort with a 403 if you wish. So response forbidden. And I think that should do it. And actually, on this note, it might be useful and flexible if we extended this. For example, what if we added a second parameter to allow the user to override the default status code? And right now, the default is response forbidden. So then we could substitute it here. But yeah, notice now, if the user wants, or if we want, we could pass a custom status code that we want to use. But now you might be thinking, well, wait a minute, if we're performing authorization, then isn't 403 always the proper status code? And the answer is, well, yes and no. Maybe technically yes, but there will be situations where even though the user may not be authorized to view a particular page or resource, you don't necessarily want to indicate that to them, because that provides information about the state of the database. Maybe that's a way to look at it. It gives them information that, oh, that record does in fact exist. So maybe I could do something malicious knowing that. Another example, we're going on a tangent here, but 30 seconds. Another example might be if you need to reset your password and you type in an email address, you submit the form, you've done this before, right? And then it returns and tells you, we couldn't find a user with that email address. And plenty of sites do this. But if you think about it, it is, and in fact, Laracasts might do this. But if you think about it, if you think about this, it does reveal information about the database, because now you have a way to check if a given user exists, or if a given email address exists in the database. So notice you're revealing information that you may not want to in certain situations. Okay, so that was a long way to say it could be useful to allow ourselves or our future selves to override the default status code. Okay, anyways, let's come back. And yeah, I think this is actually looking pretty good. So back to Firefox. Here's a record that doesn't exist. Here's a record that we didn't create. And oh, actually, I expected that to work. We didn't create this note, but we could still see it. So again, notice these are the things you have to deal with all the time. And this is where in the future you'll learn about testing, automated ways to confirm that you didn't screw up, as I did here. So anyways, if I come back to our note controller, I want to authorize that the note's user ID equals the current user. And that'll solve the problem, as you see there. Finally, if we view a note that we did create, everything works the way we'd expect. Okay, so let's wrap up by updating. And does this fail? Yeah, it does. So because we made those tweaks to the database class, we're going to have to update our notes controller to no longer call a fetch all method. All right, let's go to notes. And yeah, DB query. And do we want to keep this method? Do we like that? Fetch all? Or do we want it to be something different? Like maybe you just want it to be called all. Or maybe you want it to be called get. So here's my query and get me the results. Keep it simple whenever you can. So with that in mind, we're going to stick with get. Come back to database. Here is our method called get. And again, this is just going to say return this statement fetch all. And again, notice that I now own that method name. Come back, refresh, and that works as well. So I think this is a pretty cool refactor. So you know what? I get it. We've been sort of in the woods the last couple episodes as we talk about some nitty-gritty details and refactoring. Maybe that's not fun to you. Actually, it's super fun to me, but I get it. It's nothing flashy that we can see on the page. So in the next episode, we will fix that by finally reviewing forms and how we can allow our users to create brand new notes that are persisted in the database. I'll see you then. All right, welcome back, everybody. I think it's finally time to dig into forms. And I say finally because, if we're being honest, it's probably a little overdue, but one thing at a time, right? So let's get going. The first thing I'm thinking, if I switch to Firefox, is there should be some button down here to create a new note. So let's do that now. I will go into my views, the one for displaying all notes, and then, yeah, maybe right here, Well, first, let's wrap this whole thing within an unordered list. And then, yeah, maybe right here we'll have a paragraph that includes a link to somewhere where that link's text is create note. And I'll need to style this as well. So I will make it blue, and then when you hover over it, we will underline it. Okay, so come back, give it a refresh. And yeah, maybe we should give it a little breathing room. Margin top of 6. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We'll turn it into a fancy button maybe in a little bit. Okay, so now if I click on this, where should we go? Well, it sounds like we should create a new route for that. So let's close out the views. We'll go into our router. But now I want you to notice how all of our route declarations are jumbled up against all of the logic here. And I don't know, maybe that's okay, but it might be cleaner if we extract these routes into their own file so that we don't have to see all this junk every single time we need to add or tweak a route. So with that in mind, let's create a new file, and it's just going to be called routes. Then I will take these out, I'll cut it with Command X, and then move it over into our new file. Just like that. But next, instead of declaring a variable here, why don't we take the same approach as we did when we created the configuration file, where we just return directly from the file. Okay, so we'll swap this out with return. And then finally, if I go back to my router, I can now say right at the top, routes equals require routes. Okay, and then finally, this URI variable, we can really put that down here if we want. Okay, and here's what we get. So if I come back to Firefox and give this a refresh, yeah, everything works exactly the way it did before, but now we have this nice, clean, simple file we can visit whenever we need to add a new route. Okay, and as it turns out, we need to do that right now. So let's say, how about if you visit, I don't know, how about notes/create? That will take us to controllers/ and we could call it create note, or why don't we reverse it? We'll say note create. Okay, so why did I reverse it there? Well, it doesn't necessarily matter. It's just kind of a style thing. But notice, if we did call it create note.php, it is now separate from all of the other controllers related to notes. And remember, in real life, you could potentially have dozens and dozens of files. So again, it's not like it really matters, but it's often useful if we group them. And we can group them by beginning each controller with the word note or the corresponding resource. And again, on that note, keep in mind that you'll eventually learn how to create a single controller that can respond to multiple request types. But for now, we're just assuming one request, one route, one controller, and we'll keep it simple. Okay, so now we'll say right here, as usual, we will require a view. And what should we call the view? Well, how about exact same thing, note create.view.php. And I will duplicate this, note create.view.php. And yeah, let's see what we can do here. Get rid of that. And we'll just say create a note to make sure that it's working. Okay, so let's go back to our overview. And now we have a place to link, notes/create. All right, let's give it a shot. Back to Firefox. Give it a refresh. I click on create notes. And, oh yeah, we forgot to declare a heading. But nonetheless, it does look like it's working. Okay, so let's fix that little issue. And we'll be off to the races. Heading equals create note. All right, and I think we're in business. So now, before I start working on the form, why don't we have a quick little conversation about naming conventions for your routes. So of course, remember, there's no rules. You can name these whatever you want. But that being said, there are guidelines where it's useful to follow them, to be honest. If you're working with other people, it can be useful if you all follow the same guidelines. That way, your approach is going to be pretty similar to Joe's or Sarah's approach if you work on the same team. Okay, so I want you to notice these three routes here. /notes would be a page to view all of the notes. And we can see that right here. Show me a list of the notes. /notes would be a page to view a single note. Or in fact, eventually, once you learn about routes, parameters, or wildcards, you might see something like this. Notes / and then you'd have some kind of wildcard like we learned with prepared statements, where you could do something like that. And that would say, okay, listen for note / and then some kind of identifier or a slug. Note /1 would show me the note with an ID of 1. Note /4 would show me the note with an ID of 4. But yeah, for now, we're just keeping it simple because we don't have a complex router, and we've named it /note. And then finally, we have one called /notes/create, which of course would display a form to create a note. So again, notice that I'm not calling these like view note, create note. And yeah, there's nothing preventing me from doing this, so I can do it if I want, but I don't love it. And further, I'm a big fan of following conventions for the community you work in, following common conventions. And I think you'll find in our space, people often follow what's known as a RESTful approach. And I don't want to get into REST. It's not appropriate, and it's too soon to talk about that. But for now, I just want you to notice, the pattern. So imagine any resource you have. It could be notes. It could be posts. It could be users. It could be anything. Maybe you're building a photo app, then your resource would be photos. Well, you might have a URI called /photos to view all photos. You might have a URI like /photo or /photos/ and then the ID for viewing a specific photo. You might have a URI like /photos/create to display a page or a form to create a photo. So again, I want you to notice this system and this pattern that I'm following. And later you'll learn how to respond to specific request types, like a post request or a put request or a delete request. Okay, little tangent there, but file that one away for later. All right, let's get back to work. So into our view, we're now going to display a form. So I will add a form here. And we're going to start with the most bare bones form. And then at the end of the video, we'll pull in a fancy looking form from Tailwind. Okay, so we might start, well, actually, before we do that, let's go to Table Plus into Notes. And yeah, we can see the form we need to create will correspond to the table here. So really, this is a simple one right now. All I need is a body. So yeah, if we took the simplest possible approach, I would have a text area. I'd have a name that corresponds to, and it doesn't have to, but frequently it will correspond to the column in the corresponding table. And then you would have some kind of button. So again, this is not going to look pretty, but we're making it super quick to test things out. All right, so go back to Firefox, give it a refresh. Create notes. And yeah, that's all we get, a very unstyled form. Okay, so now let's just see what would happen. Some new note idea. I submit the form, and it looks like it disappears, but we can actually see that the page did refresh, and now the form data is included as part of the query string. Okay, very interesting. And in fact, one little thing I should show you, if I did not include a name on the text area, let's try it again. All right, one more time, create, and notice this time it is not included. So you probably already know this, but just to make sure we're all on the same page, you want to make sure that all of your form inputs, form inputs include a corresponding name. All right. So now why don't we make my editor happy? It's squawking because I haven't included a label. So we'll do that now. Label for, and this wants the name of a corresponding input's ID, not the name, but ID. So often you'll see people double up here. They'll give an ID and a name, and usually it's for this purpose. Okay, so let's say label for body, and then we'll say, it doesn't have to be called body, but that's fine. Note, description, whatever you want. All right, come back, let's see. Yeah, we want the input below it. So maybe I could wrap this within a div and give it a reformat. Come back, refresh. And yeah, you get the idea. Again, we're not going to focus too much on styling because at the end of the video, we'll pull in a pre-configured form that looks nice and pretty. Okay, but anyways, yeah, I can fill out this form, and when I submit it, it seems like it just refreshes the page and updates the query string. And this is a GET request. So by default, a form will submit using a GET request. And as it turns out, things like this, GET request, GET request, GET request, GET request, get me that page. But it's not the only request type you can make. There's many more. And one of those other types is a post request. So why don't we tweak this and say form method is post. All right, and I won't change anything else here. Let's just see what happens. So I submit the form and it refreshes again. But notice how this time it did not include the form data as part of the query string. And yeah, this is the key difference between a GET request and a POST request. Both of them can be used to transfer data or information to the server. But yeah, with a GET request, you are doing it through or via the query string. And with a POST request, you are doing it sort of in the shadows a little bit as part of the message body. And later I'll show you how to inspect that. And then finally, last little thing I'll note on this, technical term incoming, sorry about that. With a GET request, they should be considered idempotent. And that just means no matter how many times you make the request, whether I do this one time or 10,000 times, I'm not doing anything destructive. I'm still going to get the same results. But that is not true for things like submitting a form. So if I submitted this form and once it's complete, we would persist a new note in the database. So that means if I did this 10,000 times, wouldn't I have 10,000 records in the database? That is not idempotent, so we should not use a GET request for this form submission. Okay, but now, yeah, that begs the question, well, I fill it out, I submit it, where did it go? All right, let's have a look. Let's go back to note create. And why don't we do this? I'm going to die and dump the server, like we did many episodes ago. All right, let's do it again, submit it. And here's what we get. So yeah, let's just inspect this and see if there's anything relevant. Lots of information about my computer. But then I do see this one here, request method, post. Let's try reloading the page. All right, now we do it. Request method is get. And of course, I visited the page and that's a get request. But when I submitted the form, I changed the request type to post. So that's why it's get when I visit the form, like that. But then when I submit the form and it reloads this page, it changes to post. Okay, so I think we can inspect that. Let's do this. When the page loads, why don't we say, well, if the server, and I'm just grabbing this right here, if the request method equals post, well, then we know at this point we are responding to the submission of the form. You submitted the form. All right, let's give it a try. Refresh, fill it out, submit, you submitted the form. So now we have a way to distinguish between a GET request to this URI and a POST request to this URI. Cool. But yeah, now the next thing, how do I get information from the form? And as it turns out, we have a new superglobal, $_post. All right, let's see what happens. Refresh. And there we go. Notice I have an array of all of the attributes from the form. All right, cool. So now, if you think about it, we've added a form, and we figured out how we can respond to the submission of the form. We've learned how we can grab all of the data or the attributes from the form. So the final step would be perform any validation that's necessary, and then persist it or save it to the database. So I'm going to hold off on that for one more episode, and we will finish up this video by swapping out our ugly form here with something that's a lot more attractive, and we'll do that now. I'm going to visit tailwindui.com, and yeah, they usually offer some free components that we can use. So I will look for form. And yeah, so notice, yeah, nicely styled, professionally styled forms that we can pull from. And it looks like this one on top is free to all. So I will click on that, come back, and why don't we insert all of this right here? And yeah, clearly we have a massive amount of form data here, but we can just grab the pieces that we are interested in. So let's come back to Firefox and take a look. And yeah, I think we're most of the way there. One little issue, notice how the form input is not displaying quite like their version. Let's see why. We'll go to the top here, and they have a little note. So it looks like this example requires a Forms plugin, but luckily this should be pretty easy to add because we are referencing Tailwind through its CDN. So I will visit my head section, and yeah, I think it's as easy as saying plugins equal form. Come back, give it a refresh, and oh, that was not right. Maybe it's called forms. Okay, good. I got scared there for a minute. Yeah, so now, yeah, that looks much better. So now I'm just going to pluck the sections that I need. So it looks like we have a notifications, a personal information, and a profile section. Let's just break it down. I'll go back to only the profile section. So let's see. These are the dividers, so the little sections here with the little padding and a line. So I can get rid of that. I'll get rid of personal information, get rid of the next divider, and then get rid of notifications. All right, how's that looking? Yeah. Next, you can keep it if you want, but I don't think we need that sidebar. So we have a grid, call span 1. Can I get rid of that? Yeah, we're getting there. And then finally, why don't we just keep this, and yeah, really, we could get rid of everything else. Okay, so this should be pretty easy. Let's get rid of that one. We want about. Let's get rid of the photo. Yeah, this is kind of what's cool about Tailwind is you can grab it and then just use whatever is necessary and throw away the rest. So let's see how that looks. I don't think we need a little descriptor, so I can get rid of that. Good. Okay, so let's change this to body. It's a text area, and once again, I'm just going to bring it right back to what we had before, where we have an ID and name of body, because that is the name of the column. So finally, we have a form here. It is making a post request. And then, yeah, this action attribute may or may not be new to you. That just specifies where the request should go. So by default, if it's not included, that means we are submitting to the current page. But it doesn't have to be that way. If you want to do something like this, make new note, well, now it's going to make a post request to this URI instead of the current page. And yeah, we sort of talked about a RESTful system. eventually you might do something like this. And that would say, all right, we're going to make a post request to /notes to create and persist a new note in the database. But for now, I'm just going to keep it to submitting to the current page. All right, and I think this looks pretty good. Update this, come back, and we have our form. And I'm sorry, last little thing, and then I'll let you go. We don't need a placeholder. Or how about here's an idea for a note, ... Come back, refresh, and we have our form. We submit it, and there's your cliffhanger. And we'll tackle this in the next video. All right, welcome back, everybody. Let's keep going right where we left off at the conclusion of the last video. So we now know how to respond to when the user submits a form. So next up, let's die and dump the post superglobal and have a look. So back to Firefox, right here, and you'll notice behind the scenes, I've cleared out all of the notes so that we can start from scratch. Okay, so we will add some gibberish here, submit the form, and sure enough, we get an array of all of the inputs or the values from the form. Okay, so now the next step would be to take those values and insert them into the database, right? Into the notes table. All right, well, let's see how we might do that. All right, so let's do this. Let's go into notes.php, and maybe one more time, I'm going to copy and paste this, and then I'll show you a cleaner way that we can allow for things like this. Okay, so now I can say db query, and you know what? We haven't yet reviewed the syntax for an insert query, but I'll show you a little trick. Let's go to table plus and manually add a note, something. User ID is 1, and I'll hit save. And you'll notice if I go to the history tab, here I can see a list of all of the actual SQL queries that are being executed within table plus. So yeah, in this case, it looks like we say insert into the name of the table, and then the columns, and then values, and then the corresponding values. Great, so this is especially useful during the learning phase. So let's go back to PHP Storm, and I'll use that. Insert into notes, the body and the user ID. And yeah, for the values, exact same thing. We're going to leverage prepared statements so that we avoid any risk of funny business or SQL injection. So yeah, the values will be wildcards or parameters here, body and user ID. And I will pass those through as the second argument. All right, so body will be post body. So grab the body value or attribute from the form. And then we will do user ID. And yeah, we haven't yet reviewed session handling or authentication. So I'm going to hard code this, but I promise we're going to get to it. All right, let's just see what happens now. So back to Firefox, give it a refresh, keep learning PHP. We save it. And we're not really providing feedback, which we probably should. But if I go to Table Plus and give this a refresh, and there we go. It works. We're in business. So very cool, but also very risky. And here's what I mean. Yes, you wrote prepared statements, which is great. You've avoided that potential pitfall. But that doesn't mean all of your security concerns are solved. So have a look here. Let's create a new note. And I'm just going to say work on, and then I'll say within strong tags something. And then why don't we add some classes here? So I know this website uses Tailwind, right? So why don't we say text red 500 and font bold? All right, interesting, right? What do you think is going to happen here? We save it. We go back to our list of notes. And it's red and bold. And maybe you're thinking, well, of course, what did you expect to happen? But this could be a really big problem. And here's why. I'll show you another example. How about within an H1, and then I'm going to force the font size to be something insane, like, I don't know, 100 pixels. And then we're not done. I will open up a script tag and say, hi, from JavaScript. All right, yeah, let's see what happens here. Save it. We go to all of our notes. Now, every single person who visits this page is going to see an alert. Yeah, so now imagine you're building like a Stack Overflow site or something like that. If you didn't add the necessary sanitizing and precautions, well, now thousands and thousands of people are going to see an alert, or something way worse. when they visit the page. And even beyond that, notice how because we gave the user full control, they've completely borked the presentation of our notes list. So yeah, clearly none of this is desirable. All right, how can we fix it? And let's see, yeah, we have a couple options here. One method would be to sanitize the body of the note before it enters the database. And yeah, that would work. Another option that's very common is to simply allow it to enter the database, but then always escape it when you display it on the page. And I'll show you what that looks like. Let's go into our list of notes. And yeah, right up here, here's where we display the note. And yeah, right here, instead of blindly echoing whatever the user has typed into that form, why don't we first pass it to a built-in PHP function called HTML special chars or chars. All right, so first, let's see what happens, and then we'll talk a little more. Back to Firefox, I give it a refresh. All right, good deal. It seems like we've solved the problem. We're no longer displaying an alert for every single person who loads this web page. And further, we've restricted the author's ability to control the presentation of this notes list, which is good. But yeah, just keep in mind, if I click on the note, right back in that same boat. So this is where we come back to that idea of the user is guilty until proven innocent. Or really, you don't even need to say until proven innocent. Just assume that they're trying to do something bad. Even if 99% of people are good, you have to assume that they're going to try something malicious. So that's why we run any user-provided input or values through functions like this, HTML special chars. And you can see here, it's going to convert all applicable characters to HTML entities. Yeah, so if I close this out, back to Firefox, view the source, or I'm sorry, let's go back to our list here and view the source. You can see, where are we? So yeah, right down here. So notice how that HTML special chars function converted the angled brackets here and the quotes to their HTML entity equivalents. And when you do that, this thing here is no longer treated as an HTML tag. It's treated as just a long string. And that's exactly what we want. Again, just to make it crystal clear, if I brought this back to what we started with and we give it a refresh, scroll to the bottom, now it is treated as HTML, which is why we see that alert. All right, good to know. So let's update this, and then I'm going to do the exact same thing anywhere else we display the note. So how about one right here? And I will paste that. All right, but as always, and I'm going to tell you this a million times, we're not done yet. There's still more things to consider. For example, what if I try to create a note and I don't provide anything? Does that work? Seems like it does. All right, what if I just keep clicking this? 3, 4, 5? Yeah, what is that? 5 or 6 notes that are empty? And if I come back to the list here, well, it's collapsed. But if I hit Shift-Command-C, yeah, here's all of the list items that are being rendered to display what is empty notes. And again, we don't want to allow that. So yeah, it can be a little overwhelming at times. I get it. There's so many things you have to think about. In this video alone, we leveraged prepared statements to avoid the risk of SQL injection. And then we used the HTML special chars function to convert any potential HTML into their HTML entity equivalents. And now it seems like we also need a layer of validation to ensure that the user, when they submit the form, is providing to us the values and the data and the types that we expect. So we'll take a look at that last element, validation, in the next video. I'll see you then. All right, welcome back, everybody. In the last episode, we left off with a cliffhanger, didn't we? We currently have the situation where a user can insert empty data into our database table, which of course we don't want to allow. Okay, so the solution is to apply a layer of validation, and I'll show you how to do that in this episode. All right, so yeah, just to restate the problem, notice right now if I leave the body text area blank, I can still submit the form. And if I now switch to Table Plus and give it a refresh, we have an empty row that has just been persisted. Okay, so I know what you might be thinking. Your first thought might be, well, let's go to our form, and here's our text area right here. Let's give it a reformat. And let's add the required attributes. So if you're not familiar with this, this states that, well, I can't make it any simpler, actually. It states that the text area is required. You have to give us something in order to submit the form. So if I come back and give this a refresh, like that, notice now if I try to submit the form, it will prevent me from doing so. All right, so yeah, you might think, problem solved. And even better, you didn't even need to write a line of code. Simply append the required attribute to any form inputs that are required. But it's useful, but it doesn't actually solve the problem. So you can think of this as a layer of browser validation or client-side validation. And it is useful. It provides immediate feedback to the user to help them. But there's nothing preventing the user from simply bypassing this layer of validation. And I'll show you what I mean. If I go to my terminal, yeah, there's nothing preventing me from manually submitting this post request. And I can use curl for that. So I can say curl-x, and that declares the request type. In our case, we want a post request. The URL, let's switch back, see if we can find it. Yeah, it's going to be localhost port 8888. And then the URI is notes/create. Next, I will pass -d to provide the data to go along with this post request. So I can say, all right, well, the body should be nothing. We submit it. And yeah, if I now go back to Table Plus and give it a refresh, yeah, there we go. So you see what I mean? We've now bypassed that client-side or browser layer of validation. Okay, and in fact, if I just do it over and over, yeah, we're right back in that same boat. Okay, so don't get me wrong, it is useful to add that required attribute because it provides instant feedback, validation feedback to the user, but we can never exclusively depend on it. Okay, so the next step is to add some server-side validation. All right, let's go back to our controller. And yeah, right here, let's see. It sounds like before we run our query, we should first confirm that the body meets our criteria. And we'll do it inline to start. All right, so let's see. I'm going to use the strlen function that PHP provides. Of course, that stands for string length. And we're going to look at the post body attribute. And if its length is 0, well, then it's blank. And that means our validation should fail, right? All right, so how do we represent this? Why don't we start by saying create a variable called errors, and that'll be an empty array. And then we'll do our validation checks. And if this one fails, we will append to that array like this. Errors body equals a body is required. Okay, so now think about it. If our validation fails, or in other words, if the errors array is not empty, should we still run this query to update the database? And of course, the answer is no. We should effectively abort and return to the form and then notify the user about what they did wrong or what validation error occurred. Okay, so let's see. If that's the case, all right, so we can check if an array is empty or has no members or items by using the empty function. So yeah, if I did something like this, we're saying, all right, if there are no validation errors, then it's safe to proceed. So I could nest that here. Otherwise, we don't run that query and we require the view. But now when we require the view, there is an errors variable. Okay, so let's see what happens now. Let's do this. Right now, I can't submit the form because we added that required attribute, which is helpful, but it's not helpful when I'm testing this out. So just temporarily, I'm going to disable that. But yeah, in real life and at the end of the video, I will return it. Okay, so one more time, I try to submit the form and notice if we did everything correctly, well, actually, let's clear that out and then we'll try it again. So yeah, I will submit this form a bunch of times. And if we did everything correctly, when I give this a refresh, we no longer have those empty records. Okay, so our validation is in fact working. But now the next issue, as we discussed, is that we're not providing any feedback to the user. So they have no clue what the problem is. Okay, let's do this. Let's go into our view. And yeah, right below the text area. So let's do this. Let's say, look at the errors array and see if we have anything for body. And if we do, then we should display that validation message for the user, like this, errors body. And then we can close this out. Yeah, and I think that would do the trick. So now if we come back and I submit the form, Yeah, it doesn't look too pretty right now, but at least we're providing some level of feedback to the user, which is great. Okay, so now let's make it look a little more attractive by saying, how about make it red, and then extra small, and then a little margin on the top. Okay, one more time. And yeah, I think that looks fine for our example. Okay, so now think about it. We have two layers of validation. We have the client side or the browser validation, but then we also have a second server-side validation that can't be bypassed. So even if we go through the terminal like we did earlier, notice body is required. Yeah, there it is. It doesn't work here either. And just to prove it, if we go back to Table Plus and refresh, yeah, there's no empty record here, which is really good. Okay, but we're still not done. Yes, we are ensuring that you give us something, but what if you give us too much of something like this? I often get this with the Laracasts forum, where people think it's appropriate to paste 10,000 lines of code that they want your help with. And yeah, you may or may not want to allow for that. So yeah, I'm just copying and pasting this like a crazy person to show you that right now, you could give us a massive text that we then insert into the database. And again, maybe you don't want to allow that. All right, so let's give it a shot. And yeah, as expected, we blindly throw all of that junk into our database table, which isn't ideal. So it sounds like we need a way to apply a maximum number of characters that we will allow, or a minimum. Like imagine you're creating a registration system and you want to say, well, the password that the user provides should be at least, 7 characters, and at most 255 characters, right? You want to set a minimum and a maximum for the number of characters that are provided. These are all things that validation can handle. All right, let's get to work. I will clear that out, switch back to PHP Storm, and yeah, why don't we do another layer of validation? Let's do this. Let's copy that rule, and we will run another check. If the length is greater than some kind of arbitrary threshold you've set for your application, in this case, 1,000 might be too little. It just sort of depends on what these notes are. Can they be incredibly extensive, or are they really intended to be short notes? It just depends on what you're building. But yeah, for the example, we'll say, okay, the threshold, the maximum is 1,000 characters. And if you've gone over that, we can say the body cannot be more than 1,000 characters. All right, so we'll switch back, but actually real quick. Notice before I do that, you can imagine situations where for any form input that the user fills out, there could be multiple validation violations that you need to report. Like, well, you did this wrong, but you also did that wrong. So if you want to allow for that, we might need to structure things a little bit differently. But for now, let's just keep it simple. Okay, so anyways, we submit the form, and sure enough, a body is required. Now we require something, but I will add so many characters that will hopefully take us over the 1,000 character maximum. We submit it, and the body cannot be more than 1,000 characters, which is great. But now we're on to the next problem. And I'm sorry, I told you, all of programming is solving problems. It's all you do. So yeah, the next problem is, even if you make a little mistake like this, maybe you didn't intend to do this, notice I submit the form, and I've now lost everything that I typed there. And maybe I would have preferred to fix the mistake rather than starting from scratch. Very likely that's the case. Okay, so how do we do this? Well, let's come back and let's go to our view. And maybe right here, as the value, of course, we can just add gibberish here, and that will be included. So maybe we could just say, well, if we have anything in the post message body for this, then we should echo it out. So maybe something like this, echo post body. But yeah, it's not enough to do this. This might be your first thought. But notice if we give this a refresh, yeah, we get a warning, undefined array key body. Because remember, if we're just performing a GET request, then the post superglobal will be empty, and that means there will not be a body key. So we can't always assume it. I'll show you a little trick here, though. I'll show you the long form and then the shortcut. In the past, we would use the isSet function. So look in this array and let me know if a body key is set or exists. And if that's the case, I can represent that with a question mark. Then we will echo out that value Otherwise, we will echo nothing. Yeah, I don't know if we've reviewed this yet. This is the ternary operator. Think of it as a alternative syntax for if-else statements. So the question mark is if. So if this condition is true, then do this. Else, represented by the colon, do this. All right, so yeah, you'll often reach for it for simple little one-liners that aren't too complex. But you can see right here that my editor is squawking because there's actually an easier way to do that. So this is the benefit of using an IDE, is they will often give you little tips like this. So notice I can replace this, and this is the equivalent. I think it was introduced as part of PHP 8 or 8.1. I'm not sure. Maybe 8, something like that. But yeah, this is the equivalent. So yeah, these two question marks here, technically, they are referred to as the null coalescing operator. If you want to get some points at dinner parties or lose some points more realistically. But yeah, it just checks if this value exists and is not null, which is basically what we were doing earlier. So yeah, if it exists, then echo it. Otherwise, echo an empty string. All right, come back, give it another run, and yeah, I think we're in business here. So now if I paste in something that breaks the validation like we did before, notice that this time we see the validation error, but we don't lose what we typed into this text area. And yeah, that's probably what you want. Okay, so now I think I've taken up enough of your time for this episode. But yeah, if we switch back to our controller, this does the trick, but as you can imagine, it could get messy very, very quickly. And then further, if we repeatedly perform these checks for every single form on our site, that just doesn't seem to make sense to me. And that's a little too much duplication for my taste. So in the next episode, we're going to extract all of this into a dedicated validation class. I'll see you then. All right, welcome back, everybody. Let's jump right in. So yeah, in the last episode, we toyed around with writing our first set of validation rules. But then we realized, well, it probably would make sense to extract this logic into its own file or its own class. And that way, I only have to write the logic one time, and then throughout the entire application, I can reference an existing function or method. Okay, so let's do that now. I'm going to call this class, well, Validator. Okay, class Validator. And yeah, at least initially, I'm going to keep this class very simple and also very pure. And I'll show you an example. We'll start with something simple, like validating that you've given us a string of a certain size. Okay, so we need the value. And yeah, if I switch back to the controller, we could pluck this logic that we wrote in the last episode and paste it in here and return the result. Okay, so now I can swap this out with the value you give us when you call the function. Okay, let's give that a shot. I'm going to switch back and require the controller. And actually, real quick, if we have not discussed this, I can require a file like this, or I can use it almost like a function. Both will work just the same. And you can see sometimes I will absentmindedly use both, coming from the JavaScript world where there's also a require function. But yeah, generally just stick with one or the other. Okay, so with that in mind, I will use this approach. Okay, cool. So now, yeah, well, at least initially, I would have to instantiate a new validator. And then right here, I could use validator string and then pass through the post body. And yeah, so I've just taken the logic that we had in this file and extracted it to a dedicated class. Okay, so let's give that a shot. I switch to the browser, refresh. I try to submit the page, and sure enough, our validation is still working. Okay, but a couple ideas to think about. What if the user gives us an empty string? So I'm just holding down the space bar here. Well, if I submit it, it seems like that worked. So we go back to Table Plus, I give it a refresh, and now once again, we have a new row with a body that's not empty, but is composed of empty spaces. Okay, so let's delete that and make sure that we trim it before we perform the validation. All right, so back to PHP Storm, into our validator, and now I could say, well, why don't we trim the value before we check it? All right, so let's give it another shot. Once again, I will hold down the space bar, but yeah, this time if I submit the form, the validation is working the way you'd expect. So we can see that the trim function that PHP provides literally trims off blank spaces before or after your string. And it turns out that's what we want in this case. Okay, great. But now what about, well, actually, let's do this. Let's go back to the controller. And you can see we have another check where we make sure, for the example, that your note can't be more than 1,000 characters. Okay, so what would we do? Would we create a new function, or would we simply expand our existing function to accept a minimum and maximum number of characters? And I think that second approach is probably the one we should use. Okay, so let's accept a minimum number of characters, and we'll set the minimum to 1. You have to give us at least 1 character by default. And then the maximum should be basically infinite. So unless you explicitly set or pass this argument, the maximum number of characters we allow is infinity, right? So in those cases, we can use INF for infinity. Okay, great. Okay, so now think about it. Let's start by saying, well, let's update the value variable by trimming it so that I don't have to do it more than one time. And then we will say, well, make sure that the value or the length, the number of characters of that value, is greater than or equal to the minimum, so in this case, greater than or equal to 1 by default, but also the length of the value is less than or equal to the maximum. Okay, and let's see if that works. So I will come back to my controller, and yeah, now I can merge these into one. So I will get rid of this, and update this to validate string. I want the minimum to remain 1, but the maximum is 1,000 characters, which again, just to show you, if I bring this back, that's what we had at the end of the last episode. So yeah, now I'm just merging them into a single function call. And then I could update this string to be a little more generic. How about the body, or I'm sorry, a body of no more than 1,000 characters is required. Okay, and then finally, we should handle the case where it is not valid. So I'm going to negate it. If it is not valid, then update this errors array. Okay, let's have a look in the browser. So we submit it, and sure enough, the validation fails. Let's now add so much text that brings us over 1,000 characters. So I'm just pasting in lorem ipsum that paragraph over and over. That should be more than 1,000 characters, so we submit it. And once again, the validation fails. All right, and I think that's a pretty good refactor. Okay, so now let's talk about this. This method is what we would call a pure function, and I'll tell you what that means. A pure function is a function that is not contingent or dependent upon state or values from the outside world. And by outside world, I literally mean the world that exists outside of this simple function. And again, what that translates to is within the body of this method, I'm not deferring to any internal state. I'm not referencing an outside class or object. It's all contained. So notice I call the method, I feed it some values, it works with the values, and then it returns a response. But there is no reference to this inside it. And that's what I mean by it's not dependent upon existing internal states. It's not deferring to a different class or a different object. It's all very simple and very pure. So in these cases, when you have pure functions, we can make them static. And that then allows us to call the method directly without first creating an instance of that class, like this. Let's switch back. And with this approach, I can now simply remove the instantiation and instead just say class name, : and then the name of the method. So yeah, these two colons are how we call or trigger a static method on a class. Okay, so if I come back and we give this another shot, it still works just the way it did before. But yeah, just to be crystal clear, if we don't explicitly make this a static function, we'll notice we're going to see some kind of fatal error because we are trying to interact or call this method as if it were static, but we didn't declare it as static. So make sure you add that static keyword. Okay, so yeah, in situations like this, for very simple and very, again, pure functions, this is a good way to go. Okay, great. So now, as you can imagine, your validator class could validate so many things, like make sure you gave me a proper URL, or make sure that you gave me a valid email address. Why don't we cover that example? Even though I don't have an existing user yet, we haven't built a registration system, just to give you an idea. Okay, so if we want that, we'd create a method called email. I would make it static, and yeah, we'd interact with it like this: validator, email, and then you'd give us the value that probably came from the registration form or something. So in this case, joe@example.com seems to be a valid email address. And actually on that note, notice it's not going to ping some existing service to make sure that it is a registered email address. It's just ensuring that it takes the form of an email address. So this would return true. But yes, something like this, well, that doesn't take the shape of an email address. So it would return false. Okay, so the implementation, well, there's a number of ways to do this. You could paste a very dramatic regular expression, but instead we're going to use a PHP function called filter var. And this gives us a way to sanitize or validate a string in a number of ways. And yeah, if you want, you can always just review the PHP documentation. But in this case, you can see we give it a value and then our desired filter. And again, switch to the documentation to see some examples. So yeah, things like, let's see if I can see, filter, validate, email. Yeah, here we go. Here's an example. So we call filter var, we give it the email address, and then we're going to reference our desired filter. And in this case, the one we want is filter validate email. So I will copy that, switch back, paste it in, and then I will accept the desired value and return the result. Okay, so now, yeah, again, we don't have an existing email address. This is just a quick example, but we could toy around with it right at the top by saying, and we'd say validator email, and let's start with something that is not a valid email address like this. So we come back, give it a refresh, and sure enough, it returns false. But if we instead provide a valid email address, you'll see it's not going to return true, but it will return the address itself, which is a truthy value. So in other words, I could say, well, if not validator email, then once again, that is not a valid email. Okay, but if we use a real one, I'm just being super crystal clear here to make sure we're all on the same page, then we don't trigger this DD function. So yeah, I'm just giving you some ideas here. And trust me, once it's time to build something like a registration form, this is going to be super handy. Think about it. To register, you probably have to provide a username, an email address, maybe a password. Okay, well, this will take you the whole way there, basically. Think about it. Well, let's validate your username using this method. Next, let's validate the email address using this method. And then finally, maybe you've decided passwords on your site need to be at least 7 characters long. All right, we would validate that using this method, but we'd set the minimum to 7, and that would take care of it. It takes you the whole way there. Okay, so now to wrap up, I want to note how the behavior that we currently have is no different than what we had at the conclusion of the last episode. The only thing we've done here is tinkered and refactored and rewrote the code to be just a little more flexible and also, more importantly, pleasing to the eye. And trust me, that makes a huge difference. And I've noted this over and over. Programming is rewriting. All right, welcome back, everybody. So you know what? Let's take a short pause on our notes exercise and instead just take a few minutes to focus on simple cleanup and organization. And I'll show you what I mean. Right now in the controllers directory, I see 3 files dedicated to notes, or our notes resource. And then if I open the views directory, the exact same thing is true. Okay, so now you can imagine for a real project where you have lots of resources like notes and posts and users and categories and tags and fill in the blank. Very quickly with this flat directory structure, I don't know, it just gets a little messy. So with that in mind, why don't we put everything related to notes within its own directory? Okay, notes, and then I'll grab these 3 and drag them in. Perfect. Then I'll do the exact same thing in the views directory. Notes, grab these 3 and move them over. Okay, so yeah, it just cleans it up that much. So next, of course, I need to return to my routes file and update the paths. So now I would have things like this, notes, but you'll notice now that these note controllers are stored within their own directory, maybe we could use a different naming convention. Maybe just something a little more traditional and adhering to common conventions. So for example, right here, notice that I originally named this file note create. And I did that because if it was simply create, well, you wouldn't have known, is it the create controller for a note or a user or a project or a category? You don't know. So that's why we made it clear. But now that it's in a note directory, or I'm sorry, a notes directory, I don't have to do that anymore. So I can clean this up like so. Okay, so now I would just return to my controller and I would update this like so. Cool. All right, let's keep going. Is there anything else we could do here? Well, again, following common conventions, the controller or action for displaying all of a resource or a paginated list of a resource is often called index. So if we took that approach, we would rename this like so. Okay, so just come along for the ride. I'll rename this to index. All right, what else? Okay, right here, this next controller is responsible for showing a single note, right? So again, following conventions, we're going to change that to show, and then I will update this. Cool. So now we have index for showing all or a list of notes. We have show for showing a single note. We have create for displaying a form to create a new note. I think this looks a lot better. And yet, more importantly even, we're going to follow this very approach, this same naming convention for every resource in our application. And you'll find when you do that, it makes the whole project that much easier to reason about, to get around, to work on a larger team, because again, everyone is following the same convention. So for example, maybe in the future you have a resource for managing users. And maybe you need to, 6 months from now, go to the controller that is responsible for displaying a form to create a new user. All right, well, it's not like you have to go to your routes file and visit your lookup table. You just follow the convention. You know it would be something like users/create. And that is the benefit here. For every resource, we use the exact same naming convention. Okay, so if we do that for controllers, we're going to do the exact same thing for our views. So within notes, I would change this to show.view. This one would be index.view, and then this one would be create.view. Okay, finally, I just have to update those paths. So I'll do that now, and I think we'll be in good shape here. Okay, here's one to show. And then this one here at the bottom, view, notes, create. All right, let's do a sanity check. Is everything still working? And of course it fails, but at least we know why. So yeah, because we moved the view to a new subdirectory, the path to the corresponding partial here is no longer correct. So we need to fix that. And I'll show you how. If I go into the view for this controller, yeah, this is where we require that file and it's not working. There's two ways we could fix this. One option would be to use a relative path from the current file. So we could do something like this, __dir, and that will give me the directory of the current file. So in this case, views/notes. And then from that point, we could concatenate and go up a level into the views folder, then into the partials folder, and then to the file. And that should work. So notice if I give it a refresh, we'll still see a warning, but it will be for a different file. Yeah, now it's trying to require nav.php. And that would be fine. Another option is to use a full path from the system root. So I could say, well, go into the views directory and then into the partials directory. And I think that would work as well. Yeah, and we get the same thing. All right, why don't we stick with that since it's a little quicker. So I will update this and then down here at the bottom as well. And that should solve the problem, and it does. Okay, so now I just need to update this in these files. And by the way, notice how this is a little painful as well because we have some duplication for setting up our template. Trust me, there are tools and libraries available that you will eventually learn about that make your templating system that much more enjoyable. Anyways, let's update this. And then is that it? We got this one. What about show? Down here. And I think that should do it. So refresh. Let's view a note. That works. Let's create a note. Yeah, and it seems like we're up and running here. Okay, so nice little refactor that I think you should consider, especially once you graduate to a dedicated framework where this convention here is incredibly common. Okay, cool. Onward to the next episode. All right, welcome back. I will warn you up front, we're still focused on project organization in this video, and I'm going to make a lot of small adjustments and tweaks. So I tell you this because if you typically work along in your own code editor for each video, maybe for this lesson alone, don't do that. Just watch it, come along for the ride, and then at the end of the video, you'll have a link to the source code, and at that point, you can update your own project. All right, let's get started. So let's begin by discussing the project root. So why don't we start by opening any file here, and at the very top, I'm going to var dump and write hello there. Okay, so have you ever considered what would happen if the user tries to access one of these files from the browser? All right, let's give it a shot. So we load the home page, and yeah, we see hello there, but we'd expect that. We are requiring the router, after all. But yeah, now let's access router.php directly. Router.php, and it works. And just to make this crystal clear, let's die afterward to prove that we are accessing and triggering and executing that file directly. And as it turns out, this is a big security concern that we didn't anticipate. Okay, so yeah, if you think about it, right now our document root, so to speak, is the demo folder. It's the root of our folder. And normally all requests are going through index.php. However, the way the built-in server works is, well, if you have another file that exists and that can be matched, then it will load that file instead. So yeah, let's just try a different one, like config, and we'll say echo hello there. Okay, now let's try to load that from the browser. Config.php, and we get hello there. So again, a big security concern, and we can't allow this. Okay, so let's do this. First, let me undo our examples here, and I'm going to change the document root. And this document root is typically your public folder. This is where your entry point will be, so index.php will go there, and it's also where you'd store, for example, style sheets or images or JavaScript files. So let's do that now. Create a directory called public, and I will move index.php within there. But just creating the folder isn't enough. When we initialize or boot up our server, we need to tell it what the document root should be. So real quick, if I run php-h, let's look for -t. Yeah, so when we boot up the server, I can pass the -t option to specify what my document root for the built-in server should be. So let's do it again. Create a server at localhost 8888 -t, and the document root will now be not the root of the project, but instead the public folder. Okay, so now, yeah, let's refresh this page, and notice we get a not found, because it doesn't know anything about this config file. All it knows about is this public folder, because this is now the document root. Okay, so let's switch back to the browser and tackle the next problem. If we load the root URL, now it's trying to require functions, but it can't find it. And again, that's because we moved it into a new directory. Okay, so rather than constantly updating our require paths, I think this is a good opportunity to choose a more seamless implementation. And I'll show you how. Now, the first thing I might do is declare a constant for the project. And I will call this base path, which will point to a path, an absolute path, to the root of your project. And again, people often call this base path. So given that I'm in index.php, well, the root of this project would be the current directory, as we learned about in the last episode, and then let's go up a level like that. So this should take me to the demo folder. And we can confirm that by saying var dump base path. Okay, come back, give it a refresh, and yeah, it's still failing, but notice now, this is our path to the demo folder. Okay, so yeah, the next step, we're not going to keep this, but the next step would be to update all of these requires. So you might do something like this, require base path and then functions. So now if I come back, you'll see that it still fails, but the issue will be related to a different file that it's trying to require. Yeah, now it's trying to load database. So again, you could do this, base path, but again, I don't know, I just don't love it. Come back, give it a refresh. And yeah, that worked, but now we've moved on to the next issue further down the rabbit hole. Yeah, so this is what I mean when I say maybe we should consider a different approach for requiring files. So here's what I'll do. I'm going to go into functions.php, and at the bottom, I will add 2 helper functions for declaring a path that is relative to the root of the project. So we're going to call this base path, and we'll accept a path. And then what I'll do, and let me give it a quick reformat here. Then what we'll do is return base path, our constant, and then we will concatenate the path that is provided when we call the function. So again, it's not too complex, but it'll just make it a little easier to interact with. And now whenever we need to declare a path relative to the base path, I don't have to remember what the name of the constant is. Okay, so let's come back. And now for these 3, what I could do is select them and use our new base path helper function. And yeah, of course, I can't use our new helper function for this require because it's for functions.php and that helper function doesn't exist yet. Okay, so now if I come back and refresh, yeah, we still get the same issue, but we've created a nice little wrapper that we can use throughout the entire code base. Okay, so let's do that now. Let's solve this warning by going into controllers/index. And here you can see we're trying to load a view, but this time I'm going to swap it out with base path and then our view. Okay, so switch back, give it a refresh, and there we go. We're up and running. Okay, but I think we can take this even further. As you can imagine, loading a view is something you will do constantly in a project. So with that in mind, maybe it would make sense to add a helper function like view, and then I just provide the name of the view that I want to load. Okay, that would be pretty cool. Why don't we allow for it? Functions.php, add a new one here, view, path, and then this would load, think about it, we can reuse base path, so call base path, and then we will start at the views directory, and then we will concatenate the path to the user's provided view. So yeah, in this case, we have index.view.php. So this would load our base path /views/index.view.php. And I think that's what we want. All right, so with any luck, come back and refresh. Everything still works, but now this is just a more friendly API, so to speak. It's easier for me to use and easier for me to grasp that we are requiring a view. But even better, and you might like this, what if we move the require statement into the view function as well? That might be cool. Okay, so we give that a try, but I bet we run into a little snag here. Come back, give it a refresh, and yeah, we have a warning, undefined variable heading. Okay, so if you want, pause the video and see if you can figure out what happened here. Okay, here's the issue. Notice that we are loading a view, and that view is looking for a heading variable. However, the heading variable was declared in the controller, and now we are requiring the view from an entirely different scope, and that's why it can't find it. So yeah, it sounds like if we want to take this approach, and I like it a lot, we probably need a way to pass all of our view data along with this function call. So maybe we could pass an array as the second argument. And yeah, we could do something like this. Heading is heading. Or in this case, I could just inline it. So I could swap this out with home, like so. Okay, but now I need to go into the view function and accept the attributes, which will default to an empty array. Okay, but of course, it's still not going to work because we aren't yet doing anything with that attributes array. Okay, well, as it turns out, PHP has a function called extract. So first, come along for the ride. I will call extract, switch back, and that does solve the problem. So let's see what extract does. I'm going to click through here with command click, And yeah, we can see it imports variables into the current symbol table from an array. Okay, that makes it sound super complicated. Just think of it like this. It accepts an array, and it turns that array into a set of variables, where the name of the variable is the key, and the value of the variable is the value associated with the key. So for example, if I also did foo is bar, well then, once I extract it, I would then have a foo variable. And in fact, let's just try it out. Die and dump foo, and this should be bar. And you see how that works. Super, super handy stuff here. Okay, so I think that is the way to go. All right, now let's update our other controllers. So I will go to about. I'll do the same thing here, but load about.view, and then update this. All right. Then we will go into contact. And you know what? I'm going to speed all of this up. So I'm going to hit fast forward right now. Okay, and that's enough. Yeah, it's the exact same process there. But now if we go into notes, this will be slightly different. So we'll start here, and I'll paste this in. We're going to load notes/index.view.php. The heading is my notes, so I can get rid of this. And then really, I don't need to access the db variable in the config variable from my view. And as it turns out, before this refactor, you could have done that, which might have led to potential issues. But now we're avoiding that entirely. So we'll just say notes is notes. And now these two variables, heading and notes, are the only ones that will be available when we load our view. Okay, so now I will copy this and update these as well. This will be notes/create. What is our heading? It's create note. And what do we need here? Okay, well, maybe an errors variable, and I think that's it. All right, and then we'll go into show and do the exact same thing. So paste this one in, and we have notes/show. This is note, and then I'm going to pass through a note variable that corresponds to this. Okay, so I can get rid of that. And I think that's right. So yeah, a lot of changes here. Let's see if I made any mistakes. Come back and refresh, home, about, contact, notes. Oh, now we have a new issue. So it looks like in notes/index, yeah, once again, we are trying to require a config, but now we've changed our document root. So this is another case where I can require base path and then config.php. Come back, refresh. And now when I go into my view, yeah, this is what I meant when I said just come along for the ride, because when you make these sweeping project changes, you have to update lots of file paths. Yeah, so now let's see. We're trying to load head.php, and we have to update all of these to now reference our base path. So I will use multiple cursors and change this to require base path, and that'll be a fine and quick way to deal with this. So come back and give it a refresh, and that solves the problem. Okay, so once again, I will hit fast forward and update all of the other views where we require the exact same partials. Okay. All right, and that's done. Come back, refresh. Once again, home, about, notes, contact. Let's view a note, and same thing. Okay, so come back here, fix our require. And yeah, in a bit, I will show you how to use containers so that you don't always have to manually build up your database class. Yeah, we got to focus on one thing at a time so we don't get too overwhelmed. Okay, and then here, it looks like we have an old require. Yeah, I forgot to get rid of that. Okay, good. And then to create a note, require validator. Okay, good. This brings us to the next thing I want to review. All right, let's open up our create controller. And yeah, here I'm trying to require my validator. And again, I could do this base path, come back, give it a refresh. Okay, and then it looks like undefined variable errors. Yeah, that's because we only declare the errors variable if the form was submitted. Why don't we do that no matter what at the top? So no matter what, there will be an errors variable available to the view. Come back, give it a refresh, and that solves it. Finally, let's create a new note. Come on back. And yeah, everything is up and running. So lots of little changes, like I said, but I think it's for the better. But we're still not done. I want you to notice for any of these controllers, how about this one here, where we display all notes? It's just assumed that we have access to a database class. And we know that's the case because we declare as much within index.php. But I don't like the idea where every time I need access to a new class, I have to require it within index.php. Not a good approach. Instead, it would be cool if there was a way to lazily and automatically load and require these classes when I instantiate them or when I need them. Okay, so let's try this out. Why don't we get rid of the database and response requires? Because now we're going to change it up. So now when we load index.php, we declare a constant, we pull in our helper functions, and then we require the router that parses the requests and figures out what controller needs to be loaded. Okay, so that means if I come back to Firefox and I give it a refresh, yeah, and now as expected, our controller no longer knows what database is. Okay, so let's switch back. And let's see, right here, I'm going to call this scary PHP function called SPL Autoload Register. But don't worry, it's not too bad. This is going to accept a class, and just to get us rolling, I will die and dump the class so you can see when this function is automatically triggered by PHP. All right, switch back to Firefox, give it a refresh, and aha, we have called that function, or PHP called that function automatically. And here's why. If I go into the controller, temporarily, just to show you, I will comment all of that out. And yeah, this line right here is what's triggering that call. So if I come back and refresh, yeah, you still see it there. Okay, so the issue is PHP doesn't know what that database class is, so it's trying to track it down. And we have declared our implementation, so to speak, for how we should autoload files that aren't immediately available. Okay, so now we just have to figure out what is the logic? What should we do? Well, we have database, so why don't we just say initially require class.php, and maybe just to be crystal clear, we will start at the base path. So we can use our helper function base path. Okay, but actually, you know what? Before I do that, let's pass this to var dump just so you can see exactly what we are trying to require. All right, back to Firefox, give it a refresh. And yeah, right up here, this is what we are trying to load. All right, let's see if it works. Bring it back, come back, give it a refresh, and there we go. That fixed it. Okay, so now these other warnings are just because we commented these out. So let's bring it back, like so, come back, give it a refresh, and there we go. Perfect. So that's kind of a handy function, right? It lets us declare manually how we want to go about importing classes that have not already been explicitly or manually required. Okay, so we're about ready to finish up for this lesson, but the last little thing, and then by the way, in the next video, we will dig into namespaces, which should be fun. So I want you to notice how I have a bunch of classes here, like database and response and validator, that aren't uniquely related to the application we're building. Or in other words, if I was building a to-do app, I would have classes like to-do item, maybe task list, maybe project, maybe account. Those are all unique to my application. But validation or a response or interacting with a database, that's very generic. That's very infrastructure related. So why don't we separate those a bit? And we can call this directory anything we want, but I'm just going to call it for now like core, just kind of deep down core stuff. And then I will grab those, and how about, validator, maybe the router, maybe response, maybe database. I could even move functions there if I want. Actually, maybe I will as well. I'll grab those and move them into our new core directory. Okay, but now, of course, if I come back and refresh, the paths have changed, so now it can't find the file. Okay, that's an easy fix though. Let's go into our autoloader. And yeah, we will need to tweak our require statement. And actually on this note, a quick warning, in the next episode, when we get into namespacing, we'll have to rewrite this again, but that's okay, one step at a time. So yeah, look in the core directory and then find the class. Or we can inline all of this. So I'm using PHP Storm, so I can option return, and I can choose convert concatenation to string interpolation. And I think that looks a little better. Okay, come back to Firefox, give it a refresh, and there we go. Okay, so I'm going to leave it at that. I think we made some great strides here. So in the next video, as mentioned, we will dig into namespaces. All right, welcome back, everybody. We can finally dig into namespacing in this video. And don't worry, I'm going to make it super, super easy to understand. All right, so I want you to think back to the days before music streaming. So before Spotify or before YouTube or YouTube Music, way back to when all of your music, your full collection, was stored locally as MP3s somewhere on your desktop, right? You have some folder called music, you click on it, and again, there's your full collection of music. Okay, so I want you to see that in your head, and then I want you to tell me this, answer this question. Did you store every single music track within that top level directory? And of course, the answer is no. You categorized it, right? Maybe according to style. Maybe you have a rock folder, a pop folder, a classical folder. Or maybe you categorized it according to the band or the artist's name, right? So now I want you to think, well, why did we do that? And the answer is, well, for a few reasons. One, it is nice to group related songs. So if you like, ZZ Top or something like that, then you would have all songs written by them in the same folder. That is useful. But another reason you did it is to avoid the collision of song titles, right? Multiple songs could have the exact same title. And if you stored them all within the same directory, well, of course, there's going to be a collision. And you don't want a song like I Miss You, and then another track that says I Miss You -2, right? You don't want to do that. So again, if you store them or if you categorize them according to the name of the band or the artist, well, that solves that problem. And the exact same thing, as it turns out, is true for namespacing. Okay, so let's have a look. But first, real quick, I noticed at the end of the last video, when I moved a bunch of files to the core directory, these two were excluded. So let's do that right now. I will grab those and move them over. Okay, next I'll need to update my paths. Our functions file is now stored within the core directory, and the same is true for the router. Next though, I think things will still break, so if I come back and give this a refresh, yeah, now because the router is within a different directory, it can no longer track down the routes file. So let's fix that very quickly. We'll go in here, and yeah, right down here where we require the routes, let's swap that out with require base path routes.php. Okay, come back, give it a refresh, and now we just have one more fix to make. So once again, within the router file, it can no longer properly locate our controllers. So if we come back, right here is where we require the controller. But once again, let's start at the base path. So I will do it here, and then also when we load a view. Okay, let's come back, give that a shot, and hopefully that solves the problem. And yeah, it sure looks like it does. All right, now we can get started. So yeah, in the last episode, we already got started with this idea of creating directories to group related behavior, just like with your music collection. And in this case, we're sort of grouping our core infrastructure code, or really this is sort of like our miniature framework code. And yeah, we called it core. So now I want to create namespaces for each of these classes that lines up with that directory tree. So if I open up, for example, database, right here at the top, I will give it a namespace of core. And immediately you'll notice when I do that, I get all of these squigglies here next to other classes. And further, if I come back to Firefox and give it a refresh, everything's going to break. Because now, well, it doesn't really make sense, right? We're trying to load a class called database, but we moved it. Now database is within an entirely different namespace, so of course it can't find it. Okay, so let's have a look at the error here. Class database not found in notes/index. So let's go into our controller, notes/index. And yeah, once again, we are trying to instantiate our database class, but again, it's no longer located there. We moved it into a different namespace. Okay, so we can fix this by using the full namespaced path. And in this case, it would be core. And notice rather than a / for the divider, we actually use a \, as you see there. And now the squiggly goes away. Okay, so this would be one way to do it. Another option is to add the use keyword at the top of your file. So I could say use core/database, and now within the rest of the file, I can just reference it like I did before. So yeah, in a way, this is sort of like an alias. This is the full namespaced path that I want to use within this file. And then after that, anywhere else I reference it can simply use the class name alone. That's the way that works. Okay, so if I come back and I give this a refresh, yeah, we've solved that particular error, but now we've moved on to another one. So you'll see right here, well, we're trying to auto-load the database path. But remember in the last episode where I said, well, we're going to have to rewrite this in the next video, this right here. And yeah, we're now to that point. Now that we're using a namespaced class, well, the logic is going to be entirely different. So let's have a look here. Let's die and dump the class. And if I come back and give it a refresh, yeah, and as you can see, we're now dealing with something entirely different. Okay, so let's do this. For our reference, I will comment and paste what class is equal to right now. And let's figure out how we can translate this namespaced path into a require statement. Okay, well, if you think about it, I don't want to use this backslash. It needs to be a / usually, or whatever the directory separator is for your OS. So what if we did something like this? PHP has a function called string replace. And you can see here, we search for some kind of sequence of characters, and then we specify what we want to replace those characters with, and then we provide the thing that we are looking at. So in this case, the subject, the thing we are looking at, is class. We are going to look for we're going to look for a backslash, but in this case, we actually have to escape the backslash to make it crystal clear that I literally mean a backslash character rather than something that I'm escaping, in this case, a quote. Okay, so look for a backslash and replace it with, well, on my machine, it would be a /. But again, why don't we make it dynamic by using directory separator so that we use whatever is appropriate for your OS, Okay, so let's have results and take a look at that in the browser. And if I come back and I give it a refresh, yeah, we just swapped out that backslash with a /. Okay, that helps. So now when I make my require right down here, require base path core, well, I no longer have to hardcode that. That gives us this. We could swap out result, or I don't see any reason to create a new variable. So let's just overwrite class at that point, and I can substitute it here. Okay, let's come back, give it a refresh. And yeah, it may not look like it here, but I think we actually solved the problem. So notice how the warning has changed. Oh, and by the way, seeing warning and error pages is just part of the job, so get used to it. But yeah, in this case, it looks like within our database file, it's trying to load the PDO class, but notice it's trying to find that PHP class within the core directory, and of course, well, that's not right. That class does not have a namespace of core. Okay, so if I come back, let's see what we're dealing with here. And yeah, right down here, you can see we're trying to use this PDO class, but it's set to undefined. And it's set to undefined specifically because we applied a namespace at the top of the file. And the way it works is, unless you specify otherwise, every single class referenced within this file will assume the namespace at the top. So yeah, in this case, PDO, well, it's basically assuming core/PDO, and that does not exist. This is a class that is provided by PHP. It doesn't have any nested namespacing. Okay, so we solved that in one of two ways. If we ever want to reference something from the global root, that's how I think of it, you begin it with a backslash. So the difference between this and this is significant. This says start at the root and look for a PDO class. This says start within whatever namespace you're currently in and then look for a PDO class. So yeah, we could update all of these, but yeah, what you'll start to find is it gets kind of annoying and it's easy to forget. So instead, why don't we just use the PDO class at the top of the file, like so. Come at the top, and I will say I want to use PDO. And you'll see when you define these use statements at the top of the file, it's almost like a little bit of documentation. It's a little heads up of, okay, here's all of the stuff that this file needs access to. So it can be really helpful from that perspective. Okay, so now if I come back to Firefox, I think we will solve that issue, and we do. Okay, so now if I come back to PHP Storm, let's just update some of these classes. Namespace core. Right down here to our validator, same thing, namespace core. And yeah, you would do this for all of your files, specifically all of your classes from this point on. Okay, and then at this point, we would just do a quick sweep through all of our files where we are still referencing these classes in their former locations. So in this case, I can see database and validator. Of course, I can do use core database, and that'll solve it. But don't forget, if you're working along in PHP Storm, let the editor do the work for you. So for example, for validator, I can press Option Return, import class, and again, it does it for me. Okay, so I just go through all of these files and make sure there's no squigglies. That's basically all I'm doing here. About, contact, yeah, these are all static. I think we're good to go here. Okay, so hopefully that all made good sense to you. You've now learned what namespaces are. You've learned why you might create them. You learned how to use them or import them if that fits your head. You're going to reference these all the time, especially once you upgrade to a dedicated framework. So make sure you understand everything you see here, and we'll keep going in the next lesson. All right, welcome back, everybody. Buckle up, because over the next few episodes, I'm going to show you some things that are probably a little more advanced than where we currently are in our learning, but I'm still going to do it because I think you're ready. So we're going to talk more about request types. We will enhance our router to support these request types. You will learn about service containers, and we'll even build our own service container. So all of this kind of fancy, confusing terminology in 3 episodes is going to make perfect sense to you. So why don't we get going? All right, so I will bring up PHP Storm. And yeah, before we make any sweeping code changes here, we first need to know the why. Because remember, the why drives the refactor, or at least it should drive the refactor. Here's another way of thinking of it. There needs to be some kind of pain point that leads you down a particular path in a particular refactor. And I'm going to show you that in this video. So for example, if I go into Firefox and I click on our notes section, we still don't have a way to delete a note. So yeah, maybe right here, if I click on it, here's the body of the note, and yeah, maybe right below it, there should be a button to delete the note. Okay, so let's go down to our views where we show a note. And yeah, right here below the body, we want some kind of action for deleting the current note. Okay, so if I come back and refresh, it's totally unstyled, but this is basically what I mean. Okay, so now pause if you need to. I want you to answer the question, is it appropriate to use an anchor tag for this sort of request? Okay, pause if you need to and really think about it. And the answer is no. Okay, so remember a number of episodes when we talked about idempotency, a very confusing term. It's even hard to say. And you'll remember that what that means is no matter how many times I make a particular request, it's not going to change anything, right? So if I make a request to view the home page, it's always going to show me the home page. Compare that to a request to delete a note, or to add a product, or to update a product. Those things are not idempotent, and as such, we should probably not use a standard GET request, which is what a anchor tag will do for us. Okay, so instead, we will store this within a form. And then I will add a submit button that says delete. And yeah, if you want, we will make it small and red. Okay, also we should have just a little margin above this form. Come back, give it a refresh, and yeah, that's good enough for now. Okay, so now when I click on this, well, of course, by default, it's going to submit a GET request to the current page. So we could change this to a POST request. And if I come back, we try it again, and yeah, the page just effectively reloads, even though we did submit a POST request. And that's because, well, think about it. Let's have a look at our routes section. And yeah, right here is our current URI. So we now submit a POST request that loads the show controller, and this just displays the note. So there's no change. In other words, when we submit a GET request versus a POST request to this specific controller. But yeah, if you want, we could do it right here. I could die and dump the current server Superglobal. And if I come back and I now submit it, sure enough, we can see that we are submitting a post request to this page. Okay, so yeah, I guess once again, we could do this weird check where we say, all right, well, if the request method, and again, I'm just grabbing that right here, that's the name of the item. If that equals post, then, well, we're just going to assume that's a request to delete the note. But again, maybe it could be a request to update the note. So this is where you really have to think about the structure of your URIs. So another option, if I were to come back to my routes section, well, you might think, well, let's use a completely different URI. So for example, we might say, note/delete should take us to a different controller. And yeah, I guess you could do it if you want. And in fact, it's actually a really common approach, but I don't really love it. And worse, if I teach you this approach, in a handful of episodes, I'm just going to unteach you. So instead, I really do want to stick with a common RESTful convention here. And that convention says if you want to delete a particular note, then you should submit a delete request to that specific note endpoint. But now we have more problems, lots of problems here. As it turns out, current browsers and forms do not support request types that are not GET or POST. So if I want to submit a delete request or a put or a patch request, usually for updating a resource, well, forms don't really understand that. So now, if that's the case, and we still want to use these request types, our application has to be updated to support it. And we need to provide some kind of hint to our application to say, okay, well, the form doesn't support submitting a delete request, but that's really what I want. All right, so we got to figure out how to communicate that as part of our application. So here's what we'll do for now. If we come back into notes/show, I'm just going to stick with a simple post request. And then in the coming episodes, I'm going to show you how we can rewrite things to make it a little more, a little more seamless. Okay, so let's come back into notes/show. And yeah, it sounds like this is what we have to do at the moment. We check, well, if you submitted the page, then we want to take this pathway. Otherwise, we're going to take the pathway that you see right here. Give it a reformat. Notice how already it just feels gross. The more if-else statements you add, the more complexity that you add as well. And then if within one if statement you add another if statement, very quickly things can go off the rails, and you will encounter this over and over in your own projects. Okay, but yeah, we'll just say form was submitted, delete the current note. Okay, so how could we do that? Well, we just need to write a query. So I could say db query, and let's write a delete SQL query. Delete from notes where the ID equals an ID that should be passed through the form or when we submit the form. But at the moment, you can see we're not actually submitting anything as part of the post request. Okay, so why don't we do this? Let's add an input that's actually hidden because I don't want the user to see it. Or in other words, if I keep it like this, and then we set the value equal to the ID of the current note. So I could do something like this, note ID. Okay, so if we come back to Firefox and give this a reload, yeah, sure enough, we now have the ID of the node, which is 17, and that will be submitted when we press this button here. But there's no reason to show this input to the end user. So instead, I'm going to create an input with a type of hidden. That way it exists, and it will be included along with the post request, but the user doesn't have to see it. Okay, let's prove it. Let's go back into our controller here and say, well, before we do anything, let's die and dump the post superglobal, and then we'll give this a shot. So refresh, and I will delete it, and that didn't work. What did I do wrong here? See, I talk a big game, and then things don't even work. Oh yeah, of course, we have to add a name for this input. So we'll say ID. Okay, and I showed you this a number of episodes ago. If you don't include the name, it will not be included as part of the post request. All right, one more time. Sorry about that, but sure enough, we are sending it through. Okay, great. So now, yeah, right, come back here. uncomment this, and we could say delete from notes where the ID equals the ID of the note that was included along with the post request. But now remember, we need proper authorization. Otherwise, anyone could make this request. Even if I don't have an account, if I knew that you had this security concern, I could manually make this request and start deleting the notes of all of the users in your system. And I could even create a loop where I just go through every single ID and I try to delete the note. And I'm sure you could do that across lots of small applications where they don't quite know about authorization. So what we'll do is grab all of this here. I'll do a little duplication, but that's okay because we're going to refactor this in the next episode. We'll bring this up. And yeah, if you want to delete the note, we first need to check the note and look at it and check the user ID who created the note and see, well, is that the same ID as the person who is currently signed in? So yeah, now we check, all right, track down the note that matches this ID. And then we're going to look at the note that was returned from the database and we'll check, well, is that user ID the same as the current user ID? And remember, right now we're hard coding that ID because we haven't yet reviewed authentication. But in the next section, I think we will take a look at that and everything's just going to work seamlessly. Okay, cool. So assuming that we get beyond this point, then we could move on and delete the corresponding note. And I think this should do the trick. The final step is, well, where should we go at that point? Well, you've deleted the note. Maybe we should redirect you to the page that shows all of the notes. And in PHP, this is a little wonky, but we could add little helpers if we want to. In PHP, we're going to say header, and we're going to set the location to /notes. And then we're all done, so we can exit or die if you prefer. All right, so let's give it a shot. I will come back, give it a refresh. I will delete the note. And sure enough, it's deleted and it redirected us back to this page. Okay, but now let's come back and change the current user ID to something like 25 or whatever. Okay, well now if the user with an ID of 25 tries to manually submit a request to delete this note, think about what happens. We first track down the note from the database, and that way we can look at the person who created the note, the user ID. And if we check, well, that user ID is 1. And we check, all right, well, is 1 equal to the ID of the current user making the request? Does 1 equal 25? No. So of course we abort entirely. We don't continue the request. All right, let's give it a shot. Come back to Firefox, delete it. And yeah, you are not authorized to view this page. And if I come back to Table Plus, we haven't deleted anything. So that seems to be working the way we'd want. Okay, but yeah, now I just want you to take a look at the fact that we've created lots of branches here. Now, whenever I visit this page, it's not just the controller for showing a note. It's the controller for destroying a note or deleting a note. Here's a pathway for deleting it. Here's another pathway for showing it. And again, for small projects, it just doesn't matter very much because it's still relatively easy to understand, but you just don't want to build applications this way. So in the next episode, we're going to figure out how to submit a form using something like a delete request type or a patch or a put. And to do that, we will need to update our router to support that. So I hope you're excited. We will work on that in the next episode. All right, welcome back, everybody. In this lesson, we will extend or enhance our router class to support different request types. So for example, if you have a form where you want to submit, say, a delete request to a particular controller, how exactly do we do that? Well, I'll show you in this video. Let's get going. So we will get started in routes.php. And yeah, I want you to notice how for each URI and corresponding controller path, at no point do we distinguish which request type we want to respond to. It handles all of them, which is why in our controllers, we end up with some kind of gross code. For example, when we show a note, yeah, we have this check here. Well, was the form submitted? In this case, we are deleting a note. Otherwise, we are showing the note. And again, very, very quickly, this becomes very, very messy. So our job is to clean this up. But how exactly do we do it? Well, one option would be something like this, where you instead return another array, but each item is its own array. And you could say, well, the URI if I reproduce what we have up here, the URI is the home page, the controller path, and real quick, let's comment this out to remove the squigglies. Anyways, the controller path would be controller/index.php, and the request method that we want to specifically and uniquely handle, or exclusively handle, would be a get request. And yeah, we could do that. And then I could repeat this, and I guess it's fine, but I don't know. It's not overly friendly to interact with. Instead, though, what if we had something like a router object? Well, if that were the case, we could just call specific methods that match our desired request type, like this. Listen for a GET request to the home page, and then here is the corresponding controller path. You know, this just feels a little better to me. And then later, if we have, which one was the delete request? Well, it would be something like this. Handle a delete request to /note in this case. Then we could have a dedicated controller for this action and request type alone. Maybe controllers, notes, and destroy is a common term there. So our router object would have methods like get, delete, post, put, patch, all of the different request types that a form could potentially submit. All right, I think this feels pretty good. The next step is to make it work, and that's the harder part. Okay, but it won't be too bad. I'm going to go into my core router class, and yeah, up until this point, we've had simple functions, but I'm going to upgrade this to a dedicated class. I will rename it to capital router. And then for the moment, let's just comment everything out, and we'll start at the beginning. Class router. And let's see, if I switch back to routes.php, like I said, we'll have methods to match each form request type. So if I go back, right off the bat, I know I'm going to have a get method. I will have a post method. I will have a delete method. I will have a patch method. I will have a put. For now, there are differences between patch and put, but for now, just imagine that it represents updating a resource. There are some differences, but for now, you don't really need to think about it. You can consider them synonymous, and people are getting mad as I say that right now. But at this stage, just use one of them or consider them synonyms for now, and then we'll talk about the differences later. Okay. All right, so this is looking good. The next step, when I call the get action or method, it looks like we are passing a URI and a controller path. All right, so let's accept that. And actually, it looks like this didn't rename properly. Capital router. There we go. So we accept a URI and then a controller path. Okay, so what should this method do? Well, think about it. In our routes.php file, we're calling methods all over the place. So maybe each time we call a request type method like get or delete or post, maybe it should be cached, so to speak. Like maybe we should store it within an array that the router has access to. So right up here, we'll add a new public property called routes, and we will initialize it to an array. But this time, I will introduce a small bit of visibility. So up until this point, we've made everything public, as we talked about. And that just means the method or the property is publicly accessible outside of the class. So if you have access to the object instance, you can call this method, you can call that one, you can call this one, you can access this property. But as you'll find in the future, there will be situations where maybe you don't want to expose or reveal certain information or data types. So you can change that by switching public to either private or protected. I often use protected. So what this means is this property now is protected. It is not available to the outside world. Within this class and within this object instance, we can interact with it. But outside of it, you don't need to interact with it. And that's usually the thinking I will reach for. Do you need to access this? Well, no. There's no reason why you would need to access this routes array outside of the router class. So I will make it protected. And yeah, let's put a pin in it for now. And then in the next series, we'll talk quite a bit more about object-oriented programming and encapsulation and visibility. They're all kind of connected. So now we can just push to the array. We're figuring this out on the fly. This routes, let's push a new item. And yeah, maybe we could reproduce what we had at the beginning of the video, where we say, well, the URI is this URI, the controller is the controller, And then the method should match, well, the method name you called. So we can force and hardcode that to get. Okay, so now the first time, think about it, the first time I call this method, well, in our router class, we will push a new item onto this routes array. All right, let's do some more. And yeah, I can do a little copy paste here. And think about it, I could probably remove some duplication in a little bit. So the only thing that really changes here, if you think about it, is the method itself. So let's just keep working along. This would be method is delete, and then once again, accept the URI and the controller. And then let's just do this. I'm gonna try to do this a little bit quicker. All right. This one is patch. And then finally, one more. And this one would be put. All right, a little cleanup, reformat, and there we go. Okay, so why don't we try this out? And actually, this is a good demonstration of visibility. If I want to quickly spit out all of the routes, well, have a look here. I could die and dump router routes. So notice I'm trying to die and dump this property. Let's see what happens in the browser. So we load this in Firefox, and what? Warning, require functions.php failed to open stream. Why? What happened here? Oh, I see what's going on here. PHP Storm, how dare you? Looks like I accidentally renamed the directory. That's why the router, okay, I see what's going on here. You saw that. You've been waiting for me to run into this. Okay, fingers crossed, there we go. But now we get the white screen of death. What's the problem here? This isn't a JavaScript issue. Well, let's, oh yeah, of course, this would be the case because we created a new router. I'm such an idiot. Okay, so let's think about the flow one more time, and I'll get us back on track. So yeah, right down here, we're still trying to require the old router.php file that we've since upgraded to a dedicated class. So instead, let's just initialize it, new core router, like so. Now you'll see it's squawking right now because we've upgraded it to a class, but we haven't yet applied the namespace. So we'll do that now. So yeah, if I switch back, we're seeing that white screen of death because we initialized our router, but then we never actually routed anything. So index.php completed, and we didn't load a view, we didn't do anything. So we see a white screen. Okay, we totally understand what's happening here. Let's get back to work. So if I come back to router.php, you'll remember before, at the bottom of the page, we had these 3 lines where we require our routes, and then we parse the current URI, and then we call this route to controller. So let's upgrade it now. We're still requiring our routes, but you'll remember that routes.php expects access to some kind of router object. And at the moment, it's not available. Okay, so let's come back and do this. I'm going to grab all of this, and I'm going to move it to index.php, and we'll add it here. So here's our router, and then I'll paste these lines in. Next, I will require routes.php, and because I've already initialized a router object, that will be available within this file. That's how it works. And now you can see the squiggly here because that property is protected, but we'll get to that in just a minute. Okay, so we require our routes.php file. This will populate the array of routes that we have here for the application. Then we figure out what the current URI is. We parse that URL, and then we're still calling this old route to controller function. Why don't we swap that out with something like router? And what method do I want to call? How about route? We will use it as a verb in this case. I want you to route the current URI to wherever it needs to go. Okay, let's give that a shot. So I will go into router, and we're going to add a new method here called route that accepts the current URI. Okay, so now if I scroll down, here's the old implementation that we had. Let's have a look. So we had access to a specific URI and then a list of routes. And then we checked, well, if the list of routes has a matching key for that URI, then that's the one we want to load, otherwise abort. Okay, so we're mostly going to reproduce that. We will loop over all of our routes. So for each route as route. And then we might say, well, look in that route. And remember, each route is this array here. So we might say, well, if the route's URI matches the URI that we passed in here, which is the current URI for the request, Well, then that's the one. So we could return require base path route controller, right? We're going to require the corresponding controller. Okay, and that will handle 50% of the job. We'll come back to it in a minute. Otherwise, we want to abort, because if we hit this line, we haven't found a matching URI. So if we scroll down, you'll remember we had this old abort function. Let's grab it and bring it up. Like this, uncomment it. We could make this protected if you want, reformat. And yeah, that's mostly the same, isn't it? So I could call abort. All right, we're making progress. But now if I scroll up, we're still not inspecting the current request type, and that's something we need to do. How could we do that? So it sounds like for this to work properly, maybe we need to accept a request method, and this would be get or post or delete or put or patch. Okay, so let's come back to index.php, and yeah, now it's squawking because I need to give it some kind of request type. So that's the next step. How can we figure out what the current request type is from the form? You'll remember if we inspect the server superglobal and then the request method, that will tell us if we have a get or a post request. So yeah, that would be an option, and that does handle the case where we have post requests. But now, do you remember a couple episodes ago when I said forms don't natively support submitting delete requests or put requests? All they can really do is get or post. So that means we need some way to suggest to our application that, well, I had to submit a post request because that's all forms support, but what I really want to do is submit a delete request. Okay, so we can signal that through our view when we build up the form. So for example, we have within notes/show, yeah, in the last episode, you'll remember we added this form that has a button that says delete, and when you press it, it should delete the note. So now, yeah, you can see the method is set to post because, again, it's my only choice here. But yeah, I want to add some suggestion to the backend that I really want a delete request in this case. And I will do that by creating a hidden input. And I'm going to give it a name with something unique that ideally will not interfere with any of my other attributes. So very common would be underscore method. But again, you can do anything you want. If you want to do, underscore request method, just something unique. And the underscores at the beginning are what make it unique because it's not very common. Again, something unique that will ensure that it doesn't interfere with your other form attributes. But again, underscore method is pretty common. Okay, and I'm going to set a value of delete. Okay, so now I submit the form, and there will be this hidden input called underscore method that is set to delete. So now think about it. Our router only has to check, all right, well, do we have something in the post request called underscore method? And if we do, let's favor that request type over whatever the default request type was. That's how we're going to handle it. Okay, so let's come back down. Where are we? Index.php. So let's see here for method. We could do this in a couple steps. The old syntax would be to do something like this. Check if underscore method exists within the post superglobal. And if it does, I'm using the ternary operator here, then that's the one we want to use because the user signaled that to us. Otherwise, I will stick with the default request method. But yeah, notice how I have a squiggly line here, and that's because PHP Storm is correctly indicating that there's a simpler way we can do this. I can swap it out with 2 question marks. This is equivalent to what we had before. It's just shorthand. So we're saying, all right, I want to use this if it's set and if it's not null. Otherwise, I want to use this. So yeah, a small bit of new syntax for you there. It's pretty clean, but yeah, if you're a little overloaded with new syntax, then you can stick with this, and that would be fine. But yeah, it's so much cleaner. Just learn it. Okay, so now I know what the current URI is. Let's clean this up. I know what the desired request method is, so I will route the request. Okay, so let's come back into our router. We now have a URI and a method. So the next step is to say, well, let's check if the URI matches the current URI and the routes method matches the current method. And then let's wrap this in a call to string to upper, and that will capitalize all of the characters. Otherwise, if we have capital get, but the forms method was set to _get. Well, those aren't perfect matches, right? Even though they are matches. So we will basically normalize it. So we are comparing only capital letters. Okay, so now think about it. When we route the request, we loop over all of the routes that were created right here. So in real life, you'd have a bunch of these here. And we can get rid of that now. Then within our router, we check for each item there. Well, does the URI match the current URI? And then also, does the request method match the current request method? If so, let's require the corresponding controller, and we're good to go. We can return. Otherwise, we couldn't find a match, so we should abort, which we do so here. Okay, so now I can get rid of all of this junk, and this ends up being a lot cleaner. And we can even take it a little further, but for now, I just want to make sure things work. So let's come back to Firefox. Here's our white screen of death. Let's give it a refresh, and there we go. It looks like our updated router is working. Okay, so now I'm going to come back to routes.php, and I'm not going to make you watch this, but I'm going to reproduce all of these items here using our new syntax. Okay, I'll get started. All right, and through the magic of screencasting, I'm back in record timing, and I have converted these 6 items here to the new syntax, so I can get rid of that. So here's our static pages, and then here's our routes related to notes. So if I come back to Firefox, give it a refresh, there's about, there's contact, there's notes. Let's create a note. That's good. Let's come back. Let's show a note. Oh, we have one issue. Call to undefined function abort. Yeah, that's probably because we have authorization, and we deleted that abort function. Okay, so let's return it. Let's go into functions.php. And yeah, right there, we no longer have an abort function. It should live here anyways. Abort. We want a status, which will default to 404. And in fact, let's just go to router.php and grab all of this. So we have a little duplication here, but that's fine. Like so. Okay, come back. Let's give it a refresh. And there we go. And notice in this case, we're saying you are not authorized to view this page because, what was it in the last episode? We were playing around with changing the current user ID. So if I come back and give it a refresh, now that works. Okay, so we're going to come back to this shortly, but I want to wrap up by doing a quick bit of cleanup on the router itself. So again, notice how every one of these methods is basically doing the exact same thing other than setting the request method. So with that in mind, why don't we add another helper method like add? And this will accept the method, the URI, and the controller. And then this method alone will be responsible for appending to the routes array, like that, and we'll swap it out. Okay, so now think about it. This method can simply call this add, and then we send through get, URI, and controller. So it just ends up being a little bit cleaner. And then I will update this one, and this will be post. And then this one will be delete. This will be patch. I know this is really stimulating, but you got to do it. And this will be put. Yeah, it just simplifies it a little bit, doesn't it? All right, and actually, if you want to have a little fun, you could even swap this out with a call to compact like this. This is sort of like the opposite of extract. It creates a new array with these keys, but then the values for each of these keys is the variable associated with the key, which is kind of cool. But I don't know, it can be a little confusing, and I don't want to pile too much on you. So why don't we stick with this? And I think this is pretty good. And even better, now our routes.php file, yeah, this works for me. It's pretty clear. And then in the future, if I need to extend it to add support for additional things like authorization or middleware, I now have a way to do that. So I know we covered a lot. If you have any questions at all, please do ask them in the comments below. Otherwise, we'll keep going in the next episode. All right, welcome back, folks. Let's go ahead and dive in right where we left off at the end of the last video. So we now have a list of routes that can respond to a particular request type. So this means if I head back to my controllers, we can now clean these up, like you see right here. where we have a single controller that responds to a post request for deleting the note, otherwise a get request for showing the note. Yeah, now we can split these up into their own controller actions, so to speak. And if you remember, this was the entire point of the routing refactor, to allow for this. Okay, so let's do this. In my routes file, let's see, this is the route for showing a note. So I'm going to duplicate it and say, this time listen for a delete request to that URI, and I will instead hit a controller like destroy.php. And again, that's a very common term. You're starting to see common terms like show and destroy and store and things like that. We'll keep touching on it. All right, so if I go back to the notes controller, actually, let's just do this. Let's copy the show controller and rename it to destroy. But now I can clean this up quite a bit. I no longer have to do a conditional because we know we are responding to a delete request. So I can get rid of that and all of that, and we'll give it a reformat. Okay, so notice how with this refactor, I was able to remove quite a bit of indentation, and that's a very good thing, as you will come to find. Okay, so when we want to destroy a note, we still have this kind of sloppy code for initializing our database. We will fix that at some point in the near future. We're still hard-coding the current user ID because we haven't yet reviewed authentication, but again, we tackle that in the next chapter. And then we perform our authorization, and if that passes, we delete the note. But actually, real quick, I just noticed I accidentally use _get. We actually want to check the post superglobal. Sorry about that. And then otherwise, we redirect the user, and we're all set to go. Okay, so now I can close that, and if I switch back to the show action, once again, I no longer need any of this. I can remove all of the indentation and reformat. Yeah, looks good to me. Let's do a sanity check. In the browser, we go to our notes. Let's view a specific note and try to delete it. And there we go. Everything seems to be working. But yeah, again, we've extracted that destroy action into its own file. And we were able to do that because we updated our router to listen and respond to different form request types. All right, makes sense? So now, well, actually, here's a cool thing. If I try to create a new note, I bet this fails because, again, we've tweaked our router. Do we get, yes, we get a sorry page not found. And this makes sense if you think about it. We are now submitting a post request to /note/create. But if I go into our router here, well, we're not listening for a post request. We're still using that old get request. Okay, so we have one request to show the form to create a note. But then I will create a new route that instead listens for a post request to this URI. And yeah, if you want, you can keep this URI we have. Remember, there's no real rules. You can do whatever you want, but try to follow conventions whenever you can. And as it turns out, common RESTful conventions would say, if you want to add a new note, then you should make a post request to the notes resource. That's the way we do it. Okay, and then for the action name, well, we would call it store, again, by common convention. It doesn't have to be store, but usually it is. And it's very helpful if you adopt these conventions because later, if somebody joins your team or you join a different team, if you're all kind of working with the same playbook, it becomes that much easier to instantly grok or grasp the code base. Okay, cool. So now, if we come back, let's add a new controller here. And I'm just going to say hello to make sure that we are hitting this action. All right, let's go down to our views, into create. And yeah, now our form will submit a post request to notes. All right, let's give it a shot. Come back to Firefox. Come back, refresh, try to submit the form, and there we go. Now we're hitting that new controller. Awesome. Okay, so once again, we can clean things up. I can go back to notes/create and grab this right here, remove it, and place it within our new store action. There we go. I no longer need this conditional, so we are reducing indentation, which is good. And this is what we end up with. So it looks like I still need my DB class. Let's go ahead and grab that right up here. And yeah, I think this looks pretty good. So we validate the request, and actually real quick, let's add our errors initialization. And if we have no errors, we can insert the note into the database. And then finally, we can redirect the user wherever they need to go. How about /notes? And then we're done here so we can die. Otherwise, if we reach this point, we have some kind of validation issue, don't we? So yeah, we could take this flow, but often I like to check for the problems first, and then the happy path can go at the bottom. So with that in mind, we could say, well, if errors is not empty, then the validation issue is here. Otherwise, we can continue on with the happy path right here. Okay, so what should we do in the case that we have a validation issue? Well, we could redirect somewhere, or we can just return the view just like we did before. And then I will return that. All right, so this action or controller handles persisting a new note to the database, and that's all. If I return to the create action for a note, this one is now responsible for displaying a form to create the note. So it ends up being a lot simpler. And in fact, we don't even use the database here. So I can inline our errors variable, and that's all we have here. It's actually pretty simple. All right, so let's give it a shot. Back to the browser, we will create a brand new note. We persist it. That hits our new controller. We now see it here, we can view it, we can delete it, which also hits our destroy action. Everything's working, and again, this was made possible because we extended our router to respond to different request types. Okay, so hopefully you're feeling comfortable. I'm going to pull the rug out from you one more time because we need to talk about service containers, or at least a very basic service container in the next episode. Stay tuned. All right, hi everybody. I don't want to do this, but we should talk person to person for just 1 minute. I don't mean I don't want to talk to you, but I get it. You want to see the code. I do too. I can relate, but we still need to talk about one quick thing. We will be discussing the service container in this video. And I want to talk to you because we're starting to creep into more complex territory that you don't necessarily need to build yourself, and yet I still want you to understand the basic premise and the basic concept. So really, if you think about it, all of the things we've been building over the last 10 episodes or so, like even validation, but our router, our database class, this container, we're going to add an app class. Once you start using a framework like Symfony or Laravel, they will provide these things for you for free. That's why it's called a framework. It gives you everything you need. So even though I'm showing you how to build some of these things, in real life, most of the time you're not really going to maintain these yourself. You're going to use off-the-shelf tools that are, to be honest, way, way better. You shouldn't, in most cases, you shouldn't build your own. And yet I'm still showing you because, again, I want you to have a general understanding of what's going on here, rather than it being some kind of black box that you don't really understand. Okay, so just keep that in mind. I'm going to show you how to build a container in this lesson, and we can make it as complicated or as simple as we want, but still, if it feels a little too much or a little too overwhelming, just remember, in the future, you won't be building this yourself. So if you just want to skip over it even, nobody's going to judge you. Okay, let's get going. I'm going to switch into PHP Storm, and if I go into, for example, my controller, notes, destroy action, you will remember in a bunch of places we have code just like this, where we need to instantiate our database class in order to execute some SQL. Okay, so keep in mind that each time we instantiate database, we also have to build up the necessary configuration to pass to the constructor. And you'll remember we set that configuration right here. But yeah, my point is it's just a little annoying that I have to redo this every single time I want to perform a database query. So we have it here, here, we have it here, and then, yeah, we have it there again. It's just a waste. And as you can imagine, for real applications, this will constantly be a concern, not just for a database class, but for everything. You will constantly have objects that require a lot of configuration or a lot of tweaking in order to instantiate. You might need a certain public key or a private token, or you'll have to instantiate a dependency of a dependency to pass it in here. and it gets very time consuming. So instead, it would be nice if I could just do this a single time and then throw it in a container of sorts. Like just throw it in there, and then if I need it, I can take it out of the container. That's what we're going to build in this video. So I keep using this word container. That sounds like a pretty good name for our class. So I will do that now. And I'll call it container, and PHP Storm will auto-create the class for me. And then I did say we'll need to add things to the container and then remove them from the container. And in fact, I really like this super simple 5-year-old terminology. However, again, just in the spirit of future frameworks you might use, why don't we change these to bind something into the container or add, and then resolve to grab things out of the container. So a little more complex, but also, again, immediately familiar once you graduate to a framework like Laravel. Okay, so what's the next step? All right, so let's do this. I'd like some kind of playground. So I'm going to create a new file, and we will call it bootstrap.php. And then our index file will require it. So for now, why don't we do it right here? Require base path bootstrap.php. Okay, and we're probably going to keep that file too, but now I have a little playground where I can tinker and figure out how I want to interact with this container. So I know I want to say new container, all right, and that automatically gets imported. And then next, I want to bind things in to the container. And then let's see, if I want to work with our database instance, I could use a path to it using the namespace. So I could bind that key to a function that is responsible for building up the database object. That's what we're doing here. So I'm associating this little builder function with a string called core database. Okay, so if I were to go up to any place where we manually did it, like right here, let's switch back and paste it in here. Just like so. All right, and then we will return that from our function. Okay, and real quick, you'll notice that it's gray because I haven't set up the method signature on the container class, but we'll do that in just a minute. Okay, so now I can see that we have a string, which would be like an identifier or a key for this binding. And then we have a function that is responsible for building up the object. It's almost like a little factory function. Okay, so let's do this. Let's open up a split, go into my container class so that you can see these side by side. And we'll say, accept some kind of key. All right, and then the second argument is our function here. Call it whatever you want. Some people make it super generic like this. I don't really love that, but you know, if you want to call it your builder or your factory function or your resolver, whatever you want here. Okay, so now when we bind something into the container, think about it. We need to store it somewhere. We need to save it. We need to cache it, just like with the router lesson. So I'm going to take mostly the same approach where I will have a field here called bindings. And then when I call this bind method, I will push to this array, almost identical to the router class. Okay, so I might do something like this. This bindings, this will be an associative array. I'll give it the key, and I will make that equal to our resolver. Okay, so now if you think about it, the bindings array contains one item at this point. The key for that item is core/database, and the value associated with that item is a function that will build up the database class however is appropriate for your project, as you see here. All right, next within our resolve method, we want to do the opposite, right? We want to take the object out of the container. And how would we do that? Well, we will probably need to call or trigger this function and then return the result, right? Okay, so let's do that now. Resolve should accept a key. And that way I could say, for example, container resolve core database. And then this method would look into our bindings array and say, all right, do we have anything called core/database? Oh, yeah, we do. So let's find the resolver or the function associated with it, call it, that will trigger this code, and then return the result. So in effect, we would have a database instance fully built up and configured, ready to go when we call this method here. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so we might say if array key exists, look for this key inside of the bindings array. In that case, we're good to go. So I could say, well, the resolver is this bindings key. And then I want to call that function. And there's a couple ways to do this, but why don't we stick with call user func. This will accept the name of our function, and it, well, calls it. And then finally, we will return the result. Okay, but now what about the situation where you try to resolve something that is not bound within the container? Something like that. What should happen in this case? Okay, well, maybe we should reverse it. What if we do our guarding at the beginning? And I say, well, if not exists within the bindings, then yeah, we don't know what to do. We can't proceed. We have no idea what you want here. And in those situations, we can throw an exception. Something like this, throw new exception. This is provided by PHP, and this is what you should do in exceptional situations. And then later, you can either catch those and respond to them however you need to, or you can just let them happen. Now, when we create an exception, we can give it a reason. So in this case, what is our reason? Well, we couldn't find a matching binding. So maybe, how about that? No matching binding found for your key. And yeah, once again, I can hit Option Enter in PHP Storm and switch that to string interpolation if you like that, just a little better. Otherwise, if we get to this point, we're good to go. So I can remove this, then reformat, and yeah, I think we are off to the races. Okay, so we know that we are requiring our bootstrap class here, so why don't we just play around with this? Let's comment this out and then die and dump the database class to see if it's working properly. So if I switch to Firefox, there we go. We now have our database instance fully configured and ready to go, which is pretty cool. And yeah, also, if I were to instead resolve something that is not in the container, well, remember, we'd throw a new exception, right? So let's see if that works and what that looks like. I give it a refresh, and there we go. Uncaught exception. So notice when you throw an exception, you do have the option of catching it and then responding in some way, maybe a more graceful way. But I don't want to touch on that just yet. For now, this is fine. We throw an exception to let us know there was no binding for this. We didn't know what to do, so we just aborted entirely. Okay, cool. So I think this is looking good, at least for our first pass. But now, well, we have a new problem. Have a look. If I go into my destroy controller, well, how do I grab that container, right? Like, would I be in the exact same boat again where I basically have to build this up over and over? So now I have to do this just to grab my database? No, definitely not. It would defeat the entire purpose. Every time you need to use the container, you have to instantiate it. Why would you do that? Definitely not. But it does show that we need some place to build up our container and then have access to it from anywhere in the application. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to build up an app class. So just come along for the ride for a minute. I'm going to call it app.php. And I'm going to add a static method here called setContainer. A quick refresher, just in case you forgot, a static method is one that can be called without having to first instantiate an object. So for example, with this method being static, I can then say app set container, just like that. If I did not have static here, yeah, of course I would have to build up a new instance of app, and then I could say, app set container. Okay, so let's keep it as static for now because this is going to be super helpful. Now, it's going to accept our container, and then I will store it. So why don't we create a static property called container, and then I will initialize it. Static container equals container. All right, so now when I call this method, I give it my container object, and all it does is it saves it on this property. It's the only thing it does right now. All right, next I need to get the container so I can interact with it, right? So why don't we do this? Let's copy this method. And yeah, if you want, you could call it get. I guess that would be consistent and it's very common, but I don't really love using the get prefix if I don't have to. Why don't we just name it container? And all this is going to do is it will return this value here. It's going to return the container to me. Okay, so now from anywhere in my application, I have this app class. And if I say app container, I get access to the container and I can then interact with it And this is an example of a singleton, but again, jargon, terminology, you don't need to worry about it right now. Okay, so let's give this a shot. And actually, real quick, can't forget to add the namespace here. All right, so I will come back to Bootstrap. So here we've instantiated our container. We've added our first binding. And don't forget, in real life, you'll do this dozens of times, potentially. And now I want to set the container like so, and I will pass that in. And do note that I have imported app at the top automatically by PHP Storm. All right, so I know we're covering a lot here. That's why we had that quick conversation at the beginning of the video. If you need to, watch this 2 times, watch it 3 times, just to make sure you fully grok and understand what's going on here. Okay, I think we're ready to try this out. So I'm going to go back to that destroy action on my controller where we were manually building up our database class. And I will comment it out. And instead, I want to say app container, give me the container. And then I want to, well, let's see what we want to do. On my container class, I want to resolve my database instance. So I say resolve, and then we give it a path to the class or the key that I want to resolve out of the container. And once again, I'm just going to die and dump the DB class to make sure that everything's working the way we'd expect. All right, and then let's go to notes. And I'm sorry, we don't even have a note here. Let's add one super quick. We view it, we click delete, that will hit our destroy controller, and then we should die and dump the database object, and everything is working. Very, very cool. Okay, so now if we did everything correctly, all of this stuff here can now be replaced with our container. App container resolve our database. Pretty cool. And in fact, if you want, I'll show you a little tip. Notice how I am manually writing out the path to our database class. But as it turns out, if you just reference the class name itself and then : class, that will basically translate to a string of the full namespace path to the class. And if you even want to inline it, you could do this. And that way you get some auto-completion, some IntelliSense. You might prefer that. It's still going to work the same. Okay, cool. But now I want to focus on some creature comforts. It would be nice if I didn't have to say app, container, resolve, database. Wouldn't it be cool if I could just say like app, resolve, and then it just works? And real quick, by the way, I would almost always import this, so I will bring that back. But yeah, wouldn't it be cool if I could just say app resolve, and then the app class would delegate to the container class and give me what I need? Okay. The problem is right now, the resolve method is defined on container right here and not on app. But think about it. You're in charge. Is there anything preventing you from just having a static method here called resolve, and then you give it the key? No. And if you're instead thinking, well, there's nothing preventing you, but you're adding a bunch of duplication. No, I'm really not. I'm not reproducing everything I have here. I'm just deferring. I'm delegating. So the app class can say, okay, well, let's grab our container, and then I will call resolve and pass through the key. You see how it's just kind of passing it through? App is just, it's adding an importance here. Yeah, you can call resolve, and if you do, I'm just going to delegate it over to the container class. It just makes for a more, I don't know, friendly and intuitive API to access it directly off of the app class. Okay, so with that in mind, maybe we should do the exact same thing for bind. Bind, and then of course I will need a resolver. Okay, cool. And again, those delegate. Okay, and then of course I want to return the result here. Okay, so now if I come back to our destroy controller, yeah, ideally, hopefully, this will just work. Let's give it a shot. View the node, click delete, and everything works just like it did before, but now we are resolving things out of the container, which means, yeah, I can switch over to any place I was referencing this before and swap out that instantiation with a reference to our container, as you see here. So let's do that. Paste this one in as well. Is there one here? Yes, there is. There we go. All right, so we're about done here. But finally, to wrap up, some quick closing thoughts. Yeah, just keep in mind that the container we've built here is incredibly simple, on purpose to demonstrate the general pattern. But yeah, once you graduate to a dedicated service container that, for example, Laravel provides, you will find that it does so much more. It has support for singletons, where you get the same instance no matter how many times you resolve it. And that would be very useful in the example of our database class here, by the way. It also has support for things like automatic dependency resolution, which is a fancy term that just means there are situations where you wouldn't even need to specify how to build up an object. The container could possibly do it for you auto-magically, to use a made-up word there. And yeah, basically it will look at the class, and then it will look at the dependencies on the constructor. And then don't forget, each dependency could have its own dependency, and those sub-dependencies could have their own dependencies. And yeah, the container could recursively go through each of those and build it all up on the fly. And it's really cool, but far beyond the scope of a beginner series. So yeah, this is the container that we're going to stick with for now. And hopefully it was useful to you. Finally, our app class provided a way to basically make this container singleton available anywhere within our application. All right, so please do ask your questions below. Otherwise, onward to the next lesson, as always. All right, welcome back, everybody. Okay, so we have one more episode to complete our first Notes CRUD app, or resource if you like. And then after that, we can move on to Sessions and Authentication, which should be a lot of fun. Okay, so let's dig in right now. If I switch to my browser, here's our Notes section. And yeah, we can create an example note, and that works fine. We can view all of them. We can view a specific note. We can delete a note. But yeah, we can't yet edit and update a note. And that's what we will do in this episode. All right, so let's go into our browser and yeah, let's do this. Maybe we can actually, if I switch back real quick, maybe we can reuse this form here. Okay, so this is the create page. So I will go into views, notes, create, and I'm going to copy and duplicate this, and we will call it edit.view. Okay. So now if I go into, actually, let's start at the route level. Let's say listen for, let's grab this one right here. Listen for /note/edit, and that will load a controller called notes/edit. All right, that's our next step, create the controller. So once again, let's take something we already have and duplicate it, and I will call it edit.php. And yeah, at least initially to make sure this is working, I often do this. Let's just echo hello and see if we get anything in the browser. Okay, so let's give this, actually let's go into a specific note and then update the URI to be note/edit. All right, and sure enough, we are hitting that controller. Okay, so let's switch back. And yeah, let's think about what we need to do. We want to load a view to edit an existing note. We've already created that view. The heading will be edit note. And yeah, let's just leave it like that, come back and refresh the page. And there we go. Okay, so now, of course, I need a link to edit that note. So maybe when we show it, yeah, possibly right down here, we will add an edit link. Okay, so let's go into views, notes, show. And here's where we delete the note, but you know what? We might even move that to the edit section. Let's hide the sidebar. But yeah, right here, we'd have something like an anchor tag that will go to note/edit, and we'll call it edit. Okay, it's not gonna look pretty, but if I give it a refresh, there we go. Okay, so yeah, ideally I'd like, well, let's think about this actually. Maybe when I click on the edit link, here is where a delete action should be located. So if that's the plan, I can switch back here and delete this. Or actually, I'll copy so we can save it for later. And then I will remove it from this view. Okay. Next, why don't we do, let's add a footer. And add it here. And then add a little margin top. And then why don't we style this as a button? So maybe we'll give it, I don't know, a text gray 500. Yeah. And then I'll do a border of the current color, so a border that is also gray of 500. And I'm sorry, I should also just come along for the ride if you're not familiar with Tailwind. So we have a border, and then I'll give it some padding on the left and right, and a little less on the top and bottom. And then we'll make it rounded. And yeah, maybe a little less padding. And yeah, just something simple to get us going. Okay, so now if I click on this, we can edit the note. But yeah, really this isn't right, of course, because I don't see the note here. So if I'm editing a specific note, I have to fetch the specific note. And to fetch a specific note, I need to know what note we are working with. So just like when we show a note, when I click on the edit link, we need to include the ID of the note that we wish to edit. So again, right now we are passing that through as part of the query string. So we'll do something like this, note ID. And let's give that a shot. Okay, come back, give it a refresh. And now when I click on the edit button, there we go. We are editing a note, and specifically the note that has an ID of 39. All right, next step is to track that down. So we will go into our edit controller. And yeah, actually, if you want, we can just steal some of the code we wrote in the show action. So stuff like, really a lot of this. Because yeah, if you think about it, so much of your controller action logic revolves around finding things, validating things, authorizing things. So they will often be somewhat similar. So I'm going to paste all of that in, and notice my editor will automatically import those classes. But if you're in something like Visual Studio Code, you might have to do that manually. Okay, so let's see. We're going to track down the corresponding note. That should all be the same. If we couldn't find the note, then we abort with a 404. We then authorize that the current user, which we're still hard coding for one more episode, we're authorizing that user has access to view and edit this note. Because otherwise, if we didn't have this, then anyone could access that edit URI to tweak your note, which of course we don't want to allow. So we have to implement authorization at every level here. Okay, otherwise, if we did find the note, we can pass that through here. Okay, cool. So now if we go to the edit action, think about it. Where we have the text area, right here, I can replace this with the body of the note. So note body. All right, cross your fingers, come back, give it a refresh, and there we go. Okay, but now think about it. What if I change my mind and I want to cancel? Well, I probably need a cancel button right here. Okay, so let's go back to our editor. And let's see right down here. And you know what? It looks like when we used that Tailwind layout, they already had some nice styling for a button. And again, I know this is a big mess, and you might think, why would you ever want to repeat this over and over? Don't forget, when you're actually building applications, there are ways to isolate these things. You could extract the button into its own component. You could create a dedicated CSS class like button where you apply all of these. There are many different ways to tackle these things. But again, utility classes and Tailwind just aren't part of this series. But we have plenty at Laracasts if you want to learn more. So anyways, right up here, why don't we duplicate this, but swap it out to an anchor tag. And then I'll say this will take you back to all of the notes. And then we'll just say cancel. And then the only thing I want to do here is change the background to gray of 500. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, just something like that. And you know what? Why don't we even add a little more of a gap between those items? Yeah, and then let's just do justify end. So I'm just applying a display of flexbox. I'm pushing all of the items to the end of the row, and then I'm adding a little gap between each of the children, and then we get something like that. Okay, so now if I click on cancel, it takes me back to viewing all of the notes. Okay, perfect. So yeah, you can see now we have a little inconsistency because we created our dummy styling for that button. So what I'm going to do is copy all of that, go back to our show view, and then I will update this so that we can be a little more consistent. Perfect. Okay, so now think about it. When I make a change here to the notes, well, I should be able to save, or why don't we instead call it update. So right here, we can say update. But when I click on that, what should happen? Where should the form submit? Okay, well, again, if we're following RESTful conventions, let's have a look. We're going to go into our routes file. And yeah, right here, we could say, well, if we make a patch request to a specific note, that should update it. So why don't we do this? Router, listen for a patch request to /notes, and that will hit a controller called update. Okay, and this will be our last resourceful controller. We'll call it update.php. And once again, we are just going to say updating to confirm that we are hitting this controller. I do this all the time. Are we actually hitting this file or not? It's just a small little step that can save you some time. Okay, so let's make sure that when we edit a note and we submit the form, right up here, it submits the appropriate request. It's now going to visit /note. And remember, browsers do not support patch and delete requests, and you can see it's not going to allow that. But as we learned a number of episodes ago, we can now sneak it in by creating an input that is hidden, that has a unique name of _method, and a value that is equal to the request type that we actually want our code to treat the request as. So in this case, I'm saying, all right, well, I actually want you to treat this as a patch request. Our router will detect this and then route accordingly, right? So let's see, I think this is probably right. Let's come back to the browser, give it a refresh, and click update. And there we go. We have responded to that patch request and loaded the appropriate controller. Cool. Okay, so now let's think about it. What needs to happen here when we hit this controller? And why don't we write it out as comments? Well, first, let's find the corresponding note, right? Then maybe authorize that the current user can edit the note. And then we should probably validate the form. So for example, if you try to edit the note, but maybe you don't include anything or you include too much, well, that should trigger a validation error, in which case we should return here and provide you some feedback. Okay, so validate the form. And then if no validation errors, update the record in the notes database table, right? These are basically the steps that we need to do here. Okay, let's get going. And once again, I can steal some of this code that we have here. So let's go into updates, find the corresponding note. So we have that right here. Select start from notes for the ID, but yeah, in this case, we have a post request. So maybe we should pass through the notes ID as part of the form. That would be one way to do it. Okay, so if that's the case, we need to return here and add another hidden input called ID, where the value is equal to the ID of the note that we wish to update. Again, this is one way that we could tackle it. Later, I'll show you how to include the identifier as part of the URI. But for now, we'll keep it as a hidden input. Okay, so back to our controller. Try to track down the note. Let's then authorize that the current user can edit the note. So once again, authorize that the note's user ID equals the current user ID. Next, we want to validate the form. So we will create a list of errors. And then let's just show you right here where we did it a number of episodes ago. We'll just steal this to save some time. Paste it in. All right, so that will automatically import our validator. And we can say, all right, we're going to validate that the body, that text area, meets our criteria. And again, notice as I'm doing this, this is one pain point that we might want to solve. We are now repeating validation logic. So I can see here, for example, that the body for a note can be no more than 1,000 characters. But I also declare that logic here. So you can imagine situations where it becomes out of sync. For this form, your body logic is different than for that form. So yeah, these are things I want you to think about, where you have little pain points and little pieces of duplication that could eventually become out of sync if you're not careful. So in your head, I want you to be thinking about, what could I possibly do to normalize that, to isolate it so that I only perform this validation logic, or whatever the logic happens to be, in a single point. Okay, that's something to think about. But for now, we will keep the duplication. One thing at a time, right? All right, so finally, if there are no validation errors, or another way to think of it is, well, if we do have validation errors, then we need to reload that form. So for now, I'm just going to return the view. But again, later, we will learn about a process where if validation fails, you redirect to a specific controller. But again, we're not quite there yet because we haven't yet talked about sessions and things like that, and flash messages. So for now, I'm just going to return the view directly. So once again, notes/edit.view.php. I'm going to send through the errors. I will once again send through the heading, but again, we have some duplication there, which is annoying. And then once again, we will pass through the corresponding note. All right, so this is what we get. Otherwise, if there are no validation errors, we can update the record. So we can just run an update query, db query. And here's how we can write that. Update the notes table, and I'm going to set the body of the note equal to whatever body we have in the bound parameter. But which one? Well, I can say where the ID of the note equals, and once again, another parameter. Okay, so the ID I care about is post ID, and the body will be the body that the user typed into that text area, like so. Okay, finally, we're all done here. So the last step would be redirect the user. All right, so why don't we, for now, just redirect them back to all of the notes. So I can say header, location equals notes, and then we're done here, so I can die. And yeah, I want you to notice a few pain points as we worked on this. As you'll find later, once you graduate to certain frameworks, we can simplify so much of this logic. Things like this, error handling, checking for errors, there are ways that we could simplify that dramatically. There are ways to remove this duplication. Obviously, in real life, you're not hard coding the current user. So just keep in mind, there are further ways that we can simplify this quite a bit. All right, let's give this a shot in the browser. So I'll give it a refresh. Here's our note, and I'll say has been updated. We update it. Oh, and it just worked. We didn't even have a mistake there. So I click on it, and that's what we have in the database. Let's confirm it. If I switch over to Table Plus, there we go. Okay, but now what happens if I switch back if we fail the validation? And just to make this a little easier on me, why don't we make the validator like if it's more than 10 characters, something that will instantly trigger a validation error. Okay, well now this alone would trigger an error. So let's do this. Gibberish here. If I update it, all right, well, we have a couple of things here. Yes, we do see the validation error. And remember, we got that for free because we copied our view. So you'll see right here, just to make sure we're all on the same page, we already had this check from our create form where we say, all right, well, if there is an error for the body, then let's display it as part of a paragraph tag. But also I want you to notice that this is kind of annoying, potentially annoying. You type in something here, it does trigger a validation error, but when we update it, it reverts back to what you originally had. And there might be situations where you want that, but usually you don't want that. But I'm going to hold off on fixing this again until we learn a little bit more about sessions. Okay, so just hold tight on that one. Otherwise, though, our validation does seem to be working just fine. If I tweak something that kills the validation, well, we don't update the database at all. Instead, we return to the form and we provide the user with a bit of feedback. So this seems to be working pretty well. Okay, and then further, if we try to edit this, but the authorization fails, and we can test this out by just manually updating this like that, Well, now the current user has a different ID. So we try to authorize it and we see, wait a minute, the current user did not write this note, so they do not have permission to update the note, in which case we will forbid it, as you see here. Okay, so all of that seems to be protected. All right, and I think that completes our first resource. Okay, you know what? I want you to really focus on the conventions that we're following here. If you can, try to adopt them. And maybe that means taking out a sheet of paper right now and copying these down so you don't forget. So index will show all of a resource. Give me all notes. Show will show me a specific note. Create will show me a form to create a new note. Store will be what we hit after you submit that create form. So this is responsible for storing the note, for persisting the note. What else do we have here? Edit shows a form to edit a note. Update is where that edit form will submit. So that controller is responsible for updating a specific note. And then, of course, destroy is responsible for destroying the note, removing it from the database. So notice these conventions are being followed here in each of our controller names. And then we also mostly adopt that as part of our URI. The only thing that's missing here is really, rather than /notes, we would do something like /notes/ and then some kind of ID. And then when you update it, you would hit that as well. But we haven't yet talked about routing wildcards, and that's the only reason why we haven't adopted this. But we can talk about that in the future. All right, and yeah, that does it for your first initial CRUD app. And by the way, if you're not familiar with that term, CRUD stands for create, read, update, and delete. And that's exactly what we've done here. And yeah, if you think about it, so many of the things, so many of the tools on the internet really do break down to simple CRUD operations. For example, with our notes, create a note, read a note, show me the notes, update that note, or delete this note. What about a to-do app? Create a to-do, show me my to-dos, delete this to-do. What about maybe an invoicing app? Create a new invoice, update the invoice, show me all my invoices, delete this one. Again, so many things break down to simple CRUD applications, and that's why we reviewed it here. Okay, but now, finally, in the next episode, we begin a brand new section where we can discuss session handling and authentication. I hope you're excited. Stay tuned. All right, everybody. We have now reached a brand new chapter on session handling and authentication. And real quick, before we get started, I'm not trying to be condescending, but if you've made it this far, seriously give yourself a pat on the back. You deserve it. This is dozens of episodes, hours and hours of content, and you're still here. And most people give up very, very quickly. So it's super admirable. You're doing a great job. I promise we'll get to the other side. So yeah, let's ease into this new chapter by talking about what exactly are PHP sessions. So why don't we begin by looking up the general definition of the word session. And yeah, I'll point you to number 2, a period devoted to a particular activity. Nice and simple. Okay, so within the context of a website, it would be a period where a user interacts with your website. And their interaction is going to be different from my interaction. So this is my session. This is their session. Okay, that's good enough to get us started. So let's go into our project here. And yeah, let's just play around. I'm going to go into the index controller for the home page. Now, you've learned about superglobals. There's a post superglobal, there's a get superglobal, there's a server, there's a request. There's also one related to sessions. And this will take the exact same shape of $_session. And we can interact with it as an array. So why don't we start by putting my name into the session. And real quick, I will warn you, this isn't quite going to work the first try. But I still want to do it this way so that you have a better understanding of why we must do one step prior to this to get everything working. Okay? All right, so now think about it. I now have a session, an interaction with this website that is unique to me. And this data here, these attributes, will be remembered as I browse the website. Now, I'll tell you right now, it's not permanent. We're not saving it to a database, so it is temporary. And often that session will be deleted, for example, when you close the browser. Or even if you don't close the browser, depending upon the defaults, it might delete after half an hour or a day. It just depends. But again, that is a key thing to keep in mind here. It is not permanent. Sessions are not permanent. Okay. So yeah, we can just try this out though. When I visit the home page, I'm going to put something into the session. And then when I go to the About page, I want to grab that information out of the session. So why don't we do this? Let's just die and dump, and let's see if I can grab the name out of the session. And let's see if that works. All right, I'm going to go to my browser. Okay, so now, at least we think, we've put my name into the session. So now when I go to the About page and we try to fetch my name out of the session, does it work? No, it doesn't. We get undefined global variable session. Okay, well, I just told you this exists. So what is going on here? Okay, well, here's the issue. Anytime you intend to work with sessions in your application, the first thing you have to do is start up the session. You can't interact with that superglobal until you have started the session. And generally, you want to do that as early as possible. So why don't we do it in index.php? You know, it doesn't have to be the first line, but just for now, let's put it right up here at the start. I will call a function session start. Okay, so with no other change, let's give it another try. I come back to the home page, we give it a refresh, we started up a session, we then put my name into the session, and now when I go to the About page, we fetch it out of the session. Okay, so this is pretty cool. We now have data that can effectively persist from page to page. And again, it's temporary, it doesn't live forever. So in fact, let's just try this. Let's close out my browser entirely. And yeah, I've reopened Firefox from scratch. And sure enough, all of that prior session data has been destroyed. So again, I don't mean to reiterate, but this is a key thing to understand. Session data is temporary. Okay, great. So let's go back to the home page where we put something into the session. And then when I go to the About page, we can grab that data. All right, so let's do this. Let's go back to our About controller and get rid of this die and dump call. And instead, I want to echo the person's name within the view, maybe within the banner. So we'll go into Views, Partials, Banner. And yeah, at the moment, we are dynamically displaying a heading. But yeah, just temporarily, let's swap that out with hello. And then I will reach into the session and grab the person's name, just like that. All right, so let's go back to the browser and refresh. And sure enough, I do get hello, Jeffrey. And that will persist across every page for the lifetime of my current session. So just keep in mind, once again, if we close out Firefox and bring it back, we get a warning. And of course, if you think about it for more than 5 seconds, this makes perfect sense. Think about it. Within index.php, we started a session, and then we hit our About controller. That loaded a view. The view loads a banner, and then we tried to fetch name out of the session. But at this point, there's nothing in the session, because when I closed the browser before, it was destroyed. So now we're starting from scratch. And yeah, PHP is saying, you don't have anything in the session for name. The point where we put it into the session is within the home page. And you may not always load the home page first, of course. So yeah, notice if I go to home, then we put Jeffrey into the session. It gets saved on the server and as a cookie on the browser. And I'll show you that in just a minute. And then for repeated page requests, it is remembered. So yeah, in plenty of situations, what you'll need to do is check, well, is this available? Otherwise, use a default or render something different, like guest. Hello, session name, or guest. Okay, so now my name is in the session, so we say hello, Jeffrey. Once again, let's restart. We reload. Once again, my name is not in the session, so we see hello, guest for every single page until we update the session with my name. And then that is what we will reach for. Okay, so now how exactly does this all work? What's going on here? All right, well, there's a couple pieces to this puzzle. First up, I want you to right-click and go into Inspect is fine, but really I want to go to Storage. And then you'll see Session Storage, but don't be confused here. This is actually part of a JavaScript API. We actually want to have a look at the cookies. So there's two pieces to this puzzle. We are going to store a file effectively on your server, and that file contains your session data. And then we will also store a cookie on the browser side. And this communication is going to be essential for determining whether to start up a new session, how the data is communicated, etc. All right, so let's have a look. And yeah, sure enough, I can see one cookie for this website. And notice the name of the cookie, PHP Session ID. And then there's the corresponding value. And we can also see important information about when it expires, what the domain is, the last time it was refreshed, which is really important. Yeah, so let's bring this down. And I see hello, Jeffrey. But what if I just right-click and I delete all of them? So let's delete all my cookies. And then I come back and give it a refresh. And now I see hello, guest. Okay, so that's a key thing to keep in mind here. If I delete the cookie on the browser side, well, the next time I reload the page, basically what's happening is that cookie is not transmitted, it is not sent to the server. And because it's not sent to the server thinks, okay, well, I just need to wire up, I need to whip up a brand new session. So once again, we're starting from scratch here, and I'd have to repeat. And there we go. Here's our cookie once again. Okay, so that's the client-side piece. The server-side piece is basically a file is being stored on your server that contains information about the session. Okay, so what I think would be cool is if we could figure out where that file is being saved. And it might differ depending upon your machine. Usually the default is going to be some kind of temporary temp directory on your server. But yeah, again, whether you're on a Mac or Linux or a PC, it might be a little different, and you might want to Google for 5 minutes to figure out how to find this file. I'm going to run PHP and then the info flag, and this will spit out a lot of information related to my current server. So yeah, now I want to figure out what is the path to where these session files are being saved. And I just happen to know it's called session.savePath. Yeah, there it is. Now, in my case, it's set to no value. On your machine, it might be the same, or it might just tell you exactly where that path is. And if that's the case, simply copy it and cd to that directory. Otherwise, if there's no value set, then it defaults to the default. And that default is, again, the temporary directory. So let me see on my computer where that is. I'm going to echo, and again, this is probably unique to Mac, but I'm going to look for temp directory. All right, and this is it. So let's see if I can go directly there. All right, and you can see I am ordering the files according to the date, and sure enough, I see these various session files, and these are the ones we care about. So how do I know which one we want? Well, let's go back to Firefox, and just to make sure this is up to date. Yeah, so I can see one where the session ID is this. It starts with U82K. All right, let's come back, and there we go, session U82K. Okay, let's drag that into my editor. And there we go, name is Jeffrey. Okay, so now we know, this is pretty cool. Now we know when you write to the session, those attributes and that data is literally being written to a file on your server. Let's try another one. Let's go back to, actually, let's just stay on, how about contact.php, and I'm going to write something else to the session. How about, we'll do my last name, Way. Okay, let's come back to Firefox, and we'll go to Home, About, Notes, Contact, and yeah, at this point, our session should now have 2 keys, name and last. All right, let's come back. Let's return to that session file, and there we go. We wrote to the session, so it was updated within that session file on our server. Okay, and now we can see, if I bring this back to storage, cookies, yeah, again, eventually these will expire. I don't remember what the default expiration, it could be minutes, 30 minutes or something like that, but you can tweak it. Otherwise, though, it could go longer. It will immediately be destroyed, of course, when you close the browser. So how long it lasts can depend on a few variables, and that's something to keep in mind. But yeah, otherwise, when we write to the session, we will constantly update the last time the session file was updated, basically. And that way, you don't have a situation where you're browsing the site and then randomly, everything got deleted and you lost all of your session. That's not going to happen as long as you keep it active and you keep starting up the session. All right. So yeah, this is interesting. We have two pieces to the puzzle. We have a session file and then a cookie that is stored in the browser. And if that cookie is deleted, if you've ever heard somebody say delete your cookies, well, let's just go ahead and do it. Delete the cookie. And now when we start up a new session, well, we don't send a cookie to the server. So PHP picks up on that and it says, okay, I'm just going to start up a new session. And notice that this one has a different value. So if I go back to my Finder, notice that, well, yes, we still have the old session file, and we'll talk about that in the next episode. But yeah, now, because the cookie was deleted, it created a brand new session file to store this data. Okay, so I think that's enough for now, but we still have so much more to cover. Again, this is a whole chapter on sessions. So it will conclude with us building a login system. But for now, I just want you to get comfortable with the general practice of starting up a session and writing to it. And in the next episode, we'll figure out how to destroy a session and what steps you should follow whenever you do that. I'll see you then. All right. Hey, everybody. So in the last episode, you had your first introduction to session handling, right? Sessions 101. But now let's kick things up a notch and figure out an actual practical use case for sessions within an application. All right, let's get going. If I open my routes file, yeah, of course, we will build a form to register a new user. So let's start with the routes, and we'll keep it very simple. This will go into a controllers directory, and why don't we call it, I don't know, registration/create. How about that? All right, let's go in here, create a new directory called registration, and then our first PHP file for create. All right, so this will load a view, and just like before, it'll go in a registration directory, and we'll name it the same thing. All right, let's create the view. Views, let's add our directory, and then create. And I'm sorry, I forgot, we gave these a .view extension. All right, and then just to save myself a little time, why don't we grab some of this, and then we can replace it all with register here, something like that. All right, let's have a look in the browser. All right, so here's the home page, and yeah, I don't yet have a link to register. We will probably put it right up here. But yeah, for now, if I manually visit that URI, all right, it works. Now, of course, in this case, I get a warning because we haven't yet provided a heading variable, but sure enough, we are loading this page. Okay, so here's what I'd like to do next. I will once again visit tailwindui.com, and I promise I'm not trying to sell you on it at all, but they do provide some free templates that are great for little exercises like this. So I'm going to look for some kind of form. Yeah, it looks like they have one to sign in and register, and this should be fine for our needs. So why don't we copy this and see if we can make use of it. I will place it, I'm not sure, maybe within this main tag. Yeah. So let's scroll up, and yeah, we already have the forms component. Here they want us to update the HTML and body tags to make the height 100%, but I don't know if we'll even worry about that. So let's get rid of that. And yeah, let's just cross our fingers and see how this looks. So if I come back and give this a refresh, I still see my warning, but sure enough, we have the beginnings of a login form or a registration form. Okay, so next, I don't think we need a banner here, so let's hide it, and that will remove the warning. And yeah, I think this looks good. So now let's just update a few things, like sign in would change to register. All right. What about this section here? Instead of signing in, we are going to register for a new account. We're not going to have any kind of trial. All right. Remember me and forgot your password. Those are useful, but we're not going to worry about that here. So let's grab, forgot your password. Here we go. Let's grab all of that. Give it a reformat, come back, refresh. And this is good enough, at least for the demo. Okay, so now, and by the way, this is populated maybe from my password manager, but of course, we have an email address and a password. So the next thing I'd like to do is update the form itself. And you can see, what do they give us by default? It's going to make a post request, but the action is a hash symbol. So why don't we have it post to that exact same endpoint? And then we will have a look at each field. All right, so yeah, in our database, we're going to call this column email. So why don't we update this like so? All right, password looks good. And then the only thing I don't see is some validation errors. So I think we did this, let's go into notes/create. And yeah, a number of episodes ago, didn't we have something? Yeah, right there. All right, let's switch back. And I don't know if this is right, but we could try putting it there to start. And we could say, if there's any errors for the email, show it here. This may not be right for formatting with this component, but it's good enough at least to illustrate the approach. And we'll do the same thing if there happens to be any errors for the password. All right, come back, give it a refresh, and this looks good to me. Okay, so now if I were to submit this form, of course, we're going to get a 404 because it tried to submit a post request to /register, but we haven't yet created a route for that. So that would be the next step. Go back to your routes file. I will duplicate this line and now listen for a post request, and that will hit a store action or a store controller. Okay, come on up and let's duplicate this, store. And now I'm just going to say here to show that it works, register the user. Okay, come back, give it another try, hit register, and now we have hit that endpoint. Okay, so of course at this point, within the post superglobal, we should have access to the email address and the password that the user provided. So let's give that a shot. I will type password here, we register, and we see it looks like Tailwind has some kind of remember input that I will get rid of. But then we have our email address and our password. Okay, so that means the provided email will be post email. The provided password would be post password. Okay, so now, yeah, at this point, you're going to follow the exact same steps that we've used for every other form, just with a slight tweak. So think about it. We would want to validate the form inputs. We would want to, but then at this point, after we validate, think about it. You'd want to check, what if I try to register Jeffrey at Laracast.com, but there's already an account for Jeffrey at Laracast.com? We need to check for that. So check if the account already exists. And then at this point, we would have a branch. So like, if so, if yes, then we'll think about it. What should happen? If somebody tries to register an account, but there's already an account, maybe we should let them know. Maybe we should redirect them to a login page. How about that? Redirect to a login page that we haven't yet created. Okay. Otherwise, we could say, if the account doesn't exist, then create it or save it or save one to the database and then log the user in and redirect. That's sort of what we're dealing with here. And yeah, a quick note on these comments. Of course, you don't have to do things like this. You can skip over it. But I find, even after having done this for years and years, it's useful just to get your mind in order of what do I need to do. You know, if you're trying to plot out your day, you might take out a notepad and say, I got to do this and this and this. The same is going to be true for the programs you write. And then when you're done, you can just erase each comment as you complete it. All right, so in this case, validate the inputs. Well, I could say validator, and you'll remember we have two methods, one to validate a string and one to validate an email. So why don't we start with the email? validate the email. And if it is not valid, then let's append to an errors array like we've done before. So we might say errors email, please provide an email address. And not just an email address, but a valid email address. All right, next, why don't we validate the password? Let's do a string for the password. And you'll remember when we created this a number of episodes ago, we can accept the number of characters that we want to check for. So why don't we say a password has to be at least 7 characters, but no more than 255 characters. 255 is just a common maximum character count for your database varchars or variable character columns. Okay, so the next step would be, if the errors array is not empty, then we have a problem. So again, you will eventually learn about a process where if validation fails, you would actually redirect. But at this point, we're still going to return a view. So let's return our registration/create view. And then I'm going to pass through the corresponding errors. All right, and then, oh yeah, I forgot to update this. If we have a password validation error, please provide a password of at least 7 characters. Okay, so let's give this a shot in the browser. All right, so back on the registration form, let's try a password of only 3 characters. And yeah, of course, it looks like the styling isn't quite right there. I see a shadow. I'll have to figure out what Tailwind UI wants you to do there. But otherwise, it doesn't really matter. Sure enough, we are triggering a validation error, and then we provide feedback to the user, which is good. All right, so let's switch back. And at this point, if we get beyond this clump of code that later I'll show you how to clean up and organize better, then we can move on to this section. Check if the account already exists. So what we might want to do is grab or resolve our database class that we created. And then I could say db query, and let's say select star from the users table where the email address equals the one that was submitted through the registration form. And if there is, well, think about it. That means, hey, we already have an account for that email address. So let's run that query. We'll send through the email and get the result. So we'll save that to result and then find a corresponding record and then die and dump. And we'll have a talk about this. All right, so before we run this in the browser, let's switch over to Table Plus, and we'll have a look at that users table from a number of episodes ago. And yeah, right now it just has a name and an email. Why don't we tweak this a little bit? Let's say instead of name, we're going to have a password that cannot be null. Okay, so now, again, it's super simple. In real life, you'll have many more columns. But at the moment, our users table contains an email address and a password, and that's it. And let's then populate it with something like joe@example.com, and then a password that's stored in clear text, which is a really big no-no. And we're going to fix that in a little bit, but not quite yet. Okay, and yeah, we'll give it a shot. All right, so back to the register page. We will register an email address that already exists in the database, and we should die, and there we go. We die and dump the results. We already found a corresponding record. Now, in this case, we don't even need to do anything with the results. So if you want, you could check if the record exists, or you check for the count using a SQL query, but this will be fine. However, if I try to register an account that does not exist within that table, you'll see that it returns false. So yeah, at this point, this is where we have our branch. We could say user, and yeah, right here you could say, well, if we have a user in the database, then someone with that email already exists and has an account, right? That's basically what that means. So we said on that condition, redirect to the login page. So we could say header, location is login, but you know what? That doesn't even exist yet. We haven't yet created that route. So for now, I'll send them to the home page, and we will build the login page maybe in the next episode. Otherwise, we have this pathway. Save one to the database and then log the user in and redirect. And this is where we can actually start working with sessions. So let's see. We start with a new query. insert into the users table, and we want to give it an email address and a password. And the values, of course, will be email and password. And then I will pass those bindings through. So again, for the moment, I'm going to pass this password in clear text. But yeah, in the near future, I will teach you how to hash the password and then compare it when we build the login form. And that's why I'm holding off. All right, so we have created the account. At this point, we sort of want to mark that the user has logged in. So I think that would be a good use for sessions. I could say session. And yeah, you could do something like this, logged in if you want, or maybe you just add maybe a key like user, and you make that equal to whatever you want. How about an array itself, where the email address is the user's email? Or maybe you add multiple things, like maybe you add the user, but you also have some helpers like this that you set to true. Whatever you want to do here. Okay, so there's more to do here. Ideally, there are some good practices about how you create new sessions, how you log in, when you regenerate the session, but we'll get to all of that in the next episode or two. The final step for now is to redirect, and often this is like to the user's private dashboard or their settings area. For now, once again, we will redirect to the home page, and then we can exit or die, and we can do the same thing up there as well. That's always a good practice. After you redirect, kill the script, basically. Exit because you want to ensure there's no scenario where the script continues being executed after the header. All right, so a lot of stuff here. And again, I promise you there are ways to clean this up and ways to simplify things. But it's good to do it this way to have a general idea of the flow. And you'll find that this happens over and over where you submit a form and you need to validate it a little bit. You may need to run a database query. You may need to respond dependent upon the state of that database. You might want to append things to the session or to the cache. This is all really common stuff that you will write over and over. Okay, so the only remaining step is to ensure that this works. So I think we're going to make use of this. All right, so let's say when the user goes to the index controller, that will hit this view. So let's scroll down into the index view. And yeah, maybe we can go into the navigation area. And let's see. What I want to do, if I switch back, is find this section here with this guy. So it looks like they're using unsplash.com. There it is. So let's see, if I get rid of that, is that the one? Yeah. Okay, so why don't we do this? We'll still use that avatar to assume that you're logged in. But I might say, well, if session user, and remember, we can't always assume that anything is in the session. So we could check for if is set or assume that it's false. We could do something like that. If they're signed in, then show that image. Otherwise, maybe we have a link to register or login, right? So let's start with a registration link. Register. And that will go to /register. And yeah, this is how we can handle that sort of flow. All right, so if I switch back and give it a refresh, now we have a register link. That's a little hard to see. We'll make it white. And yeah, now if we're not signed in, I can click on register. And yeah, we can create a new account for myself. Jeffrey at Laracast.com, password. That should create a new record within the database. If we switch back, give it a refresh, sure enough, we have an account where, again, the password is stored in clear text, and you don't want to do that, but I promise I'll show you that in a little bit. Okay, but either way, now we can see that we have written to the session, and because we have a user in the session, that conditional that we just wrote earlier returns true. So now, we can say you are signed, whatever you want to do here to signal, and it's still black, but you get the idea. To signal that the user has now signed in and they now have permission to access certain pages that are exclusive to logged in users. Okay, so we covered so much there. I'm very sorry about that, but we had to get through some of this stuff. In the next episode, we're still focused on sessions and we'll keep digging a little further. So I just want to finish up by once again drilling in that because we have signed in and created a new session, we now have a cookie with this session ID. And yeah, then on the server side, as you learned in the last episode, a corresponding file will be created that contains details about the session associated with this particular ID. So in our case, if we opened that file, again, we did this all in the last episode, but it was pretty beneficial to me when I learned how it all worked. If I open that specific file, you can see details about my current session. And that's why you want to be a little bit careful, by the way. If you're not careful, you can fall prey to what's known as session hijacking. And that's basically where a malicious user gains access to this cookie and can swap out that value with a different ID. But again, that's a little more advanced than where we currently are. We'll get there. But for now, let's just take things step by step and move on in the next episode. All right, welcome back, everybody. So yeah, in the last episode, we added support for basic registration. So yeah, if I want to log in Sally at example.com, sure enough, we are signed in, and that has been recorded in the session. So if I right-click and go to Storage, Cookies, sure enough, here is our PHP Session cookie. All right, very cool, but we do have one problem. Think about it. What would happen if I try to visit that registration page again, even though I'm already signed in? All right, let's see what happens. /register. And yeah, I see the form to register for a new account. So what exactly would happen here if we try to register another person? Yeah, this just gets very strange very quickly. If I have a look at Table Plus, and then if I open the users table, yeah, this is weird. So we registered an account for Sally, and then while Sally was signed in, we registered another gibberish account and signed that in, which is really weird. So yeah, as you can imagine, if you're already signed in, we need some kind of protection in place that restricts you from being able to access certain pages. And of course, that works in both directions. So for example, this notes section, well, maybe that should be limited to only members or people who are authenticated, right? If you're a guest, well, you don't yet have permission to access this page. Yeah, so that's what I mean when I say it works in both directions. Okay, so let's think about this. What are some options for solving this problem? Now, of course, we could tackle this page by page if you want. So for example, if I go into registration/create, yeah, here we want to say, well, if you're already signed in, there's no need for you to access this page again, so let's disallow it. Yeah, so you might say something like, well, see if we have a user in the session, but assume we don't. And yeah, if we do have a user, then let's get out of here. So let's redirect you to somewhere. So let's send you back to the home page and then kill the script or exit or die, whatever you want. And yeah, that would work. So if I come back and I try to manually access that register page, notice it instantly redirects me back to the home page, and that's what we want. But we once again have that issue of duplication. So if there are other controller actions that are restricted to guests only, yeah, at the moment I would copy and paste this into every single controller where it is applicable, which I definitely don't want to do. Okay, so here's another option. What if we tackle it at the route level? Let's see what that might look like. Let's go into my routes file. And yeah, why don't we say, yeah, here we go, register. So what if there was a way to declare when I register this route that it should be restricted to only guests? And I said only, so why don't we just add a method like only, and then we'll give it some kind of keyword like only guests can access this particular route. Meanwhile, if we came up here, maybe something like this, where you access your notes, we could say, well, only authenticated users can have permission or authorization to access this specific route. Yeah, that feels good. Let's see if we can make it work. And we'll start with this one only. All right, well, it sounds like if we want to call an only method on our router, we need to return to the router and make some tweaks. All right, let's open up core router. And yeah, let's see. Here's our class. Maybe right down here, we're going to have a method called only, and this accepts some kind of key. And then let's die and dump the key just to confirm that we are calling this method, because I think at the moment, none of this is going to work. All right, let's come back, try to visit register. And yeah, sure enough, we get a fatal error. Call to a member function only on null. All right, so what's going on here? We tried to call an only method. We declared it on the router, but it's not working. All right, let's go back to our routes and have a look. So it sounds like we're calling a get method, and then we call an only method on whatever is returned from the get method. All right, well, let's have a look at the get method. The get method doesn't return anything at all. So that is why we are getting the error, because null is returned. Okay, so let's do this. We're calling an add method. The add method adds a new route binding. And then down here at the bottom, why don't we have it return the current instance? And that way we can continue chaining off of this router object. Okay, so now for all of these verbs like get, post, put, patch, delete, let's have it return whatever is returned from the add method, which again is the router object. And if we do that, we should be able to continue chaining off of that router. All right, so if I come back to Firefox and refresh, there we go. Now we're getting our authorization key, or really it's more like a middleware. A middleware is a little higher level than where we currently are, but for now, think of it sort of like a bridge that will take us from an initial request to the core of your application. And that bridge has the ability to really do anything at once. But for now, that bridge is going to authorize the user. So again, are you a guest? Are you signed in? Have you confirmed your email address? Have you blah, blah, blah? It doesn't matter what it is. The key point, though, is that bridge will check the user, inspect the user, and then respond however is appropriate for the application. That's what I mean. It's a bridge to the core of your application. Okay, so in this case, I need to associate this middleware, which we're calling, what did we call it? Guest? Yeah. I need to associate that middleware with the most recently added route. Because if you think about it, here we registered a route, and then we called only. So if I switch back, it's sort of like I need to say, okay, well, go grab the most recently appended route here, and then we need to associate this middleware with it. Okay, so let's do this. Why don't we say, by default, every route has a middleware, but it's set to null. There is no middleware by default for this application. However, if we call only, we will change that. So what we could do, and what we basically want to do, is grab the routes array, figure out whatever the last item is within it, and then update its middleware key to be equal to whatever the key that I passed in is. Okay, so now how do we grab the last item? There's a bunch of ways. In recent versions of PHP, we could say, what is it? Array key last. This will give me the key for the last item within the routes array. There's really a bunch of ways to do it. There might even be a newer way in PHP 8 to make that a little easier, but I think this will work for now. Okay, so I think that should do the trick. Why don't we finish up by dying and dumping the full routes array to confirm that this works. So if I come back and give this a refresh, where's register? There we go. So here's our endpoint, and notice that it now has the guest middleware associated with it. So if I go back to routes and we come up here where I said, well, let's say only only authenticated users, come back, refresh, and there we go. So /notes now has an auth middleware key associated with it. Okay, perfect. So now the next step, let's get rid of that and return this so that we could potentially chain further. The next step is, well, when we figure out what the corresponding route is, we need to apply that middleware. So let's do this. When we try to match a route, we check, well, does the URI and does the method match up? If so, then right here, let's apply the middleware. Okay, and I'm going to do this in long form, and then we will condense it. So yeah, we might say something like, well, if the route middleware equals guest, then let's think about it. What do we need to do in this case? Well, we need to say, well, let's confirm that you are a guest. Or we could say, well, if session user, and again, we'll just default that to false, but if there is a user, then you are not allowed to be here. So once again, we would redirect you. So notice I'm taking that exact logic we wrote before, and I'm just throwing it in here, at least for now. We'll clean this up in a moment, and then I will exit or die. And yeah, let's give it a, oh, actually, real quick. We have to go back and remove that old code that we wrote before. Okay, but yeah, let's switch back and give it a shot. So I'm on the home page. We visit /register. Cross your fingers, and yeah, sure enough, it does work. It redirects us to the home page because, again, we're signed in and we have no reason to access that page. But yeah, just don't forget, if we didn't apply the guest middleware, then you can access it. /register. And yeah, now you can see the reason for things like this. Okay, let's bring it back and now implement what's effectively the opposite. So to access the notes endpoint, you have to be signed in. Okay, so let's do this. Let's open up, I don't yet have a logout method. We will tackle that, I think, in the next episode when we build a login form. For now, I'm just going to manually delete the cookie, which will remove that reference. Okay, so now if I visit the notes endpoint, yeah, even though I'm not signed in, I'm able to access a members only section of the website. Okay, so let's fix that. We will come back to our router. And yeah, again, this is a little sloppy. I'm going to clean it up at the end of the video. But I could duplicate this and say, well, if the route middleware is off, then we basically want to do the opposite. So our check in this case would be, well, if there is not a user in the session. And again, we will assume that's false. In that case, we will once again redirect you. We should probably update the status code as well, but for now, it's okay. So let's come back and give it a refresh, and there we go. We no longer can access the notes endpoint because we aren't signed in. But if we do, well, let's register some brand new person. All right, now we try to access it as a member, and it works. Exactly what we would expect here. Okay, but now as you can imagine, this gets pretty sloppy pretty quickly. So instead, what if the handlers for each of these middleware could be stored within their own file? All right, let's give that a shot. Why don't we, to start, where could we put this? Let's just put it in core for now. Let's add a directory called middleware. And one of them will be a class called auth. This is our auth middleware. All right. And what's our namespace here? It's core middleware. All right. Let's duplicate it, and then we'll have another one for guest. Or again, you can name these whatever you want. If you want it to be guests only, that can be your class. Remember, there's no rules here. Name it whatever you want. Okay. So how should we do this? Each of these will have a handle method. So notice how I'm updating each one. That sort of means they're conforming to a similar contract. And that contract states that each of them provides a handle method that can be called to determine and evaluate whether the request can further continue to the core of your application. Okay, cool. So let's do this. Let's open up a split, return to my router, and in my auth check, I'm going to grab that, cut it, and move it in here. So I'm just moving, I'm extracting this logic into a dedicated file, like so. All right, next, let's go into guest, and I'll do the exact same thing right here. Okay, so now, incrementally, what I could do is say, well, if we have a guest middleware, then let's instantiate that guest class and then call a handle method on it. Yep. And then we'll do the exact same thing here. New auth middleware, and then call handle. So if I come back and we try this again, yes, I'm signed in. I can access the notes endpoint, but I cannot access the register endpoint. All of that is working just the same. Okay, but next, again, as you can imagine, if we later add some middleware I don't know, to access this route, you have to confirm your email address or something like that. So maybe we'll say email confirmed or something like that. And that would hit a confirmed email middleware. Again, just notice how every time I add a new route, I have to return to the router, do a check. It's just not necessary, I guess is what I'm saying. So instead, what if we could simplify this a little bit? It sounds like, if you think about it, we're associating a key with a corresponding middleware class. So the guest key points to the guest class. The auth key points to the auth class. So why don't we set up some kind of lookup table? Here's what I'll do. I'm going to add sort of like a parent class called middleware. And what I'll do here is create like a map. So I'll call it map even. And we'll say guest points to guest and auth points to auth. All right, let's see how that would work now. We'll go back to our router. And now let's comment all of this and replace it with our middleware class. And do note, whenever I type that in PHP Storm, it's going to import it at the top, just so you don't get confused. But yeah, I could say middleware, map, and I will pass through the route middleware. All right, so are we on the same page? What's happening here? We are referencing this constant. We are passing through whatever the key was. So if it's guest, that's going to return a path to this corresponding class. If this is instead, if this is evaluates to auth, then it's going to return this class path. Okay, so now think about it. I have our middleware here, which is now guest or auth at the moment. Let's instantiate it, or we could even resolve it out of the container that we built if we expand that just a little bit, and that would be cool. But for now, we will instantiate it and then call a handle method. Yeah, so this is a more dynamic, automated way to handle what we were manually writing over and over again. Okay, so let's check it. Come back, give it a refresh. And we're getting too cocky here. Undefined array key on line 61. Oh, you know what I think that is? It's probably because most of the time this is null. So maybe we should instead say, well, if we have a middleware registered for this route, only on that condition should we do this. And I can get rid of that commented code. Yeah, maybe that'll work. Let's come back, give it a refresh, and it does. Okay, so once again, I'm signed in, which means I can no longer access this register endpoint. That works as well. And what's even better is now, down the line, once I add more middleware, it's a lot easier. I don't have to return to that router class, which is always a good thing. I can instead write new code. Maybe we call it confirmed. That will be something like email confirmed class. And yeah, I add new code and I can instantly start referencing that within my routes file. So for example, I don't have any appropriate place here. Maybe if there's like a forum, and to access the forum, you have to have confirmed your email address or something like that. That would be one way to go. Okay, great. So really, this wasn't that much effort. And it's pretty flexible when you think about it. So now let's just do one more thing. If I come back to my router, I'd like to do just a little bit of cleanup. This is fine, but what if we had some kind of method like resolve right on the middleware class? So that would accept the key, and I'm just sort of tucking away some of this logic. Move it here, and I could say static, which is just late static binding. It's the current instance. Look in the map constant, which can be public, is probably fine. And then look for this key. That will give us a class path, and then we call handle on it. Okay, but I still have a couple alarm bells that we need to address, but we'll tackle it in just a minute. So let's say middleware, resolve, route, middleware. Cool. That now hits this method. And the first check will be, well, if we don't have a key at all, then there's nothing to do here. So maybe we can just return early. Next, we find the corresponding middleware class, and we call a handle method on it. Okay, so a couple more issues, but let's make sure this is still working. Incremental refactors. Yeah, I'm signed in, I try to access register, and it disallows it. Great. But yeah, think about it. What about now if I were to reference, let's just update this to be foobar, some kind of middleware key that we don't know anything about. Let's see what would happen. Access/register, and we get a fatal error, as you would expect, of course. Undefined array key foobar, and then also class name must be a valid object or a string. So what's happening here is middleware is equal to, let's just have a look, null. So we're trying to call handle on null, which we can't do. So let's do this. Let's say if we don't have a corresponding middleware, then that's exceptional behavior. We don't know what you're trying to do here. So I will throw an exception that says no matching middleware found for key, and then we will add the key here. And then let's add a period, and then let's just merge all of this into string interpolation, and maybe even wrap the key within quotes. And then let's see, what am I missing? A brace. Reformat. And yeah, I think that'll do the trick. So now, if I switch back to Firefox and refresh, we still have that warning. I will deal with that. But yeah, now notice the error is no matching middleware found for key foobar. And this is what we would want. You're trying to reference a middleware key that our application knows nothing about. So it is appropriate to throw an exception, as we've done here. Okay, finally, let's just update line 18. And yeah, right here, we're trying to reference, again, a key that doesn't exist off of this array. So why don't we say, if there's no corresponding key in that array, then we can set middleware to false. That would then trigger this logic here, where we do throw an exception. And yeah, I think that should do the trick. And yeah, again, this exception here is exactly what we would want in this situation. Okay, so now I can go back to our routes file and I can fix the issue. And then if I go into the router itself, yeah, this ends up being just a little bit cleaner, I think. Once we find a corresponding route, we then pass any middleware that might be set on that route to this resolve method, and that will figure out, okay, do we have a corresponding middleware class? If we don't, then let's abort. Otherwise, instantiate it, and then call the corresponding logic. Yeah, so just a little bit of work there, but trust me, things like this will be incredibly useful for all of the applications you build. All right, welcome back, everybody. So at this point, we have a functioning registration system and also a very simplified route middleware implementation that we worked on in the last video. So now I'd like to build the login form, but actually real quick, before we get to that, I think we need to return to the concept of password security and hashing. So let's get going. Now, I've cleared out our users table, so why don't we once again register Joe at joe.com. All right. And yeah, at the moment, the only feedback I have that we are signed in is this stock photo that we've seen the whole series. But sure enough, if I switch to Table Plus and refresh, yeah, I can see that Joe has an account. So why don't we do this? Back to Firefox. Why don't we add just a little more feedback? Maybe the homepage says hello, and then the person's name, or in this case, their email address. All right, that's easy enough. Scroll down to the home view, and I will have it say hello, and then let's look in the session for our user, and then grab their email address. Otherwise, if we don't have a signed-in user, we can default to guest. Okay, and I think that should do the trick. Now we see hello, Joe at joe.com. Okay, great. So yeah, now if I switch back to Table Plus once again, all right, and yeah, here we can see that we're storing Joe's password in clear text. And I know I've mentioned this a couple times, but I'm going to do it again. Never, ever, 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 10 times, never store passwords in clear text. It's a horrible practice and a significant security concern. I mean, think about it. How many times in the last half decade have you read about a big company experiencing some kind of database breach, right? Well, when that happens, the attackers gain access to a users table. That includes your email address and your actual password that they can then use for, I don't know, financial institutions to sign into your Facebook account, whatever they want to do there. It is a horrible practice. So we need to fix this right now. I'm going to delete that account entirely, and I'll switch back to PHP Storm. And let's do this. Let's go into our registration controller, store. So this is where we submit the form. And yeah, if we scroll down, we validate. It's still a little messy here. We need to clean it up a little later. But yeah, right down here, I even added a little note in the source code, never store. So I'm going to say it 11 times, it seems. All right, so it sounds like when I insert the user's password into the database, I need to hash it. And luckily, PHP makes this pretty darn easy. I can wrap this in a call to password hash. And if I click through here to the signature, yeah, so we're going to provide it as the first argument, the user's password, and then as the second argument, which password hashing algorithm we want to use. At the time of this recording, you don't even need to know what it is, but it's called bcrypt, and it's incredibly secure. So it also happens to be the default. So as the second argument, we can reference a constant of password bcrypt, or again, if we did password default, at the time of this recording, that default is bcrypt. So just keep in mind, if you choose this option, maybe in 5 years, it will change. So if you want to force bcrypt, you can use it like this. Otherwise, you can stick with the default. All right, I know I want bcrypt, so I will choose that algorithm. And this is really all we need to do. Let's give it another shot. Refresh. One more time. This is so annoying, but I have to delete the cookie, which removes the reference to the session so that when I refresh, we start from scratch. And yeah, now let's reference or register Joe2. I'll provide a password. All right, let's give it a shot. Back to Table Plus and refresh. And yeah, this is what I want to see. Not your actual password stored in clear text, but instead a hash of that password. And yeah, now in the future, if your database is breached, well, yeah, they will gain access to your email address, but that password, even if they want to crack it, it's going to be incredibly difficult and time-consuming, if not impossible, though never say never. Very, 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 10 times very difficult to crack the password. And yeah, as a rule of thumb, this should be how you deal with passwords for every user registration system you ever build for your entire career. All right, so let's see. We have user accounts, we have a registration system, we now have password hashing. I think it's finally time to build the login form. Okay, so if I go to Table Plus, we have this account from the last episode, joe@joe.com, but right now, Joe's not signed in. Okay, so let's add a login link to the nav bar. All right, let's go. Let's go into nav, and let's look for that register. All right, let's see. All right, so if we have a logged in user, we display their avatar, otherwise a register link. And actually on that note, let's scroll up. I want the styling to be the same as what you see here. So maybe I can grab this and then update this right now. So the href or href goes to register, and then we can update the styling. All right, and again, just keep in mind, because this is a simple static HTML website, there's a lot of duplication when it comes to the HTML and the Tailwind classes. Just keep in mind in real life, there are ways to componentize these things so that you're not repeating the same styles over and over and over. It's just not relevant to what we're learning here. And we're not yet ready to learn how to create components for things like that. But yeah, just keep in mind in real life, that won't be a problem. Okay, so there's our link, and then we can update it to register. Okay, so now hopefully if I add a second one for login, and maybe that will hit a login endpoint that we haven't yet created. Yeah, hopefully the spacing is okay. Good, I'm happy with that. All right, so now register to register a new account, or login to sign in. Okay, but right now, of course, we get a 404 because we haven't yet set up a route. All right, so I'm going to go into my routes file, and I'll put it right down here. If I visit /login, that will hit a controllers. And what's the endpoint? How about sessions create? How about that? And then once again, we can use our middleware here. And actually on this note, we added a couple middleware 2 episodes ago, but I probably behind the scenes need to go over all of these routes to apply the necessary middleware. Okay, but yeah, we'll get to that eventually. So now, listen for a request to /login, and if you're a guest, we should load a sessions/create controller. So I'll do that now. Sessions/create.php, and as we often do, we'll say login. All right, let's give it a shot. Refresh, and there we go. It works. Okay, so now, as we've done before, I'm going to load a view. We'll say sessions/create.view.php. All right, let's create the view. And once again, like we talked about, I'm going to duplicate a bit more, but that's fine, and paste in the registration form here. Okay, so if I come back and refresh, let's go to login, and it looks the same, but now we can tweak it however we need to. Log in. Let's see how that is. Is that the button? Yeah. Next, let's update the heading. Register. There we go. Login. Good. You have to give us your email address as well as your password. Then you click the button. Okay, so now if I scroll up, where should the form send us? Well, it should make a post request to sessions. Again, if we're following sort of a RESTful practice, sessions is our resource. So create displays a form to create a new session. And then if we post to that endpoint, that should, well, store a new session. At least that's one way to think of it. Another option is if you just want to keep it simple, post a /login, and that would be fine too. Whatever you want. All right, let's go back to my routes section. And now listen for a post request to /login. And that will hit our store action. Okay. Once again, come on up. It's getting a little easier now that we understand how this works. And I'll say, submit the form. All right, come back. Login Joe. And, oh, that didn't work. Maybe I need to refresh. All right, login Joe. It's not working. What did I do wrong? Listen for a post request. Oh, yeah, of course. We have sessions. Okay, so one more time. There we go. Okay, so let's come on. Oh, and by the way, if you're wondering why I didn't do sessions/create, you can. That would be fine. In this case, login is just an alias. But yeah, you could also have a redirect from /login to /session/create. Again, it's just, you're in charge. You can do whatever you want here. There's no requirements. There's just guidelines that maybe you should follow if you want. And if you're on a team, it's good if you all adopt the same system. But otherwise, there's very few rules when it comes to this stuff. Okay, so let's come up into our controller. And now, log in the user if the credentials match. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is figure out what it means to log in. Now, you'll remember when a user registers, well, we do log them in. So remember what we have here. We validate the form. And then right here, this creates the new user account. And then right here, this is basically what it means to log them in. We add this user key to the session. Okay, so with that in mind, a first refactor might be, well, let's store that within a function called login. Okay, and we can go into core. Let's add a new function here. Later, we will probably extract a class. But yeah, for now, when I'm not sure what I'm doing, sometimes it's fine. Just create a function, a simple old function, and we'll paste that in. Okay, so now maybe you'll give us a user, which could be an array, and then we will update it like so. Okay, so now, actually, you know what? Why don't we, how do we do this? Why don't we only put the user's email? So we'll do something like that. Yeah. Okay, so now if I switch back, we can log in a user. Is that right? Yeah. So I'm doing that because maybe at some point you could say, log in this user array, and maybe that has lots of attributes on it, like a password, timestamps, and things like that. Well, I don't want all of that to be put into the session. So for now, I'm just putting the email address there, and that's it. Okay. So now I have this function that I can also call from my login form. So let's go to session/store. And yeah, I know if the credentials match, I can call this login function and provide our user object. So I know it's going to be something like this. Okay, let's begin. So to sign in, if I switch back, very similar. You have to give us your email address and your password. So you'll notice that I can reuse a little bit of this. All right. And then I also, I need my database. So I will grab all three of those and I will paste them in. All right, let's import that as well as my database. All right, next, once again, we need a little bit of validation here. Okay, so validate that you gave us an email, and then also validate that you gave us a password. But in this case, I don't care about any minimum. All I care about is whether it matches up with what we have stored in the within the database. So we'll do something like that. Okay, then I can say if it's not empty, then once again, let's send them back to the login form. So return view sessions/create. And then what? Also, we need to send through the errors. So assuming that validation passes, what's our next step? Well, log in the user if the credentials match. So now we need to check match the credentials. All right, so it sounds like we need to use our database object to perform a new query. And we might write something like this. Select star from the users table where the email address equals the email that was provided through the login form. And then I'll pass that in here. Okay, so you know what? I've already forgotten what my API is. So we have find or fail. Let's do find, like so. All right, so we're doing this incrementally. Let's die and dump the user and have a look. We log in Joe. And yeah, we did find a corresponding record in the database. However, if I switch back and we try to find some account that doesn't exist in the database and we log them in, we get false, which is what we'd want. All right, so we might say if there's not a user found, well, think about it. We need to reload the view and then send through an error. And the message can be no matching account found for that email address. Okay, let's give it a shot. Refresh. Try to log in Jode or Jod. And there we go. No matching account found for that email address. Okay, so what's the next step? If we reach this point, we have a user, but we don't know if the password provided matches what we have in the database, right? All right, so how do we do that? Well, it's not as simple as just saying if user password equals the password that was provided from the form, because of course, the password from the form is the real password, and the password in the database is the password that we hashed using the bcrypt algorithm. Okay, so again, PHP makes this pretty easy for us. All right, so we can use password verify. And notice if I command click through, you can see we want to give it the user's password. And then the second argument is the hashed version. And then it returns a Boolean that indicates whether the two match. Okay, so the user's password followed by the hashed password from the database. And if that's verified, then we're all set to go. We can log the user in like this. And then we should probably redirect them. Okay, otherwise, and here's a quick little tip. I could do else for otherwise, but in this case, I returned or exited early, which means the else statement is a little superfluous. I don't need to do it. So I can just do this down here. Otherwise, the password validation failed, in which case, yet again, I can grab this. All right, return the view, and we'll say no matching account for that email address and password. All right. So I think this should do it. It's a little bit messy. We have room to clean this up. I don't like that I keep returning this view over and over, and there are ways to deal with that. But nonetheless, in terms of the long form transaction script, here's what needs to be done. This is mostly it. Okay, let's give it a shot. And let's first log in an account that doesn't exist. That fails, okay? Next, let's try an account that does exist but has an incorrect password, and that also fails. Finally, let's use his actual password, which is password, log in, and there we go. Everything works. We can see the cookie was created, the session file was created, and we do see hello joe at joe.com. All right, let's switch back and see if there's any quick refactors we can do here. Right here, one thing I think we can do is there's no reason to return this view 2 times. Why don't we instead get rid of this and say, all right, well, if we found a corresponding user, only on that condition should we move on and perform this next check. Otherwise, if there was no user, or if there was a user but the password verification failed, in both of those cases, we will hit this point where we let them know, no matching account found. And this gets us around, or it allows us to skirt around the issue of letting the user check if there are certain email addresses in our database. Now, unless both of them match the email address and the password, we just let you know, hey, couldn't find anything, try again. All right, so that's a simple little refactor that removes some indentation. And generally, when it comes to cleaning up code, I'm often thinking about just the little things, not these drastic changes, not big architecture changes, but small things. How can I get rid of this indentation? How can I make this else statement redundant? How can I wrap this up so that the code is just a little more clear? And that's why I tell you with the validation, this kind of sends up a bell for me. It rings a bell for me. There's just a little too much going on here. And instead, is there a way to wrap it up or encapsulate it a little bit so that it's easier to work with? So again, that's just a little aside when it comes to refactoring. But those are the things that I want you to be thinking about for your own projects. Okay, I think that's fine for now. So at this point, we're signed in. To wrap up this lesson, why don't we add a logout link and then we'll be done. Okay, so let's go back to our nav partial. All right, so let's see. If you're signed in, this shouldn't be an anchor tag. We'll talk about that in a minute. It should be a form, but I just want to see if the styling is okay. No, that's not right. All right, so I tell you what, if you want, fast forward about 1 minute, or you can come along as I debug a little tailwind. So it looks like, yeah, so relative ML3. Okay, I wonder, can I do another one like that and then put this in here? Yeah, okay. And then I'd have to do another wrapper. So yeah, we might want to restructure things a little bit. If session user false, then close it out. I'm being kind of quick and dirty with this template because it doesn't really matter for the subject material. But yeah, I think that would be okay. All right, so anyways, if I switch back, yeah, I noted that you probably shouldn't use an anchor tag for your logout links. And I say probably because, honestly, in the wild, you'll find hundreds and hundreds of examples where people do this very thing. But generally, many episodes we talked about idempotency, and that would apply here. When I click on this, we are changing things. We are adjusting the user. We are logging them out. We're changing the session. So I really shouldn't use a GET request in that scenario. Instead, why don't we use a form that will submit, well, let's think about it. If you want to destroy a user's current session, should that be a GET request? No, we just established. Should it be a POST request? Well, technically it has to be one, but what do we really want? We want a delete request. So why don't we create a new hidden input? And as we learned many episodes ago, we can set the name, and did we call it method? I think that's right. And this is our way to instruct our server how we actually want it to treat this request in terms of routing to the proper controller. Okay, so then I can say, we'll have a button here, and this will be log out. All right, and then that will hit sessions. Or really, you know what? Maybe I should just make it singular. Make a delete request to /session. Okay, so let's come back and give it a refresh. And we got to fix our colors. Text white. All right, and now when I click on it, it's still going to fail because we haven't yet set up the proper route. All right, that's our next step. Let's go to our routes file. And a couple things. First, I decided I want this to be singular. Update that, and then within here, update the name. Or you can keep it plural if you want. Just like that, and I think that should update all of the references. Okay, great. So anyways, if I come back to my routes file, we're now going to listen for a delete request to /session, and that will hit a destroy action. Okay, but now think about it. What should the middleware be in this case? In order to respond and log the user out, they of course first need to be logged in, right? So why don't we set the middleware to be auth? And yeah, again, behind the scenes, I would need to update all of these to add the relevant middleware. We just haven't done that yet. All right, so let's go ahead and create our destroy action. And then I think we'll be done at that point. All right, log the user out. All right, so think about it. What needs to be done in this case? Well, at the point we hit the script, we know that we have a signed in user because of the middleware. So all we would really need to do is destroy the session, maybe clear out the session file, maybe delete the cookie, and then finally just redirect the user, right? So at the end, we'd know we would redirect them to a goodbye page and exit. And then the first step would be something like this, like let's clear out our session superglobal. What else? What about the session file that's stored on the server? Well, we can call a PHP function called session destroy. Destroys all data registered to a session. So we want that as well. But now, a lot of people stick with just this, but we should also probably clear out the cookie that exists in the browser. And expiring a cookie is always a little weird, in my opinion. What you have to do, there's no easy way to just delete it. You would have to update the cookie and set its corresponding expiration. So I'll show you how to do that. We're going to set a cookie. And if we click through here, yeah, so when we set a cookie, we need to give it the name of the cookie, an optional value of the cookie, when it expires. So you could create a cookie and say, well, this should expire in an hour or at the end of the user session. Or we could put it in the past, which means expire it instantly, which is what we want in this case. But then also it's a good practice to provide the path where the cookie is available and then also the corresponding domain. So to do that, we have to write a little bit of extra code, but it's not too bad. And you only write it once. So what is the name of the cookie? Well, we've been playing around with this, haven't we? If I go into storage, that's the name of the cookie, PHP Session ID. All right, the value can just be an empty string. Next, I don't do this too often. Next, when it expires, yeah, let's just set it to some point in the past. So you'll often see things like this, like time minus 3600. 3600 is an hour. It doesn't have to be an hour. It could be 7200. 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour is how you get 3600. You're just setting it to some point in the past. All right, next, I said the final arguments are the path, where the cookie is, and the domain. So to grab that, there's this extra function called session get cookie params. And once again, if I click through here, I know this is kind of nitty gritty stuff, but again, it's like you only do it once or you use a framework where they handle it for you. So don't worry too much about all of this stuff. It returns an array with the current session cookie information, including the path and including the domain. All right, let's grab our params and then pass through the path and the domain. And yeah, I think that should do it. Is there anything else they want me to add? Secure, false. None of this would apply in our case. But again, if you want, all of that would be included in the params, and you can just keep passing that through. In fact, let's just do it to be extra safe, but it's probably okay to omit that in this case. All right. So yeah, kind of a bunch of lower level steps we need to follow to log a user out. You clear out the superglobal just so it's not referenced anywhere else in the nearby in the script. You destroy the session file. You delete the cookie. So once again, I don't like writing this over and over, so let's wrap it up. And we'll call it, of course, log out. And yet again, because we don't have a dedicated class for it just yet, we're just going to throw it in here until we know what to do with it. And I'll paste all of that ugly stuff in. All right. So if I switch out, when we hit this endpoint, we log the user out, and then we redirect them. And hopefully, that should be everything we need. And actually, the only other thing I'll tell you is often when you log in a user, as a good practice, people would recommend that you regenerate the session ID. So we learned about the session file that gets saved to the server, and that has a unique ID. It might be good for security purposes to regenerate that ID and update the cookie and the session file name as part of your login, just in case a malicious user has that key and is doing something with it. You never know. So it's a good practice. So we could say session, regenerate ID. Again, I tell you, these are lower level things you don't do too often. So it doesn't have to be on the tip of your tongue, is what I mean. And then if we click through there, update the current session with a newly generated one. And then you can pass in a Boolean that indicates whether we should clear out the old session file or not. And again, if I switch back, again, as a good practice, let's say yes. And yeah, that's the minimum of what we need to do for login and log out. All right, cross your fingers and let's see if we got this to work. So we're on the home page. We click log out. That empties out the superglobal, the session superglobal. It deletes the cookie, it deletes the session file, and then finally it redirects us back home and says, hello guest, you're signed out. Okay, great. So now if I log in again, and warning, looks like we have a lingering plural session. Let's go into the routes file. There it is. Clear that out. Let's go into that controller, session/create. Yeah, that's right. And then within that view, session/create, are we loading form session? Yeah. Okay, I think that's all the references. So if I come back and refresh, yeah, now that works. I can log Joe in. We have validation. Looks like I can't type. There we go. Now we're signed in. We can access pages that are exclusive to logged in users. And then we're done. When we're done, we can log out. Okay, last thing, I promise I'll let you go. Notice this notes link is still available. It doesn't work because of the middleware, but maybe we shouldn't even display it if you're not signed in. Let's do that. And then I promise I'm going to let you go. Let's go to notes. And yeah, right here, once again, I could say if session user false, only on that condition do we display that particular link. Come back, refresh, and now I'm happy. All right, great job. Thanks so much for coming along. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. So in this episode, I would love to return to the concept and practice of refactoring. Because, look, here's the deal. All of us go through multiple phases in our programming career. And phase one, which is what we've sort of been at all of these episodes in this series, you are most focused on, to be frank, figuring out what the hell you're doing and getting it to work so that when I click refresh in the browser, it actually works. That is top priority in this phase. But of course, once you move on from that, you realize it's not just enough to get it to work. There are other things to consider, like clarity, like readability, like can I extract this to another project if I needed to? Or if I handed this code or I showed this code to Joe or Sarah over here, Would they understand my intentions? And then, of course, there's also a really nice element of creativity. Does this reflect my creativity? Do I want to code it this way, or do I want to code it that way? And sometimes one is not necessarily better than the other. It comes down to your approach and how you want to communicate some of these concepts to your future self and, of course, others who might be on your team. Okay, so with that in mind, let's return to one of our controllers. I will go into Controllers, Sessions, and Store. Okay, so this is the code that we wrote in the previous episode, and it handles the process of validating the form and then attempting all of this. It's not very clear, but if I break it down, we are attempting to log the user in and redirect them. And if we were unable to do that, then we return to that login page. Okay, so yeah, right now we're at phase 1. It works, but it's not very clear. It takes me some time to break down what's going on here, and I'd really like to fix that. I would like to assign some names to these concepts that I'm referring to. All right, so why don't we begin? Why don't we begin with this validation? We've dealt with this approach for too long, and I think it's time to fix it. So again, let's just speak it. This is how I like to begin my refactor. I just say out loud, even if I'm by myself in my office, as I am right now, I say it out loud. So what does this code do? Well, it handles validation for a login form. Login form. Why don't we create a class called login form that can be responsible for handling validation? All right, let's give that a shot. Now, the next question I have is, where do I put this? Where do I put a login form class? Does it go in controllers? Well, no, it's not a controller. Does it go in core? Well, I guess it could, but here's what I'm noticing. The core directory is almost like for the core of my application, the sort of functionality that ideally I could reuse across all of my projects. Or in other words, these core files are not necessarily, maybe excluding functions, which we should extract. But yeah, otherwise, this core functionality isn't necessarily unique to this particular application. It's like infrastructure code, validation, routing, interacting with a database, having a container, things like that. So if I were to put, for example, a forms directory in here, well, those form classes are very much unique to this one application, and it just feels a little bit off, right? So with that in mind, maybe once again, we should restructure things. And yeah, this is, if you're annoyed by this, if you're thinking, he keeps changing it, I'm doing it on purpose because this is the reality of programming. You try it this way and then you think, yeah, that's not right. Why don't we change it? Why don't we move this over here? Maybe it would make more sense if this was not part of that, but instead part of this. This is the reality and the practice of being a programmer. So with that in mind, why don't we store anything related to our application within this HTTP directory? This is the HTTP entry point into our application. So from that perspective, things like forms make perfect sense. But then further, even things like our controllers could go in there as well. So why don't I move that like so? But of course, you can't just do that. So if I try to load this in the browser, of course, it immediately fails. We get a warning. Oh, I tried to find this controller, but it was nowhere to be found. Okay, let's just take a quick moment and see if we can fix that. First up, I will go into my routes file. And yeah, right now we are providing a full path to the controllers directory. But you know what? Do I need, notice every single route controller is within this directory. So maybe I can have a convention that all controllers just go in that controllers directory. We don't need to be explicit. So with that in mind, I'm going to use multiple cursors to select every instance of that string and remove it. Now we just have something like this. When you visit the home page, load this controller, and our application just knows where to find that controller. Okay, but of course, it's still not going to work. So if I come back, well, same problem. We're trying to find it in the root of your project, but it wasn't there. And of course, that is correct. Okay, let's go into my router. And then right here is where we require the corresponding controller. So this is a little bit app specific maybe, but I think it's fine. So why don't we go into the base path into that new HTTP folder, into controllers, and then try to find the corresponding controller. So yeah, if I come back into routes, you can see if we have about.php, the router is actually, if I switch back, going to look in HTTP controllers about.php. Okay, so cross our fingers. Does it work, please? It doesn't work. Let's see what the problem is. What did I do wrong? In the root, HTTP controllers, no such file or directory. All right, let's figure it out. So we have, I'm sorry. You saw me do this. Controllers goes in HTTP. Tisk. All right, come back, give it a refresh, and there we go. Good, that was a close call, but we got it working. Okay, so that makes me feel a little better. Now I have a dedicated place, and I've separated things that are unique to my application. I've separated that from core infrastructure frameworky code, which I like. I think that's a good way to go. All right, so now let's create our first form. And you'll remember I said we want a form class to handle a login form and validation and everything that goes along with that. So why don't we say login form? Keep it simple. Okay, but now I think my namespace is incorrect. This should actually be HTTP forms login form. Okay, so next I said it's going to handle validation. So why don't we have a method like validate? And yeah, let's just see how we might interact with this. If I go back into sessions store, yeah, this is all the code that sort of needs to move there. So why don't we just, let's comment it out for now. And let's see. Instead, we would instantiate login form, and that gets imported at the top, just to make sure we are clear. So we'll have our form, and then we want to call form validate on it. But immediately as I write this, I can see, well, I need to provide the attributes, right? So I could either provide an array of attributes, or I could pass them in individually, and we just have to decide what approach do we want to take. I think I would probably do some kind of attributes thing, but for now, just to keep it as one-to-one as possible, why don't we pass them in individually, like this, email, password. Okay, so I'm just going to go back and forth. This is the refactoring process. Introduce something new, try to interact with it, go back and forth. This accepts the email and, and the password. And then I switch back. All right, what next? Well, that code would then need to run most of this. All right, let's paste it in. Uncomment, reformat, import any missing classes. All right, so how's this looking? We call validate, and then we run validation. But then right here, notice this login form is going to return a view. And maybe you're okay with that, but this is where we get into discussions around, well, what is the responsibility of this class? Maybe this particular class should not be responsible for doing that particular thing, or maybe it should. And again, this is where it comes back to creativity, what allows for the most flexibility. There's a number of decisions that go into, or a number of considerations that go into even simple decisions like this. So in my mind, I'm not sure I want a validate method on a form class to load a view. I don't think that's quite right. So I'm going to get rid of it. And instead, I just want it to be simple. It's going to validate, given attributes, and then return errors maybe. But really, if I come back, let's go into our controller. I almost feel like form validate should just return a Boolean. Did it validate or did it not? But right now, it's just returning an array that could be populated or could be not. So instead, why don't we just return whether or not the array is empty? So if it's empty, it validated, right? Because there are no validation errors. It's empty. If it's not empty, then that would be falsy, of course, or false, which means the form did not validate. Okay, I like that. So now I could say, well, if the form did not validate, then this is where this code could go. So I will paste that in and uncomment. If the form did not validate, let's return that login form and pass through the errors. But now, where are the errors? Well, of course, they are locked inside of this validate method. Okay, so what if instead we have a property called errors, something like this? And then I can get rid of this and simply write to that property like so. Okay. Okay, well, notice I've made this protected, and we've talked a little bit about visibility, right? This means, well, this property is protected from the outside world. They don't need to interact with it. But often, they do need to at least access it. So in this case, it'd be nice if I could grab the errors from the outside. A couple options are to make this public and just say, yeah, if you need it, fine. Some people would squawk at that because they'd say, well, then from the outside, you could manipulate errors into a state or configuration that isn't quite right. There's lots of reasons to consider making it protected and then adding what's known as a getter. And that a getter is just a method that gets something. Return this errors. But now it's almost like I have a hook by calling this method. I have a hook to potentially change things. Maybe other things need to be involved before I return the errors. And now I have a place to do that versus interacting with that property directly. But as always, it just sort of depends. Okay. So now that I have an errors method, I can just say form errors. If the form did not validate, then return that login form and pass through the errors. Notice how this is adding more clarity versus what we had before, where this is very procedural. I'm building up an array, and then I'm writing to that array, and I'm doing all of these validation-specific checks. Overall, though, that condenses to validating the login form. So I like this. Okay, so if we did everything correctly, I can get rid of that, and I think we've just had our first refactor. Let's see if it works. I will go to login, and let's fail the validation. And actually, let's just force it. For the password, you'll remember we allow a minimum and a maximum number of characters. So why don't we just temporarily say a maximum is 5 characters, which is not right, but it gives me a way to instantly fail the validation. So we run it, and we redirect back, and we include the validation method. Everything seems to be working. If I now get rid of that, and then we use the actual password, we're in. Okay, first refactor is complete, and I think this is looking pretty good, but we still have a lot more to do in this file, and we will tackle that in the next episode. Cliffhanger. All right, welcome back as always. So yeah, in the last episode, we took our first refactoring step by extracting a dedicated class that is responsible for validating the login form. And already, I think this has improved readability a good bit. So why don't we keep pulling on that thread a little bit and continue on to the next part of the page. And yeah, once again, I'm going to say out loud in an empty office what this code does, and then I will try to identify the nouns and the verbs. All right, so this code finds the user and then attempts to log the user in, otherwise return to the login form and provide a little bit of feedback. Yes, so find the user and attempt to authenticate them. That's really what's going on here. Okay, authenticate. I had a verb, attempt. Maybe we can make this work. Let's go into my core directory, and why don't we add a class called, well, authenticate is a verb, so why don't we make it a noun by saying something like authenticator. All right. Next, my verb was attempt, and what parameter should I pass to attempt, if any? I don't know yet. Let's come back and take this one step at a time. So if I were to comment, well, let's just, let's comment all of it out for now, and we're going to have this new authenticator class. All right. I will call that auth. And I know I'm going to call an attempt method, but what am I attempting to do? I'm attempting to authenticate, and to do that, I need credentials like an email address and a password. So yeah, maybe once again, we pass through the email and the password. All right, so let's accept it here. All right, and what does attempting actually mean? Well, it means basically what we had here. So why don't we do this one step at a time? Switch over. Paste this in, and we start by tracking down the user. But yeah, right here, I don't have that DB class anymore, so I could do dependency injection, but for now, why don't we just resolve it out of the container like this? because at the moment we're still sort of in the playing phase. As you'll find, a lot of programming is really playing around, toying around, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't. And sometimes that means you will write code for an hour and then undo all of it in favor of something else, and that's totally fine. It's just part of the flow. Okay, so we track down the user, and then what do? Well, right here, we say, well, if you could find a user, then check if the password matches and call this login function. But now this feels a little weird. I have this Authenticator class that's responsible for authentication, but it's deferring to a little helper function we created an episode or two ago. That doesn't feel right. Why don't we grab login and log out and bring them into this new class like so. Okay, we'll make them both public, like so. Okay, so now up here, we will defer to our login method. And then if everything's good, we redirect. Okay, again, just little baby steps, one little change at a time, and we will continue tweaking this as the episode continues. All right, so finally, what about this code though? Well, you could move it in there, but let's talk about this. Now, what I would say is our Authenticator is doing too many things at this point. Now, I've introduced a new responsibility and a new piece of knowledge. The Authenticator knows how to load a view. It knows where the login form is, and it knows how to pass errors to the view, and it also knows what message should be passed. This is too many things. I feel like the controller should be responsible for returning the view, not the Authenticator class. It's not the responsibility of the Authenticator class to do something like that. So in that case, I don't want that. I'm going to keep it here. But now, of course, I need to figure out, well, under what condition would it make sense to return this view? And that condition is if we were unable to log the user in. So why don't we say if you could not successfully log in the user or authenticate on that condition, and let's reformat. On that condition alone, do we return this view? Okay, so that means attempt should return a Boolean. So let's see, right down here, return false. But yeah, then if I go right up here, if we could log the user in, the Authenticator is redirecting, and it's the exact same problem. It has too much knowledge. It knows what to do in the event that authentication passed, and that's not quite right. The controller should be responsible for that, I think. So in that situation, we return true. Okay, so now my attempt method returns a Boolean that indicates whether or not we could successfully log the user in. So if I come up, well, why don't we do this? Let's say if we could attempt to log the user in, do something, otherwise do something else. Okay, and the if is a simple redirect, and that's what we end up with here. Okay, but I still see a lot more we can do. First up, you'll notice throughout the last 10 episodes or so, every time I want to redirect, I have to write these two, frankly, annoying lines of code. Header, location, and then I write the path, and then I exit for security purposes. What does that mean, though? Let's just do it again. Empty office. What does this code do? It redirects to the home page. Okay, the verb is redirect. I need something called redirect to help with readability. So let's just say redirect to the home page and then make that code work. All right, let's just add a simple helper function. In our little global functions file, redirect to a path like so. And then I can paste in what we had before. And then let's do this. Let's replace the quotes, and then I can substitute the provided path. And yeah, that will do the exact same thing. Cool. So now a small little baby step to make the process of redirecting just a little bit clearer. Very cool. So the next thing is, and this is sort of a style choice. A lot of programming comes down to style, as we've discussed. If else, that is correct. However, if we redirect, we know that we kill the script, we exit, which means the else portion is a little superfluous because we would never get to this section in the first place. Some people will keep it though, because again, they think it makes it crystal clear. If this, otherwise do that. Or if you want, you could remove it like so. And to be honest with you, sometimes I will do one, sometimes I will do the other. It just sort of comes down to like what feels right. And for whatever reason, sometimes it feels right to do it this way, and another time it feels right to do it that way. It's sort of like if you ever have to go somewhere in town, you might take one route in your car to get there, and for whatever reason, you go a different route coming home. There's sometimes no real rhyme or reason to it. It's just what felt right at the time. And the same is true for programming, as it turns out. All right, let's read some code. 75% of programming is reading, so let's keep reading it over and over until it makes good sense. But actually, real quick before we do that, you'll notice that this DB variable is not being used anywhere, and that's because, of course, we extracted that logic to the Authenticator. So now I can get rid of that, and then we also have two more imports that are no longer necessary, and I like what I'm seeing here. Okay, let's read the file. So we create a login form and we try to validate the email and the password. And if that failed, then we have to return to the login form and display the errors. Otherwise, if validation passed, then we will attempt to authenticate the user based upon the provided credentials. And if we were successful, they're now signed in and we can redirect them wherever they need to go. Otherwise, once again, we go back to the login form, but this time I hard code the errors. Okay, so I see my next refactor that I'd like to make. Notice that this and this are very similar, but they're still slightly different. So have a look. This one returns to the login page and passes the errors from the login form. This one also returns to the login page, but this time we hard code an email validation message based upon that failed authentication attempt. Okay, so yeah, this can sometimes be a little tricky. So I will teach you a pretty cool refactoring strategy that I use all of the time. So whenever you're in a situation where you have two pieces of code that are mostly the same, but slightly different, instead, see if you can make whatever changes necessary to make those two pieces of code identical. I'll show you an example. So if I want these two pieces to be identical, this code up here needs to be the same code at the bottom. Okay, well, how do I make that work though? Well, it sounds like this message here that we were hard coding would instead need to come from this errors method on the form validation class. So it sounds like I need a way to append a new validation error to the login form. Okay, well maybe, and let's just write it out. What would I want to do? Maybe something like add error, or if I can, maybe I'll just do error. We give the corresponding field and then the message that goes along with it. Yeah, and if we could make that work, that would solve the problem, wouldn't it? Then this snippet here and this snippet would be identical. And once they're identical, the whole reason for this is once they're identical, we can merge them. Okay, but one step at a time. Let's go into login form and add a new method called error. This will accept the field and the corresponding message. Okay, so let's just update the errors list. We pass through the field and the message. Okay, and I think that's it. So if I come back, that solves our problem. All right, step 2, merge them into one. So how do we do that? Well, I can get rid of all of this code here. And yeah, maybe at the top, we can swap out this form validation. Why don't we say, if the form validated successfully, in that case, we don't return to the login page, but instead continue on to the next step of the process, which is attempting to log the user in. Okay, but if we could not successfully log them in, that is the point where we add a new, or we manually append to the form errors list. So think about it. If we make that small adjustment, we've now refactored our way out of the duplication, which is really cool. Okay, so let's see. Let's read it again. Create a login form, try to validate the credentials. If we were successful, attempt to authenticate the user. If we were successful, redirect. Otherwise, update our errors list and then return to the login page. Perfect. Okay, what else can we do here? Are there any other small, tiny refactors we can make? One thing I see is I only reference this auth variable once. So again, this is a style choice, but if you like, you can automatically inline it or manually inline it if you want. Again, it's just a style choice. It's not necessarily better. It's a style thing. And in fact, if you're not passing constructor args, if you like, you can omit the opening and closing parentheses, and we get something like that. Yeah, not necessarily better in that case, just maybe closer to adopting my own style guide, and yours might be a little different. Okay, what else? Anything else? Well, once again, we have the explicit else statement. That's a little redundant because redirecting will already kill the script. So in that case, I could optionally remove it. And then this is what we get. And then once again, do I use the form in more than one place? Yes, I do. So I can't inline that. I need to keep it. All right, let's read it a fifth time. We load this page, we instantiate a login form, we validate the form, and then we attempt to authenticate the user. And then if that was unsuccessful, we return to the login page. I think this is looking pretty good, actually. And in fact, I think it's looking good enough that we can move on to the next episode. All right, so let's see. Welcome back, everybody, by the way. For our next refactor, we're still working in this same controller. But yeah, for this episode, I want to point your attention right here where we return a view. All right, so at first glance, you might think, well, what's the problem with that? Well, it may make more sense if we break it down. When the user visits the login page, they provide their credentials, they submit the form, and that will then hit this controller, right? All right, we all understand that. But now, in this example, if the form validation fails, we return a view and pass through the errors. And yeah, if we try it out, that's exactly what's happening. So again, you're probably thinking, well, what's wrong with that, Jeffrey? Well, there's actually a couple issues. I want you to notice that the form validation failed, but we didn't redirect back to the login page. That's not what happened here. We didn't perform a redirect. There is no 302 status code. Instead, we just returned some HTML. Effectively, that's what we did directly from the post request. Okay, so now watch this. At the top, like right here, I'm just going to var dump and say, I have been posted. All right, just come along for the ride. So I'm going to submit this form, but force the validation to fail here. And of course, we see that message at the top. But now watch this. If I click this refresh button, I get a little modal here. To display this page, Firefox must send information that will repeat any action. So yeah, it's basically saying, well, before you did a post request, and if you refresh this page, we're still going to perform that very same post request. So if I refresh again, I see have been posted. And I can do this over and over, which means with this current implementation, we have a risk of effectively duplicate form submissions, which again is not something we want to allow. The next issue is this. If I were to once again submit the form, it fails, and then I click away, and then we think, oh, let's go back to that login page. Well, let's see what happens. I come back, and no. I expected to return to the login page, but instead I see document expired. Yeah, so all of this is a result of our current implementation, which is in response to a post request, simply returning a block of HTML. And again, that's just something we don't want to do. So instead, we're going to follow a very, very common pattern known as, and I'm going to have to break it down. What is it? P for post, R for redirect, and G for get. I don't say this acronym very much. What is it? PRG, is that right? Post, redirect, get. It just refers to, I'm sorry, I should have looked that up before the video. It just refers to a common approach, especially for hitting controllers and performing form validation. All right, so what that means is P for post, you're going to make a post request to submit the form. And then if, in this example, the validation fails, we don't return a view as you see here. We perform a redirect. That's the R. That redirect will send us to a new page where we then perform a get request. And that's where the G comes into play. So P, R, G. You don't have to memorize it. Clearly, I didn't. But you do need to memorize the general flow and the general pattern. Okay, so with that in mind, we're going to have to tweak some things here because it's not as simple as just saying, well, return a redirect back to the login page. I wish I could do that, but now we have this pesky issue of how to deal with the errors. All right, so let's try this out. Come back to Firefox. Let's go to the login page, fail the form submission. And yeah, sure enough, it does bring us back to that login page. And then we've also solved the problem of if you submit the form, then you click away, and then you press the back button. Remember, before it failed? Now we don't have that problem. So all that remains is to figure out, well, how do we deal with errors in this situation? And if you remember back a number of episodes ago, the whole point of taking this approach was because we weren't quite sure at the time, or we hadn't raised our skills at that point to handle this unique situation of how to deal with validation errors. Because think about it, before we were just loading HTML and passing through data, but now we are performing a complete 302 redirect. So at that point, we perform a whole new page refresh, and we don't have those errors anymore. So how do we grab it? Or in other words, how can we literally pass these validation errors on to the next page request? And yeah, if you're thinking, well, we learned about sessions. Can we use sessions for this? Absolutely, we can. And that is the standard practice for things like this. All right, so we got our work cut out for us. Let's take this in a few steps. First, we could do something like this, where I say session, and create a new key called errors and make that equal to the form errors. This might be your first stab at it. Okay, so then when we redirect to the login page, that of course will take us into our HTTP controller sessions create view. And yeah, right here, I could pass through the errors like this by saying, give me the errors key if you have anything. Otherwise, we will default to an empty array. And yeah, this would be an initial very, very basic implementation. Let's see if it works though. So I come back to Firefox, I fail the validation, we perform a redirect, we pass through the errors, and yeah, there we go. It seems like it works, but this is a pretty naive implementation. And here's what I mean. Watch what happens if I leave and then I come back. Oh, they're still there. Let's give it a refresh. Maybe it'll go away if I refresh. And no, I can click through the whole site, and it seems like the validation errors persist. And of course they do. If you think about it, remember that was the whole point of our authentication system. We store details about the user in the session, and then it will persist across every page load for the lifetime of the user's session. And of course, the same thing is going to be true for these validation errors. So yeah, it's almost like I want this particular session key, the errors, to have an expiration date, right? So yes, put the errors in the session, perform the redirect, load the HTML, and then expire that key from the session so that we don't run into this problem where even 5 or 10 minutes later, I return to the login page and I see all of this stale validation data that doesn't apply anymore. All right. How could we do that? Well, maybe with a little bit of trickery, we can get it to work. So let's start by going back to our store controller where we handle the login form submission. So it's almost like we need a way to distinguish between data that should live in the session indefinitely and then data that should instead be flashed to the session for one page request and then it immediately expires, so to speak. So here's what I'm thinking. Why don't we use a custom key to make this explicit? And maybe we'll call it something like flashed. But you always want to be careful that you don't accidentally interfere with a different key that the user or me or I am trying to put into the session. So you will often see libraries or frameworks precede the key with an underscore or even 2 underscores. And again, they do that just to remove the possibility of interfering with a key that you provide as part of your application. I think 1 is fine. And why don't we call it flash? Okay, so now think about it. I could do something like this, and now we've made it just a little more explicit. We can take it further, and we will. But yeah, a first step towards being more explicit that the errors should be flashed to the session and then immediately expired. Okay, so now we redirect to the login page. We can come back. But now the login page needs to know that the errors were flashed, right? So we would have to do something like this to get things working. And yeah, that would work. Now keep in mind, of course, we haven't solved the problem yet of expiring that session data. But yeah, everything still works the way it did before. So now I need to figure out, where do I expire that session data? Well, let's see. If we come back into our entry point into the application, yeah, this is a little messy, and that's going to be one of our refactors. But you can see this is where we route the request. So could we route a request? And remember, that's going to figure out which view to load or which controller to load. It will require the controller. The controller will load the view. That will present the HTML to the user. And then we would hit this point. So maybe, yeah, just right here, we could clear out any flashed session data. And again, later we will refactor that and organize things a bit more. But for now, would that work, you think? And in that case, would we just do something like session underscore flash equals an empty array, or even just unset it entirely? And if you're not familiar with unset, just think of it as delete. Delete that key from the session superglobal array. All right, would that work? Well, let's give it a shot. So once again, we'll go to home. We'll go back to login. I will fail the validation. We perform a redirect. We flash the errors to the session. And then after we loaded this whole page, we hit that point. So hopefully, if I give this a refresh, we won't see the errors anymore. And yes, that's what we want. So again, now we've solved that problem where for some reason the validation errors just persisted for the whole session, which of course we didn't want. All right, so this is good. Now I actually want to perform a refactor, because at this point, notice I had to know what the name of the flash key is, and that's not a huge concern. And yet still, it exists in multiple areas of our application. And if at some point we were to, for example, right here, change this, well, then I would have to remember to go back and then update this to flashed. And then again, with our current implementation, what if for another form, I don't know, like notes, create, maybe right down here, we want to flash something like this? Well, I would have to manually write that. So what I'm saying is the opportunity for these things to become out of sync is pretty high. So that tells me I need to consolidate. I need to encapsulate just a little bit more. Okay, let's see what we can do. In our core directory, why don't we add a new class? And it's going to be really, really simple. In fact, these are going to be mostly like global functions. They will be static. But yeah, I will have a class called session that can have some simple helpers for us. So for example, put something in the session. We'll call it put. You give us a key, you give us a value, and then we put it in the session. And like I said, I'm going to make this stupidly simple for the initial implementation. So something like this: session key equals value. Done. All right, so what else would we need to do with the session? Well, we put things into it. We want to take things out of it or get things out of it. All right, let's do another one. Get me something from the session. You give us the name of the key, and we will return session and then the key. But then what if the user or we pass a key that doesn't exist in that superglobal? We should handle that and maybe give them the opportunity to provide a default. So maybe something like this: give me a default, and we'll set that to null. There is no default, but you can override that when you call this method. And then I can do something just like this. So if the provided key exists in the session, return it. Otherwise, if it's null, then return the default. Okay, what else? Put things into the session, get things out of the session. What about like determine if something is in the session? Does the session have this key? Well, maybe a method like has, and then the key. And we could manually write this, but maybe I can just defer to the get method. So this is almost like a helper. like this. So think about it. If I return that, if the key exists, we would return that value. If it doesn't exist, we would return null. So we're dealing with truthy or falsy values. Why don't I just convert those into a Boolean? So now the has method will return true or false, dependent upon whether the session has the given key. All right, has, put, get. Well, what about the other thing we talked about where we want to flash something to the session? Well, let's go back into our controller, into sessions, into store. And yeah, right here, I want to abstract that away. That was the main motivation for this class in the first place. So let's add another one called flash. You will give us a key and you will give us a value. And I'll paste what we had in earlier for reference. Okay, so we're going to put it into underscore flashed and then replace this with the key and then make that equal to the value you provide. So now we have a function or a method that explicitly puts something into the session, but then marks it as being flashed, or we originally called it flash. It marks it as something that should only live for a single request. Okay, that's looking good. Let's go back here. So now I can say session, import that, and there we go. Flash the errors like so. Okay, but now if I come back to public/index, yeah, right down here, remember we were talking about, well, you keep repeating the same key. There's no need to do that. Let's just call a method on the session class that does the opposite, right? So like on session, and I don't know, I might think for a minute, what is a good name? We had been using expire, but maybe even something like unflash it to the session, do the opposite of this. Maybe that's fine. So if I did that, I could say session underscore flash, and then, yeah, let's unset it. Cool. So now if I come back into our index.php file, yeah, I no longer, or this file no longer needs to know what the name of the identifier we use to handle flashing session data. I can just say session unflash, and that'll take care of it. And again, yeah, we might want to take a few moments to think of a better method name, but for now, it's clear enough. Okay, so are we all on the same page? Let's do a quick recap. Now, when the user visits the login form, they provide their credentials, they submit it, we validate it, and if validation fails or the authentication attempt fails, we now use our handy-dandy session flash method to flash the validation errors to the session, and then we perform our redirect. Now, when the user redirects to the login page, that will hit this controller, where we're still manually fetching the errors from the session. But yet now I can update this like so. Session, get, but yeah, now we have another issue. If I did this, it wouldn't work, right? Think about it. If we try this out, so it'll redirect back, and actually we think it's working, but it's not. Like let's do session equals an empty array. And actually what I'm doing here is flushing the session. That's probably another method we should add to that class. But yeah, if I manually just clear out the session so I can start all over. So we try it, it redirects back, and yeah, this time I don't see the validation errors. And yeah, it makes sense. There is no key in the session called errors. What's in the session is underscore flash, and within that array is an errors key. So yeah, again, I don't want that to leak out. So I don't want to do something like underscore flash. And then even if we added something like this, like dot notation, well, that unique key has once again leaked out of the session class, and I don't want that. So why don't we just do this? When you get a key, let's first see if you have flashed that key to the session. And if you have, that very likely is the one you want. And if it's not flashed to the session, then we will fall back and look for it at the top level of the session superglobal. So for example, I could say, well, if session underscore flash key, and then I'd have to say, well, if that is set, then that's the one you want. So yeah, this is getting a little annoying to write, but we can refactor it. like that. And I think that would do the trick. So yeah, if errors exist within the flashed key, then that's what we want. So return them. Otherwise, see if errors exist, in this example, see if errors exist at the top level. Okay, fail it, and I hope this works, and it does. Okay, so now we can perform just a very quick refactor here. Or really, it's fine if you want to keep it as it is. But if you want to have a little fun, you could also just do this. I could select all of this, and then down here, do something along these lines. I don't know how that looks to you. Some people might squawk. I kind of like it. But again, this is a style choice very much. It's not better than what we had before. Remember, one line doesn't immediately mean better than 4 lines. Actually, often it is not the case. But yeah, for little simple things like this, I don't mind it. So yeah, look in the underscore flash key, see if you can find something related. Otherwise, fall back to looking at the top level. Otherwise, fall back to the provided default. I think it's fine. So one more time, let's check our work. There we go. I'm pretty happy. All right, and yeah, I think that mostly does the trick. So finally, back in our session class, remember we talked about adding a helper method to flush the session entirely. Let's add that now. And maybe that would just set the session superglobal to an empty array. And yeah, then we can make use of that elsewhere. For example, you'll remember in our Authenticator class right here, at the bottom where the user logs out, well, immediately I see that. So I could replace it with session flush. But also, I see more stuff related to sessions. So maybe all of this could move to our session class. So in that case, well, that's not the same as flushing the session. All of this code is destroying the session. So maybe I will select all of this and replace it with session and a new method, destroy the session. And now all of that logic can instead live here, if you prefer. Okay, so I will paste all of that in. And then we're already in the session class, so I can replace that with self or static. And yeah, I think it's fine for this code to live here. All right, so again, this is a basic initial implementation. Everything's static, which means they are effectively global functions. But for our current implementation, it'll work just fine. All right, so we'll keep working on this in the next video. All right, so let's see. We've been making pretty good progress on our refactor. So now we can return to something that you might have missed. Notice if I try to log in with phony credentials here, yes, it redirects back. Yes, we see the validation errors, but notice I don't see the old form data. All right, well, you'll remember a number of episodes ago, we actually solved this. So for example, if I go to session/create.view, yeah, like many episodes ago, we were still relying on the old system where in response to the post request, we returned HTML. So that means, or that meant we could then do something like this, where we say, all right, well, if there's any email in the post request, then display it, otherwise default to an empty string. But yeah, of course now, well, that's not going to work because we're using a new system. And I've already forgotten the acronym again, post, redirect, get. Yeah, of course, at this point, when we redirect back, there isn't anything in that post superglobal, so we don't see it. All right, so it sounds like we need a different system. All right, let's go back to our controller. And yeah, here it is. So these values need to be remembered when we redirect back to the form. Well, isn't it the exact same process as what we did for flashing validation errors? Why don't we also flash the old form data? All right, let's give it a shot. I will say session flash. I will call it old, which is a really common convention. And then I'm only going to send through the email address. Yeah, and you probably noticed this many times. There's never a situation where we should manually populate that password input. You always have to re-enter it yourself. All right, so now when I redirect back to the login page, there will be this old key within the session flash. Okay, let's get it out. So we will go back into our login page. And yeah, let's see what we would have to do here. We would have to say something like look in the session, and then look, I'm going to have to get that flash key again. And we talked about not wanting to repeat this key across the entire application. But for now, I just want to get it to work, and then we'll clean it up. All right, so look in underscore flash, look in old, then look for email, and use that value. Otherwise, again, default to an empty string. All right, and I'm sorry, let's close that out. All right, let's give it a shot. So we'll come back, give it a refresh, try to sign in with phony credentials, and notice I provided an email and a password, but if it redirects back, we only repopulate the email field, which again is, expected behavior. Okay, cool. But yeah, I don't like this at all. And let's just see if we give it a refresh. And yeah, that's fine as well. We don't end up with any errors due to the way we structured this. But yeah, it's just cumbersome to write. So let's go back into our session class. And yeah, we do have that get method that will automatically look for the flash key. All right, so let's come back and switch over to that, see if it's any better. We have to use the full class path, which is core session get old, and then look for email. Otherwise, if that's null, default to an empty string. All right, a little bit better. Let's come back, give it another try. Yeah, that seems to be fine. It repopulates the email. I give it a refresh. Yeah, this is expected behavior. But again, it's just a little bit cumbersome. I hate having to provide the full class path. Yeah, it's not perfect. Why don't we tweak this? Let's grab all of this, and I'm going to switch over to my functions file and add a new helper function. How about something like, well, again, it's a common convention to use this function name called old. For example, once you graduate to something like Laravel, Laravel will have an old function that gives you old form data. So that's why we're sticking with that name. We're going to give it a key. And yeah, if I were to paste all of this in, it would be nice if I could just do something like this. But notice here, we are assuming if you couldn't find old form data for this key, just return an empty string. Maybe instead, you can override that if you want. So we will set a default to an empty array. But yet, if you want to, when you call this function, you can override that default. And I'll give you an example of that in a minute. Okay, so now we're just taking a slightly cumbersome line and wrapping it within a less cumbersome function. Okay, so now I should be able to say old email. And if I come back, let's give it a shot. We cross our fingers, and yeah, this is what I want. So now if I give it a refresh, that works. And yeah, of course, if I could override the default, we wouldn't want to do that here. But just to show you how this is working, you can set a custom default value if and when it makes sense. So for example, sometimes what you'll want to do is if you have like an existing user, you could do something like this. We'll get the old email address from the form request. And if you couldn't find one, default to the current user's email address. And yeah, now we have the ability to do that. But yeah, I think this is precisely what we need. All right, so believe it or not, we are still not done refactoring this controller. And I can't wait to show you what we're working on next. I'll see you then. Hey, everybody. All right, I'm going to warn you, we have a lot to cover in this video, some new concepts, some new techniques. So yeah, with that in mind, let's skip the intro entirely and dive right in. Okay, so once again, we are back within the same controller that handles logging in a user. But this time, I want to point your attention to all of the form validation crap. And I call it crap not because it's bad, but just because there's so much here. I mean, let's think about it. I instantiate the form, and then I call validate. And then in the event that validation fails, we redirect back. But of course, as we learned, we need some way to also pass the validation errors as well as the old form data along with that redirection. And now I want you to think about a real-life project and the number of forms that you will have. For example, for Laracasts, there's a form for registration, a form for checkout, a form for login, a form for gift certificates, a form for leaving a comment below this video, a form for posting to the forum, a form for updating your profile and your account details, or adding a team member if you have a team account, which are $75 a person, by the way. It's just a lot of work. And think about it. With this approach, for every single one of those controllers, you're going to have a form, you're going to call validate, and then you're going to have this duplicated code in every single one of those controllers, which again is just not ideal. All right, so what if we took a slightly different approach? What if we took this form validation and moved it up a level like this? And then I got rid of the conditional entirely. Okay, well, how would that change things? Well, I instantiate a form, I call validate, but then I immediately move on to authenticating the user. So yeah, because we've removed that conditional, now if form validation fails, we don't really do anything in that case. We just ignore it, and that's not what we want. Okay, so how could we allow for this approach but still handle redirecting back to the form in the case of failed validation? Well, maybe we could tweak things a little bit. For example, maybe we could inline all of this. So what if I could just say login form validate? All right, that would be good. But yeah, of course, right now that's not going to work. So let's see if we can make it work. If we change this to a static function, well, this then becomes what we would call a static constructor. It's just a static entry point to instantiate your class. Okay, so if we added a constructor here, and then, yeah, I would have to accept the email address and the password. However, you may remember a number of episodes ago, I discussed an alternative approach where we instead accept an array of attributes. Why don't we consider that approach instead? Okay, so if we took that approach, the validate method would also accept an array of attributes. And then maybe all of this validation here could instead move up to the constructor, like so. So now whenever you instantiate this form, we immediately validate it and populate the errors. Okay, so now this would update to this attributes email, and then this attributes password. Cool. That's kind of a cool approach. So now when we instantiate login form, we instantly validate any of the attributes that are relevant to the form. All right. So that means when I call this static constructor, the first thing we would do is instantiate the class. Okay, so now we have a dedicated instance. And now, yeah, maybe we can tweak the API a little bit, because before this validate method returned a Boolean, but we're changing it up a little bit. So maybe instead, if validation fails, an exception would be thrown. Okay, so let's see. How do we determine if the validation fails? Well, let's see. Do we have any method? No. So we would have to check if we have any errors in this array. Okay, well, again, we're going to refactor a lot of this, but we would start by saying, well, do we have any errors? And if that's true, that means validation failed. Okay, so with that in mind, maybe we should wrap that up within a helper method. Something like, I can think of a few options, like has errors. That would be a common approach. Another option would be something like failed. Did the validation fail? Okay, either one would be fine with me. So yeah, we could just grab that and move it down here, and then return. Okay, so this failed method returns a Boolean that indicates whether or not the form validation failed. Okay, nice and clear. So let's see, we could say, well, if the form, the login form validation failed, well, like I said, we might throw an exception. Okay, so you learned how to throw an exception many episodes ago, something like this. However, I'm sensing that we might need to do a little more with this exception, and we'll need to pass through a little more as part of this exception. So with that in mind, why don't we create a new custom exception class? And I'm going to put it right in here as part of the core directory. But yeah, we're starting to see now we have multiple files and classes related to validation. And at that point, you might consider creating a dedicated validation directory as part of your core folder. But yeah, for now, let's not do that. Okay, so this is, well, what is it? It is a form exception, form validation exception. Why don't we stick with, how about validation exception? All right. Now, if we want this to be a custom exception, we need to reach for inheritance. This will extend exception. Now, I think we've only very, very lightly touched on inheritance in this series. I promise we will talk about it more, but for the time being, just think of it like this. Validation exception is an exception. And as part of that, it inherits behavior that comes from this parent class. And yeah, that's a way we often think of it. This is the child class, and whatever it extends then becomes the parent class. So now we have this validation exception. We'll come back to it and work on it a little more. But if I switch back to the login form, now I'm not going to throw just a plain old exception. I'm going to throw a validation exception. All right, so next, right here, what if the form instead is valid? What should we do? What should we return in that case? And yeah, this is where we start designing our API. How do we want this to feel? For example, do you want to return true? Do you want to return the instance itself so that you could further chain and call methods on this class? It just depends. And at the moment, I'm not sure. Maybe it returns true. Maybe it returns the instance. It just depends. Okay, but for now, let's stick with the instance and then come back to our controller and take a look. All right, so now we're calling validate, but you'll notice it's squawking here because we should be passing through an array of attributes. So let's do that now. Email is post email, and password is post password. All right, so now it seems a little redundant to declare these variables and then repeat ourselves. So maybe I can get rid of that entirely. All right, but now if we do that, well, right here, we were expecting the email and password. So maybe, what if we just inline assign this to an attributes variable, and then here I can pull the email address out and the password out. Would that be one way to handle it? And I think the answer is yes. Okay, next, if I come down here, well, I still wanted access to that form variable. And luckily, we did return the instance if validation is successful, which means I could save this to a variable called form, and yeah, that removes the error that we see there. Okay, so now at this point, I would expect you to be thinking, all right, fine, we made these changes, but why? What is the benefit to this approach? And I'll tell you. But first, let's test this out in the browser and force the validation to fail. Okay, so with that in mind, let's go in here. And then just temporarily, why don't we say the password has to be at least 100 characters, just so I will instantly fail validation. All right, let's go to login and then provide a password that will, of course, not meet that validation rule. Okay, and yeah, it looks like we actually have a few issues that we need to fix. First up, undefined property on line 14 of login form. All right, I'm going to go to line 14. And, oh, yeah, obviously, you saw this and you were waiting for me to run into it. All right, what else do we have here? If we give it a refresh, oh, yeah, okay, it looks like that solved all the problems. It cascaded and fixed those other issues. Okay, so now we get a validation exception on line 28, and we would expect this because we did throw an exception. Okay, so now the next question is, well, how do we deal with that? Well, I'm going to show you this in 2 steps. The first option, of course, is to simply wrap this within a try catch. So try to execute this logic, but catch a validation exception, and then do whatever you need to. So caught it, just to show you how this works. Now, if an exception is thrown, we will catch it, and we can respond however we want. Okay, so that means we could do things like this, where if validation fails, flash the errors and flash the old data. And yeah, here I'll just grab that out, attributes email. And then what? Well, redirect back to the login page, like so. Okay, so this doesn't yet handle this section right here. But again, we're just taking this one step at a time. All right, so now if we come back and reload, yeah, we get a different warning, undefined variable form on line 14. All right, let's go to line 14. And yeah, it seems like at this point, form is undefined. And it could be a little confusing because we defined it right up here. So what's the problem? Well, the problem is we said create this form variable and make it equal to whatever is returned from this validate method. But we never even got to the point where we returned. We instead threw an exception. So yeah, at that point where we handle the exception, we don't have access to that form variable. And just to prove it to you, if I die and dump form, what are we going to get? Null, not what we want. Okay, so now it seems like we need to fetch the errors and then potentially the old form data off of the exception. How could we do that? Let's go into our exception class, and it's just empty at the moment. What if we added another static constructor? And this can be anything you want. It could be with errors and old data. I don't really like that, but yeah, whatever you want. This static constructor will be called throw. And that would allow me, if I switch back here into login form, it would allow me to change this to validation exception throw. And then when I call that method, I can pass through any extra data that I require. This would then do something like, well, very similar to what we had before. Create a new instance and then throw the instance. Okay, so now this and this implementation are functionally identical. Cool. But next, yeah, maybe I could pass through the errors as part of this. So I could send through, and remember, I can't call this because I'm in a static method, but I do have an instance variable that is effectively this. So I could say instance, and then we have an errors method, don't we? So why don't we call that method instance errors? And then I will accept the errors here. Okay, so why don't we assign it? We could do protected errors and initialize that to an empty array. And then I could say, well, create a new instance, set the errors. And then while we're here, why don't we also pass through the old form data? Well, how do we get that old form data? Let's scroll up. And yeah, well, we have the attributes right there, don't we? But I don't have easy access to them. Why don't we make this publicly accessible? So I could either do this, and then I could define the attributes right here. Or in PHP 8, I can also just do it as part of this. So public array. Now, I don't think we've covered this because we haven't yet talked about types, which is at the very end of this series. But for now, I'm going to keep it like this, even though I am using a type. Think of this and what we had before as equivalent. So it is a public property, but we're also going to give it a type. And that type is an array. And this just means I expect whatever we instantiate this login form with to be an array, not a number, not a string, not a function. It should be an array. And that's what a type is. Okay, and we'll talk about that a little more later in the series. Okay, so now my instance has access to the attributes. And yeah, if you wanted to, that means if you wanted to take this approach like we had earlier, that would still work. But this is fine. Okay, so now if I switch back to one split, yeah, we can pass through those attributes. Instance attributes. All right, so now if I go into validation exception, we will accept them. And just to be consistent, I will call it old. But yeah, old form data, stale data, whatever you want to call it is fine with me. Okay, so now let's assign it. Old equals that array, and then I can update it here. All right, so cool. Now, when the login form throws an exception, it will pass through the errors and the old data as part of it. All right, so now I think we can finally solve our problem. If I come back to the controller, yeah, remember we had that issue before where we don't have access to the form variable from up here because an exception is thrown before we could assign to it. But yeah, now I can grab the errors and the old data off of the validation exception. But yeah, it's not as simple as just doing this. I can't say exception errors because, and you can see right here, Errors is marked as protected, which means it's protected from being accessed from the outside, as we're doing here. So you have a couple choices. One option is just make it public. That could be fine. Option number 2 is to create a getter. So this would be a method that simply gets your protected value. It wraps it up and gets it. If you need to do anything before you return the errors, now you have a place and a hook to do that. That would be fine. Another option would be to declare it as public, but then you can also say, well, it's read only, which means we can assign to it once, and then you can never update this value again. And often, that solves the problem and the reason why you would create the getter in the first place. But yeah, we haven't talked about types too much. And then read only is brand new. So that's why I've generally avoided it. But there's no reason why you can't use these things in your projects right now. Okay, so if we took that approach, why don't we do the same thing for the old data? Like so. All right, now they're public, but read only. So they're assigned to once, and then they can never be updated or changed. All right, so let's come back. And now the error goes away, and we'll do the exact same thing with the old form data. Like so. And that solves the problem. All right, let's cross our fingers and switch back to the browser. Refresh. I will submit the form. That will fail the validation, and we redirect back. Okay, so it took a lot of trickery and a lot of tweaking. And again, you still might be thinking, but why? Like, is this necessarily better than what we had before? And I'd say the answer is, well, no, but we're not done yet. What if we graduated this try-catch up a level so that I don't always have to do it as part of my controller logic? Well, once again, let's open this in a split, and then I'm going to return to public/index. So right here is where we perform our routing. It's where we load the controller and we require this file. So why don't we perform the try catch here, like this. Try to route to the controller, but catch, and what do we want to catch? A validation exception. We're now going to handle that as part of our entry point file. Okay, so let's see. We would take all of this, and this would move here. And let's make sure that's imported if it hasn't already. All right, looks like they have been. And then if the try catch is here, it no longer needs to be in the controller, and we can return to something like this. And then I can get rid of these two imports that are no longer necessary. All right, let's see. Does that still work? Let's come back, refresh, submit it. And yeah, it all magically works the way it did before. But now this is starting to look a lot better in my mind. So I can simply call this validate method with the understanding that if validation fails, we will flash the errors, we will flash the old form data, and we will redirect back. Okay, but notice I didn't say redirect to the login page. Even though that's appropriate for a login form, it's not going to be appropriate for the registration page or the video comment page, like you see on Laracasts. So that means I can't always assume that we are redirecting back to the login page. Okay, so it sounds like this needs to be dynamic. Well, let's do this. I know what the answer is, but I'm going to show you how you can figure out what the answer is. Let's die and dump the server superglobal when an exception is thrown. All right, submit it. And yeah, here's everything we have. So let's look and find and search to see if I can find the previous page. All right, there's login. And yeah, it's the only reference. And it looks like it has a key of HTTP refer. All right, why don't we use that? All right, let's come back, get rid of this, and I will redirect to server and then HTTP refer. However, I do have this router class, so could I just tell the router to do that? Let's see. Let's go into router. And yeah, maybe I could add a method. Where should we put it? I don't know. Maybe right here. And maybe the router can know what the previous URL was. Okay, well, if that's the case, I can grab this like so and return that value. Yeah, that would be one option. Maybe the router can perform the redirect itself if that would make sense. But for now, it's just going to return a string. That would allow me to say redirect to the previous URL. Okay, so with any luck, if we come back and try this, it's still going to work the way it did before, but now the process of redirecting back to the previous form is dynamic, and we're no longer hard coding the login URI. All right, so try to route to the controller, but catch any validation exceptions that might be thrown. And here, in a single place, not every controller, but a single place, we can flash the errors and flash the old data and then redirect back. That's one way that we can solve this problem. All right, so if I come back to our controller, take a look at this. It's starting to look pretty good. So we begin by validating the form. And if we get to this point, that means no exception has been thrown. So the next step is to attempt to log in the user. But now what about this? We have an issue here. So let's work through it. Let's come back and remove this minimum so that I can pass the validation and proceed to the next step. And let's just see what happens. I'm going to try to sign in Joe with a gibberish password. And yeah, it redirects back, but there's just no feedback here. Okay, well, let's think about why. If the authentication attempt failed, yes, we do append to the login form errors list, as you see here. But we've now tweaked things to the point that we only redirect back if the validation exception is thrown. Okay, so with that in mind, maybe we need a way to manually throw that exception or manually call a method that will throw the exception. Okay, All right, well, why don't we do this? Let's add a method, and we'll call it throw. And then this logic here can move within it. And then I can update instance to be this, because I have an instance method here, not a static method. Okay, so now if it failed, I could say instance throw, like so. And then at this point, these two can be combined. I could say return instance failed. Well, in that case, throw the exception. Otherwise, throw the instance. And that is equivalent. Okay, so now we have a way to perform validation. We have a way to manually add an error to the validation errors list. And now we have a way to throw the exception. Okay, so now let's switch back to the controller and then write down here, if the authenticator failed, we append an email to the errors list. And let's do this. Let's return the current instance so that I can continue chaining. That would then allow me to say form, error, throw. And then I can get rid of this entirely. And in fact, why don't we move this onto its own line? And this is what we end up with. Okay, and then finally, let's do this. Let's reverse it. I often like to do my guard clauses before the happy path. But in this case, I'm doing the happy path before what is effectively the guard clause. So why don't we extract all of this into a variable like signed in, like so. And then I could say, well, to reproduce what we had before, if you were signed in, then good, let's redirect. But let's tweak it. Let's say if you weren't signed in, so I will move this out of it. In that case, append to the form validation errors and then manually throw that exception. Otherwise, we can continue on with the happy path. And this is what we get. And then, and this is just a style thing, but I would say this line is a little long for my taste. So why don't we do that formatting instead? And the same here. All right, and I think that does it for this controller. So tell me what you think. We validate the form, we attempt to log in the user, and then if it fails, we return back to the previous page. Otherwise, we send them on to the home page. So I want you to consider this, and then what we had earlier. And to show you that, we will visit GitHub to a previous commit. And yeah, this is what we originally started out with. And I want you to compare it to what we ended up with right here. Okay, and I don't want you to just compare the lines of code, even though that matters. I also want you to compare the clarity. Notice that with this approach, we are telling things to happen. So we're saying login form, validate, authenticator, attempt to sign them in, form, add this error. Notice that we are being good managers, so to speak. We are properly delegating. Whereas with this former approach, we weren't delegating at all. Instead, we were almost being sort of like a micromanager. Instead, we were saying, hey, give me this data, and I will be the one who performs the validation, and I will determine what we need to do here, and I will check if our authentication works, and I will verify the password, and I will redirect back. There's a lot of micromanaging here, whereas with this approach, there's a lot of delegating, and this is the one that I would recommend. Okay, I think it's time to move on, start a new chapter, and finally talk about Composer. And yeah, I say finally because truthfully, it's a little bit overdue. But yeah, it's just how it goes. There's a lot to cover here. All right, so what is Composer? Well, first, for this video, why don't you work along with me? Visit getcomposer.org. And yeah, as you see here on the tin, Composer is a dependency manager for PHP. So it offers us a way to install PHP packages. But now you're probably like, well, great, I don't know what Composer is, and now I don't know what a dependency manager is, and I don't know what a package is. All right, well, a package is nothing more than code, just a collection of files that you then make available to anyone in the world. All right, but how does anyone in the world install your package? Well, they're going to use a dependency manager like Composer. So let me give you some ideas. As you can imagine, when you build your own projects, you're not going to code every single line by hand like we've done in this series. There's really no point. You know the phrase, don't reinvent the wheel? Well, so often the same is true for code. Why spend hours and hours and hours and hours building something that has already been built many years ago and has been iterated upon, again, for months or for years? There's no point. It's a waste of your time. All right, so let's say you want to, I don't know, interact with Amazon S3 storage. Well, again, you could interact with their API yourself, or it looks like we have an SDK that we could pull in. If we use a framework like Laravel, it looks like we have a service provider to assist with that. Great. Maybe you want to test your code. We haven't talked about that much, but we will get into it very soon. And yeah, it looks like there are some packages, one called Mockery, one called PHP Unit, one called PestPHP that I will introduce you to. Maybe you want to make some kind of application on the command line. So where the command line, as you see here, is your interface rather than a browser. All right, well, that's called the console. All right, well, it looks like Symfony offers a console component that we can pull in. And then even further, if we want to style it to make it look very pretty, we can pull in a tool called Termwind. All right, so you get the general idea. Whatever you need to do, there is probably a package that is available to you. Okay, rhyme intended. All right, so let's pull this in together. And yeah, work along with me. Getcomposer.org. We will hit download. And yeah, you can see at the time of this recording, we're using 2.5.5. And all we're going to do is copy all of this. And now in my case, I already have Composer installed, but there's no harm in doing it again. All right, so while that's doing its thing, yeah, if you want, you can quickly peruse this page here. And yeah, here, this is probably the most interesting part. Most likely, you will want to put composer.var, and that is available here. All right, we will want to put that in a directory that is part of our path so that we can simply call Composer from anywhere in our application. Okay, so you can see they are moving composer.var into our user local bin directory. Okay, so let's just copy that and do the exact same thing. All right, so I will paste that in, move it into my path, and yeah, hopefully we're all set to go. So we can test this by closing the tab, opening a new tab with Command T, at least for me, and if I run Composer, there we go. We're up and running. Okay, so now I want to, well, before we pull in a package, why don't we create a basic composer.json file? Because actually, as it turns out, before I introduce you to any of these packages, I first want to introduce you to Composer's built-in autoloading feature. So let's run composer init within our current project. Composer init. Okay, this command will guide you through creating your composer.json configuration. Now, in our case, I'm not building any specific package, so very quickly I can enter my way through most of these settings, as you see here. Next, do I want to define my dependencies interactively? No, I'll do it myself. Same for development dependencies. All right, now check this out. Do we want to add PSR4 autoload mapping? I'm going to hit N to skip, but that actually is something that we want to tackle. I just want to do it manually for you. All right, would you like the vendor directory added to your git ignore? So this means, do we want this folder to be included ultimately when I push all of this code up to a production environment? And generally, no, you don't want to do that. So we can add the vendor folder to this .gitignore file, and that is a way to instruct Git to, well, ignore this directory. That's exactly what it does. All right, so now if I switch over to PHP Storm, all right, and yeah, we can see two new files here. Composer.json, that's our configuration file for Composer, and then also gitignore, which is unrelated to Composer entirely. It's related to, well, Git. Any folder or file that we specify here will be ignored by Git. And yeah, you can see it added /vendor. So that means ignore your vendor directory. But I don't see a vendor folder. All right, well, that's the next step. We need to run composer install. So install our Composer dependencies. But right now, if we have a look, well, I don't have any dependencies specified. But still, let's go ahead and run it. All right, so have a look. Where is it? Yeah, right here. Nothing to install, update, or remove. And yeah, it makes sense. We didn't ask Composer to install any package, so it didn't install any package. But then right down here at the bottom, generating autoload files. This is what I want to finish up with. So yeah, as it turns out, in addition to Composer being a great dependency manager, it also ships with a great autoloader. And as it turns out, that's what almost all of us use these days. And in fact, very rarely will developers define configuration like this. Instead, we just use what Composer ships with. All right, so how do we use it? Well, let's just try a couple things out. Number one, here's an experiment. Will it work automatically? Well, if I got rid of our autoload registration and I switch back to the browser, and no, it's not magic. It doesn't happen automatically. So we do get a fatal error. Class core container was not found. All right, so the next question, how do we make use of Composer's autoloader? Well, if I switch back, here's that new vendor directory. And again, that was created when we ran Composer install. And if I open it up, this will contain all of the packages that we ultimately pull in with Composer. But right now, we just have one folder for Composer itself. And if I open it, and by the way, you don't need to pay much attention to any of these files. I'm just showing you to give you a quick bird's eye view of what's happening here. And yeah, you'll see a bunch of autoload specific files, like individual classes I want to autoload, or namespaces, or PSR4 based autoloading. So what is PSR4? It's just a specification for how we can go about autoloading files. That's it. It's just a spec. For now, that's all you need to know about it. All right, so we are going to make use of that. So if I come back to composer.json, here's what we do. Here, I will add a new property called autoload, and this is where I can define and configure how I want autoloading for my application to behave. And yeah, I want to take advantage of PSR4. Okay, so let's see what we have right now for our namespaces. We have this core folder and an HTTP folder. Now, ultimately, I think I'd like to graduate to a top-level app folder, but for now, we can keep them separate. So if I open up any of these classes that we've created, it looks like my top-level namespace is core, and that namespace corresponds to this directory name. All right, let's try it out. I'm going to say the namespace core corresponds to the core directory name. Now, I will warn you, there's a small little mistake here that I introduced on purpose. And I did that because it's a near certainty that, at least for one of your projects, you will make this mistake as well. And luckily, Composer can find this and notice it and then tell you how to fix it. All right, so we'll get to that in a minute. So whenever you update your autoloading configuration, you will want to switch back to the terminal and run composer dump autoload, and that'll repopulate those autoload files. But now we can see, right here, a non-empty PSR4 prefix must end with a namespace separator. A namespace separator is, well, let's go to any of these. Do we have one? How about Middleware? That's a namespace separator, just a slash. All right, so it's telling us right here, a PSR4 prefix has to end with that backslash. All right, so we'll do it right here. But now PHP Storm is squawking again, and that's because, well, as it turns out, a backslash can be used for escaping purposes. So now it thinks I'm trying to escape that quote, and I'm not. So I actually need to use 2 backslashes. I'm going to escape the backslash. Yeah, a little confusing. You'll get used to it. All right, so let's run it again. Composer dump autoload. All right, and I think we're all set. Let's go and check just for fun. If I go back into that composer folder and into autoload PSR4, it looks like the file was changed on disk. So let's reload it. And sure enough, we can see this mapping. And yeah, it's very simple. It's saying this namespace can be found at our base directory, which is just the root of the project, and then into the core folder. Okay, now we actually had 2 as we talked about. And again, eventually we will merge these, but for now, we'll double up. So let's add another top-level namespace for HTTP. All right, back to Composer. Let's duplicate this and then swap it out. And yeah, notice I don't have to do it for every nested directory. I only have to declare the top level, the root namespace. All right, so let's run it again. And now, again, just for fun, and so that we grasp what's going on here, if I switch back and we give this a reload, yeah, now we have 2 mappings. Okay, so is that it? Is that all we have to do? Can I switch back to Firefox and cross my fingers and hit refresh? No, it still doesn't work. And that's because, well, yes, we have defined these mappings, but I still haven't required Composer's autoloader into my project. So that's the next step. Let's go into public index.php. I can now delete our old autoloader function. And yeah, maybe right here, I can say require, and I want to pull in vendor, and then this file right here, autoload.php. Okay, but I can't just do this. I can't say vendor autoload.php because remember, I'm currently in the public directory. So this would look for a vendor folder within public, and of course I can't do that. So I need to go up a level to the root and then to vendor. And yeah, it looks like many episodes ago we defined a constant for that. So why don't we do that now? Base path and then concatenate vendor autoload.php. And yeah, I would even move this as high up as we can go. So in fact, why don't we just do something like that? And yeah, this is very common, very typical for any modern PHP project or package. If you inspect their entry point, at the very top, you will see a require statement that pulls in Composer's autoload file. If you're using a framework like Laravel, have a look. One of the first things it does is pull in Composer's autoload file. All right, so let's come back and this time actually cross our fingers, and now it works. Everything's working exactly the way it did before, but now we are leveraging and benefiting for free from Composer's built-in autoloader. All right, so now in the next episode, we will pull in our first package. Stay tuned. All right, so now that we have Composer on our machine and ready to go, of course, the next step is to then install a package, and I will pull in 2. All right, so we can research which package we need in a couple of ways. First up, you can visit packagist.org and search for what you want. So I'd like to talk to you about collections, and yeah, here's what pops up. And notice that they are ordered according to downloads. So yeah, generally the top 5 or 6, often the top 1 or 2 will be the one that you most care about, or at least they are most reliable because they have been downloaded the most number of times. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Laravel, so I'd like to pull in this package right here, illuminate collections. And yeah, if you're not familiar with a collection, think of it almost like an array, but on steroids. It gives us a way to wrap an array and then call any number of methods to filter that array or customize it or iterate over it and everything in between. Okay, so yeah, this is the package that I want, but I also want to show you a different way that you can research. Instead, you can do it from the command line. I can say composer, search, and then provide your keyword here. In this case, collections. And here's what pops up. And notice, of course, the output is going to be very, very similar. And here's the one that I want. All right, let's pull it in. Composer, require, and then let's grab the name right here, the full name, and give that a go. All right, and you can see all of this stuff being pulled in. All right, very cool. Now, if I return to PHP Storm and open composer.json, there we go. We have pulled in that package. All right, let's use it. And yeah, usually at this point, you will want to visit the documentation for that package. So I'll show you a little tip. If I click on here, often the name will correspond to a GitHub repository. So notice right here, the link, if we open this up in a new tab, is github.com, and then here's our full repository name. Okay, so in this particular case, because it is extracted from the Laravel framework, I don't immediately see documentation here, but I will note most of the time, the documentation for a repository will be available right on the GitHub, usually at the bottom within a README. Yeah, but in this case, it's not, and that's okay. Instead, we'll go to laravel.com. And don't worry, we're not yet learning about Laravel. But yeah, if I look for collections, we can see a quick bird's eye view of how it works. So notice I can call collect, I accept some items, and then I can work on those items. I can map over them. I can filter them. I can split them into two. I can manipulate them. Anything you want to do, really. All right, so let's give it a shot. Let's create a new file, and we'll call it playground.php. And yeah, this is going to be temporary. And now, as we learned in the last episode, the first thing we should do is require the autoload file. Okay, so now let's instantiate a collection. And yeah, because we pulled in this package, we now have a new collection class that we can work with. All right, and that gets imported at the top. So let's feed it an array of items like 1, 2, 3, 4. Or it can be anything you want. It could be numbers. It could be arrays themselves, whatever you need. So for example, if I want a collection of all numbers going up to 10, then we can do something like this. Okay, so why don't we call it numbers? And then just as a sanity check, let's die and var dump the numbers and then view this from the console. PHP public playground. All right, and yeah, if I scroll up, notice I don't have an array anymore. I have a collection instance. It is a wrapper around that array that gives me all of these different methods that I can trigger. So if I want to grab the first item within the array, if I want to flip the array, if I want to, I don't know, figure out if the collection contains a particular item, we can call this contains method. And notice I can see we have to give it a key and then optionally an operator and a value. All right, so let's just try this out. Let's say if numbers contains, and how about 10, then we will die and say it contains 10. You know, we're just playing around for a minute. And if I give that a run, it works. If it contains 100, well, in this case, we don't do anything. So we don't see any output at all, but it's working. I could say, I don't know, numbers, map over them. So notice this ultimately is going to be running PHP's array map function that you learned about. If I call numbers filter, well, then that's going to be ultimately deferring to array filter. Have a look. And I show you this just so you have a basic understanding of what's going on here. Yeah, ultimately it defers to PHP's array filter function. So yeah, if you wanted to, you could even construct your own collection class, and that would be fine. And this is where it all comes back to, other than for learning purposes, is it a good use of your time to build up your own collection class? Or would it instead be better to leverage something that has been literally pulled in millions of times and has been debugged hundreds and hundreds of times and improved hundreds and hundreds of times. And you get that all for free. So it's a good bang for your buck. So yeah, anyways, in this case, if I want to call filter, so why don't we say filter the numbers down? So we will provide a callable. This callable will be triggered for each item in the collection, and then I return a Boolean that indicates whether or not the item gets to remain in the collection or filtered out. So yeah, in this case, why don't we just say like return, is the number less than or equal to 5? If it is, then it remains. If it's not, it's filtered out. So I will say, less than or equal to 5. Bit of a long variable name there, but it's fine. And then once again, let's var dump that variable and view the output. All right, and sure enough, we have a new collection of only the numbers that are 5 or less. All right, you get the basic idea. Let's pull in another package. And this time, I'm going to use Composer Search. So I want something to help us out when it comes to testing. Up until this point, we are manually testing every piece of the puzzle, so to speak. But as you can imagine, in real life, when you're building larger projects, you need some level of assurance that the changes you just made didn't break the application. And this is where automated testing comes into play. Now, the tool that I really like is either PHP Unit or PestPHP. And as it turns out, PestPHP is actually itself a wrapper around PHP Unit. Okay, so let's pull in Pest in the same way. Composer, require PestPHP. All right, so now we can see a little help from Composer. It's saying, hey, a package like this probably belongs in your require dev section. So now we can distinguish between packages that we will use in production and then packages that are only useful during the local or development phase, such as automated testing. So do we want to do that? Yes. All right. So now if I switch back and return to composer.json, give it a reload, yeah, now you can see we have two blocks. We have an object for require, and then another one for require dev. And yeah, again, require dev is for local or development only. It will not be included as part of your production vendor assets or repositories. Okay, cool. All right, so let's have a look. We will go to Get Started, Installation, and yeah, we've already done the first step. The next step is to run vendor bin pest init. All right, and we can see what this does. It'll create a configuration file named pest at the root level of your test suite. All right, let's paste this in. Oh, and I'm sorry, we have one quick issue. Do you trust pest plugin to execute code? Yes, I do. Sorry about that. And now we're ready to get started. So I will paste that in. All right, and yeah, here are all of the files that were created. All right, let's have a look in the editor. All right, and sure enough, I do see a test directory, and it looks like we have folders for feature and unit tests. All right, so we're going to dedicate maybe 1 or 2 episodes to testing. Of course, at Laracasts, we cover it in significant detail. But yeah, I just want to stay on task. We don't want to get too far from the original goal of a PHP for Beginners series. But it is important that you understand the basics of testing. All right, so why don't we open Unit, and we have an example test here. And yeah, this is the syntax. We call test, we give it a name, and then we have a callback here, or a closure, where we can perform our expectation. And yeah, an expectation is exactly what you think. It is an assertion that I expect this to be that, to equal that, to be more than that, to have this, to contain, to have to be an array with this number of items. Whatever it is you need to test, you can do or perform as an expectation. Okay, so how do I run this little example test? Well, I can do vendor bin pest. All right, and sure enough, our feature test and our unit test passes. Why don't we get the test to fail? I'm going to change this to false. Expect false to be true. Well, that's instantly not right, and it should tell us when I run our test suite, and it does. Failed asserting that false is true right here, and then I can fix the problem. All right, so again, the next episode, we will talk quite a bit about testing. But for now, why don't we wrap up by giving you just some kind of real-world example of a test? How about let's go into container. And yeah, maybe we can test binding something into the container and then resolving it out. All right, so let's go into tests, unit, and I will update this and we will call it container test. And by the way, notice the convention of ending a test file with the suffix test. So why don't we test it can resolve something out of the container. All right, so typically when you're writing a test, there will be a series of steps. You will need to arrange the world, and often that's instantiating a class, building up a dependency, whatever you need to do. We'll call it arrange. The next step is act. So perform your action. Do whatever it is that you're trying to test. And then at the very end, assert or expect. And this is where you confirm whether or not it actually worked. And that's where we would write our expectation. All right, so arrange the world. Well, this would be working with the container. So maybe I can instantiate this container class. All right, let's do that now. New container. And then I should also bind something into the container. So why don't we just call bind, and then I will pass a closure that returns foo. Or don't forget, there is a shorthand single line arrow function that I will often reach for. Okay, so now I'm ready to act. Well, let's say container resolve foo, and this will give me the result. The final step is to perform our expectation. What do I expect result to be? Well, I expect result to be, and you know what, why don't we call it bar instead? I expect it to be bar. So expect result to be, or equal is fine in this case, bar. All right, let's give it a run. And there we go. It does work. Now, if I were to force it to fail, why don't we do something like this? You can see the result here. Well, we ran this specific test, but it didn't work the way you expect. Okay, so if I bring this back, your next thought might be, well, why is that useful? I can still manually test that and confirm it works. And you're right. But because I have written it down here and I've automated it, that means I can run this test hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times for free, and I never have to manually confirm that this piece of functionality works. And trust me, as you maintain a project over a span of potentially years, these things will build up and continuously prove their usefulness. And then further, it helps us with confidence. And here's what I mean by that. If 6 months from now, I'd like to refactor the container class, I can do so with confidence because I immediately know if I make a mistake, the tests will instantly inform me. Whereas if I didn't have those automated tests, yeah, I could perform these refactors, but trust me, it can get tricky. And I'd have to do a lot of manual testing to see, well, did this work exactly the way it did before? Or have I changed it? And did I break code that was using this container class over here? It gets very, very risky very, very fast. So what ends up happening is that for the projects that don't have these automated tests backing them up, people just don't refactor in so many cases. They'll have a confusing piece of code that nobody touches because it's simply too risky to play with. But yeah, tests absolutely fix that, which allows us to write cleaner and better code. All right. So yeah, let's say maybe when we resolve, maybe right here, we don't call the function, we just return the resolver. And we think that works. But if I run the tests, it fails. So again, we're working with the container class. We made a change. We thought that change would be fine, but our test instantly reveals, no, something you did just broke this code. So maybe you should revert and then try again. And now it works. All right, so why don't we take one more lesson? We're about done with Composer. So in the next chapter, let's take one, maybe two more lessons to dig a little deeper into the world of testing. I'll see you then. Okay, so if you don't mind, why don't we dedicate just one more episode to testing so that we can get you reasonably comfortable with, if not the workflow, the general approach and what you can expect and what it looks like. Because here's the deal. In reality, testing is its own world. You know what I mean? Like everything in programming. You learn something new and you very quickly realize, oh, this is its own world. And there are conferences dedicated to this one thing. This one piece of the programming puzzle has its own conferences. So yeah, if you want to be frank, we could dedicate course after course after course after course to teaching you the ins and the outs and the nuts and bolts of testing. And we just don't have time for that. And it's beyond the scope of a beginner series like this. But yeah, nonetheless, I do want to give you one more episode where we discuss everything from, the general approach, the different styles of testing, what you can expect, what it looks like, all of that stuff. Okay, let's get going. Yeah, of course, in the last episode near the end, we installed Pest, and we now have this new test directory. And I want you to notice how it's categorized into these different styles of testing. One is called feature, and one is called unit. These days, I'm not even sure if it's that useful to categorize things in this way. But nonetheless, it's good to understand the basic idea. Unit represents, one unit of your code base. That unit could be a single class, a single function, or a small collection of classes. But still, notice how they comprise a single, small, typically, unit. On the other hand, feature test refers to something much wider, a feature in your application. That feature could be, what would be an example from Laracasts? Oh, here's one. I just built a referral system for Laracasts. That's a feature. So we could have a feature test called referral test. And within there, I can describe the rules of a referral system. What does it consist of? What are you allowed to do? What are you not allowed to do? So from that perspective, we might realize that when we write tests, it's not just to ensure the thing works, even though that's very useful. But it's also almost like a scratch pad. It's a great way to gather your thoughts. For example, let's go into example test here and rename this to referral test. We're not going to build this out, but just to give you an idea of the approach. You might begin by writing the various features as tests. So we might have something like, and by the way, we can use this test function or it. They are aliases. Use whichever one best fits your description for the feature. So for example, it allows subscribers to earn money by referring their friends. Okay, so yeah, in this case, this is very top level, very zoomed out, but still, it would be a fine test to write. And it might be fairly in-depth. For example, you might write the test in such a way where you create a user, you sign the user in, you generate a referral code for that user, and then you create another user who redeems that referral code. And when they do redeem that code, and by the way, maybe when we speak it out and we describe it here, we realize, oh, redeem is a good verb, and that should be referenced or represented in the code base somewhere. So maybe if you have a referral class, then maybe you have a method called redeem. So again, this is what I mean when I say it's almost like a scratch pad. It gives us a way to gather our thoughts and then start identifying patterns or keywords that we can then work into the code base. So yeah, on that note, I think in general, you'll find that the testing community sort of splits into two. There are those who see testing as nothing more than a necessity to ensure that the thing actually works. And they're right. But then there's another group who strongly feel that the way you approach your tests will help determine the design of your application. So from that perspective, the testing influences the design of the code base. And they're right too. So as with almost everything in my life, there are good points on both sides of the equation. And my recommendation to you is don't worry about it. Learn what you can and then discard it all and just make it work for you. So for example, if writing these tests before your implementation code just doesn't work for you, no matter how hard you try, don't do it. And by the way, that's referred to as test first development or test-driven development. On the other hand, you might find situations where it makes sense in this context, but not in that. It's too hard to wrap your mind around the flow. But over here, it makes perfect sense because you have explicit input and output expectations. It doesn't matter. There's no rules. The only rule is that you make this work for you. Okay, so yeah, you have a good idea now of what a feature test might look like. And trust me, there is dedicated tooling to assist with this. Because right now you're probably thinking, well, how do I visit a page from a test? How do I fill out a form from a test? And the answer is, well, you could write it yourself, but it is so much work. I wrote a little framework many, many years ago to help with this. And yeah, it's a massive amount of work. And again, beyond the scope of this video or this entire series, to be frank. But as with anything, there is dedicated tooling across the board. There are tools like Dusk. There are tools like Browser Test. There are JavaScript tools that literally open the browser and interact with your website, like Cypress. All of them are really useful. And as you become more comfortable, I would encourage you to check those out. But yeah, for now, just understand the general idea of what you might want to test. So on that note, you might also say it disallows guests from participating in the referral program. So yeah, maybe you've decided, like I have, if you don't have a Laracasts account, we're not going to let you participate in the referral system. Maybe it's just too difficult, or maybe we need you to hook up your billing details. It doesn't matter. You decide what the rules are for your code base and your feature, and then you write them out, and then you write the test to ensure that it does what you expect. Okay, cool. Next, we have this container test that we worked on in the last episode, this is incredibly real world. This represents a simple unit test that we can resolve something out of the container. But now, do we have anything else we might want to work on here? We could test some middleware. We could test the validator. These are really just simple static functions. But you know what? I think this would make sense. So let's give it a shot. Let's create a new test, and we're going to call it validator test.php. All right, so why don't we say it validates a string. All right, so let's pull in our class. We're going to call this string method. And you'll remember, if we quickly switch back, we give it the value and then an optional minimum and maximum character count. Okay, so let's switch back and we'll say foobar. Okay, so if we run this, should this be valid? Is foobar a string? Absolutely. So let's save that to results and then say expect result to be true. So I could do this, or I could use the method to be true. All right, let's give it a run. So I could do it directly from my editor because I'm using PHP Storm. And really, most editors these days will have some kind of inline support. But yeah, for now, let's just do it directly from the terminal. So I will run pest on the tests unit validator test. And of course, it returns green. Okay, now I'll give you a little tip though. Let's do this. Let's inline this variable entirely. And we could do another one. So for example, if I said false, I would expect that to be false. And if we give it a run, we already know that's going to work. Let's do another one. And this time, why don't we feed it an empty string? And that should return false because it's empty. Give it a run, and that works. Okay, we could add another one here, and we'll clean this up and refactor shortly. It validates a string with a minimum length. So for example, if I run this, but I say the minimum length should be 20 characters, well, in this case, foobar is not 20 characters, so I expect that to return false. We give it a run, and that works. Okay, this is exactly what we want. And notice how it's just proving our expectations, our assumptions, and that's the entire point. So whether we wrote this implementation code before or after, again, it doesn't really matter. Maybe it's a personality thing. Do whatever you want. I find I kind of do both. There's certain situations, honestly, like this, I would write the test first before the implementation code. But then there's other situations where, I don't know, it doesn't really work for me. I feel like I have to spike it out a little. And in those cases, I'll write some implementation code first, and then I will backfill or fill it in with some tests. Both work. It doesn't matter. Do what you want. Okay, cool. Let's do another one for email, and then we'll clean things up. So we'll say it validates an email. All right. So if I call email with foobar, I will expect that to not be valid. Give it a run. It works. If I give it an actual email address or a dummy email address, in that case, it should return true. Give it a run, and oh, it doesn't work. Failed asserting that foobar is true. Yes, of course. So already the test is informing us that our assumptions aren't exactly what the code says. So in this case, I was assuming it returns a Boolean, but instead it returns either false if it is not an email address or the value if it is. So now we have to decide, are we okay with that, or do we always want it to return a Boolean? So for example, do we want to force it to be a Boolean? Well, if we take that, I think it'll fix it. And yeah, that does solve the problem. But again, this is a decision that you have to make. Does validate email return a Boolean, or does it return false or the email itself? You have to decide that. And a quick note, we haven't talked about this very much, but you can leverage types to be a little more explicit about the types of input that you expect. And again, we haven't talked about this very much because it's not a high-level topic, but only because I think there is a beauty in teaching the basics of PHP in a very dynamic way. That's the way I learned it, and I feel like it's just easier to grasp when you are not constantly throwing syntax at the viewer, at the person who's trying to figure out how all of this works. But nonetheless, it can be incredibly useful. So a quick little 30-second primer. If I want to be explicit that this parameter should be of type string, then I could write string here. And now if we were to call this email method and feed it an array or an object or a class or something like that, it's going to fail. And it will let you know, hey, you gave us an array, but we thought you were going to give us a string, and we expected you to give us a string. So maybe you need to take a look at this. Okay, and then we can also do return types represented by a colon and then the type. So in this case, if I want a Boolean, and actually take a look at this. So real quick, without the type, if we give it a run, it fails because we're expecting a Boolean in response. So one fix was to manually cast it like this, and that works. However, another option is to declare a return type of a Boolean. So now notice if I run it, that fixes the problem too. So this is teaching us that when we declare a return type, if what we return doesn't match that type, it will automatically be cast in the best way possible to become that type. You can disable that if you want to be a little more strict, but nonetheless, it is an option that you might consider. So in situations like this, and this are redundant, and you still might want to keep that redundancy, but nonetheless, it's not altogether necessary. Okay, small little tangent. If you want to learn more about types, definitely do so, but that's the extent that we will cover in this series. But maybe in a follow-up series, we will dedicate the entire thing to discussing types in PHP and the pros and the cons and the benefits, and I'm repeating myself at this point. Let's keep going. So now, why don't we wrap up by maybe doing one more. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and import this at the top, and that way we can simplify these. And why don't we validate, it validates that a number is greater than a given amount or something like that. So we could say greater than, and we'll say we need to give it the value. So maybe the value is 10, and we expect that to be greater than 1. Well, if we run that, that should return true. Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to call this method only using pest, and that declares that, well, you can skip all of these right now. I'm only interested in this one test alone. So we give it a run, and notice we only have one test here, and it failed, of course. Call to undefined method validator greater than. Okay, so now we're taking a test-first approach. We're seeing a test failure, and that is guiding us to write implementation code. So let's do that now. We go into the validator. I create a new static method, and we're going to call this greater than. This will accept, and we'll add a type this time, a value, and then a greater than amount, and that will be an integer. Okay, let's give it a run. Now it's still going to fail, but we should change the failure message. And again, this is sort of a cornerstone, a bullet point of test first development. You want to make that error message change. So even though you're getting red, if you can change the error message, ideally you're making progress. And that's the case here. All right, so now the method name exists, but it's returning null when we expected true to be returned. Okay, so let's do this. Let's be clear that we want a Boolean in response. And why don't we just check to see if value, and I'm sorry, this should be an integer, of course, you caught that. This should check if value is greater than what we have here. All right, we give that a run. It works. But now let's just sort of prove our assertion. So if I come back here, because here's the problem, and you want to be careful about this. Maybe you just return true here instead, and that still returns green. So we have to be careful of trusting the test too much. Sometimes you can have all green on your test suite, but the code base doesn't work because, well, it's not doing what you thought it would. So let's add one more test here and say, well, in what condition should that return false? Well, how about something like this? Is 10 greater than 100? No, so that should return false. It's kind of a silly example, but nonetheless, it shows you the basic approach. Okay, so if I come back, now, if we did that superfluous thing where we hard-coded true, the tests are going to inform us, that's not working. There's no way that satisfies both of these expectations. So now we can write the real code, run it again, and it returns green. And yeah, as simple as this dummy little example is, it sort of represents the general flow. So if you'd like to keep working on this, yeah, on your own, just pick one of these files that we have here and write some tests for it. Start simple. How about, yeah, we can force log in a user. So what you would do is you would write a test and you'd give it a descriptive name. And then you would instantiate the authenticator. You would call the login method. You would feed it a user. And then in response, you would assert that, well, there should be user in the session. So actually look into the session and confirm, is that equal to what we expect here? And if it's not, you know you did something wrong. Okay, and yeah, you know what? Why don't we end it there? Originally, I was thinking of doing 2 episodes, but I'm very worried about overwhelming you. And maybe that ship has long since sailed. The truth is, right now in your learning, if you want to skate by it and kind of ignore it for a bit, that's okay. Just keep in mind, though, once you start building real projects that others depend on and make use of, it's really a necessity. So be sure to consider it when you feel comfortable. All right, I'll see you in the next chapter. All right, welcome back, everybody. I think it's time to finally wrap up this series. So I would love to give you some next steps. However, before we do that, I have a slightly, maybe possibly bitter pill to swallow, and it's this. At the end of this video, what I'm going to do, and what I'd recommend you do, is delete the entire project. All right, so now you hear that and you're thinking, what? Why did we go through all of this effort building up a framework of sorts if we're just going to hit the delete key in the final video? And here's why. As with everything, it's not about the framework specifically. It was all about the friends we made along the way, or the education we acquired along the way. The simple reality is when it comes to things like session handling, as we worked on here, building up a router, handling a response, creating a container, authentication, all of this stuff, validation, it goes on and on and on. The reality is that work has been done. It's infrastructure work that these days none of us needs to be responsible for unless we just happen to have that personality type where we have to control everything. Otherwise, trust me, there are better, more tested, more flexible versions of every single component we built here. So our little validator here. Now, of course, this is mostly a proof of concept, but in reality, there are dedicated third-party validators that are highly tested and can offer or can work with any possible calculation you can think of. The same is true for building up a super flexible router, or even these middleware that we created. Again, very, very simple implementation here, But there are, once again, third-party resources that take it to the next level. So yeah, everything we did in this series was to teach you the fundamentals, the basics of what these things are. Now, even if you don't use your own makeshift middleware, you understand the basic concept, this idea that it's almost like layers of an onion that can handle or respond to an incoming request or an outgoing response. The same is true for session handling, and why would we reach for that, and when is it useful, and what's an example of using it in the real world. Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to switch over to the terminal. And like I said, I am going to remove with recursive force that demo project. Of course, it's on GitHub if you still want to refer to it. Okay, so now we're going to switch over to a dedicated framework. Of course, in the Laravel world, the two big shots in terms of frameworks are Laravel and Symfony. I'd recommend have a look at both. Peruse the documentation, figure out which one sort of fits your head and your way of understanding things a little better, and then go with that. And of course, down the line, even a few years from now, if you want to toy around with the other, that works as well. Okay, but of course, this is Laracast.com. I have personally decided on Laravel, and that's what I would recommend to you as well. And in fact, as it turns out, a lot of the decisions we made when we built our little micro framework were made with the understanding that if you graduate to Laravel, it will all instantly look at least 80% familiar. Okay, so with that in mind, why don't we install a fresh copy of Laravel, and then we'll take a look at the underlying directory structure. And I think you will be pleasantly surprised by how immediately familiar some of these terms and some of these directories are to you. All right, let's get going. I will go to Get Started. All right, why don't we skip down to your first Laravel project? And let's see. You should ensure that your local machine has PHP and Composer installed. Success, we've already done that. If you're developing on the Mac, they can be installed within minutes using a tool called Laravel Herd. Herd is a first-party or maybe second-party tool that, well, does what it says on the tin. It creates a local environment for the Mac. It works great. It's what I use. I would highly recommend it. Otherwise, on Windows, if you need a refresher or you'd like to review some different installation options, yeah, just take a look here. Getting started on Windows, getting started on Linux. You'll learn about a tool called Docker, as well as a Laravel wrapper around Docker called Sail. But yeah, otherwise, if you already have the basics installed on your local machine, you should have everything you need to go. Okay, let's switch back, and now we're going to create a new project. All right, so we'll do this directly through Composer. All right, I will paste that in, and yeah, this is going to create a new Laravel project, and why don't we call the folder Demo? All right, it's installing Laravel 10.2 at the time of this recording, and that'll take just a minute to pull in all of the dependencies. So now if I switch over to our demo project and I list all of the files, yeah, we're all set to go here. So take a look at this. Laravel ships with a command line utility called Artisan, and we can run it by using PHP and then the name of the tool, Artisan. And yeah, here you can find commands for all of the various operations and actions that you can run. And trust me, as I look at this, even to me, it's a little bit overwhelming. But like everything, 20% of these commands will be the ones that you run every day, probably even less, maybe 10%. But the others are there when and if you need them. Okay, so if I scroll to the very top, you will find one command called serve. This will serve the application on the development or the PHP development environment. So let's run that now. PHP artisan serve. And sure enough, we have a local server running here. All right, so now you can copy that, or on my machine, I can command click that link. All right, and there we go. Congratulations, you now have your first Laravel install. All right, let's open this in our editor and take a look around. Okay, so I have opened up that demo folder that we just installed from the command line. And yeah, granted, there's a lot of files here, a lot of directories. It even goes further. And once again, it can immediately be a little bit overwhelming, but fight that. Trust me, all of these configuration files, you will reach for them only when you need to. And often when you are editing them, you are following instructions that tell you to edit them. So don't worry about this too much. However, what I do want to point your attention to is this. We have one directory called routes. All right, let's open that up. And I see web routes here. Yeah, we get this. We understand what's going on here. We built something very similar in our own project, and we can parse what's going on here. Well, we have a route, and we're going to listen for a GET request to this URI, the home page. And then in response to that, it looks like we are returning a view called welcome. Okay, where is this welcome view called? Well, at the time of this recording, Laravel stores views within the resources directory. So resources, views. Now, if you're watching this in the future, in 2024 or 2025, it's possible that views might be a top-level directory. Every once in a while, they make slight directory changes. But nonetheless, you'll figure it out. All right, so let's open up views. And sure enough, I see our view. Again, think about how incredibly similar this workflow is to what we did throughout this series. So here's our view, and let's just do this. Let's delete everything and replace it with the obligatory hello world. All right, I'm going to go back to my browser. I will give it a refresh, and there we go. Everything's working. Okay, what about passing data to the view? Well, once again, let's go to our route, and we can do that as the second argument. We'll say greeting is this time universe. And now I will have a variable called greeting available in the corresponding view. Now, I can do it like this. And if I come back and give it a refresh, but of course, whenever you're using a framework, there will be dedicated helpers and shorthand and things like that that you can reach for. So in this case, notice that the file name is welcome.blade.php. Now in our project, we called it welcome.view.php. But as it turns out with Laravel, Blade is a dedicated template engine that includes a few luxuries. And one of those is a shorthand for echoing out escaped variable values. So in this case, I can use these two braces here. So now if I come back and give this a refresh, and yeah, it still works, of course. Okay, so in a general Laravel project, this is typically the approach you will take. Now, what about conditionals? Remember, in our series, we used this syntax. If some kind of value, and we even learned about a shorthand like this, well, if true, only on that condition do we display hello world. But of course, if it is a falsy value, then we should end up with a blank page. All right, well, once again, using Blade, there are shorthands, and we call these directives. It's basically just a little bit of sugar to make it easier to write, like this, @ if. So provide your condition, and then we can say end if. Yeah, notice it's just a little bit easier to write. And as it turns out, behind the scenes, Laravel is still going to compile this down to a raw vanilla PHP if statement. But yeah, this just makes it a little more, easier on the eyes when you're working on it. Refresh, we see it. If we change it to false, of course, we return to a blank page. Okay, so now we've learned, if nothing else, I can install Laravel. I know where I can create a route. I know how to respond to a route. So for example, if you want to create another one, let's listen for about, and that can return a view. It can load a controller. It can even return an array. It can return JSON, foobar. This is especially useful if you're building APIs. It's a little bit higher level than where we currently are. But nonetheless, just know that these things are options, as you see here. And here's the raw data that was returned. Otherwise, you can return simple strings, as you see there, or you can create a new view. So let's return a view called about. And then I know that by default, it's going to be located in the views directory. Okay, but what if we want to put it in a subdirectory, like pages/about? Then you could do something like this, pages/, or you can even use dot notation, which corresponds to a slash. Some people like that because they think it's, again, a little easier to write. All right, so create our directory called pages, and then another one called about.blade.php. Now, in this case, I'm not even using master files or layout files, but when you stick with this, you will learn about all of the various things you can do with Blade, which are quite significant. We'll say about page. All right, I'm just giving you the 101 here. Come back, give it a refresh, and now we have a landing page for telling the user about ourselves. Very cool. Okay, so next, what else do we have here? We have the public directory. This is typically where you will store your images or your JavaScript files. And you'll remember in our little framework, we also had an entry point that was responsible for sort of booting up the framework. It pulled in Composer's autoloader. It handled routing the request. It caught any potential validation errors and things like that. And of course, Laravel has one as well. Next, we have the app folder, and this is where you're going to spend most of your time. If you need to generate console commands, you can do it here. If you need to create dedicated controllers, you can do that here. So notice within our routes file, this is useful for very simple projects typically. But I think you'll find for many projects, just having a simple callback function isn't enough. You need a little bit more structure. And that's where dedicated controllers come into play. So when you generate a controller, it will be stored here. And you will find that very easily you can migrate from a closure here or a callback to a controller. And why don't we do that now? Let's get rid of this to keep things simple. And why don't we create a welcome controller? All right, we can do this from the command line. PHP artisan. And these will all be listed under the make namespace. So anything make is generating a file. You can generate a controller, an event, a factory, all of these various terms that Laravel offers. A mailable, a notification, a model. In our case, I want to make a controller. So let's do that now. PHP artisan make controller. And why don't we call it home controller? All right, so notice it goes directly within that controller's directory. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this right here, copy it, and move it into our new home controller. So let's create a method here, and we will call this invoke. This is a common magic term for what we call single action controllers. So as it turns out, a controller can respond to multiple routes, or it can handle just a single action. I think you'll find in your projects, you probably will use both. But in this case, if you're only doing a single action, like we are in this case, we can call the method invoke, which is a magic PHP method name. All right. So now, though, if I switch back to our web file, we need to update this. So let's change it to say, when you visit the home page, I want to load the home controller. So we provide a path to the class, as you see there. Now, if I come back and we return to the home page and give it a refresh, we get a blank screen. Let's go to our view. Oh yeah, of course, I was testing out blade directives there. All right, come back, refresh, and yeah, this time we get the typical hello universe. Okay, but now we are using a dedicated controller to respond to the incoming request, which is really cool. Okay, so I'm going to stop right there because, of course, we have a dedicated series at Laracasts called Laravel from Scratch. And a quick little tip, you can visit laravelfromscratch.com to instantly access the latest version of that series. And yeah, it's going to start from the very beginning and tell you everything you need to know. It's a little bit long, but for good reason. It'll take you from maybe where you currently are, which is, you understand the basics, you know the syntax, but maybe when it comes to building an actual project, you start to melt or you start to fold a little bit because it's so much to keep in your head. And really, that's the benefit to a framework. All of that infrastructure code that we worked on in this series, even down to validation and middleware and routing, we can now delegate it. It's almost like taking all of that weight off our shoulders and throwing it at the framework and saying, you be responsible for that. I don't want to think about it anymore. All I want to focus on is the application itself. And that is really the huge win that stems from using a dedicated framework.